The beleaguered author, Xiao Tian, who has just suffered a leg fracture, awakens to find an entire populace traversing into another realm, appearing in the land of carnage with a broken leg and a makeshift shelter constructed from 3 branches, accompanied by a startling, mysterious notification. With the aid of the remnants of the Blue Star's will, he acquires the extraordinary talent of enhancing all things, overcoming challenges one after another, and gradually maturing. While others fervently compete for legendary artifacts, Xiao Tian adorns himself in mythical equipment, ultimately standing atop the pinnacle of myriad races. Chapter 1. A startling notification. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Xiao Tian slumbers deeply, dreaming of the launch of his new book, envisioning a million reads. Is there a leak? Upon opening his eyes, he notices 3 branches crossed above him, with water droplets occasionally falling through the gaps in the leaves, revealing a darkened sky. What the hell is happening? Xiao Tian bolts upright, surveying his surroundings. A verdant expanse devoid of cattle or horses, occasionally interrupted by a few trees and clusters of stones. The spot where he lies is covered by 3 2-meter-long branches, offering no protection against wind or rain. His clothing is already soaked through. Am I kidnapped? But I have no money. My entire family is broke. A prank? Surely not. This place reeks of desolation, far removed from civilization. Who possesses such audacity? Approximately a kilometer behind him lies an endless forest. Just as Xiao Tian struggles to comprehend the situation, a cold, emotionless voice resonates within his mind. Ding-dong greetings, humans of the Blue Star. Welcome to the land of carnage. I am the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. The edge of the universe is currently besieged by demonic entities, with rifts emerging. The power of the heavenly Tao is exerting its utmost resistance, and all intelligent races will be cast into the land of carnage. You have but 1 year. The strongest among you shall be granted titles and lead your kin to survival. All children under the age of 15 will be randomly assigned to one of their parents. Please heed the following crucial points that pertain to your survival. First, you shall enjoy a 7-day novice protection period. The protective shield is centered around the shelter, with a radius of 100 meters, and during this period, the shield is invincible. Second, strive to elevate the level of your shelter. This is your sole reliance. Third, the night is perilously dangerous. Venture out only if you are unafraid of death. Fourth, following the novice protection period, a calamity shall manifest every 7 days, with the first calamity being extreme cold weather. Only the first time will there be a notification. Fifth, each region will accommodate 100,000 individuals, and a regional slaughter competition will commence on the 1st of next month. Sixth, the bracelet on your left wrist will provide storage, communication, trading, and other functionalities. Please consult it. The storage space contains basic supplies and talent stones, limited to 1 per person, so awaken swiftly. After processing the information in his mind, Xiao Tian's immediate reaction is, this is it. My novel has ceased updates, and my loyal readers will never have the opportunity to read my work. Xiao Tian, a graduate of a third-rate university, found himself battered by society for years, unable to sustain himself, and returned home to rely on his parents, barely scraping by on a meager allowance. Observing their 24-year-old son reduced to a state of despair, his parents whimsically decided to have another child, thus introducing his younger sister, Xiao Linlin. Recently, they took their 4-year-old daughter on a trip, leaving Xiao Tian alone at home to fend for himself. Last night, he was laboriously typing away, finally managing to produce 2 chapters, exhausted, and fell asleep in his bed. He never anticipated awakening to find himself transported. The issue was that he had merely descended the stairs to purchase breakfast, and in a moment of carelessness, he had misstepped and fallen, fracturing his left foot, which was still encased in a plaster cast. Survival? How can I even begin to survive without my crutches? Xiao Tian strained to stand on 1 foot, scanning his surroundings in search of any sign of his crutch. After a moment of fruitless searching, he shook his head and decided to abandon the thought. Rather than squander time complaining, it is far more prudent to confront the situation and devise a means of survival. Recalling the shelter mentioned by the heavenly Tao, Xiao Tian began to search diligently. But after a prolonged search, he found nothing more than a few trees and a pile of stones. It hardly resembled shelter. Could it be that the heavenly Tao forgot to provide me with one? Suddenly, he gazed incredulously at the 3 branches precariously stacked together. You dare call this a shelter? It wouldn't withstand a gust of wind, and it would surely lead me to my demise. Yet you chose to assemble 3 branches as a mere token gesture. Alas, the calamity has already begun. How much worse could it possibly get? Remembering the heavenly Tao's mention of the awakening stone within the bracelet, he raised his hand and examined the bracelet. A semi-transparent virtual window materialized before him. Oh my, how technologically advanced. The window's contents resembled those found in a typical video game. Weather, time, shelter, personal information storage, space chat, channel trade, channel friends. Xiao Tian scrutinized the information and first selected personal information. To his dismay, His finger passed through it without any response. Finally, he attempted to manipulate it with his mind, successfully accessing it. ID 009527 Xiao Tian. Level 0. Experience 0 out of 100. Combat power 28. Average level 50. Stamina 60 out of 100. If stamina falls below 50 points, condition deteriorates gradually. If below 10 points, unconsciousness ensues. Talent, unawakened. Aptitude, ordinary. Status, injured. Evaluation, a human from the blue star who is injured, in poor physical condition, feeble, and the epitome of ineptitude. Gazing at the personal information panel, Xiao Tian's expression darkened, and 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. Subsequently, he opened the storage space, revealing a shimmering golden stone, a stone axe, a 500 milliliter bottle of water, and a piece of bread. He silently willed the stone to appear in his hand. Notification, awaken swiftly. I shall assist you. So intelligent, it even provides reminders. Xiao Tian murmured. Talent stone can randomly awaken a talent. Will you awaken? Awaken. Awakening successful. Congratulations on acquiring the unique SSS level talent. Enhancement of all things. Enhancement of all things. Activate the talent to enhance the quality of any item, with a minimum enhancement of level 1, a 50 chance of enhancing to level 2, and a 10 chance of enhancing to level 3, with a maximum enhancement to mythical level. It cannot be reused on the same item, and there is no limit to the number of uses. Item, human or animal quality. Ordinary, fine, rare, excellent, epic, legendary, mythical. Here I go, standing up, taking flight. Xiao Tian's heart raced. I was mistaken. It is not merely a catastrophic beginning. It is truly. Just as Xiao Tian reveled in his newfound joy, the cold voice of the heavenly Tao resounded in his mind. Presumptuous. Blue Star Remnant, do not dare to disrupt the rules by failing to integrate into the land of carnage. A resounding boom echoed within Xiao Tian's mind, as if he beheld a sphere of azure light shatter and vanish into oblivion, leaving a minuscule, imperceptible blue glimmer affixed to his chest. At that moment, a ray of light enveloped Xiao Tian, accompanied by a voice that declared, Talent seal initiated, sealing complete, downgraded to C-class talent. In a state of panic, Xiao Tian hastily accessed his personal information. ID 009527 Xiao Tian. Level 0, experience 0 out of 100. Combat power 28, average level 50. Stamina 60 out of 100. Stamina below 50 results in gradual decline. Below 10 leads to unconsciousness. Talent C-class enhancement of all things can be upgraded. Enhancement 0 out of 100 times a related treasure's upgrade to B-class. At least a level 1 enhancement, with a 0.1 probability for a level 2 enhancement, and a 0.001 probability for a level 3 enhancement. Capable of reaching mythic status, yet cannot be reused on the same item, with a limit of 5 uses per day. Qualification, ordinary. Status, injured. Evaluation, a human from Blue Star who is injured in a deplorable physical condition, feeble in strength, a waste among wastes. Xiao Tian was bewildered, exclaiming, I've stripped down to my trousers, and this is what you show me. He plummeted from paradise to the depths of hell, furiously pointing at the sky and cursing vehemently. Heavenly Tao, I your As Xiao Tian fervently cursed, preparing to unleash a torrent of invectives he had mastered throughout his life, several bolts of lightning unexpectedly descended, toppling nearby trees, prompting him to change his demeanor in haste. With a sly grin, he addressed the heavens. Heavenly Tao, you are truly benevolent, so kind-hearted to know of my injuries and even strike down a few trees for me. I am exceedingly grateful. With tears unshed and a sense of resignation, Xiao Tian could only drag his injured leg, attempting to hop over to a nearby spot to see if he could gather the fallen timber. To his dismay, after a few awkward hops, he tripped over something on the ground. Oh, it had a box here, how unkind. Chapter 2. The initial trial of reinforcement, summoning a rare-class warrior. Xiao Tian grumbled as he sat up, clutching his injured leg with a grimace of pain etched upon his face. Oh no, could my bones be dislocated? Raising his gaze, he discovered that the source of his tumble was an iron chest, half buried in the earth, its sharp corner protruding. Discovered a black iron treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Treasure chest rarity, wooden, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, mythical. Open it. No, wait. Just as excitement surged within him at the prospect of opening the chest, he suddenly recalled his unique talent and hastily called for a halt. Activating his innate skill. Activate talent skill. Reinforcement of all things. Reinforcement successful. Obtained a silver treasure chest. A brilliant flash of light enveloped the area as the black iron chest transformed into a silver chest. Yes, thank goodness I was clever. It seems fortune is on my side, as I have encountered a 1 in 1,000 chance. Thrilled, Xiao Tian trembled with excitement. He had not anticipated starting off with a silver treasure chest. He had read in the wristband's description that a silver chest guarantees at least one exceptional quality item. Without hesitation, Xiao Tian eagerly opened the chest. As the silver treasure chest creaked open, a radiant silver light emanated from within, and he fixed his gaze upon it, anxious that the precious items could vanish at any moment. As the light faded, he leaned in to inspect, revealing 5 items nestled within the chest. Would you like to collect them? Collect. Curiously confirming, the items materialized in his storage space. How convenient. Xiao Tian muttered to himself, retrieving the first item. Farmer's Mountain Spring 500 milliliters, 12 bottles. Not too shabby. Let's see the next one. Blueprint for paper production, permanent. Hint. Upgrade the small cabin to produce via the crafting station. Also acceptable. Let us continue. Summoning token, rare. This can summon a rare quality human or creature to serve you. It could be a farmer, a warrior, or even a cat girl. Haha, jackpot. Rare quality. It must be something extraordinary. A cat girl? Could it be the one I am thinking of? Onward. Iron axe, fine. Combat power, 12. Tree felling efficiency increased by 10. Durability, 35, 100. Hint. Can be used for lumbering as well as attacking. Take note of its durability. Once it reaches 0, it is rendered useless. The feel. The weight. Quite impressive, yet I can only move one leg. It is of no use to me. And what else with this durability? Such a pitiful item. Let us see the final piece. Dark Gold Divine Crossbow, exceptional, combat power, 120, automatically generates crossbow bolts, attack speed, 1 second, range, 1000 meters. Attached skill, Arrow Rain, covers a diameter of 10 meters with 100 arrows at the target, cooldown of 30 minutes. Automatically restores durability at 1 per minute, durability, 100. Xiao Tian gazed at the dark gold divine crossbow in his hands, crafted entirely from rare dark gold, its hue deep and mysterious. With a faint golden glow flowing across its surface, the grip was intricately carved with enigmatic patterns. Truly magnificent. It seems the heavens have shown me mercy, bestowing upon me a superlative ranged weapon. Aiming the crossbow around, he lamented the absence of nearby animals. Sheathing the weapon, he intended to collect wood, but reconsidered after recalling his recent tumble. Better not to risk it. He clicked on Weather and Time. Bloodshed Continent. Year 1, January 1st. 10:25 a.m. Remaining daylight, 7 hours 35 minutes. Temperature, 15 to 24 C. Weather, light rain. With persistent rain and only a little over 7 hours of daylight left. Xiao Tian hopped over to the shelter. Shelter, a dilapidated thatch hut. Hint, a gust of wind could blow it down. If not repaired soon, it may be lost. Upgrade requirements, 10 wood, 20 thatch, 10 grass rope. Xiao Tian surveyed the dry grass on the ground, bending down with difficulty, only to find it impossible. Instead, he sat down and began to gather the withered thatch around him. After a thorough collection, it displayed 2 units of thatch, but the shorter, less than 50 centimeters. Or any weeds remained untouched. It appears I will need to sort through them. This is easily resolved, but how do I craft grass ropes? I have no skill in weaving. Taking out the thatch from his storage, a window popped up. Thatch, common material. 2 units can be combined to form 1 unit of grass rope. So that is how it works. It seems I can manage to repair the thatch hut today after all. Rising to find another location, he stumbled again, nearly injuring his foot anew. He realized that what is simple for a normal person was exceedingly difficult for him, not to mention the wood. At this moment, he recalled the summoning token he had just acquired and hastily retrieved it. Summoning token, rare, would you like to use it? Remembering his talent skill, he quickly activated it. This item cannot be reinforced again. Hint, items from a treasure chest that have undergone reinforcement cannot be reinforced again. Equipment carried by summoned talents can be reinforced. Sigh. I thought I had encountered a bug that would allow for infinite stacking. Such cunningness from the divine. Using it. Xiao Tian chuckled wryly, knowing it wouldn't be that simple to exploit. Successfully used summoning token, rare, obtained warrior, rare, 1. A beam of white light materialized, and he vaguely discerned a figure with a hand stroking his beard while wielding a large broadsword. Could this be Guan? Perhaps I am overthinking it. As the white light dissipated, an old soldier appeared, approximately 50 years of age, holding a rusted great sword, dressed in tattered leather armor, with disheveled hair and a weathered visage. Guan Dao, at your service, my lord. Guan Dao knelt on one knee, his voice resounding. Xiao Tian gazed at Guan Dao and opened his panel. Guan Dao rare. Affiliation, Xiao Tian. Level, 0. Experience, 0 100. Loyalty, 80. Reach 100 for unwavering loyalty. Below 60 leads to negligence. Below 40 results in potential rebellion. Combat power, 300. 2982. Skills, 1 sword, charged attack, boost attack power by 100, cooldown of 30 minutes. Equipment, rusty great sword, common, combat power, 1, durability, 80 100. Tattered leather armor, common, combat power, 1, durability, 55 100. Evaluation, an old soldier who does not perish. Boasts rich combat experience and can lead 100 soldiers into battle. Xiao Tian silently compared his personal panel, finding the evaluation quite accurate. He truly felt like a mere waste. Guan Yidao's attributes dazzled Xiao Tian's eyes. No wonder he was a rare talent. He now felt a sense of security. He promptly extended his hand, intending to help Guan Yidao to his feet, but balancing on one leg, he swayed unsteadily. Upon noticing, Guan Yidao swiftly rose to support him. Uncle Guan, please don't laugh. My foot is injured and not yet healed. I may have to trouble you for a while, Xiao Tian said apologetically to Guan Yidao. Your subordinate is overwhelmed. I cannot accept such a title from you. Simply call me Yidao. He began to kneel, but Xiao Tian halted him. There is no need for that. We are now each other's only support. As an elder, I shall gladly call you uncle. Guan Yidao Loyalty 5. Guan Yidao was visibly moved, his eyes reflecting a flicker of emotion. Uncle Guan, please drag the wood from over there. I will handle the thatch collection. Understood. Guan Yidao immediately dashed off to gather the wood, while Xiao Tian slowly settled down, meticulously pulling up the nearby withered grass. Thatch one, my lord. I've brought everything back. Would you like to decompose? Decompose. Lightning struck wood, rare, X5, wood X8. Xiao Tian glanced at his storage space. 18 bundles of thatch and 8 units of wood, each piece measuring a standard 2 meters in length. But where did the leftover scraps go? Were they consumed? He still needed a bit more wood, so he handed the iron axe to Guan Yidao. Uncle Guan, please chop down a few more trees. We are nearly ready to repair the thatch hut. Be cautious beyond the protective barrier. If there is any danger, return immediately. The protective barrier was easily recognizable, a layer of translucent blue light enveloping a radius of 100 meters around the entire shelter. Understood. Guan Yidao, somewhat stiff in demeanor, perhaps a habit formed from years of military discipline, immediately set to work upon hearing Xiao Tian's instructions. Xiao Tian seized the opportunity to collect thatch. Having endured several hours of rain, if he did not take refuge soon, given his current physical condition, he would be susceptible to catching a cold and fever at any moment. Chapter 3. The transformation brought by Guan Yidao. Acquisition of the body-strengthening pill. Upon collecting 40 units of thatch, Guan Yidao returned, wielding an iron axe and dragging 4 large trees. Having thoughtfully broken off a suitably sized branch for Xiao Tian to use as a walking stick. After disassembling the materials, Xiao Tian obtained 18 units of wood. He immediately crafted 10 units of grass rope and clicked to repair the shelter. Repair complete. You are the 8th person in this area to repair a shelter. Reward, 1 wooden treasure chest. He chuckled to himself. It seems that with Uncle Guan's assistance, I am not lagging behind. Shelter, thatch hut, area 4 square meters. Next level upgrade, small wooden house. Upgrade requirements, small wooden house blueprint, 100 wood, 100 thatch, 20 grass rope. Evaluation, well ventilated on all sides, with good air circulation. Cool and comfortable. Though rudimentary, it provided some shelter from the rain. Guan Yidao supported Xiao Tian as they entered the hut. The wooden floor was quite dry. Xiao Tian removed his damp shirt and trousers, sitting down on the ground. Achoo! Xiao Tian sneezed, feeling a chill. Observing this, Guan Yidao expressed concern, saying, My lord, allow me to gather more wood. With my skills, no ordinary beast can approach me. I will swiftly collect the materials needed to upgrade the shelter. Xiao Tian felt somewhat embarrassed. You've worked hard, Uncle Guan. Guan Yidao shook his head in response. This time, Xiao Tian did not forget his talent and took out the small wooden chest that was his reward. Enhancement successful. Obtained black iron treasure chest. Indeed, a level 1 enhancement was the norm. He opened 1 black iron treasure chest, which contained 5 items. Obtained, small wooden house blueprint X1, bread X3, raincoat X2, leather armor, superior, X1, furnace X1. What a timely boon. Securing the blueprint for the small wooden house so effortlessly was fortuitous, especially since I had no idea where to acquire one. Subsequently, he retrieved some bread and water, offering them to Guan Yidao. Uncle Guan, please have some food first, and then we shall go. Thank you, my lord. Taking the provisions, they sat together and dined. After finishing their meal and resting a moment, Guan Yidao prepared to head out to chop wood, but Xiao Tian called out to him. Uncle Guan, wear this leather armor and put on the raincoat. We cannot afford for you to fall ill. Guan Yidao Loyalty Level 1. Xiao Tian once again opened, weather time. Bloodshed Continent. Year 1, January 1st, 12:35. Daytime remaining, 5 hours 25 minutes. Temperature, 15 to 24 C. Weather, light rain. With over 5 hours remaining, he hoped to level up once more today. By the way, I still haven't checked the chat channel. He clicked on Chat Channel. The interface transitioned to show a staggering population count of 999, 951 out of 10, 000,000. He understood that the reduction by 5 indicated something significant. As his gaze moved down, dozens of messages flashed by in an instant, overwhelming him. He quickly adjusted the speed of the scrolling text to comprehend the chaos. 002345. Dad, where are you? It's me, Wangi. 013456. Son, it's your father. Call me Dad. 002345. Get lost. 098557. Who has food? I'll trade 100,000 cash for it. 045878. The idiot above, your cash is worthless. It's only good for wiping. 000001. Everyone, listen to me. I'm number one. I will lead us to survival. Just send your resources to me, and I'll distribute them to those in need. 096110. Anti-fraud app activated. The person above is a scammer. Beware. 000998. What is going on? I just spent 998 points on a technician, stripped my clothes off, and now I'm left bare. 006767. I'm the technician you summoned. You've doomed me. I'm also without clothes now. 100000. Wow. Technician sister, take a picture so I can see. I won't look for free. I'll give you a like. Xiao Tian looked at the chat channel, utterly speechless. Even here, there were those still joking around. No wonder he was the 8th person to repair the thatch hut. Observing many searching for family, he too sent a few messages inquiring about his parents, though he held little hope, as the messages from 100,000 people flashed by like gibberish, dozens or even hundreds per second. Not wanting to waste time, he donned the raincoat, leaned on the branch, and ventured out to continue collecting thatch. Just as Xiao Tian was diligently gathering the thatch, he received notifications. Experience 1. Experience 1. Experience 1. He gained a total of 8 experience points in quick succession, and hastily rose to look at Guanidao, who had unknowingly ventured outside the protective barrier and reached the forest's edge. Feeling anxious, Xiao Tian hurried towards him, using his walking stick for support. After several minutes, having traveled less than 200 meters, he saw Guanidao dragging something back. Upon closer inspection, it was a wolf. With concern, he asked, Uncle Guan, are you alright? Guanidao loyalty level 1. My lord, do not worry. A pack of wild wolves attempted to ambush me, but I dispatched them all. Stay here while I drag them back. Xiao Tian observed the carcasses on the ground and clicked to disassemble them. Obtained, for units of wolf hide. 8 units of wolf fangs, 16 units of raw meat. Guanidao subsequently returned with 4 more wolf carcasses and a substantial amount of wood. After disassembling, he obtained 16 additional pieces of raw meat, along with wolf hides and fangs, and an extra 38 units of wood. Uncle, if you chop for another 2 hours, we can head back. It will soon be dark. After saying this, he returned to the area near the thatch hut to continue gathering dry grass. Time flew by as they busied themselves. Guanidao returned just before nightfall, having once again collected 40 units of wood, while Xiao Tian amassed a considerable amount of dry grass. Back at the thatch hut, Xiao Tian opened his storage space to take stock. 78 units of thatch, 94 units of wood, 32 units of raw meat, 2 loaves of bread, and 11 bottles of mineral water. Calculating in his mind, Xiao Tian noted that crafting grass rope would require 40 units of thatch, and he still needed quite a bit to upgrade the shelter. Thus, he opened the trade channel. Notification: you can list up to 10 items simultaneously. Identical items can stack up to 99. The items were quite varied, and the prices were chaotic. After organizing for a considerable time, he finally grasped the current market values. He listed 5 portions of raw meat, offering 1 for 20 units of thatch, and another 5 portions for 10 units of wood each. He then began browsing the trade channel. He exchanged 2 units of raw meat for 100 grams of fine salt. Subsequently, he traded another 2 units of raw meat and 1 bottle of mineral water for a lighter. Xiao Tian discovered a superior grade healing potion, with the other party requesting an exchange for a superior grade weapon. This reminded him of the weapon and leather armor that Guanidao had exchanged, prompting him to retrieve them and activate his talent skill. Enhancement complete. Obtained Great Blade, Superior. Combat Power, 15. Enhancement complete. Obtained Leather Armor, Superior. Combat Power, 10. Just as he was about to offer the Great Blade for trade, Guanidao spoke up. My lord, the iron axe is nearly out of durability, and I am more adept with a Great Blade. Upon inspecting the iron axe, Xiao Tian noted it had only 22 durability left after a day of chopping wood. Thus, he abandoned the idea of trading weapons and handed the Great Blade to Guanidao, adding the seller as a friend. He was pleasantly surprised when the request was accepted immediately. Xiao Tian, friend display name hello. I wish to trade for a healing potion, but I only have superior leather armor. Would that be acceptable? After a while, the other party finally replied. Li Weiwei. Sorry, I was inundated with private messages. Leather armor is worth more than weapons. I 1TB at a loss. Xiao Tian, thank you. Let us proceed with the trade. Xiao Tian opened the trade interface, placed the leather armor up for exchange, and after confirming the transaction details, he clicked to finalize the trade. Li Weiwei, a pleasant cooperation. Let us trade again when we have good items. Xiao Tian, certainly. Xiao Tian did not mind making a few good friends for mutual benefit. Taking out the healing potion, he utilized his final enhancement opportunity for the day. Enhancement complete. Obtained body strengthening pill, exquisite. Chapter 4. Recovery from a broken leg and upgrading the shelter first. Could I truly be the luckiest of the lucky? Achieving a 1 in 1,000 enhancement success twice in a single day, I should first examine the effects of this potion. Xiao Tian promptly retrieved the elixir. Strengthening bone elixir, exquisite. Enhances physical attributes while possessing healing properties, with a significant chance of directly elevating one's rank. Notification. Consuming it will enhance kidney function. You will benefit, and so will she. Is this notification serious? Besides, as an invincible little cannon, I hardly require such effects. Xiao Tian, glancing at the message, couldn't he help but scoff before swallowing the elixir. The moment he ingested it, a wave of warmth surged from his stomach to his limbs, enveloping him in a comforting embrace far superior to the tender ministrations of the enchanting maidens from Red Romance. Ah, divine. However, within 3 seconds, the warmth encountered an obstruction at his left leg, as if it were indignant, and summoned reinforcements. Instantly, the warmth from all over his body surged towards his left leg. Oh, how it itched. The sensation was unbearable, and Xiao Tian clenched his fists, pounding against the plaster cast. Guan Yidao, witnessing this, rushed forward, utterly at a loss for how to assist. Uncle Guan, please, shatter this plaster for me. Upon hearing this, Guan Yidao immediately clenched his fists and began to strike it gently. Before long, the plaster was entirely dismantled, revealing the bandages within. As Xiao Tian itched to scratch, he was promptly halted by Guan Yidao, who fetched a damp cloth to clean Xiao Tian's left foot. The gentle massage provided immense relief. Gradually, the painful and itchy sensations dissipated, and Xiao Tian spoke up. Uncle Guan, it's all right now. I feel like I can move my left foot. Help me up. Guan Yidao cautiously assisted Xiao Tian to his feet. Xiao Tian tentatively placed his left foot on the ground and applied gentle pressure. No pain. He increased the force, and everything felt entirely normal. He gestured for Guan Yidao to release him, taking a step forward. Not only did he walk normally, but he also felt significantly more vigorous than before. He hopped a few times, and if it weren't raining outside, he would have wanted to run a couple of laps. Excitedly, he exclaimed to Guan Yidao, Uncle Guan, look at me. I'm completely back to normal. Guan Yidao shared in Xiao Tian's joy, smiling as he responded, Congratulations, my lord. With your recovery, you shall surely conquer all. He then opened his personal panel. Xiao Tian. Level, 0 experience, 8100. Combat power, 208. 88,120. Stamina, 100. Talent, C-grade, strengthen all things, upgradable. Requires 5,100 enhancements or related treasures to upgrade to B-grade. Equipment, Xianjin Divine Crossbow, exquisite. Combat power, 120. Aptitude, ordinary. Status, normal. Evaluation, a human from Blue Star. Possessing physical attributes far exceeding those of ordinary humans, on the verge of reaching the limits of normality. Congratulations on shedding the title of waste, the protagonist mused. It seems that an increase of 12 points in combat power will elevate my aptitude to excellent. What a pity that due to my left foot injury, all my energy was allocated to recovery, otherwise, I could have enhanced my combat power further. Ding, ding. The wristband emitted a series of chimes, prompting Xiao Tian to quickly check. It turned out that all the meat he had listed for trade had been sold. Gained 100 straw, 50 wood. Assessing his supplies, he noted, straw, 178, wood, 144, wolf pelts, 8, wolf fangs, 16, raw meat, 18, bread, 2, bottled water, 10, lighter, 1, cabin blueprint, 1, furnace, 1. Seeing that the materials were sufficient, he promptly combined 40 straw to create 20 ropes. He then exited the straw hut and clicked to upgrade. Shelter upgrade successful. Congratulations. You are the first in this area to upgrade to a small wooden house, earning a bronze treasure chest and 10 reputation points, with an announcement to all regions. Immediately, the wristband shimmered with golden light, and the chat interface opened automatically. Congratulations 009527 for being the first to upgrade the shelter to a small wooden house. Reward, 1 bronze treasure chest, 10 reputation points. This announcement echoed 3 times, dazzling everyone and igniting a flurry of activity in the chat. 006767. Hello, 009527. I'm your exclusive technician from 998, with a great figure, excellent skills, and easy to charm. I've added you as a friend, video included. 005151. You up there? Get lost. I'm only 18 this year, 160 centimeters tall, obedient and adorable, never dated, still factory fresh. Added you as a friend. I want to be your girlfriend. 017878. You, the foot fetish uncle up there, confirmed. 002345. Daddy, where are you? It's me, Wangi. 000001. 009527. I'm number 1. Send me your resources, and I will distribute them to those in need. Ding, ding. Suddenly, his friend requests surged by 99. Xiao Tian casually clicked through them, dismissing all those seeking to exploit him or threaten him, blocking them without hesitation. Opening 998's message, he thought, wow, such a pristine background, so expansive, so lengthy. Look at how lush the grass is. I can't gaze any longer. As drool threatened to escape him, he noticed Guan Yidao's increasingly peculiar expression and quickly saved the video, clicking to refuse the friend request. In his mind, he chanted, a monk chanting, "I want tea, listen, I want tea, listen." Humph, disgusting man. Sister 998, observing that the video had been saved yet the friend request declined, was enraged to the point of nearly spitting blood. Xiao Tian closed the chat channel, ignoring the commotion, and opened the shelter panel. Shelter, small wooden house, low level, covering an area of 16 square meters. Next level upgrade, wooden house, mid-level, upgrade requirements, 300 wood, 300 straw, 50 ropes. Evaluation, wind and rain resistant, but not warm. Incapable of fending off animal attacks. Upon entering, he found the space considerably more spacious, with solid wooden flooring, wooden walls on all sides, and a thicker thatch roof. A small wooden door and 2 small windows flanked either side, creating a rather empty room, save for a small wooden table in the corner. It felt very dry, with not a drop of rainwater seeping in, though the temperature was somewhat chilly. Xiao Tian took out the furnace, placing it in the center of the wooden house, while a copper pipe extended automatically from the window. Above the furnace, there appeared to be a flat surface resembling a frying pan, indicating the possibility of preparing cooked food. He quickly retrieved 2 units of wood and 1 unit of straw to place in the furnace, igniting it with the lighter. Instantly, the house became much warmer. He extracted a portion of raw meat, precisely 1 pound, fearing it might be insufficient for 2, so he took another piece along with the newly acquired salt. Handing it to Guan Dao. "Uncle Guan, please roast this meat in the furnace. We shall feast on meat tonight. I'll explore other functionalities." "Understood, my lord." Taking the raw meat, Guan Dao said little and began to slice and grill it. Xiao Tian approached the small wooden table, and a window popped up. Crafting station, level 1 experience, 0-100. Currently able to craft ordinary and exquisite items. Capable of crafting stone axes, stone knives, and stone picks. He placed the scroll blueprint on the table, prompting a notification. "Scroll blueprint is permanent. Would you like to add it?" "Add." He clicked on the crafting station again, and the crafting options displayed the scroll. Upon opening it, it read, "Scroll, crafting materials, 1 wood, 2 straw. Crafting time, 10 seconds. Xiao Tian took out the materials and clicked to craft, a radiant light appearing as 10 unwrapped scrolls materialized on the crafting station. Chapter 5. Scrolls sell like hotcakes. Trading resources. Xiao Tian picked up a scroll, noting its pleasant texture, almost akin to modern production standards, pondering whether there would be a market for them. Producing 10 scrolls from a single set of materials seemed quite cost-effective. He opened the trading channel and searched around, discovering only scattered paper towels being sold at exorbitant prices. He decided to list 9 scrolls for trade, setting the exchange rate at 1 unit of wood or 2 units of straw per scroll, which promised considerable profit if the demand persisted. Having completed this, Guan Dao had finished grilling the meat. As Xiao Tian sat down and was about to take a bite of wolf meat, suddenly, ding, the notifications rang incessantly. Opening it, he found that the scrolls had sold out. He opened the chat channel, where numerous discussions were underway. 002345. Who is this with such quick fingers? I just finished my transaction and was ready to buy. What now? I'm in a hurry, waiting for scrolls. 000998. Who has any clothing? Please send me a piece. For I am still bare. 006767. I too am without clothing. Who can spare me a garment? I am exceedingly cold. 100000. Technician sister, let us video chat, and I shall send you a top. 011111. You are quite repulsive upstairs. Sister, I shall add you as a friend. I happen to have an extra piece, and I will gift you a garment. 006767. Thank you. The chat channel was a cacophony of voices, of veritable melons of individuals, and Xiao Tian found little interest in contributing. Ding. A notification flickered in his friends list, the sole friend sending a message. Li Weiwei, Xiao Tian. Do you have any toilet paper left? I would like to purchase 10 rolls from you. Xiao Tian. I do, but why do you need so many? Li Weiwei. Well, that time has come, and I have no sanitary pads, only your abundant toilet paper for sale. Xiao Tian. All right, please wait a moment. I shall initiate the trade. Xiao Tian opened his inventory. After the recent transaction, he had a total of 47 units of wood and 46 units of straw. He decided to utilize them all and crafted 23 batches, yielding 230 rolls of toilet paper. 3 minutes and 50 seconds swiftly elapsed, and rolls began to accumulate on the table. He extracted 10 rolls for trade with Li Weiwei. The remaining 220 rolls were placed on the market, still choosing 1 unit of wood or 2 units of straw. Just as he listed them, still savoring a piece of meat, Xiao Tian heard incessant notifications from his wristband. Once he finished his meal, he checked to find that all the toilet paper had been sold out. At this moment, his resources had accumulated to 320 units of straw and 94 units of wood. In just a matter of minutes, his resources had multiplied several times over. Xiao Tian was so engrossed that he neglected his meal, continually crafting toilet paper. The materials he traded for were immediately transformed, and the table became laden with rolls, which were promptly listed for sale. He toiled for half an hour without respite, converting all his resources into toilet paper, and the number available for sale had exceeded 1,000 rolls, depleting the straw entirely, leaving only 10 units of wood. Ding. Crafting station upgraded successfully. Crafting station level 2. Experience 261,000. Capable of producing rare grade items. Production speed 10. Amidst Guan Yidao's puzzled gaze, Xiao Tian sat down, panting. The notifications from his wristband continued to sound. This is exhilarating. It appears I am destined to become extraordinarily wealthy. I shall undoubtedly level up my shelter tonight. Though fatigued, Xiao Tian felt a surge of excitement. Observing Guan Yidao's bewildered expression, he explained, Uncle Guan, I utilized the toilet paper schematics I obtained to produce a vast quantity of toilet paper for sale, yielding several times the profit. I have already produced 1,000 rolls for sale. Once sold, we shall be able to upgrade the shelter. Although Guan Yidao did not fully comprehend, he grasped the concept of fivefold profit and gave a thumbs up in admiration. You are impressive, my lord. Unfortunately, the pleasant moment was fleeting. After a while, the notifications ceased. Xiao Tian assumed all had been sold, only to discover that he had sold fewer than 300 rolls, netting 424 units of straw and 80 units of wood. There remained 624 rolls of toilet paper still for sale, with only one transaction occurring after a considerable wait. Confused, Xiao Tian once again opened the chat channel. Chat channel. Region population, 9997-310-0000. The preceding number had diminished by over 10. 058846. Alas, I have a stomachache. I painfully purchased a roll, but now only have half left. Who wants it? 1 unit of straw will suffice. 015899. Perhaps not. My straw hut is still in disrepair. I would rather use my hand. It is raining anyway, and I can wash it clean. 015784. How disgusting. 0458591. 088778. 10086. 005151. Woe is me. My monthly visitor has arrived. I spent the afternoon gathering straw, and my hands are raw from it. All exchanged for toilet paper. 100000. This girl seems healthy. She clearly has no gynecological issues, and her flow is substantial. 005151. Go away. 077007. Have you all not noticed that 27 people have already perished? I thought there was a protection period for the first 7 days. How can people still be dying? 000998. What is so strange? I spent the day exposed to the rain, feeling exceedingly cold, as though I may catch a cold. If we do not repair the straw hut soon, we shall be in dire straits. Observing the continuous chatter, Xiao Tian realized that toilet paper was not an immediate necessity. Rather, straw and wood were the most pressing resources. If the straw hut remained unrepaired, many more would likely perish tonight. After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Tian opened, Weather Time. Killzone Continent Year 1, Day 1. 1955. 12 hours and 5 minutes until dawn. Temperature, 15 to 24. Weather, light rain. The night was lengthy, and it was time to strategize how to best utilize his resources. Presently, he had 428 units of straw and 92 units of wood. He could forego the meat and water for personal use. Xiao Tian sent a message in the chat channel. 009527. I am purchasing schematics at a high price. Those interested, please DM me. 005151. Brother. 058846. Brother. Lend me 10 units of straw, and I shall return double tomorrow. 000001. I am number 1. 9527. Do not be selfish. Transfer the resources to me, and I will distribute them to those in need. 088778. The person above is a fool. Xiao Tian ignored the remarks. At that moment, his friend's interface showed 99. Upon reviewing, he found most were seeking handouts. After filtering, only 6 were genuinely interested in trading. He accepted them one by one. The first was Wang Chu. Hello? I possess a permanent schematic for a wooden bed and wish to exchange it for 50 units of straw, 10 units of wood, and 1 unit of food. While it may not be particularly useful, the word permanent still piqued Xiao Tian's interest, given that the last schematic had been immensely profitable. He agreed to the trade. Acquired permanent wooden bed schematic. Xiao Tian. Brother, may our partnership be fruitful. Wang Chu, clad in a special forces uniform, stood at 172 centimeters tall. His features and physique strikingly remarkable. A renowned beauty within a special forces unit. Upon reading Xiao Tian's message, he furrowed his brow at the term brother, choosing not to contest it. Before he could even examine the schematic, another friend messaged him. Li Weiwei. Big brother, please take a look at this schematic. I would like to exchange it for 60 units of straw and 20 units of wood. 4-piece bedding set schematic, one-time use. Not expensive, and just what he needed. After checking his inventory, he replied, Xiao Tian, I will trade you for 100 units of straw. I do not have much wood left. Li Weiwei, that works. The trade was completed, and he proceeded to the next friend. Ning Yuangu. Big brother Xiao, what is this worth? Farm, superior. This is excellent. It is specifically for planting, and I shall not need to worry about food in the future. How could I bear to trade it away? Xiao Tian. Brother, this is wonderful. Why not keep it for yourself? Ning Yuangu. I still need many materials to upgrade my wooden hut, and I am not skilled in farming. Xiao Tian. Very well. I shall take it. How much do you wish to trade? Ning Yuangu. I still require 80 units of straw, 50 units of wood, and 15 units of grass rope. That is all I need. Is that acceptable? Having recognized the opportunity to gain a significant advantage, Xiao Tian readily agreed. Xiao Tian. All right, let us trade that much. Convert the grass rope to 30 units of straw, and you can synthesize it yourself. Ning Yuangu. Okay. Thank you, big brother. After completing the trade, Xiao Tian acquired additional items from others. Permanent fence schematic, permanent table and chair schematic, fish pond, 4-piece utensil set. His resources were nearly depleted, having traded away 3 wolf meats and 4 bottles of water. The remaining toilet paper on the market stood at 624 rolls. Xiao Tian first retrieved the permanent wooden bed schematic. Crafting a bed consumes 10 units of wood. He crafted 2 beds in one go. A flash of white light signaled the completion of 2 wooden beds, each measuring 2 meters in width and 1 meter in length. Xiao Tian and Guan Yidao placed them in the corners of the house, fitting perfectly. He then proceeded to take out the bedding set. The creation process consumes 6 units of wolf pelts and 2 units of straw. The bed sheet is single-layered, while the quilt is double-layered. With 2 pillows wrapped in wolf pelts encasing straw, the texture is exceedingly soft and comfortable, devoid of any unpleasant odor. Xiao Tian allocated 1 pillow and the bed sheet to Guan Yidao. Given the limited resources, they could only use the sheet as a cover. After completing these tasks, the 2 weary individuals retired to bed. Whether it was due to exhaustion or the unparalleled comfort of the wolf pelt quilt, they soon drifted into slumber. Upon awakening the next day, Xiao Tian discovered that Guan Yidao was no longer in the room. Glancing out the window, he noted that dawn had not yet broken. Xiao Tian checked the time. Weather time. The first year of the slaughter continent, January 2nd, 7:30 a.m., 30 minutes until dawn. Temperature 14 to 22 degrees, overcast. Noticing Guan Yidao's absence, he hastily rose and ventured outside, in the direction of the forest, near the edge of the protective barrier. He glimpsed Guan Yidao dragging the corpse of some creature, illuminated by the faint blue glow of the barrier. As he approached, he realized it was the carcasses of 4 wild wolves. Uncle Guan, what happened? Guan Yidao grinned. I woke up early, stepped out to relieve myself, and decided to patrol the surroundings. I stumbled upon a pack of wild wolves lurking nearby, so I lured them close to the barrier and took them all down. Just a moment, I'll drag them back. Wait for me. Let us go together. There's no need for you to struggle alone. Decomposition successful. Obtained 4 wolf pelts, 8 wolf fangs, 16 raw meat. After decomposing, Xiao Tian retrieved his dark gold crossbow and followed Guan Yidao outside. Soon, they arrived at the edge where numerous wolf corpses lay scattered on the ground. Xiao Tian initiated decomposition once more, yielding 52 units of raw meat, alongside a considerable amount of wolf pelts and fangs. It was indeed a delightful surprise after a night's rest. He not only gained 17 experience points, but also amassed such an abundance of resources. Having completed these tasks, daylight began to break. Xiao Tian, whose foot had not fully healed the previous day, was eager to explore the area around the shelter. The first discovery was a small stream flowing from the forest's edge. It was not wide, measuring less than 2 meters, and rather shallow. Using a stick, he found it to be under 60 centimeters deep, with crystal clear water teeming with small fish and shrimp. Dipping his hand into the water, he felt its icy chill, estimating the temperature to be around 4 or 5 degrees. Opening his wristband for identification, he read, Mountain spring water. Water quality is excellent. Can be consumed after boiling, safe for drinking without fear of diarrhea. Uncle Guan. This is wonderful. The water is very clean and can be boiled for drinking. Xiao Tian joyfully shared this news with Guan Yidao. He then ambled around the shelter, and to his astonishment, he noted a nearly 10-meter drop from the forest's edge to the grassland. The area where Xiao Tian's shelter was situated resembled a raised plateau, level with the forest, while the other 3 sides dropped nearly 10 meters at a steep angle of about 70 degrees. The flat ground covered approximately 40,000 square meters, roughly the size of 6 football fields, providing ample space for defense and development. After surveying the surroundings and forming a rough plan in his mind, Xiao Tian returned indoors with Guan Yidao, finally having time to check his wristband information while Guan Yidao continued preparing meals. Before sleeping the night prior, he had activated silent mode, unaware of how the paper rolls fared. Acquisition, straw 552, wood 180. It seems the demand is not high, after selling all night. 168 rolls remained, with most traded for straw. Taking stock of the resources in his space, he found 625 units of straw, 215 units of wood, 17 units of wolf pelts, 50 units of wolf fangs, 82 units of ordinary raw meat, 6 bottles of mineral water, 1 bronze treasure chest, 1 superior grade farmland, a fish pond, and several blueprints. Observing that becoming wealthy through paper rolls might not be feasible, he produced another 80 rolls, placing all 800 rolls on the market. He also utilized all the blueprints except for the fish pond blueprint. Next, he opened the chat channel. The regional population had reached 932, 551,000. Surprised. Xiao Tian noted that over 6,000 had perished overnight. The first number startled him, prompting him to glance at the chat messages. 077007. Many were complaining of the cold in the channel last night. I didn't expect so many to die by morning. Clearly, many have not repaired their straw houses. 100000. They deserve no sympathy. They wait for others to offer help instead of gathering materials. Their demise is their own fault. It took me a few hours to repair mine. 017878. Exactly. 005151. As an 18-year-old girl, I managed to repair mine in a day. I can't fathom why they would rather perish than gather resources. 000998. Not necessarily due to lack of repairs. I fixed mine last night. But spent a day soaking in the rain, froze all night, and caught a cold. Any kind-hearted soul willing to spare a medicine? 002345. I'm starving. Is there anyone who can spare some food for me? 013456. Just opened a black iron treasure chest, got a roast chicken and a family bucket. So delicious. Son, call me daddy. I'll give you the chicken butt. Seeing the chat channel veer off course, Xiao Tian lost interest. The world is vast. But one's own survival is paramount. Closing the chat channel, he wandered into the trading channel. Soon, he exchanged some of his resources for an iron pot, a 10L water storage bucket, and several ordinary blueprints. One particular blueprint caught his attention. Arrow Tower, Superior. Combat Power 100, Attack Range 200 meters, firing once per second. Arrows produced automatically, Durability 100. The seller had not marked the trading items, only stating to contact them privately, prompting Xiao Tian to add them as a friend. After continuing to browse, Chapter 7, Joyful Acquisition of a Bodyguard and the Home Treasure, Blood-Sucking Thorn. Xiao Tian pondered whether the ordinary summoning order was worth purchasing. The seller marked it at 100 units of straw and 10 units of wood, non-negotiable. To be honest, it wasn't expensive, although basic materials are in high demand. His talents ensure he is at least elite. With no food worries, acquiring another helper could expedite development. As a great sage once said, population is critical to a grand revival. With people, there is growth. Resolving his indecision, Xiao Tian purchased the summoning order. Just then, the seller of the Arrow Tower accepted his friend's request. Xiao Tian, boss, it's you. What can I do for you? Xiao Tian, I don't dare to call myself a boss. I'd like to discuss trading for the Arrow Tower. After a while without a response, it was clear the other party was calculating something. Xiao Tian, I need 200 units of straw, 50 units of wood, and 20 units of raw meat. That shouldn't be a problem, considering its superior grade. Hiss. To be honest, it wasn't too expensive, but this price exceeded Xiao Tian's budget. After much deliberation, he realized that while meat holds high value, it was also what he had in surplus. Just as he was about to reply, the other party sent another message. Xiao Tian, honestly, I have 2 Arrow Tower blueprints, both superior. If you're willing, I'll give you the second one at half price. Clearly, the other party feared Xiao Tian might refuse, as this price was nearly unaffordable for most people, and they were eager for resources. Xiao Tian deal. 2 Arrow Towers will significantly enhance our defenses, making it worthwhile to purchase. After quickly initiating the trade and exchanging pleasantries, the conversation concluded. Acquisition, Arrow Tower, Superior, X2. Although his resources diminished considerably, his gains were substantial. At that moment, Guan Yidao's voice called out, "My lord, the food is ready." Picking up the roasted meat, Xiao Tian found its taste somewhat lacking. However, remembering the many who were hungry and unable to eat, he devoured it heartily. After finishing breakfast, the two stepped outside. Guan Yidao reached for his great sword, eager to get to work, but Xiao Tian stopped him. "Uncle Guan, hold on. Let me recruit some helpers first." He first took out the bronze treasure chest and enhanced it using his talent. The reinforcement was successful, yielding a silver treasure chest. Having just leveled up. It was a routine occurrence, and I was not disappointed. I effortlessly opened the chest, revealing 100 units of wood, 100 units of stone, summoning order, rare, X1, and vampiric thorn seed, exquisite, X1. Xiao Tian curiously examined the items. He was quite familiar with the summoning order. The vampiric thorn seed, exquisite when planted and nourished with blood and flesh, it can cling to structures, automatically distinguishing between friend and foe. And its thorns will actively assault enemies, possessing a paralyzing and blood-sucking effect. Any foe below rare status struck by it is guaranteed to perish. Tip: an essential for home defense. With it, one need not fear any intruders. This is impressive. It pairs perfectly with the fence. He then took out the ordinary summoning order he had just traded for and a fine-grade farmland to enhance. After reinforcing it by just one level, he obtained a fine-grade summoning order and a rare-grade farmland. Farmland rare. Area: 64 square meters. Cultivable, fertile soil, plant growth speed, 100. Summoning successful. Acquired a farmer, fine, X1 and a shield warrior, rare, X1. 2 beams of white light flashed, revealing a farmer in his 30s, with dark skin, an unremarkable appearance. Garbed in coarse clothing, and a towering warrior, nearly 2 meters tall, wielding a crude blade in one hand and an iron shield in the other. "Greetings, Your Excellency." Upon seeing Xiao Tian, both knelt on one knee, and he hurriedly helped them up, instructing them not to kneel in the future. Gazing at the shield warrior, Xiao Tian's eyes gleamed. Having always revered defensive tactics, obtaining a shield warrior was nothing short of perfection. He resolved that this warrior would henceforth serve as his personal bodyguard, remaining by his side at all times except when sleeping or using the restroom. The farmer was also commendable, ensuring a continuous supply of food. Upon inspecting their profiles, unnamed, fine. Affiliation, Xiao Tian. Occupation, farmer. Level, 0 experience, 0-100. Loyalty, 80. Combat power, 105. Proficiencies, agriculture, gathering, lumbering, mining, and breeding. Fine trait, work efficiency, 10. Stamina, 100-100. Note, not adept in combat, yet capable of wielding a weapon. Unnamed, rare. Occupation, warrior. Affiliation, Xiao Tian. Level, 0 experience, 0-100. Loyalty, 80. Combat power, 253, 2503. Stamina, 100-100. Skills, guardian, increases defense by 50 for 1 minute. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Equipment, crude blade, ordinary. Combat power, 1 durability, 100-100. Iron armor, ordinary. Combat power, 1 durability, 100-100. Iron shield, ordinary. Combat power, 1 durability, 100-100. Evaluation, elite shield infantry, sacrificing attack power for supreme defense. Shield mountain. Observing the attributes of the shield warrior, Xiao Tian felt his mouth water. While the attack power might be lackluster, the unparalleled defensive capability was precisely what he esteemed most. He also noticed that neither of them bore names. Stirring his curiosity regarding the peculiarities of the naming system, was it due to their differing qualities? The shield warrior had a profession, while the other did not. Yet the evaluation indicated he could command 100 soldiers. You shall henceforth be known as Farmer E and Shield Mountain, lacking seeds for planting or trees to fell. He instructed Farmer E to gather reeds within the protective barrier. Shield Mountain, you will accompany me henceforth, tasked with my protection. Yes. Farmer E immediately set to work, while Shield Mountain positioned himself behind Xiao Tian. With a few brief directives issued to the two, Xiao Tian intended to properly arrange the farmland, fish pond, and fence. However, valuing the daylight, he led Farmer E and Shield Mountain into the forest. Naturally, he could not take the lead himself. That was beyond the realm of possibility. He assigned Farmer E to the front, wielding a divine crossbow himself, standing beside Shield Mountain, contemplating. It would be perfect if another could join us on the left. As they entered the forest, the light began to dim, the dense canopy allowing only a few rays of sunlight to filter through, barely illuminating a 50-meter radius. The undergrowth was thick, making progress arduous. As Farmer E had to clear the bushes to advance. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the left foreground, prompting Xiao Tian to call out, "Uncle Guan, there is something 20 meters ahead on the left." Farmer E shifted direction to investigate, but upon closer inspection, his expression changed, and he swung his blade with force. A dark shadow darted out, colliding with the blade and sparking a flurry of sparks, before rebounding. Xiao Tian quickly activated his bracelet to assess the creature. Black-scaled snake, rare, level 5. Combat power, 485. Skills, venomous bite. Once it bites a target, it instantly releases toxins, inducing a weakened state with ongoing adverse effects. Status, severely injured, combat power halved. Evaluation, attack carries potent venom, extremely swift, but lacks defense. The black-scaled snake. Goodness. With its exceptional speed and venom, I recall that the black-scaled snake isn't venomous. If bitten, one would scarcely survive a single round. Indeed. The world outside is fraught with danger. Encountering a rare creature on the very first outing caused Xiao Tian to instinctively inch closer to Shield Mountain. Seeing the snake's head nearly cleaved in two, bleeding profusely, he understood why it was labeled as severely injured. A critical hit had struck a vital point. It appeared that damage was not fixed. This was a true world where combat power served merely as a reference. Chapter 8. Out in Search, Encountering a Pack of Wolves. Shield Mountain, step in front of me. Observing the over 3-meter-long black-scaled snake, thicker than an arm, Xiao Tian felt insecure and hid behind Shield Mountain, drawing his crossbow to initiate an attack. Fortunately, at a distance of several meters, he did not miss. Equipped with the Xianjin Divine Crossbow, his attack power surpassed that of Farmer E. Upon being struck, the black-scaled snake immediately lunged at Xiao Tian. Alas, it could not breach Farmer Yi's defenses and was repelled by a single strike. Xiao Tian was free to attack, though he occasionally missed a shot. With both of them assaulting it, the creature was swiftly subdued, emitting 2 bursts of light upon defeat. Experience, 20. Xiao Tian knew he had struck gold and approached to collect the spoils. Mysterious fruit, find, X1. Upon use, combat power 5. Seed package, find, X1. Upon opening, randomly grants 100 vegetable seeds. Xiao Tian's eyes brightened. Both items were treasures. Such attribute-enhancing items had not been seen in the trading channel. And find seeds meant Farmer E would have work to do. Decomposition successful. Obtain snake skin, rare, X1, snake fangs, rare, X2, snake gallbladder, rare, X1, raw meat, rare, X4. Determined to return and further inspect the findings, he directed Shield Mountain to proceed ahead, arriving shortly at the spot where the light had emanated. To his surprise, it was a black iron treasure chest. Considering the limited reinforcement attempts available, Xiao Tian tucked it away, planning to contemplate what to enhance later. He instructed Farmer E to continue forward. After traversing less than 50 meters, the underbrush began to thin, and the forest floor opened up, making movement significantly easier. Farmer E, who had been clearing the path, showed signs of fatigue. Wait. Xiao Tian noticed a familiar plant growing at the edge of the underbrush and signaled for Farmer E to halt, indicating for Shield Mountain to step forward. He approached the plant for closer observation. The leaves were lanceolate or linear lanceolate, hairless and petiole-less, standing about 1 meter tall, ginger, which Xiao Tian had seen at his grandfather's home. He uprooted a plant, obtaining ginger X1. Excellent find. Uncle Guan, Shield Mountain, let us gather all of these. The three bent down, uprooting all the ginger in sight. Acquired ginger X22 and ginger, fine, X1. An unexpected bonus. Many people are suffering from colds these days, seeking remedies. I shall find a way to brew ginger soup. Perhaps it will yield a profit. While others struggle for basic sustenance, Xiao Tian, with 2 capable generals, could boldly venture forth to gather resources, thus wasting no time. Let us move. We continue our search. As they journeyed onward, there were frequent delightful surprises. Acquired wood ear mushrooms X5. Acquired mushrooms X6. The uncharted lands of the wild are indeed unparalleled, brimming with resources at every turn. It was in such a realm that Xiao Tian stumbled upon a wooden chest. As he eagerly scavenged, he failed to notice how far he had strayed, ultimately stepping beyond the protective confines of Shenzhen. Suddenly, a wild beast burst forth from the underbrush, crashing into Xiao Tian's rear and sending him sprawling over a meter, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Watch out, my lord. Shenzhen quickly grasped the situation, raising his shield to confront the beast. With a resounding thud, they collided, neither yielding an inch. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Guan Yidao swiftly retraced his steps. Spitting out the grass and dirt he had inadvertently swallowed, Xiao Tian scrambled to his feet, rubbing his sore backside, and assessed the creature before him. Honey Badger, rare, level 6. Combat power, 318. Skills, Iron Head, increases head defense by 20, strength by 20, cooldown of 1 minute. Ah, the infamous Honey Badger. Its distinctive flat head, thick skin, and sharp claws were instantly recognizable. This was a creature known for its tenacity, even daring to challenge lions. Shenzhen, shield yourself, and let Guan Uncle attack. Xiao Tian took cover behind Shenzhen, occasionally loosing an arrow while the shield bore the brunt of the Honey Badger's onslaught. The creature, fixated solely on attacking Shenzhen, ignored Guan Yidao's relentless strikes from behind. In no time, the Honey Badger succumbed, a sphere of white light materializing beside it. Experience gained, 10. Acquired, toilet, shelter component, X1. Notification, generates a toilet, converting waste into fertilizer automatically. Decomposed yield, Honey Badger hide, rare, X1, raw meat, rare, X4. The haul was quite satisfactory, addressing not only the need for sanitation but also producing fertilizer, truly a twofold benefit. Upon reviewing his personal panel, Xiao Tian noted his experience stood at 55, 100, while Guan Yidao's was the same. Meanwhile, Xuanshan's experience was merely 15, indicating that experience was allocated based on contribution. With Shenzhen focusing solely on defense and not engaging in the attack, his share was significantly diminished. My lord, there's something here, Guan Yidao remarked. Observing the spot where the Honey Badger had appeared, Xiao Tian approached to inspect. No wonder the Honey Badger had attacked. It had ventured onto their territory in search of food. After parting a thicket of grass towering over a person, they discovered a patch of berries, glistening red and utterly enticing. The trio promptly set to work gathering. They obtained 108 berries and 55 nuts. Additionally, a cache of nuts was uncovered in the Honey Badger's den, with both the berries and nuts being no larger than a thumb, enough to sustain them for a day or two. Having learned from the encounter, Xiao Tian ensured that Guan Yidao and Shenzhen flanked him, opting for a more cautious approach to avoid further attacks. After a considerable time of wandering without finding anything new, they did manage to collect an unexpected 28 units of stone. Suddenly, Guan Yidao halted, turning back to whisper, My lord, there are many paw prints ahead. They belong to wolves. You two stay hidden here while I scout ahead. Xiao Tian quickly pulled Shenzhen behind a large tree, peering through the gaps in Xuanshan's shield to observe their surroundings. Minutes dragged on, feeling interminable, as Xiao Tian wrestled with the urge to search for Guan Yidao. Then, a cacophony erupted. Experience gained, 1. Experience gained, 5. Did Shenzhen see something? Realizing that Guan Yidao had encountered foes, Xiao Tian craned his neck, but failed to catch sight of him. My lord, I can see him. Approximately 100 meters ahead. Uncle Guan is battling a pack of over 30 wolves, and he is retreating toward us. Xiao Tian felt a pang of anxiety. He wanted to rush forward, but hesitated. Glancing about, he spotted a sturdy branch about 3 meters high on the tree. An idea struck him. Shunzhan, look above. Hoist me up, and I will provide ranged support from there while you assist Guan Uncle. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Shunzhan crouched, effortlessly elevating Xiao Tian. He then dashed towards Guan Yidao, who had retreated about 50 meters and was nearly in reach. With the Xianjin divine crossbow raised, Xiao Tian took aim, hesitating to shoot due to the distance and the wolves' swift movements, fearful of hitting Guan Yidao. Experience gained, 2. As time passed, wolves fell one by one, and soon Shunzhan successfully reached Guan Yidao, shielding him as they slowly retreated. The wolves, being of ordinary and elite levels, could not breach Xuanshan's defenses. Soon they had retreated to within 20 meters of Xiao Tian, and his wristband finally buzzed with information. Forest Wolf, Common, Level 2. Combat Power, 56. Assessment, Average Attack Power. Cunning and vicious by nature, adept at teamwork. Forest Wolf, Elite, Level 3. Combat Power, 148. Assessment, Fierce Attacker, cunning and vicious by nature. The primary combat strength within the pack. Chapter 9, Slaying the Wolf King, Bountiful Rewards. Goodness. Over 20 ordinary forest wolves and 7 elite ones. Primarily at levels 2 and 3, and yet the alpha had yet to reveal itself. Such a substantial pack could not lack a wolf king. With confidence, Xiao Tian prepared to attack. At a distance of 20 meters, even with his eyes closed, he could hit a forest wolf. With Shunzhan as the front line and Xiao Tian providing support, Guan Yidao could finally focus on offense. Experience gained, 3. Experience gained, 6. Another one down, exhilarating. From his elevated position, Xiao Tian unleashed a barrage of arrows, striking down the ordinary wolves with ease, while the occasional elite wolf fell to a well-placed shot. Guan Yidao danced with his great sword, dispatching foes with relentless vigor. Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated both Guan Yidao and Xiao Tian's heads. They had leveled up. Guan Yidao Rare. Affiliation, Xiao Tian. Level, 1 Experience, 2300. Loyalty, 87. Combat Power, 4232-981-0025. Stamina, 78. Skill, 1/. Charging for a burst of power, increases attack by 100. Cooldown of 30 minutes. Equipment, Great Sword, Rare, Combat Power, 15 Durability, 75-100. Leather Armor, Rare, Combat Power, 10 Durability, 55-100. Assessment, An old soldier who does not fade, possessing rich battle experience, capable of leading 100 soldiers into combat. ID, 009527 Xiao Tian. Level, 1 Experience, 2100. Combat Power, 218-881-0120. Stamina, 9100. Talent, C-grade, Reinforcement of all things, upgradable, capable of strengthening up to 8,100 times, or relevant treasures to upgrade to B-grade. Aptitude, ordinary. Equipment, Xianjin Divine Crossbow, exceptional, combat power, 120. Assessment, a human from the Blue Star, on the verge of reaching the limits of ordinary capability. The disparity was stark. I gained a mere 10 combat power per level, while Uncle Guan gained 100. Comparing their panels, Xiao Tian felt like a mere novice. Although Xiao Tian's attack power remained unchanged, Guan Yidao's prowess had visibly increased, his speed and ferocity amplified. Soon, the ordinary forest wolves were annihilated, leaving only 5 elite wolves. A distant howl pierced the air, and a massive wolf, over 2 meters tall, charged toward them, closing the distance in an instant. Rain of arrows. Xiao Tian activated his skill, sending a single bolt that splintered into 100 projectiles. The giant wolf, caught off guard, was struck by a dozen arrows yet remained undeterred. Continuing its charge, Guardian. Shunzhan acted swiftly, thrusting his iron shield into the ground, conjuring a shield-like apparition nearly 2 meters high. The impact sent him sliding back over a meter, but he remained unscathed. At that moment, Xiao Tian finally caught sight of the giant wolf's panel. Forest Wolf King, Rare, Level 2. 1/. Before Xiao Tian could fully absorb the details, Guan Yidao shouted, unleashing his skill. The great sword gleamed as it cleaved toward the Wolf King, severing it in two, the head rolling to the ground. This. The event transpired so swiftly that Xiao Tian scarcely had time to comprehend it before the Wolf King fell. The Wolf King has perished, leaving the remaining forest wolves demoralized and scattering in all directions. Xiao Tian managed to slay one, while Guan Yidao dispatched 2 with a single slash. But the last 2 fled into the wilderness, leaving any hope of pursuing them to Shield Mountain impossible. His speed was likely insufficient to even match that of a common forest wolf. With the battle concluded, it was naturally time to reap the rewards. Xiao Tian leapt down from the tree trunk, and the trio gathered all the corpses and dropped items into a pile, collecting everything before clicking to decompose the loot. They obtained 6 portions of rare-grade raw meat, 24 portions of fine-grade meat, and 104 portions of ordinary raw meat. along with a significant quantity of wolf pelts and fangs of various grades. Additionally, they found 8 glowing orbs among the spoils. Xiao Tian could hardly contain his glee, his storage space nearly bursting at the seams with such a bountiful harvest. At this moment, Guan Yidao's stamina had dropped to 40, his body marked with numerous small wounds, and his leather armor's durability had dwindled to 15. Shield Mountain fared better, sustaining no injuries and retaining 50 stamina, though his shield was on the verge of breaking. Xiao Tian, having sustained little exertion, still had 77 stamina remaining. He opened the Weather and Time interface. Killing continent. Year 1, January 2nd, 12:45 p.m. 5 hours and 15 minutes until dusk. Temperature, 14°C. Weather, overcast transitioning to light rain. Unbeknownst to them, noon had arrived, and the weather appeared to be preparing for rain. Xiao Tian promptly led the two back to the shelter. Indeed, after a 40-minute run, just as they arrived home, the rain began to fall gently. Xiao Tian quickly called for Nong Yi to come inside and escape the downpour. Upon entering, they discovered a substantial pile of straw, indicating that Nong Yi had not been idle. They received 118 straw. By this time, the trio was ravenous, their stomachs pressing against their backs, prompting Xiao Tian to hand over 4 pieces of rare raw meat to Guan Yidao for cooking. Let's try the rare meat today for a change of flavor and see if there's anything special about it. Guan Yidao loyalty, 5. As soon as Xiao Tian finished speaking, the loyalty of all 3 increased by 5 points, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had not anticipated their lord would share rare meat with them. What are you staring at? It's just a few pieces of meat. From now on, we'll have rare grade meat for every meal. Thank you, my lord, they chorused. Guan Yidao then explained, what you may not know is that fine grade meat rapidly restores stamina, while meat of rare grade or above enhances physical constitution, thereby increasing combat power. It is exceedingly precious. Xiao Tian waved his hand dismissively, no matter how precious it is. It pales in comparison to you all. Talent is of utmost importance. In the future, rare grade meat will become abundant, enough to make you all sick of it. Now, go prepare the food. We are all starving. My lord, I will handle it. I am more skilled in cooking. Let Brother Guan rest, Nong Yi offered. With someone eager to cook, there were naturally no objections. At that moment, Xiao Tian remembered the empty water bucket and instructed Shield Mountain to fetch water. Only then did he have the time to tally today's gains. He set aside the black iron treasure chest, noting that he had only 2 enhancement opportunities left, and decided to account for all his items before proceeding. He had 164 portions of ordinary raw meat, a considerable amount of fine-grade raw meat, 1 component for a toilet, 1 seed pack, 1 mysterious fruit, and a plethora of ginger, berries, fungi, and nuts. The remainder consisted of an astonishing quantity of skins, fangs, and other materials. Xiao Tian intended to exchange the ordinary meat for supplies, as there was a high demand for it. The fine and rare meats, however, would be reserved for personal consumption. Next came the highlight. 8 items dropped, 3 of which were contributed by the Wolf King. Chapter 10. Ginger Soup, a new business opportunity. I must care for women's health. Storage cabinet. 100 slots, each capable of stacking up to 999, with time inside frozen and items remaining unspoiled. 10 units of wood. 20 units of iron ore. Permanent blueprint for a 4-piece clothing set. 3 repair stones, each capable of restoring 50 durability points to equipment. Permanent blueprint for a tang knife, ordinary. Shield, fine, with combat power of 20. 1 mysterious fruit, fine, with combat power of 5. To his surprise, he had acquired yet another mysterious fruit, which he quickly placed in a corner of the storage cabinet, stowing away all unnecessary animal materials and items he would not need for the time being, thereby freeing up a significant portion of space in his wristband. He then checked the trading channel and found 158 straw and 26 wood. The sale of scrolls was slow. Only 105 had been sold that morning, leaving 894 still available. At this point, they possessed 602 portions of straw and 291 portions of wood. They were just shy of enough wood to upgrade their wooden house, and the cramped quarters were becoming increasingly uncomfortable, especially with the need for rest that night. Xiao Tian planned to have lunch and then exchange for a few pieces of wood to facilitate the upgrade. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, distracting him from other thoughts. Just then, Shield Mountain returned with water, and Xiao Tian distributed the last 6 bottles among them, ensuring they could boil water after their meal, eliminating their future water shortages. Contemplating the water, Xiao Tian mused, if I were to boil this water and sell it, it might be a good idea. I shall try listing it later. Whether it was Nong Yi's culinary skills or the allure of the rare meat, the 4 enjoyed their meal immensely, feeling warm and rejuvenated as their stamina steadily replenished. Guan Yidao and Shield Mountain each gained 1 point of combat power. Nong Yi gained 2, and Xiao Tian, the most, gained 5 points. After their meal and a brief rest, Xiao Tian retrieved the seed pack, deciding to use it for an enhancement. The enhancement was successful, yielding a rare seed pack. He was not surprised that no exceptional items appeared and opened the pack to reveal 20 rare wheat seeds, 5 rare potato seeds, 25 rare cabbage seeds, 10 rare chili seeds, 10 rare tomato seeds, and 30 rare rice seeds. Xiao Tian was quite satisfied, having acquired staples and various vegetables. He handed the seeds along with a piece of fine ginger to Nong Yi and donned a raincoat before taking Nong Yi outside to the back of the house. He extracted the farmland, rare, and placed it 50 meters away from the little wooden house. A flash of white light revealed a fenced, cultivated plot of land before them. Nong Yi, you oversee the planting. Start with a little of each. I believe the ginger has great potential, so try to plant as much as possible. Dressed in a raincoat, Nong Yi quickly got to work. Xiao Tian intended to set up the fence as well, but discovered that each meter of fencing required 1 unit of wood and 1 unit of straw, which was too costly. He had no choice but to return indoors and sell off some items he wouldn't need for now. My lord, the water has boiled. How should we proceed? Shield Mountain inquired as Xiao Tian entered, considering they lacked a suitable container to sell the water. He instructed Shield Mountain to pour it into the storage bucket and boil another batch while he browsed the trading channel for options. First, he checked the chat channel to see what was happening. Chat channel. Area population, 931, 251 out of 10, 000, 000. Over 100 people had died again that morning. This was just one area, and he wondered how his parents and sister were faring. 000998. Does anyone have cold medicine? Please sell me a dose. It's so cold. I feel like I'm dying. 098557. I want some too. It's so cold. I think I'm getting a fever. Who's selling? I'll pay 100, 000 in cash. 045878. Although the person above is a fool, I too wish to ask. Who has it? I've caught a cold and feel dreadful. 000001. I'm number 1. Who has cold medicine? Hurry up and send it to me. I will distribute it to those in need. 045878. Get lost. Why are you still alive? 000001. Am I wrong? As number 1, I must shoulder responsibility. Everyone should listen to me. 077007. Sigh. So many people have died again. Today. Many are suffering from colds and fevers. This is only the second day. What will happen in 5 days when the extreme cold arrives? Upon seeing Ning Yuan's message, Xiao Tian suddenly realized he had plenty of pelts that could be fashioned into clothing, and boiling ginger into soup was indeed a splendid idea. He promptly opened the trading channel to search for opportunities. He found a seller offering bamboo cups and added him as a friend. Xiao Tian, hello? I would like to purchase 100 cups. How do we proceed with the transaction? After a brief wait, the seller replied. Lucy, 50 units of wood or 10 units of meat. Xiao Tian chuckled, finding the idea quite auspicious. It was like a lion making a bold demand. Xiao Tian, do you even realize what you're saying? It's 10 units of wood or 2 units of meat. Are you willing to trade? Lucy, brother. This price is rather low, isn't it? I've crafted each piece painstakingly. My hands are all calloused. It's quite arduous. Xiao Tian, spare me the nonsense. If this weren't produced by the crafting station, I could easily gather 100 with just a few bamboo sticks. Are you selling or not? If not, I'll find someone else. Lucy, hee, I'll sell. Let's make the trade. Trade successful. Obtained 100 bamboo cups. Xiao Tian, I'll need more later. Continue your production. Xiao Tian took out the cups and handed all the ginger to Guanidao. Uncle Guan, you two are responsible for making the ginger soup. This chunk of ginger weighs about a pound. Just use half for 1 pot. Once it's ready, pour it into the cups. I'll put them up for sale later. Make sure to deliver a cup to Nongi. We can't let him catch a cold. He then resumed searching the trading channel. Stove, ordinary, disposable. This is quite good. Cooking over a fire pit is too inconvenient. I'll buy it. Just as Xiao Tian was about to place the stove down, he realized there was no space available. Reluctantly, he decided to trade some wood first. At this moment, he noticed that Guan Dao and his companion had already prepared around 50 cups of ginger soup and were gearing up for a second batch. He took a cup of ginger soup and examined it. Ginger soup, ordinary, 200 milliliters. Warms the body, antibacterial, anti-inflammatory, alleviates menstrual pain. Wow, it can also relieve menstrual pain. As a responsible young man, I must care for women's health and ensure their happiness. In this weather, I cannot bear to see women suffer. I must earn more, not for myself, but to ease their pain. Xiao Tian browsed the trading channel, but found no sellers. After some contemplation, he set a price. He listed the ginger soup, ordinary, at 200 milliliters per cup, with a total of 50 cups available. Each cup could be exchanged for 10 units of thatch or 5 units of wood. Then, Xiao Tian rushed to the trading channel to advertise. Chapter 11. Ginger soup sells like hotcakes, shelter upgraded. 009527 Xiao Tian. I've listed a large quantity of ginger soup, effective for warming the body, combating bacteria, and alleviating menstrual pain. Those in need should act quickly. 000123. You scoundrel, there's nothing for sale. 000998. Thank you, big brother. I've finally come back to life. It feels so warm and comfortable. 005151. Woe is me. I've been in pain all day, but it's finally easing. I'll omit my 5 units of wood. 098557. Big brother, throw in some more. My hands are too slow. I can't grab any. If I miss another chance, I'll have to meet my maker. The chat channel was a cacophony of voices, some expressing gratitude, others cursing opportunists, and a few bleeding hearts calling for free giveaways, revealing a variety of human folly. With 99 friend requests from various freeloaders, Xiao Tian promptly blacklisted them all. 009527. Everyone, don't rush. The ginger soup is still cooking and will be listed shortly. He received 260 units of thatch and 120 units of wood. Seeing the ginger soup sell so well, Xiao Tian immediately contacted Lucy. Xiao Tian, Lucy, how many bamboo cups do you have? Hurry and trade. Lucy, I have 200 now. But I want to exchange for wood. Can I trade for 2 more cups of ginger soup? Xiao Tian, sure, but why do you need to? If you're feeling unwell, one should suffice. Lucy, I'm courting a girl who has caught a cold. I need to deliver a cup to her. Xiao Tian was left speechless. Survival comes first. There's no time for online romance. Don't end up as a foot-scratching uncle. Of course, it's none of his business. He only needed the cups and instructed Lucy to continue producing them. He traded 10 units of wood and 2 cups of ginger soup, receiving 202 bamboo cups in return. Quite generous, even considering the cups used for the ginger soup. Just then his wrist device chimed. Ding. Upon checking, he saw Li Weiwei shouted, "Go, please sell me a cup of ginger soup. I couldn't grab any. I've been drenched in rain all day, and my stomach is killing me." Xiao Tian didn't sell it, but sent her a cup instead. Xiao Tian, I've sent it to you. If you come across anything good, remember to trade with me. Not rushing to list the ginger soup. Xiao Tian first combined 100 units of thatch into 50 units of rope and clicked to upgrade the shelter. Shelter upgrade successful. Small wooden house. Intermediate. 36 square meters. Next level upgrade. Small wooden house. Advanced. Upgrade requirements. 1000 wood, 1000 thatch, 100 ropes. Evaluation. Windproof and rainproof, with 1 room and 1 hall. Can withstand attacks from ordinary animals. Xiao Tian surveyed the upgraded small wooden house with great satisfaction. It had transformed into 36 square meters, with an additional 10 square meter room, making the living area much more spacious, and the windows were now shielded with coverings, supported by 2 small sticks. However, the upgrade requirements had more than doubled. Was there something fundamentally different about the advanced version? At least he no longer had to worry about not having enough space to sleep at night. He first moved to the corner of the living room and activated the stove. Wooden house component, stove, would you like to use it? He had thought he would need to set it up himself, but to his surprise, it merged directly into the wooden house component. Use. A flash of white light revealed a stove appearing in the corner of the back wall, made of stone and clay, with a smooth surface and 2 openings for simultaneous cooking with 2 pots. Next to it was a clay chimney leading outside. A testament to the quality of Tian Dao's craftsmanship, its appearance and practicality were impeccable. Xiao Tian spent 35 units of thatch and 5 units of wood purchasing pots and pans from the trading channel. Now he was fully equipped. He then listed the remaining 47 cups of ginger soup, this time only accepting wood in exchange. A shout in the chat channel led to them being sold out instantly. He received 235 units of wood. 000123. Brother, no way. I struggled to gather 10 units of thatch. Why did you change it to only accepting wood? 009527. Don't worry. Wait a moment. More will be listed shortly. Many like him, who had prepared only thatch, were unable to trade and began to complain. Shield Mountain. We'll cook another pot of ginger soup shortly. Here are 200 bamboo cups for you 2 to handle. I'll step out for a bit. Call me when it's ready. Understood, master. Stepping outside, Xiao Tian saw Nong Yi busy in the rain, having already sown most of the field and nearing completion. He first placed the fish pond, which wasn't large, only 20 square meters, with a depth of less than a meter. Fish pond, ordinary, can sustain up to 100 units of aquatic creatures, automatically generates water, but the water is not usable. It seemed rather limited. He had hoped to channel stream water into the pond for convenience in fetching water. It appeared he would need to dig a ditch and a reservoir for easier water access. Initially intending to build a fence along the protective barrier, he calculated that he would need at least 600 units of wood and 600 units of rope, an extravagant expense for now. Moreover, Xiao Tian did not wish to create a circular enclosure. Reluctantly, he headed east towards the forest, 100 meters from the small wooden house, constructing a 200-meter-long fence that effectively separated the flat land of the small wooden house from the forest. He left a 3-meter-wide opening in the middle. Consuming 200 units of rope and 200 units of wood, the fence stood only 5 meters high, providing little protection. A common forest wolf could easily leap over it. Fortunately, Xiao Tian had a treasure, the blood-sucking thorn seed. Excellent. He casually dug a hole near the opening in the fence, tossed the seed inside without watering it, instead throwing in a piece of raw meat. The seed instantly sprouted tender shoots, which plunged into the meat, visibly consuming it, while the blood-sucking thorn continued to grow vines, climbing outward. As the wolf meat vanished, the vine had already developed 1 main branch and 2 side branches, approximately 1 meter long. The blood-sucking thorn possessed considerable intelligence and recognized its master, gently wrapping its main branch around Xiao Tian's leg, rubbing against him as if seeking affection. You little glutton. It took just one piece of meat to grow a meter. Initially intending to trade the meat, circumstances have changed, and resources are no longer scarce. Hence, you may indulge in it all. Remember to seal the exit. It can be reopened only for our own people. Understood? The blood-sucking thorn comprehended, extending its main branch before Xiao Tian and giving a nod. Upon hearing of the meat, the excited leaves quivered incessantly. Chapter 12. I suspect he belongs to a group of the intellectually challenged. Let us not let him off the hook. Xiao Tian continuously tossed out wolf meat. And as the blood-sucking thorn grew longer, its consumption accelerated. The entire main branch burrowed into the pile of meat, with all its thorns voraciously feeding. Soon, 2 additional side branches sprouted, rapidly climbing along the edges of the enclosure. The main branch, meanwhile, weaved back and forth at the opening, forming an archway and producing more slender side branches that cascaded down like a curtain. Xiao Tian did not extract all the ordinary raw meat. He provided only 140 units, reserving 22 units in case he encountered something valuable that warranted trade. The blood-sucking thorn had already ascended nearly 150 meters, since it remained within the protection period. It merely needed to extend the enclosure before that period elapsed. Guard it well. If ordinary animals come to feed, simply leave their skins behind. But remember to keep those of superior quality. Xiao Tian stroked the main branch, which coiled around his arm like a serpent, seemingly reluctant to let him depart. Next, Xiao Tian retrieved a blueprint for an arrow tower, intending to utilize his final enhancement opportunity on it. Enhancement successful, acquired arrow tower, rare 1. Combat power 200. Attack range 250 meters, fires once per second, arrows produced automatically, durability 100. Skill, rapid fire, instantaneously fires 10 arrows, attack power 20, cooldown time 10 minutes. He was quite satisfied. Not only had his combat power increased, but the attack range had also expanded, accompanied by an additional skill. He had another arrow tower to enhance the following day, so he naturally avoided clustering them together. Walking 50 meters to the left of the opening to place the arrow tower. In a flash of white light, a stone arrow tower, standing 10 meters tall and over 2 meters in diameter, rose before him, complete with a wooden staircase for ascent. At a height of 8 meters, a walkway approximately 90 centimeters wide encircled it, complete with wooden railings. The arrow tower served not only as a defensive weapon, but also as a lookout post, capable of accommodating several soldiers on duty. From this vantage point, the view was expansive, allowing sight of distant areas. Once the next arrow tower was established tomorrow, the vicinity of the small cabin would enjoy comprehensive protection. A brook lay less than 30 meters ahead, prompting thoughts of excavating a trench in front of the enclosure to enhance the shelter's safety. After completing these tasks, Xiao Tian returned to the shelter, coincidentally finding Nong Yi finishing up his planting. My lord, the soil is exceedingly fertile, but space is limited. Tomato and pepper plants, which can be harvested multiple times, take up considerable room. 5 planted occupy a third of the area. I divided the superior ginger into 10 portions, planted some cabbage and potatoes, but there isn't enough space for wheat and rice, so they remain unplanted for the time being. Well done. Tender sprouts had already emerged from the ground. Xiao Tian glanced at the panel, revealing that rare plants required 3 days to mature, while the superior ginger would be ready in just 24 hours. Excellent. By then, during the extreme cold, there would be a steady supply of ginger soup to sell. However, given the harsh weather, planting may not be feasible, so further contemplation was necessary. Let us return. I feel quite uncomfortable being damp all over. Xiao Tian beckoned Nong Yi to accompany him back to the shelter. Upon returning indoors, Guan Yidao and another individual were busy at work, having already prepared over 100 cups, with 2 large pots simmering simultaneously. Eager to assist, Nong Yi immediately joined in. Remembering he had a blueprint for a latrine, Xiao Tian clicked to use it. Wooden cabin components, latrine, would you like to use it? Use. He had anticipated needing to place it outside, but was pleasantly surprised to find it integrated directly into the shelter. After a flash of light, a door appeared on the left side of the living room. Upon opening it, a 2-square-meter toilet materialized, complete with a wooden toilet and drainage, spacious enough to double as a bathing area. Thankfully, the door was not placed on the right, or it would have been adjacent to the bedroom, making for an unpleasant olfactory experience at night. My lord, we've run out of cups. Shall we continue to boil? Guan Yidao inquired. Yes. Prepare as many as you can. We shall not venture out this afternoon, focusing solely on this task. He proceeded to prepare 200 cups of ginger soup, setting it up for trade, allowing both thatch and wood to be exchanged. He also traded 200 bamboo cups with Lucy, without needing to call for attention. Many were already monitoring the trade channel, and within a minute, everything was sold out. He received 1,400 thatch and 300 wood in return. Delightful. One batch of ginger produced 100 cups, allowing for the possibility of boiling an additional 1,300 cups. It would be difficult not to strike it rich. Lucy, be swift. I am in urgent need of a large quantity of cups. Lucy responded, Xiao Gu, I can manage the quantity, but I've been out in the rain chopping bamboo, which is quite laborious. Can we negotiate a higher price? After some consideration, Xiao Tian acknowledged Lu Ci's reasoning. A well-fed worker is a productive worker. And he found himself unconcerned about the material costs. How about this? For every 100 cups, I'll add 10 portions of thatch. What do you say? At that moment, Lu Ci, observing the chat messages, contemplated asking for a bit more, but feared Xiao Tian might turn to others for supplies. Understanding that this was a simple commodity others also possessed, he took some time to deliberate before messaging Xiao Tian. All right, let us proceed as you suggested. Opening the chat channel, he typed 009527. In need of blueprints, summoning orders, and unique items. Interested parties, please message me. 000001 9527. You parasitic fiend. All you do is exploit your compatriots. Why won't you distribute resources among us? How many lives have you doomed? Seeing this absurdity ignited a fire within him. And he prepared to unleash a verbal barrage, only to realize many others had already taken action. 006666. Upstairs, you fool, your head must be filled with nonsense. Why don't you share your resources instead of constantly seeking handouts? 044444. The one above, you dolt. I'm hungry now, share your food with me. 077007. I suspect he belongs to a group of the intellectually challenged. Let us not let him escape unscathed. 008787. Woe is me, he deceived me out of several materials. Promising to share, yet returned nothing. Before Xiao Tian could voice his thoughts, several friends took the initiative to retaliate, followed by countless others joining in, including several victims who had been duped, leaving the first individual nearly despondent. Each one ungrateful, preferring to defend this blood-sucking capitalist. I shall reveal his true nature to you all. Chapter 13, Special One-Time Use Item, Reunion Ring. The first individual, infuriated to the point of nausea, produced the recently manufactured rolls of paper. Initially intending to profit, it now appeared he would have to contend with 9527. He produced 100 units in one go, depleting all available materials and listing them for trade. 000001. Today, I will show you the true face of capitalism. I have just listed 1,000 rolls of paper at half the price of 9,527. Xiao Tian opened the trade channel, discovering his own rolls of paper had only sold a few, with over 900 still remaining. He swiftly removed the listing and relisted them at a price of 1 unit of thatch for every 5 rolls. This amount of material had long ceased to be of concern to him. He preferred to cultivate a good reputation instead. 009527. Massive clearance sale. 5 rolls of paper for 1 unit of thatch. 044444. What a grand gesture. This is the caliber of a true magnate. Thank you for your generosity, esteemed sir. The paper was snatched up in an instant, and the chat channel was filled with praises for Xiao Tian. In stark contrast, the first individual, who had hoped to reap a significant profit, found himself unable to sell even a single roll, unable to recoup his investment, and now lacking even firewood. After a brief interval, Lu Ci sent a trade request, for 100 bamboo cups were delivered to Guanidao. It was then that Xiao Tian had the leisure to peruse messages from friend 99, filtering out those seeking to exploit him. This time, many individuals were trading items, and Xiao Tian added them all as friends to review each one. The first was an old acquaintance, Li Weiwei. Li Weiwei, I possess a permanent blueprint for a 3-piece bedding set, 5 repair stones, and a superior vegetable greenhouse. Xiao Tigu, what do you think of these 3 items? How much do you believe they are worth? Could it be that Li Weiwei is the illegitimate daughter of the heavenly path? Each day, an array of blueprints emerges, and while the first 2 are certainly necessary for pricing, this vegetable greenhouse is indeed a scarce commodity. Once the protection period elapses, the frigid weather will set in, making any trade utterly unthinkable. Xiao Tian, the extreme cold is approaching. The vegetable greenhouse serves a significant purpose. As for those bedding blueprints, why don't you utilize them yourself? Li Weiwei, I do possess them. I've opened 2 copies. I have a rare grade vegetable greenhouse and have no interest in the refined grade. I prefer to wander around, occasionally picking up treasure chests. Xiao Tian felt momentarily speechless. Shouldn't you listen to your own words? It took you 2 days to find 3 treasure chests, yet you casually claim to collect them now and then. Xiao Tian, how about 1,000 units of thatch? He didn't wish to take advantage of others. These were items he desperately needed. Though this price was not insignificant, some things could not simply be purchased at will. Li Weiwei, dealing with you is refreshingly straightforward, no problem at all. Unlike some scoundrels who attempt to swindle me daily, I will only trade good items with you from now on. After the transaction was completed, Xiao Tian continued to peruse. Wang Chu, 1 basement, ordinary, 1 farmland, refined. Do you want them? Xiao Tian, brother, you've arrived. Yes, I want them all. What do you wish to exchange? Who are you calling brother? Wang Chu grumbled through clenched teeth, his expression a mixture of anger and allure, his fists cracking ominously, while behind him lay the corpse of a tiger. After a brief pause, Wang Chu replied, 200. Xiao Tian, puzzled by the message, wondered if it meant 200 wood, which he could accept. Xiao Tian, 200 wood. Is that right? No problem, let us trade. Wang Chu looked at the trading window in confusion and, with a blank expression, placed the items on it. After Xiao Tian listed the 200 wood, the transaction was completed, and Wang Chu suddenly regained his senses, realizing he had meant to ask for 200 thatch. He hadn't expected Xiao Tian to be so generous. Humph. In light of your generosity, I'll forgive you. Brothers it is then. Xiao Tian, blissfully unaware, continued to enjoy his good fortune, not knowing that a brother had just cursed him only to later forgive him. With many good items in hand, he exhausted all his thatch and wood on the final message, acquiring 3 ordinary farmlands, 1 ordinary summoning scroll, 1 ordinary mysterious fruit, a permanent ordinary leather armor crafting blueprint, 20 units of iron blocks, and an ordinary oil lamp, along with an ordinary space expansion scroll. However, it was not merely these items that caught his eye. Some individuals were asking for exorbitant prices, and Xiao Tian was unwilling to be taken for a fool. Upon viewing the last message, he stood frozen, astonished not only by the existence of such an item, but also by the price quoted by the seller. Lin Ming, family seeking ring, rare, special one-time item. Are you interested? 4,000 units of thatch, 4,000 units of wood. Family seeking ring, rare, special one-time item. Can reveal the location of close relatives within the area. Once located, you can add them as friends and trade one type of material daily, up to a maximum of 99. Ordinary level exploration range is 500 kilometers. Refined level is 5,000 kilometers. Rare level can explore the entire area. Exceptional level can explore within 100 regional ranges. Epic level can explore 100 mid-regions in a large area. And legendary level can explore the entire killing continent. Notice, extremely rare. It is almost impossible for a second rare level item to appear in the area within a short time. Do not regret missing out. This was indeed a tool specifically designed for locating family members, and it was a one-time use item. Xiao Tian was utterly shocked, even more so by the subsequent details. A large area contained 100 mid-regions, each mid-region housing around 100 areas akin to his own, with a population of 100,000. He could only imagine how many large areas existed beyond that, considering the nearly 1 billion population of Blue Star, estimating at least 10 large areas. It would be disingenuous to claim he wasn't moved. Given his talent, he could at least enhance to exceptional level, significantly increasing his chances of finding his parents. As for searching within this area, he had long given up, having sent countless messages with no results. Moreover, the subsequent hint solidified his resolve to procure it at any cost. Meanwhile, in another region, a middle-aged woman sat helplessly in a thatched hut, cradling a small girl whose cheeks were flushed. The woman's condition was also dire, as rain poured incessantly into the hut. She raised her weary hands, desperately attempting to shield the girl from the rain. Lin, please wake up, don't scare your mother. Xiao Tian, where are you? A sudden wave of inexplicable anxiety surged within Xiao Tian. Although he yearned for the family-seeking ring, the price clearly indicated an attempt to swindle him, and thus he needed to negotiate. Xiao Tian, the item is good, but let us have the price. I'll take it. He thought of a counteroffer that was already quite generous. Even if the ginger soup sold well, he would still feel the pinch. 2,000 units of thatch and 2,000 units of wood were sufficient to upgrade to a high-grade small wooden house. Ding. Xiao Tian opened the message, feeling elated at the prospect of contacting his parents the following day, only to be infuriated upon reading the response. Chapter 14. I'll leave you hanging. I don't believe you want to lower your price. Lin Ming. Dream on, the price is no longer what it was, it's now 5,000 units of thatch and 4,000 units of wood. Take it or leave it. It might go up later. A surge of unbridled anger erupted within Xiao Tian. Did he truly think he could manipulate him? At that moment, Lin Ming stood inside the thatched hut, a cold smile etched across his face. His features twisted with a menacing scar running from the corner of his eye to his jaw, creating a terrifying visage. Lin Ming was a death row inmate, convicted of multiple counts of burglary, sexual assault, and murder, recently apprehended and awaiting sentencing. The death penalty was a foregone conclusion. Yet he had unexpectedly found himself traversing into another realm, evading his fate. Embracing his fearless nature, he thrived in this new environment. Not only had he slain several wild wolves, but he had also fortuitously discovered a silver treasure chest containing a rare great sword, along with this precious family-seeking ring. He had no intention of using it to find his own wife, showing no concern for his unattractive spouse. Otherwise, he wouldn't have committed numerous sexual assault crimes. Instead, he had set his sights on Xiao Tian, planning to extract a hefty sum from him. Little brat, I'll see if I can't take you for all you're worth. Once you reply, I'll raise the price. A low, mocking laugh echoed in the air. Xiao Tian, you're overestimating yourself. This is my final offer. Either we trade at this price, or forget it, let it gather dust. Ding. Lin Ming heard the sound of the wristband and felt a surge of excitement. It's here. Upon opening the message, he froze for a moment, then realized something was amiss. Wait a minute, this kid definitely wants it. He has the most resources in the entire area. His response indicates he must have a relative to find. Nearly scared me out of my wits. Lin Ming, not a chance, it's still 5,000 units of thatch and 4,000 units of wood. Take it or leave it. Someone else has already contacted me, and I want to sell for less. He swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of anxiety, fearing that if he demanded too high a price, the other party might flee. With a resounding bang, he slammed his fist onto the crafting table, producing a deafening sound. Damn it! Xiao Tian couldn't help but curse. My lord, what just happened? Guan Dao and the others hurriedly approached with concern. Xiao Tian relayed the information indicated in the prompt. This ring is of utmost importance. The hint implies my family might be in danger. Whether or not I can secure it, I must sell the ginger soup. I need to prepare for both scenarios. We understand. We will work as quickly as possible to boil all the ginger soup. Upon hearing this, the three hastily divided tasks, accelerating the preparation of the ginger soup. After calming down, Xiao Tian became even more resolute. He had to obtain the item, but he couldn't rush it. He decided to let the other party stew without a response. After a while, Lin Ming sent another message. Xiao Tian glanced at it. Lin Ming, are you sure you don't want it? I can sell it now. Xiao Tian has offered a pretty good deal. Xiao Tian scoffed coldly, ignoring him. Lin Ming, kid, if I weren't in urgent need of resources to upgrade the shelter, I would have swapped it with Xiao Tian directly. That's an exceptional grade summoning scroll, a last chance, don't regret it. After sending the message, half an hour elapsed without a reply from Xiao Tian. Lin Ming, in a state of agitation, wondered if the boy had become too clever or if he was simply unwilling to engage. It had been an hour since Lin Ming's last message, and Xiao Tian felt it was time to act. Xiao Tian, I cannot believe there is anyone in this district who can afford this. Upon reading Xiao Tian's message, Lin Ming's anger flared. With a swift kick, he sent the table beside him flying, unleashing a torrent of idioms and exclamations. Lin Ming, impossible. At this price, I would rather trade with someone else. He was flustered, fully aware that apart from Xiao Tian, no one else could afford it, yet he was unwilling to let it go at such a price. The hint had suggested that obtaining a second item would be exceedingly difficult, compelling him to secure it. A stalemate ensued, and communication between the two was stagnant. Although Xiao Tian had considered asking Li Weiwei for assistance, he recognized that Lin Ming was cunning. Any sudden contact would likely raise his suspicions. If Lin Ming sensed the depth of Xiao Tian's desire for the ring, he would undoubtedly exploit it. Thus, both parties remained silent for 2 hours. With Guan Dao and a few others casting worried glances at Xiao Tian, he fought the urge to send a message multiple times, but restrained himself. Ding. Lin Ming, at least 1,000 units of thatch, or it's goodbye. At that moment, Lin Ming was in a panic, fearing that the other party might reject him. His hands rubbed together in nervousness, sweat soaking his clothes, clearly indicating his long struggle. After several hours of back and forth, Xiao Tian realized that Lin Ming was a tough negotiator. Although he could provide the materials and could easily earn back his resources within a day, he could not allow Lin Ming to dictate terms. He decided to keep Lin Ming waiting. Despite the ring's rarity, as indicated by the hint, he opted to take a gamble. After all, a slow step could lead to a faltering pace. After a significant pause, Xiao Tian closed the chat window. I will leave you hanging. I doubt you will maintain your price. He then clicked on Lu Ci's avatar. Xiao Tian. Lu Ci, I need a total of 300 bamboo cups. As quickly as possible. Lu Ci stared at the message for a moment. Brother, how much bamboo do I need to cut? With this stone axe, I might as well work myself to death. Lu Ci. Brother, you are my true brother. 300 bamboo cups require about 100 bamboo stalks. With this stone axe, I will be cutting until the monkeys are back in town. Without hesitation, Xiao Tian sent over the exquisite iron axe, which had only 22 durability points left. Xiao Tian, it's yours. Just find a repair stone before it wears out completely, and trade me the bamboo cups before dark. Lu Ci gazed incredulously at the iron axe in his hands, saliva nearly escaping his lips. He had not expected to receive such a fine weapon so easily. Lu Ci, from this day forth, you are my true brother, and I promise to complete the task. After placing over 100 cups of ginger soup on the market, the two battled fatigue. Stepping out of the small wooden house for a breath of fresh air, Xiao Tian noticed that a heavy rain had begun to fall. Weather time. Killing Continent Year 1, January 2nd, 1636, 1 hour and 24 minutes until dark. Temperature 1422. Weather. Heavy rain turning into a downpour. The rain intensified, creating a mist that obscured visibility, reducing it to barely perceiving the outlines of the fences. Shield Mountain was about to fetch water with a large pot when Xiao Tian stopped him. Let us collect some rainwater. He opened his panel. Rainwater. Unpolluted rainwater, extremely clean, can be consumed directly. Wonderful. This water quality surpasses that of stream water. Let's collect the rainwater. Xiao Tian accessed the trading channel and searched for containers. He found a cellar of wooden barrels, with a substantial stock indicating that the blueprints had been released. Indeed, fortune favored him. A single wooden barrel was priced at only 2 units of wood, quite reasonable. Xiao Tian expended his remaining 16 units of wood to purchase 8 10-liter wooden barrels. placing them under the eaves to catch the rainwater. With that, his thatch and wood were nearly depleted, though he had ample food and several unused items remaining. Now, he awaited Lin Meng's response. Chapter 15. Resources acquired, steady as a rock. Having decided to leave Lin Meng waiting, Xiao Tian focused on examining his items. Space expansion scroll, normal grants an additional 10 storage slots upon use. It was indeed a valuable item, but using it now would be wasteful. He resolved to save it for enhancements tomorrow. Basement, normal a shelter component that creates a 2-meter high, 9 square meter underground space upon use. The space was too small. Considering the extreme cold weather after the protection period, it needed fortification. Who knew if it might become a lifesaver? Agricultural greenhouse, excellent, covers a 100 square meter farmland, maintaining an indoor temperature 15 degrees higher than the outside. This was undoubtedly an essential item for frigid conditions. If he could cultivate a significant amount of food, there was no reason he couldn't turn a profit during the extreme cold. It required enhancement, without question. Having surveyed his items, Xiao Tian felt a strong desire to enhance them all, with a black iron treasure chest awaiting enhancement as well. He decided to utilize some items that did not require enhancement first. Kerosene lamp. Normal can utilize kerosene or grease, illuminating a 25-meter radius. 1 unit of fuel lasts for 12 hours. Practical. He would no longer need to rely on the dim light of the stove at night, though regrettably, the provided fuel would only last for 12 hours. Next, he used the blueprints for a set of 4 clothing items and 3 bedding items on the crafting table. Clothing set of 4 can be produced using leather, fabric, silk, and other materials. Each piece consumes 1 unit of material. This felt rather frustrating. While I could tolerate the upper and lower garments each consuming 1 unit, and even a pair of shoes, why did the undergarments also consume a unit? Was it 10 layers or 8? Did they fear I might stink them up? Out of curiosity, Xiao Tian consumed 4 units of leather and clicked to craft. Male or female? Prompt. One size fits all. Automatically adjust dimensions upon wearing. This was somewhat different from his expectations. Male? After a brief wait, 2 minutes later, a flash of white light signaled the appearance of the 4-piece set on the crafting table. To his surprise, the upper and lower garments included both summer and winter versions, as did the shoes, which had soles that felt thick and soft like layers of padding. The undergarments were not just 1 piece, but 3. The color remained unchanged. Whatever hue the leather was, the final product retained the same shade. Calculating, he realized that with 4 units of leather, he had received 2 sets of clothing for both summer and winter, 2 pairs of shoes, and 3 pairs of undergarments. Perhaps he had underestimated the value of the materials. Returning to his bedroom, he changed out of his damp clothing. The indoor temperature was high, and wearing the summer outfit felt perfectly fitted, comfortable, and breathable. Such fine items should not be hoarded alone. With 22 units of ordinary leather remaining, he produced 3 more sets. The remainder was just sufficient for 3 sets of bedding and pillows, but lacking thatch, he would have to postpone making the bed. Uncle Guan, come over and change your clothes. Everyone's garments are drenched, making work unbearable. The 3 men felt rejuvenated after changing into dry clothes. After a brief rest, they dove back into their hard work. Xiao Tian continuously placed ginger soup on the market, while Lucy periodically traded over the bamboo cups, and Guan Yidao, along with the 3 others, kept producing ginger soup. Finally, by 6 p.m., just before dark, all the ginger soup had sold out. Outside, a torrential downpour had commenced, and many were still residing in thatched huts. The ginger soup was in high demand, with numerous requests flooding in. Unfortunately, there was no ginger left. Lucy, brother, do you still need bamboo cups? Lucy had managed to earn a bit by supplying bamboo cups to Xiao Tian, and with a bit more effort, he could afford to upgrade to a small wooden house. Xiao Tian, keep at it. I will trade with you tomorrow. Make 1,000 cups first. Lucy, all right, brother. Seeing that Xiao Tian still required his bamboo cups filled him with joy. He understood that this business would not last long, but he could still earn a bit more, enough for now. 300 cups of ginger soup had exchanged for 6,000 units of thatch and 500 units of wood. With resources in hand, he was eager to contact Lin Meng and trade for the ring, but ultimately, he chose to restrain himself. Just wait a moment. I cannot be led by the other party. I will undoubtedly make my purchase, but the financial terms must be dictated by me, holding the reins of power. He remains unperturbed. As for Lin Meng's words, he does not believe a single one. What exceptional summoning order? That's mere deception. With such an item, who wouldn't exchange? Witnessing Guan Yidao's prowess, he understands that possessing a subordinate of exceptional caliber means resources are effortlessly acquired. Little does Xiao Tian know that Lin Meng is currently in a state of utter panic, sitting dazed on the ground, drenched in sweat, muttering to himself. This is it. Could it be that he has overplayed his hand? Is this fellow truly that cunning? Whether Lin Meng is anxious or not is beyond Xiao Tian's concern at this moment. With resources in hand, he feels as steady as a rock, uncertain of when Lin Meng will relent, and with no knowledge of his parents' current situation. He considers the possibility of an urgent need for emergency supplies. This time, he can only send one type of item by mail. Just as Xiao Tian is lost in thought, Guan Yidao's voice rings out. My lord, Our task is complete. What shall we do next? The trio of Guan Yidao approaches. Inquiring. Xiao Tian glances at the time. There is still half an hour until dark, and the rain has begun to lessen, allowing visibility to improve. Uncle Guan, here are 2 restoration stones for you. Please repair the weapons and leather armor. Then take a round and conduct a patrol. Return before nightfall. Nangi, check on the fields. After a day of heavy rain, I wonder if the crops have been affected. As for Shudchin, there are only 2 raincoats available. You can keep them in the house since I will be crafting the new shield. Xiao Tian approaches the crafting table, retrieves the blueprint, and clicks to use it. Shield, excellent. Blueprint, one-time use. Do you wish to proceed? Requires 2 wood and 5 iron blocks. Use. A flash of white light envelopes the area. An luminous orb materializes on the table. Xiao Tian picks it up for inspection. Iron-spiked great shield, excellent. Combat power, 20 durability, 100. Evaluation, height 1. 5 meters, width 0. 8 meters, weight 30 pounds. Surface adorned with iron spikes, boasting exceptional defensive capabilities that nullify attacks from excellent grade foes. The spiked shield also possesses offensive attributes upon impact. The crafting table is indeed user-friendly. Thankfully, it does not manifest the item directly, as the dense array of iron spikes appears quite intimidating. Shudchin, next, assess its suitability. Xiao Tian hands over the luminous orb, which Shudchin promptly activates. A large iron shield bristling with iron spikes materializes in his hands. He swings it lightly, feeling quite pleased with its heft. Thank you, my lord. This weight is just right. With this shield, I can better protect you. That is good to hear. Set it aside for now. I will produce the bed and bedding. Please tidy up. Noticing a lack of useful items, Xiao Tian resolves to sell off some food. Otherwise, he won't even be able to upgrade the shelter by crafting a few wooden beds today. Furthermore, he is eager to see if there are any special items available for trade. Chapter 16. Why do rare beasts avoid me? Xiao Tian opens the trading channel, listing all 22 remaining portions of ordinary grade raw meat. He offers 5 portions of wood for 1 unit. Shortly thereafter, he posts a message in the chat channel. 009527. Raw meat, excellent. Trading only for blueprints or items, limited quantity. The message ignites a flurry of excitement. While others lack food, he is already selling excellent meat. 006767. Big shot, I'll dance for you. I've sent the video, can I have a piece? 005151. Get lost, the big shot is mine. Brother, can I be your girlfriend? Please give me a piece. 098557. A big shot is indeed a big shot. I'm still on the ground licking ants. While he has leftover rare meat. 052095. Brother, can I trade a piece for some original flavor black silk? Picture sent. Friend notifications ring incessantly. But Xiao Tian ignores the chat channel. As per usual, he first filters out the freeloaders. The first message he opens is from 052095, devoid of any unnecessary words. Just a single image. Out of curiosity, Xiao Tian opens it. This black silk is both white and ample. Xiao Tian silently saves the image and promptly declines. To his surprise, the next message is a video sent by a technician sister. Instinctively, Xiao Tian clicks it open. Wow, that pole dance is incredibly alluring. No, I cannot watch any longer. It disrupts my focus. Humph. This man, who speaks one way but thinks another, saves the video without offering any benefits. The technician's sister grits her teeth in frustration. Although selling her body is somewhat disreputable, it has allowed her to acquire many resources to survive. Yet, she consistently encounters obstacles with 9527. Passerby, I have 3 units of rare-grade fertilizer. I want to trade for 10 units of excellent meat. Xiao Tian is left speechless by this initial offer. What do you expect? 3 units? Take it or leave it. Passerby, seriously? This is rare-grade fertilizer. Painstakingly derived from the dung of a rare-grade tiger. It should fetch at least 6 units. Xiao Tian, then you may as well enjoy it. Passerby, a big shot. Can you add a bit more? 3 units is too little. Xiao Tian, I can offer you 100 bundles of straw. If not, then it's settled. After some haggling, the other party ultimately concedes. Fertilizer, rare. Each unit can affect 1 square meter of farmland, accelerating growth by 12 hours. To his astonishment, he has stumbled upon a treasure. With this, the ginger will mature by tomorrow morning. Xiao Tian's mind begins to form a concrete plan to assist his parents. Li Weiwei. Summoning order, excellent. Brother Xiao. Do you need this? Xiao Tian is momentarily taken aback, internally exclaiming, what luck? Li Weiwei continues to yield valuable items. Xiao Tian, what kind of luck is this? The summoning order is precious. Don't you need it for yourself? Li Weiwei, I used it. This afternoon, I opened 2 boxes and even used a rare one. Summoning a stunning young lady. She was incredible, wielding a spear and dispatching a wild boar in 2 swift moves. I have no lack of companions or food, but curiously, rare-grade beasts flee upon sighting me. I'm in dire need of excellent-grade food for a trade. This conversation cannot continue. Otherwise, Xiao Tian would fall into despair. After a long day of toil, it seems others have the luxury of leisurely outings. Xiao Tian, how much do you wish to trade? Li Weiwei, can I have 4 units? My sister is quite the eater, you wouldn't believe it. But she can consume 3 kilograms of ordinary raw meat in one sitting. I fear it 1 tea suffice. Below Xiao Tian's psychological price, the transaction proceeds smoothly. The next individual surprises Xiao Tian. Wu Ming, Black Iron Treasure Chest. Brother, what do you think? The idea of trading a treasure chest opens a new realm of possibilities for Xiao Tian, prompting him to consider trying it out shortly. Xiao Tian, why don't you open it yourself, Naked Man? Wu Ming, I am Wu Ming, not Naked Man. I prefer not to trade. But I am utterly destitute, lacking even a set of clothes. I've just managed to upgrade my small wooden house. If I don't trade for food, I'll starve tonight. I don't want to take risks. What if it's worthless? Xiao Tian, 2 units? Wu Ming, that is acceptable. It's not much, but at least I'll have a meal secured for tomorrow. Next, he exchanges 11 units of excellent grade raw meat for 1 piece of excellent grade farmland, 1 ordinary breeding barn, 1 ordinary vegetable greenhouse, 1 excellent slaughterhouse, and 1 ordinary mill. Xiao Tian finds himself somewhat puzzled. If both plants and animals can be directly dismantled, why are there still slaughterhouses and mills? He speculates internally that many tasks may require his own hands in the future. With the remaining 8 portions of excellent grade raw meat, Xiao Tian experiments according to his own strategy, listing 2 portions of excellent grade raw meat for trade in exchange for 1 black iron treasure chest, and 4 portions for 1 bronze treasure chest. If successful, the opportunity for valuable rewards will significantly increase. As for wooden boxes, he has no interest. 009527. The trading channel has listed excellent grade raw meat for treasure chests. The quick will seize the opportunity, while the slow will miss out. Xiao Tian, having concluded his remarks, paid no further attention. At that moment, the ordinary meat had sold out, and he had acquired 110 units of wood. He first placed the temporarily unnecessary items into the storage box, and then utilized the crafting table to create 3 wooden beds and 3 sets of bedding. After instructing Shun Shan to arrange everything properly, he seized the last vestiges of sunlight to make his way to the farmland. For the first crop, let us apply these 3 portions of fertilizer on the ginger. Remember to harvest it when you wake up tomorrow. Once you're done, return to prepare the meal. With that, he strolled towards the enclosure, arriving beside the blood-sucking thorn. Sensing Xiao Tian's presence, the main branch slithered towards him like a serpent, affectionately entwining around him. Xiao Tian noticed that, over the course of the afternoon, the side branches had grown several meters longer. Suddenly, one of the side branches surged towards Xiao Tian, seemingly clutching something. Chapter 17, Taming the Treasure Mouse. Guan Yidao is on the verge of a breakthrough. Upon approaching, he discovered that it was a rabbit and an unfamiliar creature. Big-eared rabbit, fine. Level, 1 experience, 6300. Combat power, 115. Gluttonous, timid, suitable for domestication. Status, unconscious. Treasure mouse, rare, can be tamed. Level, 2 experience, 12,500. Combat power, 215. Skilled at locating treasure chests, treasures, and minerals. Timid by nature, with low combat ability. Status, unconscious. Without the interface, Xiao Tian found it difficult to associate the rabbit with the mouse. The big-eared rabbit weighed nearly 30 pounds, its long ears drooping down almost 20 centimeters. The treasure mouse had forelimbs significantly shorter than its hind limbs, resembling a bipedal creature, with 2 large ears atop its head, roughly the size of Xiao Tian's palm. He was astonished at how intelligent the blood-sucking thorn was, exclusively feeding on ordinary animals. Having just opened a breeding farm, Xiao Tian manifested it beside the fish pond. Breeding farm, ordinary. Capable of breeding ordinary animals and certain small fine-grade creatures. The breeding farm spanned 200 square meters, with half of it covered, making it the largest structure in the shelter. He was uncertain if the big-eared rabbit qualified as a small fine-grade creature. Tossing the big-eared rabbit inside, an iron fence suddenly appeared, enclosing a 10 square meter space and securing the rabbit within. It instantly regained consciousness, lying obediently in its enclosure. Big-eared rabbit, fine. One has become pregnant. Due to give birth in 3 days. It has been tamed. This was even more advanced than modern times. It seemed that simply providing food would suffice. Just then, Nong-yi returned from the fields. Nong-yi, remember to feed this little rabbit daily. Let us start with some grass. My lord, I'm back. As soon as Xiao Tian finished speaking, Guan Yidao appeared outside the enclosure, hauling a carcass. Bang. My lord, I conducted a thorough patrol and found nothing unusual. On my way back, I stumbled upon a dead horse bear, presumably killed by the arrow tower. About 200 meters away, I almost missed it. Guan Yidao recounted animatedly. The dead animal revealed no information, prompting Xiao Tian to disassemble it, yielding bear skin, rare, 1, bear paw, rare, 2, raw meat, rare, 6. Wow. The arrow tower is remarkably formidable, even taking down rare creatures. We just scored a rare specimen. Haha, Uncle Guan, it's fortunate you spotted it. This is rare level meat. We're in for a treat tonight. Guan Yidao and Nong-yi shared in his delight. Subsequently, Xiao Tian carried the treasure mouse along with the two men back to the shelter. By this time, Shan had already arranged the wooden beds and bedding neatly, with 3 beds placed 30 centimeters apart in the room. You 3 can choose your spots tonight. You'll all sleep well. Nongi, here are the 4 pieces of rare meat for you, along with the mushrooms and wood ear fungus. I've placed all the food in the storage cabinet. So help yourself. After eating, we should retire early. Xiao Tian felt a movement in his hand and looked down to find the treasure mouse waking up and struggling, suddenly reaching out to bite Xiao Tian's hand. You little rascal, how dare you? Guan Yidao bellowed, swiftly seizing the treasure mouse by its head. Wait. Xiao Tian hurriedly interjected, fearing for the mouse's life. Uncle Guan, this is a treasure. It can locate minerals, treasures, and treasure chests. I'm going to attempt to tame it. So please assist me. Xiao Tian gazed at the treasure mouse, which was now trembling in fear, petrified that its head might be crushed at any moment. Little fellow, are you willing to submit? I assure you a life of luxury and abundance. Chirp. The treasure mouse is willing to submit to you. Do you wish to tame it? Tame. Taming successful. Treasure mouse. Rare. Affiliation. Xiao Tian. Loyalty. 60. Combat power. 215. Skills. Sound location. Capable of discerning sounds within a 10-mile radius. Keen sense of smell. Able to detect minerals, treasures, and treasure chests within a 10-mile radius. Evaluation. Low combat ability, yet an invaluable assistant. Haha, what a gem. Come, let me treat you to something delicious. Xiao Tian beamed widely, placing the treasure mouse on the ground and producing a handful of nuts to place before it. The treasure mouse sniffed at the offering and happily began to eat, its long tail wagging as if it were a dog. The treasure mouse's loyalty increased to 5. After synthesizing 200 straw into 100 ropes, Xiao Tian chose to upgrade the shelter, curious about the changes that a higher-level wooden house would bring. Do you wish to upgrade the shelter? Consumes 1,000 straw, 1,000 wood, and 100 ropes. Upgrade. As the ground trembled, it felt as though the group had been ensnared by a spell of immobilization. The treasure mouse remained frozen mid-bite. The living room elongated, the ceiling rose higher. A layer of wooden planks appeared above, a new door emerged on the right, and a wooden staircase connecting the 2 rooms ascended. With a thunderous roar, upgrade complete. Shelter, advanced wooden house. Next level, stone house, low, upgrade requirements. Stone house blueprint, 500 wood, 500 stone, 100 iron blocks. First floor occupies 60 square meters, consisting of 2 rooms and 1 hall. The second floor occupies 40 square meters, consisting of 1 room and 1 hall. Evaluation, comfortable, spacious, equipped with a fence. Able to withstand invasions by rare-level beasts and below. Xiao Tian was taken aback by the transformation. He had not anticipated the shelter would become a 2-story wooden house. The living room had expanded to nearly 25 square meters, with each of the 2 rooms measuring 15 square meters, accommodating 2 individuals each. Curiously, he ascended the staircase to find a small living room connected to a balcony, empty and awaiting decoration. The master bedroom was impressively large, spanning 20 square meters. With 2 windows allowing for cross-ventilation, the wooden walls were nearly twice as thick, providing a slight increase in warmth. My lord, the meal is ready. Please come down to dine. Xiao Tian heard Nong E's voice call out. This meal was significantly more sumptuous, featuring not only wood ear mushrooms and fungi, but also a dessert of berries. The 3 soon finished their meal, leaving no remnants. Their plates nearly licked clean, not out of hunger, but due to the irresistible allure of the rare meat. Once again, Guan Yidao only saw a slight increase in combat power, while Shan gained 2 points, and both Nong Yi and Xiao Tian increased by 5 points. My lord, my combat power has now reached the pinnacle of the rare level. Next time, I can simply consume ordinary food to avoid waste, Guan Yidao remarked. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian opened his panel to check. Chapter 18, The Family Ring in Hand, an epic level special item. Guan Yidao rare. Affiliation, Xiao Tian. Level, 1 experience, 42300. Loyalty, 93. Combat power, 425, 300, 100, 25. Note, capable of breakthrough. Stamina, 100. Skills, equipment. Unbeknownst to him, Guan Yidao's loyalty had reached 93, and his combat power displayed the potential for a breakthrough, yet offered no indication of what was required for it, leaving only the slow path of exploration ahead. Xiao Tian then accessed Weather Time. Killing Continent Year 1, January 2nd, 1955, 12 hours and 5 minutes until dawn. Temperature, 12 to 18 degrees. Weather, heavy rain. The night is invariably protracted, with daylight lasting a mere 10 hours each day. The skies have unleashed a torrential downpour, and the temperature has noticeably dropped. It seems I must seek out the fireplace. Otherwise, residing on the 2nd floor will become increasingly frigid for Xiao Tian. Observing that everyone has finished their meal, Xiao Tian remarked. Since all are satiated, let us tidy up and take turns to freshen up. We currently have an abundance of water, so feel free to indulge. Today, the lower floor rooms have been allocated to Uncle Guan and Shun's Han, while Nongyi will occupy another. This arrangement is only temporary, as we shall soon welcome more companions. Thank you, my lord, Xiao Tian expressed as he gathered his wooden bed and a set of bedding, carrying them upstairs to his room. He then fashioned several stools, placing them both upstairs and downstairs for everyone's convenience. Time slipped away swiftly, and by the time the four had completed their ablutions, it was already 9:30. After a long day of labor, the group began to rest. Xiao Tian had deliberately set his wristband alarm for 8 in the morning. Yet, his slumber was far from tranquil. The incessant patter of rain throughout the night disrupted his attempts to fall asleep. Ding! The wristband emitted a chime, and his eyes flew open. Startled, he sat upright, initially believing it to be the alarm, only to discover it was a message from Lin Ming. Brother Xiao Tian, I've pondered through the night and come to a conclusion. Let us each make a concession. 3,000 bundles of straw and 2,000 pieces of wood. This is my utmost sincerity. The offer aligned closely with Xiao Tian's internal valuation, and he contemplated acquiescing but desired to negotiate further. A prompt appeared. Hurry and complete the trade, lest you regret it. What is happening? Could my family be in danger? Alarmed by the notification, Xiao Tian quickly responded to Lin Ming. All right, since you are sincere, I accept. Please initiate the trade. Trade successful, acquired the family-seeking ring. Lin Ming was remarkably swift. No sooner had Xiao Tian finished speaking than the trade was initiated. Xiao Tian hastily retrieved the family-seeking ring, invoking blessings from the Buddha, the Grand Supreme Elder, Jesus, and Satan, and the Spirit of the Blue Star for good measure. He activated the talent upgrade. He failed to notice the faint blue light at his chest suddenly radiate with brilliant intensity before dimming again. Enhancement successful. Family-seeking ring, epic, special item. Upgradable. Upgrade conditions, 100 space gems. Skill. Teleport to the side of a relative, with a duration of 1 day and a cooldown of 7 days. Can probe all areas within a major district for the locations of close relatives. Upon successful location, a group chat can be established, allowing for the daily trade of one type of resource, with a maximum quantity of 99. Note, ordinary level probing range is 500 kilometers, fine level is 5,000 kilometers. Rare level can probe the entire region, exceptional level can probe 100 areas within a mid-region, epic level can probe 100 mid-areas within a major district, and legendary level can probe the entire continent of slaughter. Haha, to think it has even leveled up twice, transforming into a fixed item. This ability is remarkable, transcending distance, and the item is still eligible for further upgrades. A major district conservatively houses around 1 billion inhabitants. I shall surely be able to contact my parents. As thoughts of his parents flooded his mind, Xiao Tian momentarily set aside other concerns and swiftly donned the family-seeking ring. Family-seeking ring, special item, would you like to bind it? Binding will render it indestructible, non-tradable, and impervious to wear. Xiao Tian had not anticipated this additional step. Binding successful. Upon opening the family-seeking ring interface, the only available function was search. As he activated it, the interface spun like a radar. After a while, a prompt appeared. No relatives found in this area. Initiating cross-regional search, estimated time, 10 minutes. Seeing the notification, Xiao Tian could only helplessly close the interface. Glancing at the time, it was almost 8 o'clock, dawn approached, prompting him to rise and descend the stairs. As the first light of day broke, Xiao Tian hummed a tune as he walked down the stairs, excitement swelling within him at the prospect of soon contacting his parents. My lord, what brings you such joy? Inquired the already awake Guan Yidao and his companions, their smiles evident as they observed Xiao Tian descending the stairs. Xiao Tian shared the news of the family-seeking ring with them. Congratulations, my lord. You shall undoubtedly succeed in finding your parents. Please, go about your tasks. The rain has ceased. Uncle Guan, take Shunzhan to patrol the territory. Nomi, check if the ginger has ripened. As Nomi stepped outside, a voice called out, My lord, come see. We have a new fence. Hastily, Xiao Tian rushed outside to find a wooden fence encircling the small cabin, approximately 10 meters away, complete with an archaic wooden archway, creating a quaint little courtyard. The eaves of the first floor had also extended outward by 1 meter, forming a corridor. Last night's torrential rain had prevented him from noticing these changes. It seemed the upgraded shelter had undergone such transformations. It's nothing. This was generated by the shelter's upgrade last night. Please, continue your work. Xiao Tian reassured Nomi as he returned indoors. First, he activated his wristband to check yesterday's transaction results. 2 black iron chests and 1 bronze chest. To his astonishment, it had indeed materialized. Though luck had not favored him in finding treasure, he could still purchase it. The fortune of others was indeed his own. Placing the 2 black iron chests in a corner, he acknowledged that with only 5 enhancement opportunities each day, the 4 black iron chests would have to remain idle. He retrieved the bronze chest and activated the talent enhancement. Enhancement successful, resulting in a silver chest. Open. He received 20 iron blocks, 5 space gems, 1 rare, and 1 exceptional summoning order. Holding the summoning order, Xiao Tian beamed. After all, Guan Yidao and Shunzhan, though only rare tier, could already navigate the forest with ease. This exceptional tier would surely allow him to penetrate from the east to the west. However, he must first reach his parents, should their situation be dire. This summoning order might serve as their best means of protection. He examined the well. Well, rare. Produces 10 liters of water daily, fine. Drinking it alleviates fatigue and restores stamina. Produces 1 liter of water daily, rare. Long-term consumption can enhance physical quality. Every 7 days, produces a drop of spiritual dew, which can be used for quality breakthroughs. Xiao Tian stepped outside the cabin and found a corner in the courtyard to place the well. A flash of white light enveloped the area, and a miniature well appeared on the ground, small enough to resemble a wash basin, clear to the bottom, and perhaps not even deep enough for an arm's length. Just as he was about to collect the water, a chime from the family-seeking ring interrupted him, and he quickly opened it. The displayed message caused his pupils to constrict in disbelief. Chapter 19. Successfully found mother, in peril. Location successful. ID, 0106-25000058 Li Wei. Contact can be established. What is this? Why only my mother? Where's my father? Could it be that unfortunate? Out of 1 billion people, how could they not be found together? The thought of an accident befalling his father was too dreadful to entertain. He could only hope he was in another district. Xiao Tian felt an urgent need to gather space gems, with each passing day before he could find his father. Unforeseen calamities might arise. As he gazed at his mother's name, his hands trembled slightly as he initiated a video call, almost as if he were in a trance. Time ticked away, each second stretching like an eternity. Ding! The wristband's notification jolted Xiao Tian back to reality. The image before him brought tears to his eyes. He had never seen his mother looking so haggard. The backdrop revealed the shelter was still a thatched hut, and his mother, drenched and pale, held his younger sister, Xiaolin, tightly, both trembling visibly even through the screen. Tianer, how did you find us? Are you well? Xiao Tian choked on his words. Mother, Linlin. I am well. Please wait. I will send supplies immediately. Rest assured, Xiao Tian has grown. I will not allow you to suffer. Nongi, Nongi. Xiao Tian turned his gaze towards the outside of the house and shouted loudly. Then he turned back to his mother, noticing something amiss. Mom, what is wrong with Linlin? Why isn't she speaking? Li Wei, seeing her eldest son, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Struggling against dizziness, she spoke. Your sister and I had just contracted a virus before we arrived here, resulting in a mild fever. The consequences after our arrival were predictable. Your sister developed a high fever, and I am in bad shape as well. Fortunately, a gust of wind brought in plenty of thatch and wood, which I used to repair the thatched house. After much effort, the house was barely mended, yet it could not withstand the torrential rain. Linlin has now fallen into a deep coma. What should we do, Xiao Tian? Seeing his mother's helpless and weary demeanor, and with his sister unconscious, Xiao Tian felt utterly lost. He couldn't help but express gratitude for that mysterious prompt that had allowed him to trade for the family reunion ring. Otherwise, he dared not imagine the consequences. Noticing Gnome he had yet to return, he hurriedly dashed outside, sending a message to Lucy to trade for bamboo cups along the way. Upon stepping out, he unexpectedly ran into Gnome. So, has the ginger matured? Observing Xiao Tian's anxious expression, Gnome hurriedly replied, My lord, they are all ripe. We harvested 3 units of fine quality and 7 units of ordinary ginger from 10 plants. 1 piece of fine and 1 piece of ordinary ginger have already been replanted. Quick, boil water and prepare the fine ginger. We need to pack 99 cups as fast as we can. Xiao Tian urged as he pulled Nongi back into the house. My lord, what is the urgency? Just then, Guan Yidao and Dunshan returned, each carrying 2 animal carcasses. Perfect timing. You too. Come help us quickly. We need to prepare the ginger soup. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, the 2 discarded the carcasses and rushed inside to assist. After attending to these matters, Xiao Tian shifted his focus back to the video. Li Wei observed her son's busy figure without interrupting. From the movements on the screen, she discerned that the shelter was quite spacious, equipped with fences and subordinates, which brought her comfort. Mom, just hang in there a little longer. I've had ginger soup prepared. It's of fine quality. You and Linlin will recover quickly after drinking it. Li Wei looked at her busy son and mustered a smile as she replied, Xiao Tian. It's all right. Mom can manage. You focus on your tasks. After a few minutes, with the 4 of them working together, 100 cups of ginger soup were ready. Ginger soup, fine, 200 milliliters, quickly dispels cold and warms the body, possesses antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties, alleviates menstrual pain, and treats cold and fever. Compared to ordinary ginger soup, this version was notably faster acting and specifically indicated to treat cold and fever, suggesting that the fine quality had become a medicinal remedy. Xiao Tian informed Li Wei Mom. I will send it over now. I can only ship once a day, and the same item can only be sent in quantities of 99. This ginger soup is in high demand. Each of you should drink a cup, then use the trading channel to exchange for resources. You should know how to proceed. As you have experience in business, ginger soup, fine, must be exchanged for at least 20 units of thatch or 10 units of wood per cup. Remember that. Xiao Tian, resembling his mother's former nagging demeanor, carefully reiterated his instructions before reluctantly ending the video call. Unfortunately, to send the package, he had to disconnect, and soon afterward, he dispatched the ginger soup. With a long sigh of relief, Xiao Tian was grateful that his mother hadn't had the chance to inquire about his father's situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to respond. He then took out the fine summoning order to enhance it, saving the exceptional one for tomorrow's shipment to his mother. The enhancement was successful, yielding a summoning order, rare. Upon using it, he successfully summoned a civilian, rare. After the radiant glow faded, a young woman, clad in simple clothing and appearing around 20 years old with a delicate countenance, materialized before him. The first female presence in the shelter drew the attention of the four men, their gazes fixated upon her. As she opened her eyes and noticed the four men encircling her, especially Guan Yidao's less than appealing visage, the woman was understandably frightened and began to retreat. Step back. You all need to back away. Seeing her alarmed reaction, Xiao Tian instructed the three to retreat a few meters and smiled reassuringly. No need to be nervous. You should have my information in your mind. Unnamed, rare, civilian. Profession, undetermined. Level, 0 experience, 0-100. Loyalty, 80. Combat power, 201. Skills, learning, adept at acquiring various skills quickly. Stamina, 100-100. Evaluation, versatile talent, lacking specific knowledge but capable of rapidly mastering techniques through observation. While her attributes appeared unremarkable, her innate skill was quite impressive, indicating high potential for both life skills and combat abilities. With proper training, she could become an invaluable asset. Greetings, my lord. The woman, regaining her composure, knelt on one knee and bowed to Xiao Tian. Observing this, Xiao Tian helped her to her feet, saying, no need to kneel. We don't have such formalities here. Let us give you a name. Since we're fated to be together, let us take the surname Xiao. You shall be called Xiao Qi. What do you think? Chapter 20. The goddess of fortune bestows her favor. Guan Yidao breaks through to exceptional level. As a woman, she naturally could not be as casual as Nongyi. The girl seemed pleased, smiling as she replied, thank you, my lord, for bestowing me a name. These three are your companions. Allow me to introduce them. This gentleman with the long beard is Guan Yidao, Uncle Guan, a formidable warrior. This one holding the iron shield is Dunshan. Don't be misled by his fearsome appearance. He has a kind heart and is also a warrior. And this honest fellow is Nongyi, skilled in various life skills. You will first learn from Nongyi, working within the territory, but do not venture beyond the protective barrier. Xiao Qi nodded in understanding. Weather time. Continent of Slaughter Year 1. Day 3, 8:25. 9 hours and 35 minutes until dusk. Temperature, 10 to 17 C. Weather, overcast. Only now did Xiao Tian find the time to examine the animal carcasses brought back by Guan Yidao and Dunshan. Upon disassembly, he obtained wolf skin, fine, X2. Wolf fangs, fine, X4. Tiger skin, fine, X1. Tiger fangs, fine, X2. Tiger whip, fine, X1. Snake skin, fine, X1. Snake fangs, fine, X2. Snake gall, fine, X1. Raw meat, fine, X20. My lord, these were all slain by the blood-sucking thorn and the arrow tower. There are many more blood-drained skins at the fence. Dunshan and I will fetch them. Guan Yidao interjected at this moment. Xiao Tian couldn't help but feel grateful for the blood-sucking thorn's yield, as resources were being obtained daily without him having to step outside. He handed over the last 2 units of rare meat and 4 units of fine quality to Nongyi, instructing Nongyi, take Xiao Qi to prepare the meal and teach her. Having been nearly half an hour since he last spoke to his mother, and with no news yet, Xiao Tian felt a surge of anxiety. Noticing there was nothing urgent at the moment, he quickly initiated a video call. After a few minutes, the video connected. The small wooden house had transformed. Its walls were now wooden, indicating that his mother had successfully upgraded the shelter. She appeared busy, glancing down and unable to speak. Suddenly, Linlin popped into view, her complexion rosy, staring wide-eyed at Xiao Tian. Linlin, are you feeling better? I've missed you so much. Xiao Tian choked out upon seeing her. Wow, brother, Linlin finally sees you. Linlin exclaimed cheerfully, spinning playfully. Brother, I'm all better now. I missed you too. Xiao Tian, we're both well. Mom is busy trading right now. The ginger soup you sent is selling like hotcakes. I'm almost gathering enough resources to upgrade to a mid-level wooden house. Enough talk. Mom has to focus now. Li Yue appeared in front of the camera, looking utterly transformed and drenched in sweat from her busyness. Xiao Tian emphasized the need to trade for special items, particularly space gems, before smilingly ending the video call. With his mother and sister safe and sound, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from outside. Stepping out, Xiao Tian saw Guan Yidao and Dunshan returning with a heap of carcasses stripped of their pelts. He anticipated the blood-sucking thorn to be so effective. Success in decomposition. Acquired 28 common wolf pelts, 56 common wolf fangs, 16 common rabbit skins, and 8 common snake skins. The unexpected bounty is rather pleasing, as it allows for the crafting of several outfits for sale. By the way, Xiao Tian suddenly recalled that the well had not yet been harvested. He approached and clicked to collect. He obtained 10 liters of excellent water, 1 liter of rare water, and 1 bottle of extraordinary spirit dew. These items were directly stored in the storage space. He still needed to retrieve containers to release them. Returning indoors, he fetched a water bucket and sorted the 2 grades of water for storage. Addressing the others, he declared, "This bucket contains excellent water, which alleviates fatigue and restores stamina. Henceforth, we shall drink this. As for the limited quantity of rare water, it will not be distributed for the time being. The Lord is overly concerned. Having excellent water is already commendable, and we dare not covet the rare variety," the others hastily responded. Xiao Tian waved his hand dismissively and said, "There is no need for such formality. Once we accumulate sufficient rare water, everyone will have access. Uncle Guan, this is for you. It should aid you in your breakthrough. Extraordinary spirit dew contains powerful energy, used for breakthroughs below the extraordinary grade. My lord, this." Guan Yidao's emotions stirred upon hearing this. Loyalty level 7. Fanatically loyal, never betray. Consume it. Your strength will enable you to better protect me. I shall not be stingy with anything that can enhance your power. Loyalty level of Shunshan 5. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, the loyalty levels of the other 3 increased, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they gazed at Xiao Tian. Guan Yidao solemnly settled into a meditative position and consumed the spirit dew. A gentle white light enveloped him, and he closed his eyes. After several minutes, the radiance dissipated, and Guan Yidao opened his eyes, brimming with exhilaration. "My lord, I have succeeded. Uncle Guan, I believe your immediate priority is to take a bath." A deep voice from Shunshan interrupted, at which point Guan Yidao noticed everyone covering their noses, staring at him. Looking down, he saw his hands and chest caked in grime, resembling someone who hadn't bathed in months, emitting an unbearable stench. His face flushed with embarrassment. Though the dirt obscured it, he dashed outside, and even from several dozen meters away, the splash of him jumping into the water could be heard. He had completely forgotten that there was a bath at home and had run straight to the stream. "Shunshan, hurry and follow. Don't let any animals ambush you." After all, the stream was outside the protective barrier, so caution was necessary, prompting him to call Shunshan along. Noting that breakfast was still not ready, he stepped outside the wooden house once more, heading towards the fields, where he manifested 1 excellent farm and 3 common farms. It was not that Xiao Tian was unwilling to strengthen them. Rather, the opportunities were limited, and such common items could only be reinforced later. After surveying the territory, he found the crops thriving, the fish ponds still empty, and the breeding area housing only a big-eared rabbit and a treasure-seeking mouse, each in their solitary quarters. The blood-sucking thorn had completely climbed the 200-meter fence, leaving a dozen meters dangling down to the plains below. He took out the last arrow tower to activate the talent enhancement. The enhancement was successful, yielding 1 extraordinary arrow tower. Goodness! The goddess of luck has favored me again today, achieving a 2nd-level enhancement twice in a row. Chapter 21. Guan Yidao breaks through to the extraordinary level. Extraordinary arrow tower. Combat power, 320, attack range, 350 meters, fires once per second, arrows generated automatically, durability, 100. Skill, rapid fire, fires 2 arrows per second. Attack power, 50, lasts for 1 minute, cooldown, 10 minutes. It is formidable, astonishingly so. Even 10 Guan Yidao's attacking from a distance would fall. With its exceptionally high attack power, vast range, and the critical rapid-fire skill every 10 minutes, there is no fear even when confronted by dozens of foes. As Xiao Tian prepared to use it, he paused, contemplating. He already possessed an arrow tower, powerful blood-sucking thorns, and several formidable subordinates. This arrow tower would merely be the icing on the cake. If given to his mother, alongside the summoning order, extraordinary, she would have both offense and defense, ensuring peace of mind for him. Thus, Xiao Tian decided to store the arrow tower. Just then, Guan Yidao returned from his bath, followed by Shunshan, who was carrying a wooden bucket. Xiao Tian inquired curiously, "Shunshan, why are you carrying a bucket? We have no shortage of water at home." Guan Yidao felt his face flush with embarrassment, resembling Guan Yu in his awkwardness. Shunshan chuckled. Uncle Guan bathed so vigorously that many little fish and shrimp were knocked unconscious and floated to the surface. I thought it a waste not to collect them, so I gathered them all to place in the fish pond. Xiao Tian couldn't help but laugh. Peering inside the bucket to find at least 20 palm-sized fish and dozens of thumb-sized shrimp, enough to satisfy 5 people's appetites. Let us put them in the fish pond, then return for breakfast. The fish pond possesses automatic filtration and oxygenation, and as soon as the fish and shrimp were placed inside, they began to swim energetically. My lord, it's ready to eat. For breakfast, a simple meat soup had been prepared, along with some leftover ginger broth and mushrooms. Due to a lack of utensils, some used bowls while others used basins. But everyone enjoyed their meal heartily. With the addition of 2 pieces of rare meat, everyone's combat power increased slightly. It was then that Xiao Tian remembered he had yet to check Guan Yidao's new attributes. Guan Yidao, extraordinary. Affiliation, Xiao Tian, fanatically loyal. Level, 1 experience, 42. 300. Combat power, 503, 328, 150, 25. Stamina, 100. Skill, 1 slash, charge strike, increases attack power by 100, cooldown, 30 minutes. Leadership, can command up to 100 warriors. All warriors gain 10 to attack and defense. Equipment, Great Blade, excellent. Combat power, 15. Durability, 65, 100. Leather armor, excellent. Combat power, 10. Durability, 65, 100. Evaluation, veteran transformed. Preliminary development, as a general. At first glance, the attributes appeared not significantly changed, but the addition of a leadership skill sparked Xiao Tian's realization. The distinction between a soldier and a general is vast, and perhaps leading troops is Guan Yi Dao's greatest strength. Noting that everyone had finished their meal, Xiao Tian began to arrange the day's itinerary. Nomi, this morning you are responsible for the shelter work, as the new fields have been laid out. And the fish pond has more fish. Organize their feeding accordingly. Near noon, prepare lunch with Xiao Qi. All the ingredients and seeds are in the storage cabinet. Xiao Qi, you are responsible for boiling the ginger soup in the morning, using up all the ginger. With the two assigned, Xiao Tian organized his gear and set out with Guan Yi Dao and Shun Shan to explore the forest. After passing through the breeding area, he brought out the treasure-seeking mouse, which had reached a loyalty level of 70 after a day of nurturing. Naturally, Xiao Tian, with his character, was reluctant to go out. But he had no choice. He was the only one with storage space, thus he had to accompany them to bring back any spoils. This time, rather than going straight ahead, they chose to proceed along the left side of the forest. The three-person team maintained Guan Yi Dao at the front and Shun Shan at the back, with no more than a meter between them, ensuring Xiao Tian's protection. After traversing a thicket, they arrived at a relatively open area. Suddenly, the treasure-seeking mouse darted to the left, stopping on a peculiar patch of grass. My lord, this grass seems unusual, you should take a look. Guan Yi Dao halted, pointing to the grass at his feet. Xiao Tian crouched down for inspection. Observing a patch of the same type of grass, which grew rather oddly, with single leaves crowned by small round balls that shimmered like droplets in the sunlight. The entire patch swayed, creating a beautiful spectacle. Upon pulling up a specimen, he read, Life grass, common, has healing properties for internal and external injuries. Can be used in medicine. A healing herb, what a treasure. Thanks to the treasure-seeking mouse, this bounty would not have been discovered otherwise. Shun Shan, remain vigilant. Uncle Guan and I will harvest. The two bent over, occasionally uprooting a plant, sometimes encountering fully mature specimens, where the round balls opened to reveal several seeds inside. Shun Shan remained alert, scanning the surroundings to prevent any animal ambush. They acquired 36 life grasses, common, 25 life grass seeds, common, 8 life grasses, excellent, and 3 life grass seeds, excellent. Xiao Tian was in high spirits, having just set out and stumbled upon a treasure. He had been lamenting the lack of seeds. But now the farmland would no longer lie fallow. Splendid. He encouraged himself to continue his efforts, gently patting the treasure-hunting mouse on the head. Xiao Tian produced a piece of jerky to feed the little creature. The trio pressed on in their exploration. The rain-soaked forest was abundant with food. In a mere 200 meters, they had gathered 28 wood-ear mushrooms, 18 various fungi, and 15 bare onions. Occasionally, they even picked up a few units of stone. Master, look over there, Guan Yi Dao pointed to a withered tree. Upon glancing at it, Xiao Tian's jaw dropped in astonishment. Chapter 22, A Fortunate Expedition, Abundant Medicinal Herbs. Ahead, on a dead tree, grew a fungus resembling a rare rasher, glowing with a crimson light and measuring nearly half a meter in radius. Guan Yi Dao approached with caution, and upon determining there was no danger, he plucked the entire mushroom and handed it to Xiao Tian. Red rasher, rare a precious ingredient, nourishing to the body. Consumption enhances combat prowess, and it can be used in medicinal preparations. Let us go, exclaimed Xiao Tian. There are treasures everywhere. Be vigilant and don't miss anything. As they journeyed, the underbrush gradually thinned, revealing a more open area where only a tangle of weeds remained. Although the grass grew over a meter high, movement became significantly easier. The ample rainfall had rejuvenated the land, infusing the forest with vibrant life. In this lush forest, having walked less than 100 meters, they encountered another thicket. Not far off, bright red berries hung from the branches of the bushes. These berries were quite delightful, sweet and tart, providing a refreshing source of vitamins, though not substantial enough for sustenance. After spending 20 minutes, the trio harvested all the berries, 386 in total, weighing less than 2 pounds. The primary drawback of their storage space was its measurement by individual units. Storing items consumed 4 slots. I wonder if there are spatial tools like those in novels, allowing for the collection of multiple small items more conveniently. Ding. Xiao Tian frowned at the unexpected message. Wang Chu. Hello, do you have any medicine for external wounds? Xiao Tian. Brother. I suspect you're monitoring me. Did you get injured? How severe is it? At that moment, Wang Chu sat on the ground, a pained expression on his face, a gash over 10 centimeters long on his right leg, oozing blood, leaving him pale from significant blood loss. He had intended to explore in the morning, but encountered a formidable elite-level tiger upon entering the jungle, barely escaping with his life and sustaining a serious injury. Fortunately, he had managed to enter a protective barrier just in time. Xiao Tian's jest was ignored as Wang Chu replied, "The injury is severe. Ordinary medicine might not suffice. Can I purchase an elite-grade herb from you? However, I currently have only basic supplies." Ding. No sooner had he sent the message than 2 elite-grade life grasses appeared. "Xiao Tian, brother, you're being too polite. I'm unsure of their effectiveness, but let us try one internally and one externally. If it's not enough, I have more." For the first time, Wang Chu didn't reject the term brother, touched by Xiao Tian's gesture. Without hesitation, he consumed one herb and crushed the other to apply to his wound. A cooling sensation spread from the application site, quickly halting the bleeding. Soon, the wound ceased to ooze, and the herb he swallowed began to take effect, revitalizing him. "Brother, thank you. The effect is remarkable. I'm feeling much better now," he said, promptly sending all his resources to Xiao Tian. Ding. Xiao Tian opened the message to find 260 chives, 185 wood, 68 stones, 18 iron blocks, and 16 raw meat. This brother was genuinely sincere and worthy of friendship. Sending every resource he had. After casually declining, Xiao Tian sent a message back. "Brother, I'm not criticizing you. But how will you manage with what you've given me? Let us wait until you're healed, and then you can trade good items with me. I'm currently clearing land, so I'll leave it at that." Brother, once a formidable military flower from a special forces unit, she now reflected on the camaraderie of her comrades with a nostalgic smile at the mention of brother. Xiao Tian was pleasantly surprised by the effectiveness of the life grass. If cultivated in abundance, possessing ginger soup and life grass would ensure he could trade for any resources he needed. After a brief pause, the trio set out once more. Despite their hour-long expedition without encountering any animals, fortune or misfortune remained uncertain. Led by the treasure-hunting mouse, they traversed a grassy area until a pond emerged in the distance, the ground becoming increasingly damp as they approached. "Wait," Xiao Tian called out, recognizing some familiar plants on the ground. Chaihu, common tender stems and leaves can be used as wild vegetables, offering a fragrant and crisp taste, also suitable for medicinal use. Haha, I knew it felt familiar. In my childhood, my grandfather often stir-fried these wild vegetables, and when dried, they could serve as a remedy for colds. Uncle Guan Shielder, remember the appearance. This is both a vegetable and a medicinal herb. Be sure to identify it carefully and gather all of it. With that, he began to uproot the plants, quickly collecting 5 stalks. Suddenly, he remembered something and looked up to find the 3 had scattered several meters apart. "Shielder, come over here. Stay close to me for protection. Don't gather any more." The memory of the attack from the flat-headed brother still lingered, causing Xiao Tian to feel a pang of pain. He was determined not to be alone again, muttering to himself, "People are still too few. I must trade for more summoning orders upon returning." Shielder dutifully guarded Xiao Tian, scanning the surroundings, thinking to himself, "The master is great in every way, but a bit too timid." "Hey, isn't that Japanese knotweed?" Unbeknownst to them, they had wandered to the edge of the pond, where a dense thicket concealed plants with red or purplish spots on their stems. Recognizing them instantly from his childhood, Xiao Tian plucked a tender stem and examined its information. Knotweed. The tender stems can be eaten raw, offering a tangy and flavorful taste, rich in juice, capable of quenching thirst, and also suitable for medicinal use, making it excellent livestock feed. Indeed, it was as he thought. Xiao Tian tore off the outer skin and took a bite, the juice bursting in his mouth with a delightful sweet and sour flavor. He broke another stem and handed it to Shielder. "Uncle Guan, come here. I have something delicious." Shielder savored it with delight. With his back turned to the thicket, Guan Yidao, hearing Xiao Tian's voice, looked up, his pupils constricting and face paling as he shouted, "Master, be careful." Xiao Tian, caught off guard, was instinctively shielded by Shielder, who embraced him. Bang! A powerful force collided with Shielder's back, causing him to spit blood and send both of them flying, rolling on the ground. "Beast, seeking death." Xiao Tian, dazed, heard Guan Yidao's voice and the sound of metal clashing. "Master, are you alright?" Shielder, now releasing Xiao Tian, anxiously gazed at him, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Tian quickly scrambled to his feet, checking on Shielder. "Are you hurt?" The honest Shielder chuckled sheepishly, gesturing a bit. "Just a minor issue. My back hurts a little, but it's nothing serious." Xiao Tian promptly produced an elite-grade life grass and unceremoniously shoved it into Shielder's mouth. Then he remembered that Guan Yidao was still engaged in battle and hurriedly turned to look. Golden Armored Crocodile, Rare, Level 3. Combat Power, 460. Skills, Stealth, moves silently, making it difficult for prey to detect. Evaluation, Skin is hard, and Strength is immense. Chapter 23, Confronting the Golden Armored Crocodile, Unexpected Crisis. Before them lay a golden armored crocodile, nearly 8 meters long and over a meter tall, its body seemingly adorned with armor that gleamed under the sun. The battle was intense. Although Guan Yidao skillfully maneuvered and landed strikes, he was unable to inflict significant damage on the crocodile. The clever treasure-hunting mouse had already hidden itself away. Shielder, provide cover ahead and create an opportunity for Uncle Guan, Xiao Tian instructed. Though timid, Shielder understood that without his support, Guan Yidao would face severe injury or even death, so he positioned himself further back, ready to use his crossbow to interfere stealthily. The Xianjin Divine Crossbow truly exemplifies excellence. With Guan Yidao and Shielder Mountain blocking the frontal assault, it could only target the posterior of the golden armored crocodile. Its massive form ensured that every arrow fired by Xiao Tian found its mark, effortlessly breaching defenses, each bolt embedding itself deeply. After merely a few minutes, dozens of crossbow bolts were lodged in the creature's tail and hind limbs. In a fit of agony, the golden armored crocodile suddenly surged forward, attempting to break through Shielder Mountain and launch an attack on Xiao Tian, the cunning strategist. Guard! Shielder Mountain reacted swiftly, activating his skill just in time. He planted his iron shield firmly into the ground at his side, stepping forward with his right foot, toes pointed toward the foe, while slightly bending his knees. His left foot retreated just a tad, toes angled backward, maintaining a stable stance to withstand the brute force of the golden armored crocodile's charge. Bam! The newly acquired shield proved its worth, as Shielder Mountain's body swayed slightly, his feet sinking a few centimeters, yet remaining steadfast. The crocodile's head collided heavily with the iron thorns, blood streaming from its wounds, momentarily rendering it dazed. One slash. Arrow rain. Seizing the opportunity, Guan Yidao unleashed his skill, and Xiao Tian, feeling unusually brave, advanced rapidly to unleash a barrage of arrows from a distance of 5 meters. The creature's throat was severed, blood gushing forth, while its body was riddled with over 100 crossbow bolts. Under the double assault, the golden armored crocodile staggered, its limbs faltering. The trio retreated just in time to avoid the creature's last desperate thrashings. Minutes later, the golden armored crocodile finally collapsed, but no experience notification appeared. Xiao Tian halted his companions, raising the divine crossbow and methodically loosing arrows until, after 10 more shots, the notification finally chimed. Experience, 28. A radiant glow enveloped Shielder Mountain, signaling his long-awaited level up. Combat power, 338, 252, 6521. Gaining only 65 combat power upon leveling up signifies that even among the same tier, potential varies. When Guan Yidao leveled up, he gained a staggering 100 points, while now, at the excellence tier, it had increased to 150 points. Xiao Tian glanced at his own combat power and thought, well, 65 points is still a significant improvement compared to my meager stats. The golden armored crocodile proved itself valuable, dropping 4 luminous orbs, acquiring a radiant tower, excellent, 1. Spatial gem 3, iron block 15, and stone house blueprint 1. Decomposing the spoils yielded crocodile hide, rare, 3, crocodile teeth, rare, 18, raw meat, rare, 8. And flesh essence, rare, 2. To his astonishment, the golden armored crocodile had provided such bountiful rewards. Not only the stone house blueprint, but also several items he had never encountered before. Radiant tower, excellent support type. Trait 1, illumination. Dispelling darkness within a radius of 100 meters centered on the tower. Trait 2, restoration, continuously recovering stamina and wounds within a radius of 100 meters centered on the tower. Note, perpetual motion. With this, the night becomes as bright as day, allowing for rapid healing from minor injuries while resting. Xiao Tian's mouth widened in delight upon reading this. Enhancement was a must. This was undoubtedly a magnificent beacon paired with a restoration aura. Who would dare challenge him? He envisioned single-handedly facing 10 foes. Flesh essence, rare enhances qualifications, breaks through tiers, combat power, 10. Note, effective only for items below rare tier. He never anticipated such treasures. Consuming this upon return would surely elevate him to the excellent tier. The only dilemma was whether to enhance it now. Shielder Mountain could also benefit from the upgrade, and there were so many items he wished to enhance, yet the opportunities were limited. Gathering all the items, Xiao Tian spoke. Let us first collect the Buplurum and Tiger's Tail, and after exploring the pond a bit, we shall return. The trio busied themselves, while the treasure-hunting mouse gazed at its master in confusion, perplexed as to why they were harvesting useless herbs when treasures lay ahead. After half an hour of foraging, they amassed a total of 85 Buplurum, common, 3 Buplurum, excellent, 68 Tiger's Tail, and 5 Tiger's Tail, excellent. Both plants could be propagated through root division, ensuring a steady supply for the future. Let us proceed, treasure-hunting mouse, lead the way, and see what else we can uncover. Once they had finished, Xiao Tian called for the treasure-hunting mouse to guide them, instinctively positioning himself between Guan Yidao and Shielder Mountain. Had it not been for Shielder Mountain's timely intervention, he might not have survived this ordeal. Navigating through a patch of overgrown grass, the trio arrived at the pond's edge. Their eyes were immediately drawn to a haphazard nest on the opposite side, containing several eggs, alongside a silver treasure chest. This was the first silver treasure chest Xiao Tian had encountered in the wild, indicating that it had been enhanced to at least the quality of a gold chest. He believed that, Aside from the exceptionally lucky Li Weiwei, no one else had likely opened a gold chest. The pond was quite deep, compelling the three to circumvent the slope and descend from the opposite side. Perhaps due to the presence of rare-level creatures, they noticed no signs of life nearby. Upon finally reaching the golden armored crocodile's lair, they first secured the silver treasure chest before turning their attention to the crocodile eggs. There were 5 eggs in total. 3 were common, 1 excellent, all marked as unhatched and suitable only for consumption. Roughly the size of an ostrich egg, sufficient to feed 2 people. The last egg had a unique inscription: Golden Armored Crocodile Egg, rare, can be tamed. Hatched. Blood oath to the master, will emerge in 3 days. Having witnessed the golden armored crocodile's might, the prospect of taming one filled Xiao Tian with elation. With his innate talents, he was destined to be at least of excellent caliber. Noticing that the treasure-hunting mouse remained idle, he understood that there were no high-value items nearby, prompting him to check the time. Weather time: Killzone Continent, Year 1, Day 3, 11:55 a.m. 6 hours and 5 minutes until nightfall. Temperature: 1017. Weather: overcast with light rain. Time flew by. Having traversed only a few miles, it was already noon, and the unpredictable weather began to drench them in a fine rain. Guan Dao, Shielder Mountain, let us return at full speed. A downpour may soon follow, he called, the treasure-hunting mouse scurrying along behind. With that, the trio formed a line and hurried back toward their haven. Having strayed far from their original path deep into the forest, they opted for a straight return route. The light rain escalated into a heavy downpour, the spray obscuring their visibility, and after half an hour, they had only covered half the distance. Equipped with only 2 raincoats, Guan Dao, possessing the best physique, chose to brave the rain. After running for another 10 minutes, they were on the verge of exiting the forest when suddenly, 2 thunderous roars accompanied by the ground-shaking thuds echoed around them. The trio swiftly aligned themselves, eyes darting toward the source of the sound to their left. Chapter 24. The Beast's Assault. A crisis unfolds. Master, this aura is ominous and far beyond our capacity to confront. We must retreat. In the torrential rain, Guan Dao sensed an unusual presence in the distance, a powerful aura that filled him with dread and reverence. He urgently shouted to Xiao Tian, though Xiao Tian could not hear clearly. The alarmed and fearful expression on Guan Dao's face was enough to signal impending danger. He frantically gestured for them to move forward, while Guan Dao exerted all his strength to carve a path ahead for Xiao Tian. Shielder Mountain gripped his iron shield tightly, trailing closely behind Xiao Tian while vigilantly scanning their surroundings. As they pressed on, the tremors beneath their feet intensified, and they were less than 100 meters from the forest's edge. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar mingled with a bull's bellow emerged from the left rear. Xiao Tian turned his head in alarm, his complexion paling. Trees in the distance were being toppled, revealing an unknown colossal beast charging toward them. Run! Run! Xiao Tian cried in a panic. Guan Dao and Shielder Mountain exchanged serious glances before swiftly moving to his sides, grasping him and propelling him forward while glancing back anxiously. The crackling sound of snapping trees grew louder, and Xiao Tian's face turned ashen. His combat power was the weakest among them, and the suffocating aura behind him filled him with terror. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, amidst the dimly lit forest, Xiao Tian sprinted toward the emerging edge, his heart racing with joy as he caught sight of their haven's protective barrier. Just as he was about to step out of the woods, he heard Guan Dao and Shielder Mountain's voices behind him. Master, hurry! We will hold it off. Guardian! Xiao Tian was suddenly thrust forward by 2 individuals, propelling him several meters ahead. Upon hearing their anxious voices, he quickly discerned that the situation was dire, prompting him to accelerate his pace. In the next moment, he heard the activation of their skills. At that instant, having already exited the forest, Xiao Tian was abruptly startled by the agonizing scream of Guan Dao. He was about to glance back when a dark silhouette flew past him, blood spraying through the air. Just as he turned to look behind, he noticed that Shielder Mountain, who had also activated his skill, let out a cry of pain, struck by an unknown entity. His feet left the ground as he was sent hurtling in Xiao Tian's direction. Not seeing Guan Dao's figure, Xiao Tian realized that the shadow he had just witnessed belonged to him. In the forest, 2 colossal beasts loomed, their forms obscured by the dim light. A thunderous roar, mixed with fury, echoed, leaving Xiao Tian uncertain whether they were enraged by the 2 men or for some other reason. Noticing the giant creatures charging towards them, Xiao Tian ran while raising his Xianjin divine crossbow to unleash a skill. Arrow rain. In an instant, a barrage of arrows flew towards the beasts, indifferent to the outcome. Knowing that death was not imminent, after stowing away the divine crossbow, he hurried to assist Shielder Mountain, lifting him up. Shielder Mountain appeared to be in relatively good condition. Having blocked with his iron shield, his defense was high, suffering merely from a mouthful of blood and momentary disorientation. Once Xiao Tian helped him up, he followed suit in fleeing. Guan Dao, however, was in a far worse state, having collided with the colossal beast. He was uncertain of the creature's injuries, but he had certainly suffered multiple broken ribs and vomited a significant amount of blood. His face was as pale as paper. Unable to walk, and his consciousness began to fade. Xiao Tian and Shielder Mountain had no choice but to support him towards the shelter. Before long, a tremor resonated behind them, the heavy thudding of footsteps growing ever closer. At this point, they were still over 200 meters from the protective barrier, and it seemed they would not make it in time. Xiao Tian could distinctly sense the colossal beast's rapid approach, and, perhaps as a figment of his imagination, he caught a whiff of the overpowering stench emanating from its maw. Hearing the commotion, Nong Yi and Xiao Qi had rushed out, climbing atop the arrow tower. They anxiously watched the trio, eyes wide with terror as they spotted the impending giant beast, frozen in shock, too afraid to breathe, lest they disturb Xiao Tian and his companions. Unbeknownst to them, several offshoots of the blood-sucking thorn were swiftly advancing towards Xiao Tian and his companions. The giant beast soon entered the range of the arrow tower, which began to attack. However, the arrows merely tickled the beast, as even a continuous barrage could only embed a few toothpicks into its hide, failing to even momentarily impede its advance. At this juncture, Xiao Tian and the others were still about 150 meters from the protective barrier, with less than 50 meters separating them from the beast. What do we do, Nongyi? Xiao Qi, close to tears, implored as she looked at Nongyi, who seemed utterly at a loss. As a mere farmer, Nongyi had never engaged in combat, and was now trembling in fear at the sight of the two colossal beasts. My lord, quickly take Uncle Guan and run. I will hold them off. Shielder Mountain gritted his teeth, turning around to raise his nearly shattered iron shield, assuming a defensive posture once more. He understood in his heart that escape was now futile. My lord, let Shielder Mountain protect you one last time. Farewell. He bid his final farewell to Xiao Tian in silence, closing his eyes and summoning all his strength to brace against the impending doom. Shielder Mountain. Xiao Tian did not linger, calling out his name with urgency. Having spent a brief time together, he had already considered him a friend. He had never felt such regret over his own weakness, witnessing Shielder Mountain's selfless sacrifice on his behalf, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. Bang. Huh. What just flew past? Just as Xiao Tian was engulfed in sorrow, vowing to exact revenge for Shielder Mountain, he noticed that Shielder Mountain had been struck by the beast, sent flying several dozen meters away, lying unconscious over 50 meters from the protective barrier. It was over. He had not anticipated that the time purchased with Shielder Mountain's life would only allow them to advance an additional 20 meters. Xiao Tian could feel the beast's heavy breathing and the acrid scent of blood behind him. Despair shone in his eyes as he reflected on his countless feelings. There was no opportunity left. It was a pity that he had just found his mother, only to reach a dead end here. Thankful that he had transferred resources earlier, he hoped his mother, so clever, would fare well. My lord, I will buy you time. Run. Guanidao, barely able to stand, still thought of Xiao Tian, speaking in broken phrases. Grr. A low growl echoed from the beast behind, indicating it was preparing to strike. Xiao Tian's gaze was resolute as he supported Guanidao, step by step moving forward, waiting for the final moment to arrive. Chapter 25. Blood-sucking thorn to the rescue. Dragon rhinoceros blocking the home. Damn it. To die and still be tormented. As Xiao Tian struggled to move with Guanidao, something suddenly gripped his ankle, sending him crashing to the ground. He was yanked forward, sliding rapidly, initially thinking the beast intended to torment him, bracing himself to curse. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he was swiftly gliding towards the shelter, the wet grass facilitating his rapid movement. Within mere seconds, he found himself at the arched gate of the enclosure. Dazed, he stood up, noticing that both Guanidao and Shielder Mountain were beside him. It was then that he had the opportunity to see what had been pursuing them all along. Dragon Rhinoceros, Exquisite, Level 8. Combat Power, 1230. Skill, Frenzied Charge. Gathers all its strength to charge at the enemy at high speed, delivering a brutal impact. Attack 20. Speed 20. Duration 1 minute. Cooldown 20 minutes. Evaluation. A trace of dragon lineage. Irritable, possessing unparalleled strength and defense. Few rivals. Xiao Tian's mouth hung open in disbelief, unable to close as he beheld the two dragon rhinoceroses, which stood frozen in place, resembling enlarged rhinoceroses with dragon heads, sporting sharp teeth and curved dragon horns. Their bodies were covered in hard scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen under the light. Their long, powerful tails ended in sharp, spiked structures. Standing nearly 3 meters tall and over 12 meters long, they were truly fearsome. The first to regain their senses were Nong Yi and Xiao Qi, who hurriedly approached Xiao Tian from behind, joyously exclaiming, "My lord, it's wonderful that you are all unharmed. Do you know what happened?" Xiao Tian asked, bewildered. I know. It was the blood-sucking thorn that saved you. It used its branches to pull you back. Xiao Qi replied excitedly. It was then that Xiao Tian noticed the main branch of the blood-sucking thorn swaying before him, seemingly seeking praise. Xiao Tian extended his hands to caress it, still shaken, saying, "Thank you. Had it not been for you, I would have surely perished this time." The blood-sucking thorn, displaying a semblance of sentience, extended its main branch to rub against Xiao Tian's face, as if affectionately seeking its master's approval. Roar! The dragon rhinoceroses, having regained their composure, let out a furious bellow, enraged at the loss of their meal. The two beasts dug their limbs into the ground, their bodies glowing red, eyes aflame, charging towards Xiao Tian, evidently activating their skills. "My lord, retreat." Nong Yi and Xiao Qi urgently pulled at Xiao Tian, attempting to drag him back to the shelter. He laughed, reassuring them, "What are you afraid of? We are within the protective barrier. Even if true dragons were to come, they would pose no threat to us. Quickly, lift Uncle Guan and Shielder Mountain back. Here are life grasses. Give each of them 2 high-quality ones, and take these seeds to plant." Xiao Tian stood before the archway woven from the blood-sucking thorn, safely within the protective barrier, with only a portion of the enclosure exposed beyond the 10-meter mark, rendering the dragon rhinoceros's attacks futile. "Come closer. Let us see what you can do," Xiao Tian thought, suddenly feeling exhilarated. He spread his arms wide and shouted at the dragon rhinoceroses, "Come at me." In response to Xiao Tian's provocation, the 2 dragon rhinoceroses grew even angrier, lowering their heads with their sharp horns aimed directly at him. 3, 2, 1 boom. 2 resounding crashes shattered the sky, followed by the anguished cries of the 2 dragon rhinoceroses as their horns simultaneously shattered, resulting in a gruesome collision that left them bloodied and battered. Xiao Tian raised the divine crossbow, loosing arrow after arrow, meticulously aiming at the wounded heads of his foes. In no time, he had struck down over a dozen arrows. One particularly fortunate shot piercing an eye, transforming a mighty dragon rhinoceros into a one-eyed beast. Alas, the arrow tower posed no threat to the dragon rhinoceros, which, indifferent to the incessant barrage, continued its advance. Initially, Xiao Tian intended to expend the arrow tower and the summoning order reserved for Li Yue, but witnessing the situation, he abandoned that notion. The dragon rhinoceros seemed to realize it could not contend with Xiao Tian, splitting into 2 groups and racing towards the edges of the enclosure. There, it discovered the perimeter could be breached and soon shattered it to pieces. Fortunately, the blood-sucking thorny vines retracted just in time. He had intended to attack the dragon rhinoceros, yet found his attempts thwarted as they were swiftly severed, the spines failing to penetrate the creature's tough hide. Xiao Tian could only watch helplessly as they ravaged his possessions. Soon, the 2 dragon rhinoceroses dashed into the forest, and Xiao Tian felt a flicker of joy at their retreat, only to be taken aback when they halted at the forest's edge, lying down to rest and remaining utterly still. "Damn it, this isn't how it works. What am I to do now?" Xiao Tian lamented, gazing at the 2 distant dragon rhinoceroses, who appeared intent on lingering indefinitely, thwarting his attempts to venture out. Just as he contemplated returning to the shelter, he suddenly spotted 4 broken horns on the ground, which he could not overlook. He swiftly ran to collect them. Dragon rhinoceros horn, exquisite, sharp, hard, and excellent material for weapon crafting. "Huh, no matter how formidable you are, you still have to provide me with gifts and guard the entrance," he chuckled, feeling particularly elated after narrowly escaping danger. He returned to the shelter to check on the conditions of Guan Yidao and Shunzhan. Inside the wooden cabin, Xiao Yi and Xiao Qi were tending to Xuanshan's wounds. Having removed the upper half of his clothing, revealing bloodstains and a multitude of bruises, he had yet to regain consciousness. Guan Yidao was nowhere to be seen. "How are they? Are they in serious condition?" Xiao Tian inquired anxiously. Upon hearing his question, Xiao Qi stood up to respond. "My lord, Uncle Guan has consumed 2 premium life herbs and is no longer in critical condition. However, several of his ribs are fractured, and he mentioned needing 2 days of rest. He has since returned to his room to recuperate." Before leaving, he examined Shunzhan, felt the bones, and noted several broken ribs, a fractured right shoulder, and internal injuries. "He is no longer in danger, but he will require some time to recover." "Very well, then please carry him into Uncle Guan's room for easier care." "Is the meal ready? I am famished." Hearing that both men were out of immediate danger, Xiao Tian sighed in relief, yet felt a tinge of frustration. He was blocked by the dragon rhinoceroses outside, while his 2 captains were incapacitated and unable to assist. It was impossible to venture outside now. Slapping his forehead in self-reproach, he scolded himself, "You blockhead. Isn't there the light tower?" With that, he produced the light tower and stepped outside, activating his innate enhancement. The enhancement was successful, yielding light tower, exquisite 1. What a stroke of luck. I've hit 3 level 2 enhancements today. It appears that Lady Luck is smiling upon me. Of course, one could never complain about good fortune. One could only wish for level 3 enhancements each time. He hastily examined the details. Light tower, exquisite, auxiliary type. Trait 1, illumination. Dispelling darkness within a radius of 150 meters from the light tower. Trait 2, restoration, rapidly restoring stamina and wounds within a 150-meter radius from the light tower. Trait 3, Song of Life, instantly restoring all injuries of a designated creature. Cooldown time of 72 hours. Note, perpetual motion machine. With it, night becomes as bright as day. As long as there is breath, one cannot die. In a word, powerful. In 2 words, very powerful. In 3 words, extraordinarily powerful. Although the radius of illumination and restoration only increased by 50 meters, the restoration became rapid, and an additional potent trait was added, indicating that one could save a life every 3 days. Since the illumination and restoration ranges had expanded, there was no need to worry about positioning. Placing it near the shelter would suffice to cover the entire flat area and extend several dozen meters outward, eliminating fears of nighttime ambushes. When the light tower materialized, it did not feel particularly remarkable due to the daylight. The tower, pure white and circular, tapered to a point, standing a towering 30 meters high, with a faintly visible sphere of light hovering at its apex. Chapter 26. The mighty function of the light tower. Hearing a commotion from inside, Xiao Tian hurriedly dashed back into the room, calling out, "What is going on? Who is calling?" "My lord, it's Uncle Guan. It seems Shunzhan is also acting strangely." Continuously furrowing his brow, Xiao Qi replied, "Oh no, could the life herb have side effects?" Xiao Tian thought to himself, sensing trouble. He rushed to Guan Yidao's room, flinging the door open and shouting, "Uncle Guan, what's wrong?" At that moment, Guan Yidao appeared somewhat embarrassed, as though he felt sheepish about having called out just moments before. He awkwardly addressed Xiao Tian, "My lord, I'm fine. I was just sleeping when I suddenly felt an intense itch at the site of my wounds. It felt as though thousands of ants were crawling over the fractured ribs, and I couldn't help but cry out. By the way, this sensation resembles what you experienced when your leg was healing, excruciatingly itchy." Guan Yidao suddenly recalled Xiao Tian's experience after consuming the elixir, realizing the similarity to his own condition. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian instantly understood and chuckled, "Uncle Guan, it's nothing to worry about. Remember the light tower I mentioned earlier? I've reinforced it, and its trait has transformed into rapid restoration. It seems to be quite effective. Just continue to rest, and we'll check on your recovery this evening." After discussing the situation with Xiao Qi and Xiao Yi, he then made his way to the stove, hastily eating a few bites. After finishing, he gazed at the prepared ginger soup and began to busy himself. Since he could not venture out, he could only hope that the ginger soup would yield resources. Once Xiao Qi and the others finished their tasks, the three of them worked together, quickly filling cups with the ginger soup. With 7 units of ginger, they had brewed 700 cups of ginger soup. It was time to reap the rewards. Now that straw had lost its usefulness to Xiao Tian, he priced the ginger soup at 5 units of wood, 3 units of stone, and 2 units of iron. After several heavy rains, the temperature had dropped, and Xiao Tian felt no concern about selling it. He handed over the harvested beplurum and Japanese knotweed to Xiao Yi, instructing him to plant them. Having exhausted his enhancement opportunities for the day, Xiao Tian, considering the multitude of items in need of enhancement, decided to retrieve 4 black iron treasure chests and open them all. Received 6 loaves of bread, 2 units of ordinary cotton cloth, 12 units of farmer's water for ordinary potatoes, 1 excellent sickle, 1 ordinary leather armor, 1 permanent raincoat blueprint, 8 repair stones. Indeed, one could not expect anything remarkable from low-level treasure chests. The bread was a pleasant surprise, providing a much-needed change in flavor. Shaking his head, Xiao Tian murmured to himself as he prepared to store the items. Wait, a raincoat blueprint? That sounds familiar. Raincoat blueprint, permanent. An ancient term for rain gear. Crafted from straw and other materials, exhibiting excellent waterproof properties. So it was this. Just when he thought straw was useless, a delightful surprise came along. Xiao Tian promptly approached the crafting table and utilized the blueprint. Raincoat, rain gear. Materials, 5 units of straw, 1 unit of grass rope. Crafting time, 10 seconds. It required a total of 7 units. Xiao Tian checked his storage space, discovering he had 2,678 units of straw, enough to craft 382 pieces. With over 90,000 people, this quantity was hardly sufficient for sale, presenting yet another lucrative opportunity. Xiao Tian first searched the trading channel and found very few related products. The few available were only 1 or 2 units each. Thus, he decided to produce them all at once. After completing this task, Xiao Tian found a chair and sat down to rest for a while, having been busy all morning. Time flew, and an hour later, all the raincoats were produced. After listing them, he set the price at 10 units of straw and 2 units of wood per piece. While the profit was not substantial, the volume would compensate. With the continuous rainfall, the demand was high. Ding! Upon hearing the sound from his wristband, Xiao Tian initially thought an item had sold, but upon checking, he discovered it was a video call from his mother. A sudden pang of anxiety gripped my heart as I worried about my mother facing any difficulties, prompting me to hastily connect the call. "Linlin, why are you the one on the screen? Where's Mom? Is something wrong?" Upon seeing only my sister's visage and the absence of our mother, I instantly felt a wave of apprehension wash over me. Linlin beamed with a smile and replied, "Mom is busy working and wanted to see you, so she asked me to do the video call." That's a relief. I sighed, my tension easing. The two of us chatted for an entire hour, punctuated by Linlin's laughter. Having endured so much hardship and narrowly escaping peril since arriving here, my 4-year-old sister had matured significantly, learning many things. "Linlin, are you getting enough to eat? How many rooms are there in the shelter?" Given her tender age, She might not fully grasp the implications of my questions, so I focused on the number of rooms to gauge the situation. After pondering for a moment, Linlin answered, "I'm full. Mom has saved a lot. There's one room, but it gets a bit cold at night." My heart ached for my sister. And just as I was about to speak, our mother appeared on the screen, her hair and clothes somewhat damp. Although she looked weary, her complexion had improved significantly compared to before. "Xiao Tian, I've changed some seeds and acquired a piece of farmland. I plan to go out and plant them. I must hang up now, but don't worry about us. With the ginger soup you provided, we have enough to eat and drink now. Please take care of yourself." I had always found my mother's concerns somewhat tedious, and since moving back home, I had never engaged in a sincere conversation with my parents, often parting ways on sour notes. Witnessing the wrinkles that had seemingly appeared on her face over time, I couldn't help but chastise myself internally. "Mom, I'm doing well. I have several formidable warriors under my command, and with my resources, I believe we can rank among the top in this area. Go on with your tasks. Just remember to trade resources to upgrade the shelter and store up essential supplies. Do not venture out recklessly. I'll have a surprise for you tomorrow." After ending the call, I bid farewell to Linlin. Yet, as I hung up, the smile on my mother's face slowly faded, revealing a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "Mom, where's Dad? Why hasn't he come looking for us?" Linlin looked at our mother with a puzzled expression. Upon hearing her daughter's inquiry, a bittersweet expression crossed Li Yui's face, as this was a matter she had long evaded. Each time she encountered Xiao Tian, she yearned to ask, but the words always caught in her throat. The fact that Xiao Tian could locate her across regions without mentioning their father made it too painful for her to contemplate. Regaining her composure, she smiled tenderly at her daughter and said, "Sweetheart, Dad is far away and we haven't been able to contact him. He will find us after a while. Mommy has to go to work now. You must stay at home and not wander off, all right?" "Okay, Linlin will be the best." After soothing her daughter, Li Yui turned away, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Meanwhile, after disconnecting the video call, Xiao Tian found himself at a loss for what to do next. Just as he contemplated organizing his inventory, the voice of Xiao Qi broke through the silence. "My lord, something terrible has happened." Chapter 27. The Emergence of Forces and the Targeting of the Wushuang Alliance. Xiao Qi rushed in with a frantic expression, her face a mask of urgency. "Xiao Qi, don't panic. What has happened?" I felt somewhat bewildered. As long as the protective shield was intact, what could possibly go wrong? Xiao Qi quickly explained, "My lord, Farmer E just mentioned that the new ginger is nearing maturity, and we need to prepare water ahead of time, since we just used the rainwater for lunch. And there hasn't been any rain since. I was about to head to the creek with a bucket when suddenly 2 dragon rhinoceros beasts appeared, and I was so frightened that I ran back." Furrowing my brow, I responded, "That is indeed a problem, but doesn't ginger take 12 hours to mature?" "That's for premium grade ginger with fertilizer. The ordinary ginger from Farmer E only requires 6 hours with fertilizer. In that case, let us go take a look." I was at a loss for a solution, as it was uncertain when the rain would fall, and waiting for rainwater was not a sustainable plan. The two of us swiftly made our way to the fenced area. The creek was less than 100 meters to the left outside the enclosure, and it wouldn't take long to reach it. The issue, however, was that the 2 dragon rhinoceros beasts were fixated on us, making it somewhat perilous to return to the protective shelter before we reached safety. As I pondered our predicament, I noticed the bloodthorn, which was accompanying me, playfully turning mud with its main branch, and an idea struck me. "Little one, could you dig a trench from here to the creek?" While intelligent, the creature struggled to comprehend complex tasks. After repeated communication, it seemed to grasp the concept slightly, digging a small pit at the far left end of the enclosure and extending its branch toward the creek. Yes, clever girl, dig in that direction." Watching the bloodthorn finally understand my intention filled me with joy. Once it comprehended my plan, the bloodthorn extended several offshoots, resembling a drill, and began to rotate towards the creek. Before long, a trench measuring 1 meter in depth gradually stretched toward the creek. I dashed back to the shelter, fashioned several stone picks, and, along with Xiao Qi, began to excavate the soil behind the fence, intending to create a water reservoir. We worked swiftly, and within 10 minutes, we had dug a pit 1 meter deep and over 2 meters wide. When Farmer E completed his tasks and joined us, the water reservoir expanded at a visibly rapid pace. Half an hour later, the bloodthorn had successfully created the trench, allowing the creek water to flow gently into our reservoir. Meanwhile, we had finished excavating, resulting in a pit 1 meter deep and approximately 20 square meters in size. Rather than immediately allowing the water to flow in, I retrieved stones from my backpack, transforming them into rectangular shapes measuring 1 meter long and with a diameter of 20 centimeters. We spent 100 units of stone to level the entire area of the reservoir and stacked stones along the edges. Only then did we open the trench for the water to flow in. The water began to trickle into the reservoir, and since the bottom and edges had been lined with stones, there was minimal sediment. The creek water was crystal clear, attracting numerous small fish and shrimp. It took about half an hour to fill the reservoir completely, ensuring that we would have ample water for both planting and drinking in the future. After our busy endeavor, Farmer E and Xiao Qi began fetching water to prepare ginger soup. 2 units of ordinary grade ginger yielded 20 units. Farmer E reserved 5 units for planting in an ordinary farmland plot, which would take 2 days to harvest without fertilizer or quality enhancements. The other plots, 1 ordinary grade and 1 premium grade, were sown with Chai Hu and Hu Zhang by Farmer E. I patrolled the perimeter of the enclosure, gazing at the distant dragon rhinoceros beasts, my anger boiling inside me, yet feeling utterly helpless, as I had searched for ages without discovering even a single animal hide. Evidently, the presence of those 2 beasts had driven all wildlife away from the vicinity. If this continued, we would lose out on significant harvests and risk being surpassed by others, gradually falling behind. Returning to the shelter, I first opened the trading channel to check the situation. The raincoat fruit had indeed sold out, but to my surprise, the sales of ginger soup had declined, with only 412 cups sold, leaving 144 cups remaining. I acquired 3,820 units of thatch, 1,164 units of wood, 780 units of stone, and 144 units of iron blocks. After careful calculation, I realized that more people had traded stones for ginger soup, indicating that many were either unaware of the stone's utility or were focused on upgrading their small wooden houses, resulting in virtually zero demand for stones. I searched the trading channel and discovered that someone else was selling ginger soup for less than half my price, an old acquaintance, Xiao Tian, who was selling his arrow tower. At that moment, I noticed several messages from friends in my friend list, one of whom was Xiao Tian. I refrained from opening the messages right away and first checked the chat channel for updates. The regional population stood at 913,361,000. To my astonishment, over 1,000 lives have perished once again. With only half of the protection period elapsed, nearly 10,000 have already succumbed. It is truly unfathomable to consider how many will remain by the end of this tumultuous phase. At this moment, I noticed that the fool known as Number 1 was once again stoking the flames in the chat channel. 000001. I told you all that 9527 is a heartless merchant. But you refuse to believe me. Just look at our guild leader. He sells items at merely half the price. Many others joined in the chorus of condemnation. But it was heartening to see Li Weiwei, Wang Chu, Ning Yuanhua, and numerous others who owed their lives to Xiao Tian's ginger soup defending him. Unfortunately, their voices were quickly drowned out amidst the deluge of messages. When did we acquire a guild leader? What is this all about? Xiao Tian, feeling perplexed, paused the scrolling messages and navigated back to the beginning of today's discourse, meticulously reviewing each entry. After scrutinizing thousands of messages for over 10 minutes, my eyes nearly glazed over. I finally grasped the situation's intricacies. 000003. I am Xiao Tian, chairman of the group. I believe most of you are familiar with me. I have now established the unparalleled guild, Alliance Token Level 2. Feel free to take a look. I am recruiting 99 allies for mutual assistance. Interested parties may contact me privately. Alliance Token Level 2 allows for the establishment of a guild, with 1 leader, 2 vice leaders, and 97 members. Guild Hall, 30 square meters. The leader may activate it once daily, allowing all members to teleport there for meetings and trading. Teleportation. The leader and vice leaders can use it once daily to reach all members' locations. Members cannot attack one another. Higher-level alliance tokens can override this. Goodness. I had not anticipated the existence of such an item. Xiao Tian inhaled sharply. If others formed alliances, it would not bode well for him. However, he was reluctant to join forces with anyone. On one hand, he was confident in amassing increasingly powerful subordinates and had no fear of surviving in this brutal land. On the other hand, he was accustomed to solitude. With too many individuals, intrigue and scheming were inevitable. Once the announcement was made, many rushed to sign up, with Number 1 being the most zealous, securing a position as vice leader. Not only did he recruit for the unparalleled guild in the chat channel, but he also took every opportunity to mock Xiao Tian. After the guild's formation, Xiao Tian released another significant announcement. Chapter 28. First to upgrade to Stone House. Offending Linmeng. 000003. I will be selling a large quantity of ginger soup, requiring merely 6 straw, 3 wood, 2 stone, or 1 iron block. 000001. Did you see that? Our unparalleled guild is not like 9527, who is so greedy. Let us all unite against him. 077007. You speak nonsense. Had it not been for him selling vast amounts of ginger soup, who knows how many would have perished last night? With Ning Yuanhua's interjection, many who had been saved by the ginger soup rallied in support of Xiao Tian. This led to a heated exchange between Number 1 and Ning Yuanhua, while Xiao Tian refrained from responding, seething inwardly. If the unparalleled guild wishes to flourish, I have no objections. But if they seek to make a name for themselves at my expense, they shall find no easy path. Closing the chat channel, several friends sent him messages. Wang Chu, brother, thank you for your medicine. I feel much better now. This unparalleled guild is simply despicable. I will stand up for you. Seeing Wang Chu's message brought a smile to Xiao Tian's face as he remarked, this brother is truly dependable. He comes through in times of need. Xiao Tian, Thank you. Brother Wang Chu. I have devised a plan. Stay tuned for the show. Following this, Li Weiwei, Ning Yuanhua, and others sent messages filled with concern and camaraderie on Xiao Tian's behalf. Even naked brother Wu Ming sent a message. Lucy bro. Xiao Tian contacted me and ordered 500 cups. I'm unsure if he is trying to undercut you. Otherwise, I would refuse to sell to him. To his surprise, Xiao Tian had also approached Lucy for bamboo cups, and with an order of only 500, it seemed there was a scarcity of ginger. Xiao Tian, if you call me brother, I assure you I won't let you suffer losses. Go ahead and sell confidently. Additionally, prepare 2,000 cups for me at the original price, and I'll throw in 200 straw. Lucy, brother, you're being too formal. The original price is sufficient. Ever since you gifted me the iron axe, my resource acquisition has improved significantly, and I've even slain a few wolves and a wild boar. By the way, do you need meat? I have plenty. Xiao Tian chuckled at having formed a solid friendship over a cup. Lucy was indeed someone worth getting to know. Xiao Tian, it's settled then. No need for further discussion. Quickly commence production. In terms of resources, who can rival me? If you have surplus resources, trade for more materials to expedite the upgrade of the shelter. After exchanging pleasantries with his friends, Xiao Tian finally opened Xiao Tian's message. Xiao Tian, brother, it's not that I wish to encroach upon your business, but the public sentiment is such that I must sell at this price. To be frank, you are indeed charging exorbitantly. How about this? I'll purchase all your ginger soup at my selling price. What do you say? Ah, what a clever calculation. Since you desire it, I shall oblige, but the price is not solely yours to dictate. Xiao Tian planned to sell a concoction of mixed chaihu soup. Once Xiao Tian had acquired it, he would sell it back and relish the sight of his expression. Xiao Tian, I have no issue selling to you, but I will only sell at my price. I guarantee I will not sell ginger soup again. Let us proceed with the transaction. I have 144 cups. Xiao Tian was mindful that the fencing was still incomplete and required a significant amount of wood. After a lengthy pause, Xiao Tian finally responded. Xiao Tian, all right, I agree. Once Xiao Tian removed the ginger soup from sale, he promptly completed the transaction, acquiring 864 units of wood. With no pressing matters at hand, Xiao Tian took stock of all his resources, contemplating upgrades to the shelter and the completion of the fencing. He meticulously retrieved items from the storage cabinet and storage space. Food items included 20 units of fine-grade raw meat, 8 units of rare-grade, 2 bear paws, for golden-armored crocodile eggs, along with a plethora of mushrooms, wild vegetables, and berries. There were also 2 units of rare-grade blood meat essence, 1 liter of rare-grade water, and 2 units of mysterious fruit of fine quality. The remaining items comprised life grass, chaihu, and other medicinal herbs. As for materials, aside from the foundational materials of thousands of units of straw and wood, 800 units of stone, over 200 iron blocks, and various grades of leather and beast fangs, there were ample quantities of other resources. In terms of items, he possessed an exceptional summoning token, an arrow tower, a silver treasure chest, a blueprint for a stone house, and several ordinary facilities and crafting blueprints. To his surprise, he had amassed such a fortune in just 3 days. And he was grateful for the storage cabinet. Otherwise, he would have had no place to store it all. Since the reward for upgrading to the first stone house had yet to manifest, he must seize the opportunity. The previous reward had been a bronze treasure chest. Do you wish to upgrade the shelter? This requires consuming the stone house blueprint, 500 wood, 500 stone, and 100 iron blocks. Upgrade. With a resounding boom, the shelter underwent a magnificent transformation. Congratulations. You are the first in this region to upgrade to a stone house. You are awarded a silver treasure chest and 50 points of prestige, which will be announced throughout the region. Immediately after, a golden light emanated from his wrist, and the chat interface opened automatically. Congratulations 009527 for being the first to upgrade the shelter to a stone house. You are awarded a silver treasure chest and 50 points of prestige. A flurry of 3 announcements glimmered at the top of the chat channel, momentarily freezing the discussion. No one dared speak, whether it was the exuberant Xiao Tian or the boisterous number 1. All were momentarily rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Lin Ming, who had just dealt a significant blow to Xiao Tian, was now seething with fury. Mere moments prior, he had expended a considerable sum to acquire the stone house blueprint from someone else, gleefully anticipating being the first to upgrade and claim the announcement and treasure chest. Little did he know he was outpaced by Xiao Tian. Now, the announcement had vanished, the treasure chest had transformed into bronze, and he was left with only 30 points of prestige. Having squandered all his resources for a mere bronze treasure chest ignited Lin Ming's fury, prompting him to retrieve an item. His expression twisted in rage. With a sinister smile, he declared, I had no intention of wasting this. But since you dared to steal my first, prepare to meet your doom. Chapter 29. The treacherous Lin Ming crisis is also an opportunity. Lin Ming rubbed the scroll in his hand and opened it. Do you wish to use Death Game Excellence? Death Game Excellence. Enter the specified ID to forcibly transport the opponent into the death game. Completing it will yield substantial rewards, while failure leads to obliteration. Note, There is a high probability of failure for those below the excellence level. Huh, I don't believe you can survive this. Lin Ming laughed maniacally, inputting Xiao Tian's ID and clicking to use it. At that moment, Xiao Tian was observing the changes in the stone house. The entire shelter had undergone a significant transformation. The thatched roof had vanished, replaced by neatly arranged wooden planks. The lower part of the surrounding walls had been converted into a 1-meter-high stone barrier, and the doors and windows were now encircled with iron sheeting. The once fixed grass ropes had been supplanted by sturdy iron nails. Although the overall area remained unchanged, the materials had been upgraded, greatly enhancing warmth, comfort, and protection. Stepping outside, he noticed the previously vacant space in the courtyard had been transformed into a stone pathway, while the courtyard gate had become a large wooden door encased in iron. The requirements for upgrading to an intermediate stone house were 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, and 200 units of ironstone. With the need for thatch eliminated, Xiao Tian surmised that the next level of the shelter would indeed expand in size. Returning to his room, he selected the crafting table to make raincoats, using all the thatch he had, capable of producing 545 pieces, requiring 90 minutes. Xiao Tian planned to go out and finish constructing the fence. Just as he stepped out the door, the panel on his wristband automatically popped up, displaying information that left him astounded. ID 01573 has used the death game. Excellence. Scroll on you. You will be automatically transported in 1 hour, and this cannot be refused. You may bring your subordinates. Completing it will yield substantial rewards. Failure results in obliteration. With a clenched fist, Xiao Tian's heart simmered with resentment. So, Lin Ming, you think you can get away with this? If I hadn't known your ID, I wouldn't have known who was behind this. Once I locate you, this matter will not end here. A prompt advised. Stay calm, prepare well, and don't forget you have an excellence level summoning order to use at a critical moment. The mysterious hint soothed Xiao Tian's anxious heart. Yes, I still have the summoning order. There's no need to panic. Without delay, he called back Gnome Yi and Xiao Qi. They quickly cooked the 8 pieces of rare-grade meat and summoned Uncle Guan and Shield Mountain. In 1 hour, a battle of life and death awaited, and everyone had to participate. Upon hearing the command, the two understood the gravity of the situation and did not hesitate. Xiao Tian then opened the trading channel, hoping to find useful items. A fine-quality bullhorn bow caught his eye. He needed to look for arrows. A fine-quality refined iron armor also looked good, so he decided to secure that as well. After searching for a while, he found several useful pieces of equipment, including a fine-quality healing potion. After half an hour of searching and haggling, he spent 20 units of fine-grade raw meat, 26 units of common life grass, and 68 units of ordinary tiger stalks, along with nearly 1,000 units of wood, to acquire 1 fine bullhorn bow, 1 ordinary iron bow, a set of fine refined iron armor, a permanent blueprint for arrow production, 2 sets of fine leather armor, 6 repair stones, and 1 fine healing pill. The price was exorbitant, akin to extending his neck for slaughter, but time was of the essence. He had to complete this immediately. Hastily, he ceased production of the raincoats, casually shelving the 100 or so pieces he had made. After using the arrow blueprint, he realized that the production of arrows varied in quality based on materials, which also affected their combat power. Finally, the numerous animal teeth he had amassed proved useful. Ordinary arrows could be produced at a rate of 10 per unit of wood and iron block, with a combat power of 1 for wooden arrows, 3 for iron block arrows, and 2 when beast teeth were added. Fine-grade arrows, however, required iron blocks and fine-grade beast teeth, boasting a combat power of 15. Rare-grade arrows needed refined iron, which Xiao Tian had yet to encounter. Disregarding the wooden arrows, he expended all his ordinary and fine beast teeth, resulting in 134 enhanced arrows with a combat power of 5 and 24 fine arrows with a combat power of 15. He also spent 100 units of iron blocks to create 1,000 iron arrows. Having completed this, Xiao Tian resumed crafting the raincoats. My lord, what has happened? Guan Yidao emerged, supporting Shield Mountain, and inquired urgently. Xiao Tian explained the situation in detail. The two immediately began preparing their gear, observing Shield Mountain's still frail condition. Xiao Tian hesitated before asking Guan Yidao, Uncle Guan, how is your health? Can you withstand this? With a few hearty pats on his chest, Guan Yidao replied loudly, My lord, don't worry. After lying down for a few hours this afternoon, I am almost recovered. The Radiant Tower is indeed powerful. My bones have completely healed. Xiao Tian noticed Guan Yidao's slightly furrowed brow, indicating he was not fully recovered, but his spirits were undeniably high. Take this healing pill quickly. It's a pity there are no more enhancements left, he added, before turning to Shield Mountain. The Radiant Tower has a life song ability. Let's have you experience the sensation of flying. After activating the ability, its effects were astounding, and Shield Mountain's recovery speed surpassed that of the healing pill taken by Guan Yidao, invigorating him instantly. Shield Mountain's loyalty reached 5, steadfast and unwavering. To his surprise, Shield Mountain had already become a loyal follower. It seemed that as long as one treated them sincerely, achieving maximum loyalty was not difficult. Xiao Tian took out the summoning order he had prepared for his mother, feeling reassured. During this time, he used all the repair stones to restore the durability of both their equipment. Shield Mountain donned the refined iron armor, while the 2 sets of fine leather armor were given to Nong Yi and Xiao Qi. The bullhorn bow was assigned to Xiao Qi, and the iron bow to Nong Yi. There are over 300 arrows. You two are responsible for their safekeeping. After distributing all the equipment, he instructed everyone, especially Xiao Qi and Nong Yi, to familiarize themselves with their gear. With only 5 minutes remaining, Xiao Tian finally had time to attend to himself. He had 2 points of combat power to break through, so he needed to consume a mysterious fruit. Regrettably, Xiao Tian had initially planned to save it for later, but circumstances compelled him to use it now. Just as he was about to eat the fruit after much deliberation, Xiao Qi suddenly spoke up. "My lord, the meat is ready. Why not eat the rare grade meat? It can also enhance your combat power." "Indeed, I'm grateful for your reminder." Hearing Xiao Qi's words, Xiao Tian put away the mysterious fruit, joyfully responding. He then took a piece of meat and devoured it heartily, urging, "You 4 should eat as well. We must replenish our strength. Xiao Qi, bring the remaining fine-grade water with you." In just a minute, a 1-pound piece of meat disappeared into Xiao Tian's stomach, raising his combat power to 100 points, which then plateaued. With 3 minutes left, he took out the essence of flesh and blood, swallowing it hastily. A radiant glow enveloped him as he began to level up. A few seconds later, the leveling up was complete, and the wristband emitted a notification. Before he could check the panel, Xiao Qi covered his nose and pushed him toward the restroom. This could no longer be called a restroom after upgrading the stone house. It had transformed into a spacious 10 square meter area, with the toilet and bathing areas separated by wooden boards. When Xiao Tian emerged, less than 30 seconds remained. "Everyone prepare. Shield Mountain and Uncle Guan, take defensive positions immediately. Xiao Qi and Nong Yi, stay by my side. The death game, excellence, is commencing. Prepare for transport. 3, 2, 1. As the transmission began, a 6-pointed star appeared on the ground. Xiao Tian hurriedly selected everyone. After 10 seconds, darkness enveloped him, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. The next moment, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. The 5 swiftly moved, placing Xiao Tian at the center, while Guan Yidao and the others instinctively shielded him. Ignoring his commands, the least powerful, Nong Yi, awkwardly raised the iron bow, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead. "You all, did we not agree that Nong Yi and Xiao Qi would be inside, while Uncle Guan and Dun Shan guarded the perimeter?" Xiao Tian was moved. Yet Nong Yi and Xiao Qi resolutely stated to him, "My lord, I am prepared to die, but it shall be in your presence. There is no question of retreating behind you." "Ah, Uncle Guan, let us first observe our surroundings. It seems the battle has not yet commenced, so everyone should relax a bit." Unable to do anything about it, Xiao Tian could only respond with resignation, then curiously checked his panel. ID 009527 Xiao Tian. Level 1 experience 70300. Combat power 260 11030 Stamina 100100. Talent C level reinforce all, upgradable, can be reinforced 15,100 times or related treasures upgraded to be level. Must reinforce at least to level 1, 0-1 probability to reinforce to level 2, 0-0-0-1 probability to reinforce to level 3. Can reach mythic level but cannot be reused on the same item. Can be used 5 times daily. Remaining uses today, 0. Aptitude, excellent. Equipment, Xianjin Divine Crossbow, exceptional. Combat power, 120, automatically generates crossbow bolts. Attack speed, 1s, range, 1000 meters. Attached skill, arrow rain, covers a 10-meter radius with 100 arrows. Attack power, 100, cooldown, 30 minutes. Automatic stamina recovery, 1 stamina per minute, total stamina, 100,100. Evaluation, breaks the limits of ordinary people. 1 step closer to becoming a formidable warrior. His combat power had increased. Leveling up now granted him an additional 30 points. Unfortunately, he was still unsure how to acquire skills. Slapping his forehead, Xiao Tian thought, "What a fool I am. Focusing solely on finding gear for Guan Yidao and the others without securing myself some protective armor." The only item in the space was the tattered iron armor discarded by Dun Shan, which was better than nothing. He hastily donned it, adding 2 points to his combat power for some defense. He then scanned the surroundings. What lay before them was a desolate plain, sparsely vegetated, with swirling yellow sand as far as the eye could see. Occasionally, a few dead trees lay sprawled on the ground, and faintly, the ghostly outlines of bones could be discerned. In the distance, remnants of dilapidated structures could be seen. The 5 of them found themselves within a stone outpost, square in shape, measuring no more than 30 square meters and standing about 3 meters high. There was no internal space, only a flat roof, surrounded by protective walls towering at 15 meters. A sense of unease crept over Xiao Tian. This was evidently a dead end, with no avenue for escape or concealment. "Uncle Guan, although there are no prompts, given this environment, it is clear we must defend. This time, we shall all heed your command. You possess leadership skills. So you will direct us and bolster our strength. Lacking direction, Xiao Tian could only proceed cautiously, establishing command. As you wish. From now on, you will follow my instructions. With Guan Yidao's declaration, their combat power saw a marked increase. It felt as though a force had imbued their bodies, and as Xiao Tian clenched his fists, he sensed a surge in strength. After pondering for a moment and thoroughly inspecting the outpost, Guan Yidao addressed Xiao Tian. My lord, how many stones do we have left? Though somewhat puzzled, Xiao Tian checked the space and relayed the number to Guan Yidao. Uncle Guan, there are still 300 units remaining. What is your plan? My lord. Here is my strategy. The platform is defenseless, but we can create our own. We will construct a 10 square meter platform, at least 3 meters high, using the stones in the center and build defensive walls around it. This way, both you and Shao Qi can shoot from the elevated platform while leaving a 1-meter passage below. I, along with Dun Shan, will handle the defense. Should the lower defense falter, we can retreat to the high ground, significantly increasing our chances. After a brief pause, Guan Yidao continued, of course. This is contingent upon the absence of aerial foes. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to hold our ground. Let us not dwell on that. We shall proceed as you suggested, Xiao Tian promptly declared, retrieving all the stones, though he remained unruffled, for he still possessed a summoning token intended for his mother, which he could use should the situation become dire. The 5 of them worked tirelessly to construct the platform. Fortunately, their combined strength facilitated the task. And within a mere 10 minutes, a man-made high platform stood proudly in the center, approximately 4 meters tall, with the defensive walls nearing 5 meters. Using the small staircase they had left, Xiao Tian led Xiao Qi and Nong Yi up to the platform, releasing all their arrows. From this elevated vantage point, Xiao Tian observed that in the distance, figures were gathering from all 4 directions. A cold, emotionless voice echoed through the air. The game of death begins. First challenge, 100 ordinary skeleton soldiers. No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than a flash of white light appeared 100 meters around the outpost, revealing 100 skeleton soldiers, a terrifying sight indeed. A horde of skeletal figures, brandishing rusted weapons, their mouths opening and closing, with flames flickering from their eye sockets. My lord, test your attack. All right. Xiao Tian raised the Xianjin divine crossbow, aimed slightly, and unleashed a shot. With a swift whoosh, the bolt struck the skull of a skeleton soldier, instantly shattering it, bones scattering across the ground, the bolt piercing through several more skeletons, demonstrating formidable power. Uncle Guan, do not engage. I believe I can handle this alone. He gestured to Xiao Qi and Nong Yi to refrain from attacking, opting to shoot arrow after arrow himself. For a moment, it became a solo performance by Xiao Tian. The skeleton soldiers moved sluggishly, allowing him to dispatch several with each shot. Before long, a minute had passed, and only a few scattered skeletons remained outside the outpost. All felled by Xiao Tian's arrows. Haha, is this the extent of the challenge? It seems rather simple. Having single-handedly dealt with the first wave of foes, Xiao Tian was filled with joy, successfully eliminated the first wave of enemies. All participants gained 50 experience. The next wave will attack in 10 minutes. The voice resonated once more, and the bones on the ground vanished. Surprised by the experience gain, Xiao Tian remained unconcerned, yet Guan Yidao, seasoned and shrewd, suspected that it could not be this simple. Indeed, the second wave arrived with 200 skeletons, and as they drew near, Xiao Tian struggled to fend them off. The third wave brought 300 skeletons, among which were 10 of the exceptional grade. Nong Yi and Xiao Qi began to fight back, but their inexperience resulted in poor accuracy. Nong Yi, lacking the warrior's precision, struggled to improve, while Xiao Qi, leveraging her remarkable learning ability, managed to achieve a 50 hit rate after firing over 20 arrows. The fourth wave unleashed 400 skeletons, including 100 exceptional grade and 1 rare grade. Tension gripped the hearts of the group. Guan Yidao took charge, my lord. Passed Dun Shan's original shield to Nong Yi. Nong Yi, you are to stand guard and protect our lord. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We are about to engage in close combat. Chapter 31, The Skeleton Army and Xiao Qi's Growth. As the skeletons emerged, Xiao Tian and Xiao Qi did not relent, continuously firing arrows that pinned the skeletons to the ground. The Xianjin divine crossbow could still achieve a one-hit kill even against the exceptional grade skeletons when striking their skulls. However, Xiao Qi faced significant challenges. Unless she hit a critical point in the eye socket, it would take 5 arrows to bring down an exceptional grade skeleton, leaving her no choice but to target ordinary ones. The exceptional grade skeletons proved to be much more agile, hiding behind the ordinary ones, making them difficult to kill. By the time the enemies neared the outpost, Xiao Tian had only managed to slay about 10. Skeleton Warrior, Exceptional, Level 1. Combat Power, 120. Evaluation, Agile. The backbone of the Skeleton Army. Skeleton Champion, Rare, Level 1. Combat Power, 225. Evaluation, Elite Fighters, Skilled in Close Combat. The Skeleton Champion, clad in iron armor and wielding an iron sword, towered nearly 3 meters tall, almost level with the outpost. Fortunately, the protective walls provided some hindrance. Several attempts to scale the outpost were thwarted by Dunshan. Be careful, Uncle Guan. Guan Yidao maneuvered through the passage, continuously dispatching skeleton warriors that attempted to leap onto the outpost, nearly caught off guard by an enemy that had just jumped up from behind. Fortunately, Xiao Tian noticed in time and shot it down with an arrow. My lord, I am out of arrows. Xiao Qi exclaimed anxiously, causing Xiao Tian to be taken aback. This was only the fourth wave, and the arrows had already been depleted. He had meticulously prepared over 300. Xiao Qi jumped down and joined the fray with Shun Shan's blade. Guan Yidao, ever vigilant, continued to slay enemies while attentively listening to Xiao Qi's words, making timely arrangements. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Qi leaped down from the heights, and Shun Shan instinctively passed over his crude sword, with both hands wielding the shield. She sent the advancing skeletal warriors flying while keenly observing the movements of the skeletal champions. Grasping the crude sword, Xiao Qi swung it with a touch of awkwardness, alleviating some of the pressure on Guan Yidao, sweeping, chopping, retreating. As Guan Yidao fought off foes, he still had the energy to teach Xiao Qi, who, with her aptitude for learning, quickly adapted and was soon capable of handling a skeletal warrior on her own, having already surpassed the elite level in combat prowess. Xiao Qi grew increasingly formidable, gradually unleashing her true potential. There were still 7 elite-level foes remaining, positioned on the high platform. The idle gnome took on the role of an observer, periodically updating everyone on the situation, though he felt a sense of urgency. After all, he was merely a farmer, capable of dealing with a few ordinary foes at best. With a swoosh, one skeletal warrior fell to the ground, prompting Xiao Tian to chuckle. Wrong, only 6 remain. Seeing the enemy numbers dwindle, Xiao Tian felt lighthearted enough to jest. Minutes later, all elite-level foes were vanquished, leaving just a solitary skeletal champion and around 10 ordinary skeletal soldiers. Next wave of attack at 9:58. Suddenly, Xiao Tian noticed a panel popping up from his wristband, revealing a countdown to the next attack, and his heart tightened as he called out, Uncle Guan, the next wave is upon us. We must act swiftly. Shun Shan, jump down with me, and let's eliminate that skeletal champion. Hearing Xiao Tian's command, Guan Yidao quickly made a decision. They had to take the initiative and leap down without hesitation. With a sweeping strike, he dispatched all nearby ordinary skeletal soldiers, while Shun Shan targeted the skeletal champion, charging in with his iron shield firmly in hand. The combined weight of himself and the massive shield knocked the skeletal champion to the ground. With impeccable timing, Guan Yidao arrived just in time to execute a skill that severed the skeletal champion's head. A flash of white light enveloped the area as the scattered bones vanished, and the 5 of them shimmered with radiant energy, leveling up and regaining a modicum of stamina. The experience points were 50 for the first wave, 100 for the second, 150 for the third, and 200 for the fourth. Xiao Tian comprehended the pattern of acquiring experience. Though meager, it was better than nothing. All 5 had ascended to level 2, significantly boosting their combat capabilities. Xiao Tian and Guan Yidao's experience points reached 270, 500 at level 2. If the next wave yielded 250 experience points, they could ascend to the next level. Gnome Yi, Xiao Qi, come down and swiftly retrieve the arrows. My lord, please keep an eye on the time. Notify us when there are 2 minutes remaining. Guan Yidao directed the group from the lookout post. The others sprang into action, and it was then that Shun Shan made a new discovery. Uncle Guan, the skeletal champion dropped something. Guan Yidao hurriedly approached to inspect the area where the skeletal champion had vanished, uncovering 3 glowing orbs. He climbed back up to the lookout post and handed them to Xiao Tian. To his surprise, there was an unexpected bounty. Xiao Tian accepted the items eagerly and opened them. Iron Sword, Elite, Combat Power 15, Stamina 8100. Iron Armor, Elite, Combat Power 20, Stamina 9100. 4 Repair Stones. Gazing at the items revealed, Xiao Tian burst into joyous laughter. Ah, what a timely blessing. Uncle Guan, give this iron sword to Xiao Qi, and you all can distribute the repair stones among yourselves. The iron armor is just what I need. With that, he donned the iron armor, though merely elite grade. The modest increase in combat power was overshadowed by the substantial sense of security the robust iron plating provided. Time swiftly passed, and soon only 2 minutes remained. Xiao Tian hastily called everyone back up. Time was short, and they had recovered fewer than 500 arrows. Guan Yidao instructed Xiao Qi to continue shooting, and as soon as the enemies closed in, she would descend to provide support. 5th wave commencing. Here they come. With widened eyes, Xiao Tian focused on the horizon. After a flash of white light, he surveyed the area, feeling a pang of concern. The anticipated 500 foes were present, but among them were 300 ordinary skeletal soldiers, including 100 armed with bows, alongside 190 elite skeletal warriors, 9 rare skeletal champions, and a newly emerged exceptional skeletal general. Uncle Guan, the situation is dire. There are 100 skeletal archers, 190 skeletal warriors, 9 skeletal champions, and a skeletal general. Xiao Tian relayed the circumstances of the skeletal horde to Guan Yidao below, his tone tinged with urgency. Crouched behind the protective wall, Guan Yidao paused for a moment before addressing everyone. My lord, there is no need for panic. Xiao Qi, quickly unleash all your arrows to eliminate the skeletal archers, then descend to join forces with Shun Shan. My lord, focus on dispatching the skeletal warriors. And once I gather the skeletal champions together, I will direct you to unleash your skills. Nong Yi, ensure the protection of my lord. With everything arranged, Guan Yidao's expression turned serious as he gripped his great sword tightly and leaped down. The others were taken aback, and Xiao Tian shouted, Uncle Guan, be careful. Chapter 32. Guan Yidao unleashes his fury. Reinforcements arrive. With a heavy thud, he landed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Waving to his comrades behind him while dragging his great sword, he charged towards the skeletal horde at an astonishing speed. A low-frequency sound reminiscent of a deep-throated growl echoed around them. It was the skeletal general issuing commands. The surrounding skeletal archers received their orders and raised their bows, unleashing a volley of arrows towards Guan Yidao. Unfortunately, the skeletal soldiers were too sluggish, and the feathery bone arrows merely kicked up dust behind him. Even the occasional hit was deflected by his leather armor. With relentless slashes, Guan Yidao carved a path through the skeletal ranks, swiftly reaching the skeletal champions. Delivering a light strike. From the lookout post, Xiao Tian and Xiao Qi continued to rain arrows down upon the skeletal archers, who fell in droves, and within 3 minutes, the skeletal archers had suffered catastrophic losses, with over 70 skeletal warriors also vanquished. The pressure on Guan Yidao lessened as he navigated the skeletal throng with ease, while the enraged skeletal champions pursued him closely. Soon, the 9 skeletal champions and dozens of skeletal warriors were lured together near the lookout post. My lord, prepare. Guan Yidao suddenly surged forward, rolling out of Xiao Tian's line of sight. Xiao Tian promptly activated his skill. Rain of arrows. Instantly, hundreds of crossbow bolts rained down upon the skeletal horde, with the clustered skeletal champions sustaining 5 or 6 arrows each, knocking down more than half of them, leaving only 3, dismembered and struggling to stand, while over 20 skeletal warriors perished behind them. Shun Shan, descend. We will directly engage the skeletal general while Xiao Qi switches weapons to secure the platform. Realizing the opportunity, Guan Yidao immediately rallied Shun Shan to confront the skeletal general. The remaining few skeletal soldiers posed little threat, easily managed by Xiao Tian and Xiao Qi. With a furious roar, the skeletal general charged at Guan Yidao. Although the skeletal general possessed some intelligence and could command his subordinates, his limited intellect became apparent as his forces dwindled. The remaining skeletal soldiers surged towards the lookout post under the skeletal general's command, leaving him to battle Guan Yidao and Shun Shan alone. With a resounding crash, the skeletal general struck at Guan Yidao, but Shun Shan expertly blocked the blow with his shield. The skeletal general's great sword was formidable, causing a third of the durability of Shun Shan's iron shield to vanish, inciting great concern within him as he dared not withstand another direct hit. Uncle Guan, I can't hold him off. His sword is too powerful. If he strikes 2 more times, my iron shield will shatter. Upon hearing this, Guan Yidao quickly altered his strategy, swinging his great sword in a wide arc. Seizing the moment while the skeletal general pursued Shun Shan, he executed a diagonal cut aimed at the skeletal general's knee, severing one of its legs. Caught off guard, the skeletal general stumbled and fell to the ground, giving Shun Shan the perfect opportunity to leap high into the air, crashing down onto the skeletal general's back with his iron shield. Hurry, Uncle Guan. Experienced in combat, Guan Yidao was not one to let this opportunity slip by. With a powerful strike akin to a cleaving blow upon Manhwa, he severed the right hand of the skeletal general wielding a great sword. Deprived of 1 hand and 1 leg, the skeletal general was rendered defenseless and, under the coordinated efforts of the duo, soon met his demise as they severed his head from his body. In a mere 10 minutes, Guan Yidao, panting and exhausted, collapsed atop the skeletal general's remains. Meanwhile, Shun Shan, who was primarily defensive, still had some stamina left. Shun Shan, quickly assist. Guan Yidao gasped, urging Shun Shan to provide aid. At this juncture, fewer than 10 skeletal warriors remained, along with approximately 60 ordinary skeletons. With her honed combat skills, Xiao Qi maneuvered adeptly under the cover of Xiao Tian, demonstrating remarkable proficiency. With Shun Shan's support, the battle concluded in under a minute. A total of 250 experience points were awarded, and both Xiao Tian and Guan Yidao successfully leveled up, regaining a modicum of energy. Guan Yidao stood up. Once the skeletal foes vanished, they left behind a plethora of luminous orbs. This time, Xiao Tian did not linger atop the platform, but leaped down alongside Nong Yi. Quickly, clear the battlefield. We know not how long until the next wave arrives. We must be prepared. The group sprang into action. Thanks to Guan Yidao's prowess, this skirmish concluded even more swiftly than the previous one. After retrieving all spoils and arrows, they found themselves with some time to rest. Xiao Tian produced all the berries and pristine well water, and the group indulged heartily. Xiao Tian, having expended little energy, having merely shot from a distance, still retained half of his stamina. After quenching their thirst, they began to tally their gains. 6 exquisite iron swords, 7 sets of refined iron armor, 1 rare-level dark iron greatsword, 1 rare-level fish scale armor, 12 restoration stones, 1 exquisite summoning order, 3 exquisite skeletal summoning tokens, and 1 rare skeletal summoning token. Beholding the bountiful haul, Xiao Tian felt a surge of joy, even beginning to anticipate the impending crisis. For he still possessed a trump card. If necessary, he could employ the outstanding summoning order. Uncle Guan, this is for you. This dark iron greatsword grants an additional 80 combat power. If you encounter another skeletal general, I doubt he could withstand more than a few of your strikes. By the way, change into the iron armor. The leather armor lacks sufficient protection. Nong Yi, Xiao Qi, you both should don the iron armor as well. Shunzhan, the fish scale armor is for you. With their new equipment, the group was naturally elated, especially Guan Yidao, who caressed his new weapon with a tender expression that might mislead one into thinking he was caressing his beloved. Everyone exchanged their old gear for new. And apart from Shunzhan, who utilized 2 restoration stones to repair his iron shield, there was no need to waste precious restoration stones on the old equipment. Next, they retrieved several summoning orders. Xiao Tian, familiar with the exquisite summoning order, was intrigued by the skeletal summoning options and opened them for examination. Summon skeleton, exquisite. Summon skeleton, rare. It turned out to summon skeletal warriors and skeletal champions, which would aid in defense quite well. Unfortunately, they could not be taken away and would dissipate after the battle. Xiao Tian decided to expend the exquisite summoning order along with the skeletal summoning tokens. In a flash of white light, a warrior in his early 20s, donned an iron armor and wielding an iron sword, materialized, accompanied by 3 skeletal warriors and 1 skeletal champion. Greetings, my lord. Xiao Tian helped him to his feet. Inspecting his details. Unnamed, exquisite. Class, warrior. Affiliation, Xiao Tian. Level, 0 experience, 0-100. Loyalty, 80. Combat power, 1883. Stamina, 100-100. Skills, none. Equipment, iron sword, common. Combat power, 1 durability, 100-100. Iron armor, common. Combat power, 2 durability, 100-100. Evaluation, elite infantry, valiant in battle, proficient in close combat. Not bad at all. A combat power of 188 was already nearing rare quality, worthy of cultivation, with the potential to ascend to rare status. From now on, you shall be known as Bui. Let me introduce you to everyone. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xiao Tian replaced Bui's ordinary gear, increasing his combat power by over 30 points. The group then curiously regarded the 4 skeletal warriors, much like those they had just vanquished. The skeletal champion was clad in armor and wielded an iron sword with a formidable combat power of 310 points. The 3 skeletal warriors were still arrayed in tattered gear. Xiao Tian attempted to command them to don the exquisite iron swords and iron armor, and to his surprise, it worked, augmenting their strength by 30 points. With a mere thought, he could operate them flexibly. The skeletal champion required only simple commands to follow. Uncle Guan, if the next round proceeds like this, I foresee no difficulties. Replacing a bird gun with a cannon, our strength has surged. Xiao Tian began to feel a sense of pride. My lord, do not become complacent. Even the slightest misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Guan Yidao remained seasoned, refusing to be blinded by a fleeting victory. As seconds ticked by, the 6th wave finally approached. A radiant light enveloping the surroundings. The group, upon closer inspection, gasped in astonishment. Chapter 33, Escalating Pressure, Mysterious Loot. The area was densely populated with enemies, the number of adversaries having doubled since the last wave. Alongside the unchanged count of skeletal soldiers, there were now an additional 500 grotesque creatures resembling skinless humans, their muscle fibers exposed, appearing as if they were living beings flayed alive, dripping with blood. Blood corpse, common. Combat power, 80. Evaluation, average combat power, swift in movement, with the sole weakness being the head. Uncle Guan, we cannot venture out. The latest foes are called blood corpses, and they must be struck in the head to be defeated. Xiao Tian informed Guan Yidao of the newly emerged blood corpses, prompting Guan Yidao to swiftly devise a new strategy. Xiao Qi, continue targeting the skeletal archers. My lord will handle the skeletal champions. The rest of you, fortify our defense atop the platform. We are outnumbered this time. We must hold our ground. Remember to rely on the 4 skeletal allies for defense to avoid taking damage. The blood corpses were remarkably swift. Scarcely had Guan Yidao finished speaking when they were already within 20 meters of the watchtower. Xiao Tian and Xiao Qi focused intently on their respective targets. Both unleashed a barrage of thousands of arrows, their accuracy remarkably high, hitting nearly 8 out of 10. Nong Yi surveyed the battlefield from the high platform, occasionally relaying information to Guan Yidao. The platform below erupted into fierce melee combat. With Guan Yidao and Xuanshan's high combat power and vast experience, blood corpses continued to fall beneath their blades. However, Bui struggled significantly. After dispatching a mere 10 blood corpses, the increasing tide of enemies overwhelmed him. Gradually, he found himself unable to keep up, retreating to the side of the skeletal champion. biding his time for an opportunity to strike. Fortunately, the 4 skeletal warriors and the skeletal champion, seemingly tireless, managed to hold off nearly half the enemy forces. Xiao Qi, have you eliminated all the skeletal archers? Guan Yidao's voice rang out from below the platform. At that moment, sweat dripped from Guan Yidao's brow. The blood corpses proved more formidable than anticipated. Unless their necks were severed or their skulls cleaved, they would continue their relentless assault, necessitating greater effort to overcome. The bodies outside the watchtower had piled to over 3 meters high, and the blood corpses alongside the skeletal warriors began their charge, intensifying the pressure considerably. The 3 skeletal warriors on their side were already teetering, missing limbs, making it difficult to maintain their defense. Hearing Guan Yidao's words, Xiao Qi scanned the area, estimating the remaining foes, and spoke up. Uncle Guan, there are just about 10 left. Ignore them, they pose little threat. Quickly, descend to support Bui. We can barely hold out below. In a state of urgency, Xiao Qi cast aside her bow, seized an iron sword, and leaped down. With a swift downward strike, she dispatched a skeletal warrior upon landing. Twisting her wrist, she swept the iron sword horizontally, clearing the area around Bui of several enemies. Thank you. These blood corpses are exceedingly difficult to kill. Had you arrived a moment later, I would have been unable to hold my position. Bui expressed his lingering trepidation. He feared not for his own life, but rather for his lord's safety. Xiao Qi said nothing further, nodding to Bui in acknowledgement before rushing off to another area, systematically eliminating the blood corpses near the skeletal warriors. For the moment, they had stabilized their defense. Uncle Guan, can you hold on? We've already taken down 6 skeletal champions. Just 3 more to go. At that moment, Xiao Tian, focusing intently on eliminating skeletal champions from the high platform, became acutely aware of the intense situation unfolding below. Feeling a pang of anxiety, Guan Yidao wielded his great sword with precision, cleaving through the 3 approaching skeletal warriors with ease. He turned to address his comrades behind him. Fear not, my lord. The ordinary minions pose little threat. We can withstand their onslaught. Shunzhan, keep a vigilant eye on Bai, while Xiaoqi maneuvers around. Nangi, stay alert to the movements of that skeletal captain. Report back immediately if it approaches. Despite the chaos of battle, Guan Yidao maintained a timely and accurate command over his team, instilling them with immense confidence. Time slipped away rapidly. Outside the outpost, over 500 enemies still remained. Just as Xiao Tian felt a moment of relief upon dispatching the last skeletal warrior, he suddenly realized the countdown for the next wave had begun, causing a surge of panic within him. Uncle Guan, the next wave countdown has started. We have 9 minutes. Do not panic, my lord. We have ample time. Retrieve the refined water and food so that Nangi can pass them to us. We need to regain some stamina, Guan Yidao replied through gritted teeth. His exceptional combat prowess would allow him to endure, and with Shunzhan primarily focused on defense, there was little drain on his resources. However, Xiaoqi and Bai were gradually succumbing to fatigue. As Xiao Tian engaged the enemy, he hastily retrieved items from his storage space and tossed them onto the platform. Bai, replenish your stamina first. I will cover you. Shunzhan positioned himself beside Bai, using his iron shield and sword to block and counterattack, clearing the enemies around them. After swiftly consuming a cup of refined water and half a piece of rare meat, Bai felt his vitality surge back, rejuvenated and ready for battle once more. Following suit, Xiaoqi, Shunzhan, and Guan Yidao took turns replenishing their stamina, increasing their kill rate. At this point, 2 summoned skeletal warriors had already fallen, and the last remaining one had lost an arm, teetering on the brink of collapse. My lord, what is that? Xiao Tian, who had just dispatched the final skeletal warrior, was continuously targeting the skeletal soldiers to relieve the pressure below when he suddenly heard Nangi's voice. Xiao Tian glanced at the ground, spotting a shimmering gift box. Where did that come from? He inquired, momentarily stunning Nangi. My lord, it's from you. A puzzled Xiao Tian, while utilizing Faith Shot, checked the notifications on his wristband. After flipping through several pages, he discovered it was a mysterious gift from the Heavenly Tao, bestowed upon him for being the first blue star human to surpass his potential and reach the refined level. He had been on the verge of teleportation at the time and had not paid attention. Unfortunately, he had exhausted his enhancement attempts for the day. Given the urgency of the situation, he could only open the gift for now. Congratulations. You have received 1 golden treasure chest, 1 equipment enhancement scroll, exquisite. 1 summoning order, rare. Haha, I didn't expect such treasures. Xiao Tian exclaimed joyfully, contemplating how best to utilize these items to navigate through the impending crisis. The equipment enhancement scroll, exquisite, indicated, can enhance equipment below exquisite level by 1 tier. After a moment of consideration, Xiao Tian concluded that it would be best to give it to Guan Yidao, with a formidable weapon, paired with his strength. He might even be able to contend with a dragon rhinoceros. Uncle Guan, here, enhance your weapon to the exquisite level. Xiao Tian tossed the enhancement scroll to Guan Yidao, who wasted no time in commencing the enhancement. With a flash of golden light, Guan Yidao's great sword was transformed into a crescent blade. Chapter 34, The Archer Lung Ling, Super Gatling. Crescent blade, exquisite, combat power, 135. Skill 1. Half Moon Slash. Unleashes a crescent-shaped blade aura forward, inflicting substantial damage on enemies in its path, with a range of 20 meters and an attack power of 20. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Skill 2. Sweeping the Army. Releases a fan-shaped blade aura, dealing damage to enemies within a 10-meter radius. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Automatic stamina recovery, 1 per minute. Stamina, 100. Powerful, exceedingly powerful. With a mere flick of his wrist, Guan Yidao cleaved through 2 skeletal warriors effortlessly, his attacks a seamless flow of might. Moreover, with 2 lethal skills at his disposal, though their cooldowns were lengthy, they could serve as trump cards, pivotal in critical moments. Nangi, where's that skeletal captain? I am eager to cut it down. Grasping the crescent blade, even the composed Guan Yidao could hardly contain his eagerness to confront the skeletal captain. Wait, uncle. Let me see if I can summon a powerful ally to assist us. Concerned about the lack of manpower on the platform, Xiao Tian decided to utilize the rare summoning order. No, just use the exquisite one. After all, I can give the rare one to my mother tomorrow, and I can enhance it later. Thus, he put away the rare summoning order and took out the exquisite one, activating it. Upon successful summoning, a warrior, exquisite, appeared. A flash of white light revealed a female warrior clad in exquisite leather armor, wielding a bow and quiver. The leather plates were intricately adorned with beautiful metallic patterns, perfectly complementing her body's contours, showcasing both strength and grace. The bow had razor-sharp edges, emanating a chilling glimmer, clearly more than just a ranged weapon. While her quiver held 10 arrows, which seemed somewhat scarce. Her features were striking, with delicate and three-dimensional facial features, when she raised her gaze. Her eyes seemed to pierce through all, embodying the indifference of a hunter surveying its prey. At your service, my lord. Her voice was crisp and cold. Lung Ling, exquisite. Profession, divine archer. Affiliation, Xiao Tian. Loyalty, 80. Level, 0 experience, 0 100. Combat power, 521, 365, 156. Stamina, 100. Skills, rapid fire. Fires 10 arrows in quick succession. Capable of targeting single or multiple foes. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Lethal arrow. Explosive 200 attack power. Instant kill for anything below exquisite level. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Equipment. Blade Shadow Wind Chaser Bow. Rare. Combat power, 68. Increases attack speed by 20. Durability, 100. Gale Leather Armor. Rare. Combat power, 88. Increases movement speed by 20. Durability, 100. Return Arrow Quiver. Rare, contains 10 black gold feather arrows that never wear out. Automatically returns to the quiver after hitting a target. Evaluation. Battlefield Harvester. Boasting both exceptional ranged output and decent melee capability. Lung Ling. The attributes on her panel were dazzling. Xiao Tian regarded Lung Ling's attributes, marveling at her as a fusion of an ancient Gatling gun and a sniper, with 2 formidable skills and that extraordinary quiver. No wonder there were only 10 arrows. It was akin to infinite firepower. As Xiao Tian examined Lung Ling's information, from her perspective, she saw Xiao Tian fixated on her, causing a flicker of annoyance within her. Loyalty 1. Xiao Tian was startled. What is going on? Noticing Lung Ling still kneeling and casting an unhappy glance at him, he quickly explained, do not misunderstand. I was merely examining your panel information, not intentionally neglecting you. Please rise. The battle is urgent. Eliminate the enemies first, and I shall introduce you later. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's explanation, Lung Ling realized her misunderstanding of her lord and felt a pang of guilt, rising to her feet and bowing to Xiao Tian before scanning the battlefield. Meanwhile, Guan Yidao was wreaking havoc below, exhilarated by the carnage, and had spotted the skeletal captain, with his skills cooling down for just 1 more minute. He was poised to charge into battle against the skeletal captain at any moment. Lung Ling, that is the skeletal captain, exquisite level. If we take it down, this wave of enemies will be much easier to handle. Xiao Tian pointed to the skeletal captain as he spoke to Lung Ling. After observing the situation and calculating the distance, Lung Ling confidently replied, rest assured, my lord. This will be a piece of cake. Watch me. With that, she raised her bow and aimed for a few seconds before shouting, fire. Her movements were as swift as lightning, leaving only the afterimage of her arm. In one breath, she unleashed 10 arrows that flew in a straight line towards the skeletal captain. It turned out she had employed the rapid-fire skill. Xiao Tian had never seen anyone shoot so fast that it was dazzling. In less than 2 seconds, she had released 10 arrows. The arrows struck precisely into the eye sockets of the skeletal captain, piercing the soul fire. The skeletal captain had no time to react before it crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. All present were momentarily taken aback, their intention to attack momentarily forgotten. Fortunately, the demise of the skeletal war general momentarily halted the enemy's assault. Otherwise, injuries would have been inevitable. The miraculous quiver, upon the fall of the skeletal war general, revealed 10 arrows within, leaving Xiao Tian and Nong Yi in a state of astonishment. Wow, Lung Ling, you are simply extraordinary. As the two continued to shower her with praise, A smile gradually spread across Lung Ling's face, her heart brimming with joy. With a swift motion, she unleashed a torrent of arrows, achieving a remarkable rate of 2 arrows per second even without skills. Her strikes were both rapid and precise, causing numerous foes to fall, with even the skeletal warriors succumbing to a single arrow. In just 3 minutes, she had fired nearly 300 arrows, clearing the area surrounding the outpost of all enemies. With 2 minutes remaining until the next wave, my shooting speed is astonishingly fast. The durability of my bow has already halved, Lung Ling remarked, holding her bow aloft. Yes, it's coming right up. Uncle Guan, please clear the battlefield and collect the fallen orbs. Xiao Tian promptly responded. Recognizing that Lung Ling had become the team's primary damage dealer, her absence would be sorely felt. Soon, the battlefield was cleared, and the group gathered around. Xiao Tian introduced Lung Ling to everyone, and thankfully, her warm nature shone through as she engaged enthusiastically with her companions, sharing laughter with the vivacious Xiao Qi and even offering guidance on archery. The spoils included 4 fine-quality iron swords, 7 sets of fine-quality iron armor, 1 rare-grade dark iron armor, 8 bottles of restorative potions, 10 repair stones, 1 crafting blueprint for restorative potions, and 1 rare-grade summoning token for skeletons. The group quickly exchanged their low-durability iron swords and armor, with Uncle Guan donning the rare dark iron armor. Xiao Tian swiftly distributed the equipment, ensuring that aside from Shield Mountain and Lung Ling, who each consumed 2 repair stones, there remained 6 in reserve. Curiously, he examined the newly acquired restorative potion. Restorative potion, common, instantly restores 30 points of stamina and slightly heals injuries. This was far more practical than the fine-quality potions, especially since their supply was dwindling. Restorative potion crafting blueprint, level 35, epic skeleton king, special creature devourer. Common grade requires 200 milliliters of water and 1 life herb. Common. Instantly restores 30 points of stamina and slightly heals injuries. Effects are halved for fine grade and above. Fine grade requires 200 milliliters of fine water and 1 life herb. Fine. Instantly restores 60 points of stamina, rapidly heals injuries. Effects are halved for rare grade and above. Rare grade requires 200 milliliters of rare water and 1 life herb. Rare. Instantly restores full stamina and immediately heals injuries. Effects are halved for superior grade and above. To think such fortune would befall him. Wasn't he this akin to the red potions in games, and a complete set at that? He could craft all the way up to legendary quality, though regrettably, Xiao Tian had yet to encounter even a rare life herb. Xiao Tian summoned the skeletal warrior. As the 7th wave of enemies had emerged, still numbering 1,000 monsters, the skeletal warriors had increased to 20, there was 1 more skeletal war general, and 50 newly appeared fine-grade iron corpses, towering at 3 meters tall, now encased in an additional layer of carapace. Although their speed was diminished, their defense had more than doubled. 50 fine-grade hunters, small and agile, had enhanced speed and dexterity, with long, sharp claws adorning their hands. Without Lung Ling, this wave would have resulted in heavy casualties, but thanks to her, the moment the enemy appeared, the 2 skeletal war generals had barely materialized before being swiftly dispatched by her 2 skills. Guan Yidao felt somewhat disheartened, as Lung Ling's appearance made him feel superfluous. Stationed on the platform, he had eagerly anticipated showcasing his newly acquired gear, only to find himself reduced to slaying mere minions. Even Xiao Tian had yet to make a move, leaning against the edge of the high platform, admiring the artistry of Lung Ling's attacks alongside Nong Yi. Master, perhaps you and Nong should descend. Your presence is hindering my attacks. Lung Ling suddenly exclaimed, leaving Xiao Tian feeling quite embarrassed at being so dismissed. Reluctantly, he and Nong descended from the high platform to join the others in battling the minions, with Nong occasionally striking down an enemy with his iron sword. Thus, the 7th wave passed uneventfully, with not a single fine-grade monster felled by anyone but Lung Ling. They once again reaped a significant bounty of iron swords and armor. Alongside new gear, a rare-grade dark iron helmet, dark iron boots, 8 repair stones, 6 bottles of common restorative potions, 2 bottles of fine-grade potions, and 1 common summoning token. Accumulating fine-grade equipment in abundance, they were poised to return with a veritable stockpile. The newly acquired helmet and boots were bestowed upon Guan Yidao, who, clad in high-grade gear, now boasted formidable combat prowess, ready to challenge the dragon rhinoceros upon their return. As the 8th wave approached, with Lung Ling's Gatling-like prowess, the group found themselves swiftly dispatching foes, unaware that they were engaged in a battle for their lives, casually joking and chatting while leaning against the protective wall. The 9th wave presented a slight challenge, finally granting Guan Yidao the opportunity he had been craving. In a fervor, he charged into the throng of monsters, his great blade dancing through the air, cleaving through both fine and rare foes alike. Ultimately, he stood before the last 2 skeletal war generals and, with a decisive half-moon slash, concluded the battle. Uncle Guan, you are magnificent. Under Xiao Tian's lead, the group erupted in cheers for Guan Yidao. Following several waves, Xiao Tian, Shield Mountain, and Xiao Qi had all donned full sets of rare-grade equipment. while Lung Ling equipped herself with dark iron boots and a helmet. Even Bu Yi and Nong Yi wielded rare-grade weapons and donned rare-grade armor, summoning 5 skeletal warriors, 5 skeletal soldiers, and 2 skeletal war generals, completely filling the platform passage. Nong Yi and Xiao Tian ascended back to the high platform. After enduring 9 waves of attacks, aside from Lung Ling and Bu Yi, who had reached level 3, everyone else had ascended to level 4, with Guan Yidao now possessing the highest combat power. Guan Yidao Superior. Affiliation, Xiao Tian Devoted. Level, 4 Experience, 600-2000. Combat Power, 1266-331-600-335. Stamina, 100. Skills, 1 slash, Charged Blast, increases attack power by 100, cooldown time 30 minutes. Leadership, capable of commanding up to 100 warriors. All warriors gain 10 in attack and defense. Equipment, Crescent Blade, Superior, Combat Power, 135, Durability, 100-100. Dark Iron Armor, Rare, Combat Power, 68, Durability, 88-100. Dark Iron Helmet, Rare, Combat Power, 62, Durability, 100-100. Dark Iron Boots, Rare, Combat Power, 70, Durability, 100-100. Evaluation, Veteran transformed, initially becoming a general. His combat power had soared, and the recent gains were truly remarkable. The strength of Xiao Tian's team had undergone a tremendous transformation, and he even felt a flicker of gratitude toward Lin Ming. Ah, how foolish. Gratitude is the last thing I should feel. Once I return, I must devise a way to eliminate him. The final wave will arrive in 10 minutes. Completing it will yield substantial rewards, while failure will result in annihilation. Completion conditions. 1. Survive for 60 minutes. 2. Eliminate all monsters. Meeting either condition will suffice for completion, with different rewards for each method. Haha, at last. The final wave is upon us. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Let us finish this and head home. Xiao Tian chuckled heartily, unaware that it was already past 7 p.m. They had been engaged in battle for several hours, and fortunately, there was no night or day to contend with. Otherwise, the defensive pressure would have been even greater. The 10 minutes passed swiftly, and this time, the enemies did not spawn all around them, but rather, 1,000 skeletons appeared ahead, with another 1,000 blood corpses emerging behind. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Tian was struck with cold sweat. In front of him stood an epic-level skeleton king, 3 superior-grade skeletal war generals, 100 rare-grade skeletal warriors, and the remainder comprised fine-grade monsters, including 100 fine-grade skeletal spear throwers. Behind them loomed a special superior-grade devourer, 100 rare-grade slayers, with the rest consisting of fine-grade iron corpses and hunters. Uncle Guan, what should we do? The enemy's strength and numbers have multiplied several times. It seems exceedingly difficult to endure. Xiao Tian spoke with a tremor in his voice, his complexion markedly pale, while Nong Yi beside him quaked with fear. Guan Yidao's countenance darkened, momentarily at a loss for a solution. He spoke up. My lord. First, relay the information regarding the Skeleton King and the Devourer. Skeleton King, Epic, Level 1. Combat Power, 1458. Devourer, Exquisite, Level 1. Combat Power, 850. Skills, Devour, rapidly levels up by consuming corpses. Burst, instantly increases speed by 200. Lasting 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. A peculiar entity among the horde, actively consumes its companions. The more it eats, the stronger it becomes. With a chance of promotion. Uncle Guan, we can still see the information on the Devourer. Its skills are exceedingly formidable. The Skeleton King only reveals its combat power of 1458, with no further details available. This left Guan Yidao feeling uncertain. What was visible seemed daunting, while the unseen posed an even greater conundrum, leaving him unaware of any hidden trump cards. Chapter 36. Harmonious Cooperation. Defeating the Devourer. Shieldsman, follow my lead. The rest of you hold the platform. My lord will deal with the skeleton spearmen, and Cold Ling will confront the skeleton warriors. Shieldsman and I shall create an opportunity for you to eliminate it with the barrage arrows. We must first take care of the Devourer. After issuing his orders, Guan Yidao leapt down from the lookout, leading the shieldsman towards the rear of the horde. The duo moved in seamless coordination, carving a bloody path through the corpses. Xiao Qi, at that moment, drew her bow to cover their advance, while the others anxiously awaited in place. Suddenly, a ripping sound echoed. Guan Yidao was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the newly appeared slaughterer, Rare, to possess such formidable defenses, making it impossible to dispatch with a single strike. It was exceedingly troublesome. Combining the high defense of an iron corpse with the speed of a hunter, its limbs transforming into razor-sharp blades. Each slaughterer required 2 strikes to subdue, hastening the depletion of Guan Yidao's stamina. As he drew within 20 meters of the Devourer, it deftly evaded him. The cunning creature darting about while voraciously consuming the corpses Guan Yidao had slain, its aura intensifying, though the changes in combat power remained unseen. It was evident that it was growing stronger. Xiao Tian, focused on fending off the skeleton spearman, inadvertently glanced at Guan Yidao and witnessed the Devourer's actions, prompting him to check its status. Devourer, Exquisite, Level 3. Combat Power, 1150. Skills. Devour, rapidly levels up by consuming corpses. Burst, instantly increases speed by 200, lasting 30 seconds. With a cooldown of 10 minutes. A peculiar entity among the horde, the more it consumes, the stronger it becomes, with a chance of promotion. Startled, he realized that in less than 5 minutes, it had already leveled up twice, and he urgently shouted to Guan Yidao, Uncle Guan, the Devourer is now level 3, with combat power of 1150. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Guan Yidao halted momentarily, disbelief etched across his face. He had not anticipated the Devourer to be so abominable. He knew immediate action was essential, for delaying would mean losing their chance. Shieldsman, prepare to follow me. Clenching his crescent blade tightly, he made a decisive choice. First briefing the shieldsman behind him before calling out to the lookout. Cold Ling, be alert. With a powerful push from his right foot, he charged forward, cleaving through the horde with his crescent blade. Following this, he executed a horizontal sweep, leveraging the blade's length to slash through a dozen iron corpses and slaughterers with a single stroke. The shieldsman closely followed, using his shield to block attacks from behind while his left hand wielded a black iron sword, continuously dispatching stragglers. In mere seconds, they carved out a bloody passage of about 10 meters. At this point, they were less than 10 meters from the Devourer, which was preoccupied with its feeding frenzy and momentarily unaware. Get ready. Sweep through their ranks. Guan Yidao bellowed, swinging his crescent blade in a wide arc, unleashing a wave of blade energy that cleaved through dozens of monsters, be they iron corpses, hunters, or slaughterers, ultimately striking the Devourer, severing one of its arms and inflicting a deep, bone-exposing wound upon its chest. Rain of arrows. Cold Ling, seizing the critical moment, unleashed her skill, sending forth 10 arrows. One struck the Devourer's head, but alas, it penetrated only 3 centimeters before being swatted away. 2 others embedded deeply into its chest, while the remaining arrows were deftly avoided by the Devourer. With a furious roar, the severely wounded Devourer bellowed in rage. Guan Yidao initially expected it to retaliate against him, but to his surprise, the creature seized a corpse and made a hasty retreat. With a mere 5 meters separating them, it was too late for him to intervene. An idea sparked in Guan Yidao's mind, and he called out to the shieldsman. Shieldsman, charge into me. The 2 men, already in perfect sync, executed without hesitation. The shieldsman positioned his sword against the thorny shield and, with a mighty push, hurled himself towards Guan Yidao. As they neared, Guan Yidao leapt high, using the sword as a springboard, propelling himself towards the Devourer. He soared 7 or 8 meters, landing above the creature, and unleashed his skill. One strike. Raising his crescent blade high, he exerted all his strength into a downward chop aimed at the Devourer, which, in its attempt to evade, found it was too late. With a resounding crack, the Devourer's sturdy skull shattered, and the force continued, cleaving it in twain along the neck. Breathing heavily, Guan Yidao leaned on his crescent blade, having exhausted much of his stamina in mere minutes. Just then, the shieldsman appeared in time to shield him, for the frenzied horde of corpses stirred by the Devourer's demise would have easily torn him apart. Yes, just as Xiao Tian had finished off the last skeleton spearman. He caught sight of the Devourer's demise, exhilaration flooding through him. Cold Ling, I'll provide support for Uncle Guan and the others. The Devourer has been slain. Xiao Tian turned to unleash a barrage of shots at the enemies surrounding Guan Yidao, while Cold Ling, having dispatched 2 skeleton warriors, heard the news and smiled softly in response. Good. With Xiao Tian and Xiao Qi continually providing cover, Guan Yidao downed 2 bottles of superior recovery potions, regaining a modicum of stamina. However, to an exquisite level warrior like Guan Yidao, the effect was minimal, restoring only 30 points. His stamina had dwindled to below 50 points. They began to coordinate with the shieldsman to break through to the lookout. Despite the assistance from Xiao Tian and Xiao Qi, upon nearing 50 meters from the lookout, they were still obstructed by the frenzied tide of corpses, rendering them nearly immobile. Seeing this predicament, Xiao Tian, filled with urgency, gritted his teeth and commanded all but 2 skeleton warriors to charge forward. Under his orders, several skeleton warriors and skeleton soldiers relentlessly surged towards Guan Yidao's position. After sacrificing all the skeleton soldiers, they finally carved out a bloody path. Subsequently, Xiao Tian directed the remaining skeleton warriors to shield Guan Yidao and his companion from attacks. When the last skeleton warrior fell, the 2 finally reached the area below the lookout, where they were hoisted up by 2 skeleton warriors. Guan Yidao, panting heavily, wasted no time resting and immediately directed the others. Nong Yi, come down and coordinate with Bu Yi to hold the 2 skeleton warriors. After catching his breath and sipping the water Xiao Qi offered, Guan Yidao continued, Xiao Qi, the shieldsman, and I will take the front line to defend. My lord and Cold Ling will swiftly deal with the rare level foes. At this juncture, the skeleton spearmen had been entirely eliminated by Xiao Tian, and the last skeleton warrior fell to Cold Ling's efforts. Only over 90 skeleton warriors and more than 700 skeleton soldiers remained. Under Cold Ling's careful control, they refrained from eliminating the skeleton soldiers first, causing the Skeleton King to be unable to advance from the rear. Time slipped away unnoticed. And as the relentless defense and slaughter continued, another 10 minutes passed. Suddenly, Guan Yidao heard Nong Yi's urgent shout. Uncle Guan, Bu Yi and I can barely hold on any longer. We need support. Chapter 37, Crisis. Despair. Epic skill scroll. The two were only of exquisite level. And Nong Yi was not even a warrior. Managing to withstand for over 10 minutes was already commendable, thanks to the two skeleton warriors constantly felling enemies. Cold Ling. How many rare-level foes remain ahead? As Guan Yidao engaged in battle while simultaneously inquiring about Lung Ling, he surveyed the surroundings. After a brief pause, Lung Ling finally spoke. 16. Excellent. The remainder is entrusted to you, my lord. Focus on eliminating the enemies at the rear, regardless of their rarity or caliber. Dispatch them with utmost swiftness. Following his command, Guan Yidao summoned Shield Mountain, instructing, you and Xiao Qi maintain your position. Do not rush to slay the foes. Prioritize defense, allowing the skeletal warriors to shield against the Skeleton King while I assist from the back. Upon turning to the rear, he observed that Bu Yi and Nong Yi were already battered and bruised. Nong Yi's shield lay in ruins, and he struggled to wield the iron sword that Xiao Tian had left behind as he fought back. The two skeletal champions remained intact, as the tide of corpses posed no threat to their defenses. However, their large size impeded their agility on the platform, allowing numerous hunters and slayers to climb up. Piercing arrows. Lung Ling's timely assault felled 10 hunters in quick succession. Guan Yidao, undeterred, continued to dispatch enemies along the corridor, clearing the foes that approached the lookout. Nong Yi advance. Bu Yi, consume a healing potion. Protecting both, Guan Yidao commanded as he fought, and Nong Yi painfully ascended the high platform. To avoid hindering Xiao Tian and Lung Ling, he could only crouch and rest in place. The battle raged on for 30 minutes, and the tide of corpses had dwindled significantly. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Tian unleashed his rain of arrows skill, momentarily halting the onslaught. Uncle Guan, there are 15 minutes remaining. Let us disregard the final reward and simply hold out until the end. The group was utterly exhausted, though Xiao Tian had consumed rare-grade water, restoring his stamina to above 60 points. Their spirits could not be rejuvenated. The weaker Bu Yi and Nong Yi had half collapsed on the high platform, bloodied and unconscious. Unfortunately, calamity struck. The Skeleton King, enraged by his inability to advance and the loss of half his minions, suddenly raised his massive bone axe and began to swing wildly, shattering the skeletal warriors that obstructed his path as he approached the lookout. My lord, Uncle Guan, trouble is brewing. The Skeleton King is furious and has slaughtered his way through his subordinates. He is only 80 meters away. The few who were exterminating the last remnants of the enemy turned pale with shock and hastily made their way forward, leaving the remaining foes to Xiao Qi and the two skeletal champions. Uncle Guan, do you have any ideas? Xiao Tian leaned over the high platform's protective wall, desperately relying on the seasoned veteran Guan Yidao. There's no other option but to endure until the time runs out. Xiao Qi, swiftly eliminate the remaining foes and join us. Guan Yidao, his expression grave and weary, spoke with a tone that revealed his fatigue as he not only fought but also directed his comrades. Fortunately, he had saved his skill cooldown, perhaps enabling them to buy some time. Lung Ling, my lord, exert all efforts to purge the remaining enemies. There is no need to retain the skeletal warriors at this juncture. Shield Mountain, prepare to assist me when the time is right. Guan Yidao meticulously organized the group, readying them for the Skeleton King's assault. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Shield Mountain, brace yourself. With a thunderous roar, the Skeleton King hurled his bone shield, which instantly enlarged several times, extending countless bone blades toward the lookout. Guan Yidao's heart sank. This was an unforeseen development. He anticipated that the Skeleton King's first skill would be a ranged attack. Fortunately, Shield Mountain, who had been vigilant, responded in time and activated his skill, Guardian. The resulting impact was not the clash of shield against bone shield, but rather the sound of Shield Mountain colliding with the high platform. As he unleashed the Guardian skill, the disparity in power and rank between Shield Mountain and the Skeleton King was immense. The moment their shields made contact, the illusory shield shattered. The iron shield crashed against his chest, throwing him backward into the high platform, which collapsed under the weight, and he coughed up blood. Reacting swiftly, Xiao Tian and Lung Ling quickly lifted Bu Yi and Nong Yi, leaping down in a disheveled manner. Meanwhile, Xiao Qi, who was turning from the side, watched in horror as one skeletal champion was half buried under a pile of rubble, cold sweat coursing down her brow. Had she been a moment slower, it would have been her fate. Xiao Tian hastily cleared the debris, while Bu Yi and Nong Yi, jolted awake, were tossed into a corner behind them. Shield Mountain, are you all right? The group looked at him with concern, and Xiao Tian helped him up, asking, piercing arrows, crescent slash. Before Shield Mountain could respond, Guan Yidao and Lung Ling resumed their assault. Regrettably, after the Skeleton King's bone shield struck, it automatically returned, and the unharmed Skeleton King retaliated with 2 more attacks. Merely stepping back a few paces, Guan Yidao's expression darkened as he addressed Xiao Tian. My lord, this is dire. The Skeleton King is too formidable. I can withstand another blow. Shield Mountain, struggling, raised his nearly shattered iron shield with a resolute expression. Damn it. Only 10 minutes remain. Xiao Tian glanced at the time. His heart filled with frustration. He unleashed several arrows from his Xianjin divine crossbow, but they failed to breach the Skeleton King's defenses, despair washing over him. Was this truly how it would end? Reluctant to accept defeat, Xiao Tian searched his inventory, scanning for any usable items. That's not right. There's still a golden treasure chest. If that fails, there's a silver chest as well. Since we're doomed anyway, I might as well take the risk. He retrieved the golden treasure chest, lamenting the lack of enhancement opportunities today. Otherwise, it would at least yield a diamond chest, he mused. Suddenly, Shield Mountain again stood in the forefront. Lacking skills, he was struck, his shield shattered, and he was sent flying into a skeletal champion, letting out a pained cry as he lost consciousness. On the skeletal champion. At this moment, Guan Yidao could only think that every second counted. Shall I open it? Open it, open it. No time for hesitation. The 2 skeletal champions shattered in an instant, delaying the inevitable by only 5 seconds. The situation was critical. Acquired summoning order, exquisite, X1, skill, restoration aura I, skill upgrade stone X2, fine iron X20, thunderous hell, epic, X1, one-time use. Disregarding everything else. The exquisite summoning order and upgrade stones were of no immediate use. Xiao Tian hastily examined thunderous hell. Thunderous hell, epic, one-time use, summons a storm of lightning to strike the target, rendering all living beings within a 20-meter radius immobile. A smile blossomed on Xiao Tian's face, as if a miracle had occurred amidst despair. In the next moment, however, he froze, bitterly realizing, the 20-meter radius includes myself. It would mean our mutual destruction. Leave it to me, my lord. The usually reticent Lung Ling, upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, seized the skill scroll, leaping from the lookout, dancing like a sprite above the horde of skeletons. Before Xiao Tian could react, she had already covered considerable ground. Suddenly, she turned, drawing her bow, piercing arrows. Critical hit. She unleashed 2 skills in rapid succession, striking the Skeleton King squarely in the skull. The taken-aback Skeleton King felt a fragment of his skull shatter. And in a fit of rage, he pursued Lung Ling wielding his bone axe. A flash of white light appeared before him as 10 skeletal champions emerged. Clearly, this was his second skill, a formidable one indeed. Lung Ling, keeping her distance from the Skeleton King, attempted to draw all the skeletons closer to him. When the moment arrived, a glint of resolve flashed in her eyes as she hurled thunderous hell. Boom. Chapter 38. Perfect clearance, safe return. With flashes of lightning illuminating the scene, it was as if calamity had descended. All skeletons within a 400 square meter radius centered on the Skeleton King appeared to be ensnared by a paralysis spell, rendered immobile as they endured the onslaught of this lightning purgatory. Hundreds of skeletal warriors were mercilessly obliterated, with many who had yet to enter the fray instinctively drawn toward their king, only to be reduced to ashes. The formidable Skeleton King, drawing upon its immense power, began to move with a deliberate slowness, as if in slow motion, striding towards the periphery. It endured the onslaught of dozens of lightning strikes, each bolt striking its form and disintegrating it into a cloud of bone dust. By the time it reached the edge, its form had diminished to less than half. Finally, as one foot stepped beyond the confines of the thunderous prison, it threw its head back in a silent yet defiant scream, and with a resounding boom, multiple bolts of lightning struck simultaneously, reducing the Skeleton King to mere dust. Save for the severed foot that had crossed the threshold. Experience gained, 500. What? Xiao Tian gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, his mouth agape. Unable to utter a word. He had not anticipated such a terrifying skill to exist in this world. His heart ached immensely. If only he could enhance this item tomorrow. He would dare to slay gods, yet it had been expended so readily. Congratulations on a perfect clearance. You have received a mysterious gift pack, granting a total of 1,000 experience points. The teleportation would commence in 10 minutes. Quickly, gather all the luminous orbs. Xiao Tian had never felt so adept. He leapt into action, using both hands and feet to roll and scavenge the glowing orbs scattered across the ground. Recovering from their stupor, Xiao Qi, Nong Yi, and Bu Yi jumped towards the rear, while Guan Yidao frantically followed behind Xiao Tian, collecting as many orbs as possible. Lung Ling had already picked up the luminous orbs dropped by the Skeleton King and began sweeping the surroundings. 3, 2, 1. Thankfully, they managed to leave the area spotless just in time. Thud, thud. Inside the stone house, the group that had been teleported emerged, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Even the aloof Lung Ling lay sprawled out, disregarding her usual composure. The playful Xiao Qi lamented loudly, eliciting laughter from the others. It was then that they realized the power of the light tower. Outside, it was as bright as day, and with the windows open, the interior was sufficiently illuminated, requiring no oil lamps. Under the influence of the light tower, the group's stamina began to recover slowly, and some minor injuries had already healed. The heavily injured Shield Mountain was also feeling significantly better. The first-time visitors to the sanctuary, Lung Ling and Bu Yi, were profoundly impressed by Xiao Tian's prowess. There is no time for cooking. Nong Yi, I must trouble you to boil 3 ordinary and 1 fine golden armored crocodile eggs. After eating, everyone should wash up and rest. Ding. No sooner had he spoken than his wristband buzzed incessantly. Xiao Tian, puzzled, opened it to find an avalanche of messages from friends. And even his mother had sent hundreds, nearly one every few minutes. He realized he had inadvertently muted notifications, hence the silence. It was already quite late. Weather report. Killing continent. Year 1, Day 3, 21:55, 10 hours and 5 minutes until dawn. Temperature, 1017. Weather, heavy rain. Unbeknownst to him, he had been inside for nearly 8 hours. He promptly sent a reassuring message to all his concerned friends. Then, he initiated a video call with his mother. In less than a second, it connected, indicating she had been waiting. On the screen, his mother's eyes were red-rimmed as she cradled his sleeping younger sister. Upon seeing Xiao Tian, she appeared quite anxious. Xiao Tian, what has happened? I sent you messages all day without a reply, and my video calls were met with a not reachable message. Xiao Tian felt a pang of guilt. The situation had been urgent, and he had neglected to inform his mother, leaving her worried throughout the day. He quickly explained, Mom, I suddenly entered a situation that made communication impossible, but I'm fine now. It's late. There is much to do tomorrow, so please get some rest. I'll video call you as soon as I wake up. After chatting for a while and alleviating her concerns, he ended the call. Before long, with Xiao Qi's assistance, Nong Yi had cooked 4 golden armored crocodile eggs, each larger than an ostrich egg. The group each received a share of the lightly salted delicacy, which tasted exquisite to their famished palates, vanishing in no time. Once satisfied, they took turns washing up. Xiao Tian crafted 2 more beds and bedding, setting them up in the second-floor living room. Xiao Qi and Lung Ling shared a room, while Nong Yi and Bu Yi had to settle for sleeping in the living room. After washing up, Xiao Tian collapsed into bed, swiftly drifting into a deep slumber. Ding. In the morning, Xiao Tian was not awakened by the sunlight, but by the incessant notifications from his wristband. Due to the light tower's influence, he had to keep the windows closed while sleeping. Blinking against the faint light, he opened the window, flooding the room with brightness. A glance at the time revealed it was only 7 a.m. Groggily, he mumbled, who was sending messages before dawn? Upon checking, he found it was a video from his mother, and he quickly connected. Hee, brother, you're sleeping in. It took you ages to respond. The moment the image appeared, he saw his adorable sister, Lin, scolding him while clutching a large bowl. Beside her, Li Yue chimed in. Your sister hasn't seen you all day and has been missing you terribly. She woke up this morning insisting on finding you. How are you? Have you rested well? The concern from his family warmed Xiao Tian's heart, invigorating him. He smiled, replying, I'm well rested, feeling energetic, and I could eat 8 bowls. Brother is boasting again. I can't even finish half a bowl, Lin teased, making a funny face. Watching the siblings' banter brought a radiant smile to Li Yue's face. Seeing her children safe and healthy in this unfamiliar place filled her with gratitude. By the way, Mom, how did the ginger soup sell yesterday? What level is the cabin now, and how much supplies do we have? Xiao Tian's barrage of questions left Li Yue momentarily stunned before she began to respond. I put 10 cups of ginger soup on sale yesterday, and it sold like hotcakes. There was a huge demand. I sold them 1 cup at a time, and it took all day to sell out. We exchanged straw for 880 units and wood for 480 units, along with some small cabin blueprints, a dozen pieces of meat, and 2 bedding sets. Unfortunately, we couldn't exchange for a proper bed, so we're stuck sleeping on the floor. But don't worry. We've upgraded to a mid-level small cabin, so we're safe from rain and cold. I'm quite content. By the way, Xiao Tian, I've saved a few good items for you. I'll send 1 each day. Summoning order, fine, X2. Occupation transfer book, steward, X1. Farmland, fine, X1. Carnivorous flower seeds, fine, X2. As Xiao Tian read his mother's message, tears welled up in his eyes. This was the essence of parenthood. Having just resolved the basics of sustenance, she was already thinking of providing the best for him. You silly boy. You're already grown and still crying, Li Yue said, both amused and pained. Lin, making a silly face, chimed in, brother, how embarrassing. Wiping his tears away, Xiao Tian chuckled, Mom, I'm off to work now. I'll surprise you later. Chapter 39, Xiao Qi's transition to steward. The dragon rhino beast on the brink of a breakthrough. Xiao Tian refrained from sending items immediately, recalling that the family connection ring allowed for a one-time transfer every 7 days. Thus, he could bring more items in one go, saving his mother from the hassle of receiving 1 item per day, which would also delay her progress. Stepping out of his room, he found the living room devoid of Nong Yi and Bu Yi. Descending the stairs, he discovered that only Xiao Qi was busy preparing breakfast. The others had already ventured out. Xiao Qi, what delicious dish are you making today? Xiao Tian inquired. Somewhat bashful, Xiao Qi replied, "My lord, we have run out of food. Nong Yi and I went to the pond to catch some fish and shrimp. We'll eat those this morning." Uncle Guan and Sister Lung Ling went to check on the dragon rhino beast. Xiao Tian slapped his forehead in frustration, thinking, it's all because of those 2 dragon rhino beasts that were left with no meat. Even small animals dare not approach the sanctuary anymore. Growing increasingly irate, he turned to Xiao Qi, "Then let us eat those for now. I'll figure out a solution." He stepped out of the stone house, first collecting the well water for the day, and then left the yard, intending to seek Guan Yi Dao for a solution. Weather report. Killing continent. Year 1, Day 4. 7:24, 36 minutes until dawn. Temperature, 8:15. Weather, overcast. At this moment, there are still 36 minutes until dawn, yet the surroundings of the shelter resemble daybreak. The diligent farmer, Yi, toils in the fields, while Guan Yi Dao patrols the vicinity with Bu Yi, and Lung Ling stands atop the arrow tower, surveying the landscape. Xiao Tian approaches the archway, where the blood thorn stretches its tendril-like main branches, playfully brushing against his pant leg, its leaves quivering with joy upon seeing its master. After indulging in some playful moments with the bloodthorn, he ascends to the top of the arrow tower and addresses Lung Ling. "Lung Ling, is there anything to report?" After a day of combat and bonding with the group, Lung Ling has developed a favorable attitude toward Xiao Tian, realizing her previous misconceptions about him. However, true to her nature, her tone remains frosty. "Master, there is a matter. Uncle Guan mentioned that 2 dragon rhinoceros beasts are ahead. I sense a growing aura that has already surpassed my own." Lung Ling gestures towards a dark area in the distance, where the 2 beasts reside. "Do you and Uncle Guan feel confident?" Xiao Tian's voice reflects a hint of urgency. The dragon rhinoceros beasts are formidable foes, and if they grow even stronger, he would be trapped here, hindering any chance of development. After a long moment of contemplation, perhaps weighing the odds in her mind, Lung Ling slowly shakes her head and replies, "It would be difficult. If it were only the one that has grown stronger, there might be a chance. But with another of equal strength to mine, even if we were victorious, at least one of us would perish." Xiao Tian's expression darkens considerably. The only hope now rests on the mysterious reward package and the drops from the final challenge. "Let us return. After breakfast, I will inventory our supplies and see if there are alternative solutions." Promptly, at Xiao Tian's behest, the group returns indoors, enjoying fish and shrimp seasoned with a hint of ginger and salt, savoring the unique flavor as they eat heartily. Ding! Just as they finish their meal and prepare to resume work, a notification from his wristband chimes. Upon checking, he discovers a message from his mother, "Xiao Tian, I believe this item will aid you. Take a look. Class change scroll, steward, can be given to individuals without a profession to change their class to steward, capable of assisting in managing the shelter. Authorized users can access all functions within the shelter, generate subordinate wristbands, and utilize the trading channel. Note, free your hands. Lie back completely, but be cautious of betrayal and having nothing to lose." This morning, he had only glanced at it hastily, unaware of the absurdity of this profession. With this, he would no longer be tethered to the workbench and trading channel all day. He could simply recline, chat in the channels, and amuse himself without any responsibilities. The thought alone made his mouth water, and before the peculiar gazes of his companions intensified, Xiao Tian promptly concealed his thoughts, reminding himself of how Lung Ling had initially misunderstood him, causing her loyalty to plummet. "I wonder if it can be enhanced." Xiao Tian mused as he gazed at the item in his hand. With a mindset of experimentation, he activated his talent, but the enhancement failed. The item bore no grade. Xiao Tian was not surprised. After all, without a grade, the enhancement would yield the same result. Among his followers, only Guan Yi Dao and Xiao Qi lacked professions. Given that Guan Yi Dao was a prominent general, he was not considered, while Xiao Qi, though spirited, was diligent in her tasks and possessed learning skills, making her an ideal candidate. He opened Xiao Qi's profile for review. Xiao Qi rare. Profession, none. Level, for experience, 1952,000. Loyalty, 92. Combat power, 668208180280. Skills, learning, adept at acquiring various skills rapidly. Traits, cooking, expert. Farming, novice. Breeding, novice. Archery, expert. Swordsmanship, expert. Stamina, 100-100. Equipment, Xian Iron Sword, rare. Combat power, 80 durability, 67-100. Xian Iron Armor, rare. Combat power, 68 durability, 83-100. Xian Iron Helmet, rare. Combat power, 62 durability, 78-100. Xian Iron Boots, rare. Combat power, 70 durability, 88-100. Evaluation, versatile, having mastered multiple skills. He was astonished. The seemingly ordinary girl had developed so significantly in just 2 days. With proper cultivation, her future is promising. Her loyalty was also sufficient at 92 points. As long as he refrained from any extreme actions, she would undoubtedly remain devoted. Xiao Qi, here is a profession item that pertains to the internal management of the shelter. I wish to entrust it to you. Once you change your profession, you will be occupied within the shelter, and will have little time for external battles. Consider whether you wish to accept it. After some reflection, Xiao Tian decided to respect his subordinate's choice. While he could decide outright, he had come to realize in these past few days that those summoned were not so different from himself. They possessed independent personalities and their own interests. He did not wish to treat his subordinates as mere tools. Xiaoqi did not respond immediately, and the others watched her in silence. Yet their hearts were touched by Xiao Tian's respectful demeanor, causing her loyalty to surge, with Lung Ling's even increasing by 8 points. They were moved by the master's respect and equal treatment. Thank you, master, for granting me the autonomy to make my own decision. I choose to accept this responsibility. As long as I can assist you, I am willing to do whatever it takes. Even within the shelter, I will fight to protect. This was the first time Xiao Tian had witnessed Xiaoqi's serious expression and determined gaze. A smile crept across his face, knowing he had chosen wisely. As he received a notification that Xiaoqi's loyalty had surged, now solidly devoted, he picked up the item and opted to use it, using it successfully. The target was Xiaoqi, who successfully acquired the profession of steward. Chapter 40, A Friend Worth Treasuring. After a flash of white light, no apparent changes were visible, except for the addition of a wristband on her arm, which Xiaoqi observed with curiosity. Xiao Tian opened it to inspect. It turned out that the subordinate wristband not only allowed her to use his trading channel, but also facilitated communication with him. Additionally, it came with various authorizations, such as crafting stations, item usage, decomposition, and identification. Essentially, aside from replacing Xiao Tian for chatting and adding friends, it encompassed nearly all functions, and he activated all authorizations. He then emptied all items from his storage space, fortunate that the dropped light orbs had remained organized before being opened. Otherwise, the sheer number would have overwhelmed the storage capacity. The group made space, assisting in inventory checks. Xiaoqi, please help me open the items. Xiao Tian first collected the materials from the yesterday's sale of ponchos, acquiring 800 units of thatch and 56 units of wood. There were still 437 ponchos left on the crafting station. Xiao Tian decided to keep 30 for himself, planning to reserve 20 as backup and give 10 to his mother, while listing the remainder for sale. Only now did Xiao Tian have time to check his friends' messages, as he had hastily informed them of his safety the previous night without reviewing their contents. The first message he opened was naturally from his good brother, Wang Chu. Brother, do you have any equipment for sale? I just summoned a new subordinate, and my gear is lacking. Brother, why aren't you replying? I just opened a box and got a decent item. See if it's of any use. Building upgrade scroll rare. What's wrong with you? Why are people in the chat channel saying you died? Why aren't you responding? Brother, are you still alive? Thank goodness, you're alive. As soon as I received your message, I felt relieved. Xiao Tian felt deeply touched, despite having known him for only a few days. This friend had sent dozens of messages throughout the afternoon without hesitation. He promptly sent over 2 sets of quality iron swords and iron armor, selecting those with 100 stamina. Thanks for your concern, brother. I'm sending you 2 sets of equipment. By the way, is that building upgrade scroll, rare, still available? I could trade it for a rare Xian iron sword. Next, he opened Li Weiwei's message. Brother Xiao, how about blacksmith shop? Fine. Building upgrade scroll, fine. Skill upgrade stone? The first message struck Xiao Tian hard. Despite her relentless efforts, she casually produced several rare items. Li Weiwei, why hasn't Brother Xiao replied? I just opened 2 exquisite summoning orders. Do you want them? I already have 1 exceptional and 2 rare ones, but I dare not summon too many. Ordinary food does not satiate me, and rare level beasts flee at the sight of me. I truly cannot afford to raise them. Is this even human speech? Li Weiwei, what is wrong with you? Why are there rumors in the chat channel that you have died? Li Weiwei, how wonderful. It's good that you're safe. Good night. Ah, splendid. This girl is worth cultivating a deeper friendship with. Much like brother Wang Chu, she had sent messages throughout the afternoon inquiring about my well-being. Xiao Tian, I need everything you sent, but right now, I have plenty of equipment, both exquisite and rare. I wonder if you need anything? Xiao Tian was genuinely lacking in confidence. This fortunate ruler might be lacking nothing at all. The third friend, Ning Yuangu, was also a kind-hearted lad, sending numerous caring messages akin to those of Wang Chu and Li Weiwei. He hadn't mentioned anything about trade, but out of concern for the young brother, Xiao Tian sent him a set of exquisite iron swords and armor. Lucy also sent several messages of concern, simultaneously informing that Zhao Tailin had ordered another 1,000 bamboo cups from him. Upon hearing that Xiao Tian had died, he raised the price of ginger soup, provoking a flurry of curses directed at the Wushuang Alliance in the chat channel. My resources aren't so easily exploited. Xiao Tian likewise sent him a set of equipment and placed an order for 2,000 bamboo cups. Unexpectedly, Wu Ming also sent a few greetings. The most memorable impression of the naked man was still 998. They hadn't exchanged much, but he politely replied, informing him that he had items available for trade and could offer him a discount. After reviewing all the messages, Xiao Tian finally had time to open the chat channel. Chat channel. Regional population, 901, 251, 000, 000. After a day without checking, Over 1,000 more had perished. Xiao Tian felt a pang of nostalgia, wondering how many would ultimately survive. The chat channel was teeming with new IDs, with the Wuxian Alliance fervently promoting itself, led by the most zealous ID, which continually elevated the status of the Wuxian Alliance. 000001. Look at who can provide everyone with medicine now. Only our Wuxian Alliance can offer ginger soup to help everyone through these tough times. What is wrong with raising the price a little? If 9527 can sell, why can't we? 100000. You call that a little hike? It's a straight up doubling. 096110. Everyone, don't buy, let them lose everything. Also, an advertisement. The Anti-Fraud Alliance is recruiting, so hurry. Limited spots available. 096120. Come. There really aren't many spots left. Join the Alliance for mutual assistance. 096119. 000996. All advertisements. Go away. The Cow and Horse Alliance is recruiting. Contact us if interested. With several alliances sprouting, ranging from the bizarre to the absurd. Xiao Tian chose not to chime in. Quietly amassing wealth was his ultimate goal, while Zhao Tailin's Wuxian Alliance reveled in its glory. Xiao Tian had already crafted a plan in his mind. Ding. Ning Yuangu was the first to respond. Ning Yuangu. Brother Xiao, how could I accept such valuable equipment? May I trade you some materials instead? Xiao Tian. Little brother, I'm not lacking in these items right now. Keep them for your own upgrades. Shaking his head. Xiao Tian thought. This Ning Yuangu is truly genuine, reluctant to take even a small advantage. He is too honest. Ning Yuangu. I have a surplus of wood and stone. My talent is an S level, with a 100 critical hit rate, 15 times daily, triggered 5 times each day. I spend my days chopping trees and mining stones. So much that I cannot store it all. Would you like to trade some with me, Brother Xiao? This lad foolishly revealed his talent to others, unaware of the harsh realities of society. Yet, Xiao Tian envied him terribly. Such an extraordinary talent wasted on mere lumber and stone was indeed a travesty. Xiao Tian. In the future, do not disclose your talents to others. If you truly have an abundance of materials, I can trade with you. But do not squander your talent on materials. Recruit a few subordinates to better protect yourself. I currently have an excess of equipment. Let me know what you wish to trade. 4 exquisite items. I will exchange for 100 units of wood or 60 units of stone. For rare items, I will exchange for 600 units of wood or 300 units of stone. After a while, Ning Yuangu sent a message and initiated a trade. Ning Yuangu. Brother Xiao, rest assured, I'm not foolish. I've only shared this with you. I'll trade you 2 sets of exquisite iron swords and armor for 1 set of rare equipment. Received. 1000 units of wood, 500 units of stone. This quantity seems off. Ning Yuangu. Brother Xiao, the extra is a gift for your advice. I've set out with my subordinates. Ding. Wang Chu. The items are still here. You can have them. The 2 pieces of equipment you provided are sufficient. Take a look at this, contract team. Chapter 41. Fortunate to acquire a mythical summoning order. Contract team, 1 captain, 9 members. Team group chat, free chat, and trade. Team warehouse. All members can donate resources for communal use. Team rescue. Any member can call for help. And others may choose to teleport to their side. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Return unrestricted. Captain privileges. 1. With member consent, teleport to the sanctuary. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Return unrestricted. 2. With member consent, summon all members to their side. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Return unrestricted. 3. Recruit or expel members. Appoint a new captain. Note, team members cannot attack each other, and cross-region use is prohibited. This is indeed a remarkably special item. If I could gather a trustworthy group of teammates to share resources and support each other, we would undoubtedly excel and survive better. Compared to the Alliance Decree, this has significant differences, favoring unity and easier management with fewer members. Xiao Tian. No need to send me anything. Let us keep things clear among brothers. I'll trade you 1 rare level weapon for this item. How do you intend to use it? Wang Chu opened the message, and after reading it, a faint smile crept onto her lips, gradually blossoming. Had her former comrades seen the cold and elegant military flower in such a light, they would surely be taken aback. Regarding Xiao Tian, she had contemplated much. After the transition, she had lost contact with her comrades, and now he was her only trustworthy ally. It was unrealistic for her to use it herself. It would be better to entrust it to Xiao Tian. Whether he would allow her to join would depend on his own decision. After sorting her thoughts, Wang Chu sent the item to Xiao Tian and messaged him. Wang Chu, let us proceed as you wish. One of my rare subordinates is in need of a weapon, preferably a ranged one. As for the contract team, I'm giving it to you. Arrange it as you see fit. After waiting for a long while without receiving a response from Wang Chu, Xiao Tian strolled through the trading channel, familiarizing himself with the market. He was not the only one fortunate. Besides the still popular raincoat, many were selling unique specialties. The Wuxian Alliance's ginger soup was no longer an exclusive business. A small supply was now available in the market, and other fortunate individuals were concocting medicinal soups from dandelions. mugwort, and other materials for sale. Furthermore, there were not many scarce items available, but regrettably, most were exorbitantly priced. Ultimately, Xiao Tian only managed to acquire a few reasonably priced items, trading several exquisite level pieces for 3 exquisite summoning orders and 5 space gems. Ding. After reading Wang Chu's message and holding the contract team scroll in his hand, Xiao Tian pondered whether it was necessary to establish a team. After all, his subordinates were sufficiently capable, and he hardly needed to collaborate with others. Nevertheless, having a few trustworthy teammates would also be a splendid choice. Just like now, many items he had never encountered were available to others. Exchanging resources could foster continuous development. To confine oneself to a singular path could easily lead to obsolescence. Having made up his mind, Xiao Tian first handed over the rare-grade bow that he had taken from Xiao Qi to Wang Chu, along with 100 arrows. Building upgrade scroll. Rare can upgrade fine-grade buildings to rare-grade. It was indeed a commendable item. Xiao Tian mused that with some enhancement, he could upgrade the arrow tower. Feeling that the rare-grade arrow tower seemed somewhat lackluster. However, he refrained from immediate action, as he had yet to tally his gains, prioritizing the enhancements that mattered most. Oh. He also remembered the mysterious gift from the completion reward that he had yet to open. Only then did Xiao Tian recall the completion reward. Taking out the gift and opening it, he received 1 silver chest, 1 summoning token, epic, permanent space ring blueprint, and 10 space gems. Holy moly! Xiao Tian exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. The sudden outburst caused everyone to halt their work and gaze at him in curiosity. Look at this. An epic summoning token. Hee. Xiao Tian declared proudly, and the crowd was momentarily stunned. They had all witnessed the power of epic-grade entities, having narrowly escaped the wrath of thunder and lightning. Without a moment's hesitation, the first item that required enhancement had presented itself, and Xiao Tian immediately activated his talent skill. Unlike before, a radiant spectrum of colors suddenly descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire shelter, the overwhelming aura nearly suffocating everyone present. In the depths of the sky, a pair of emotionless eyes emerged, staring intently in the direction of Xiao Tian's shelter, lingering for a while before vanishing. Outside the shelter, 2 dragon rhinoceros beasts, one of which had fortuitously ascended to the epic level, gazed fearfully at the shelter, their limbs trembling in terror, excreting in fright. With a roar, the epic dragon rhinoceros let out a mighty bellow, awakening its partner. Both creatures desperately struggled to break free, fleeing into the depths of the forest, even resorting to their skills to topple countless trees in their escape. The enhancement was successful, resulting in the acquisition of a mythical summoning token. What? Xiao Tian's eyes reflected both shock and elation. Mythical? What a concept. Haha, mythical. Who else? I ask, who else? He alternated between fits of laughter and exuberantly shaking his companions. Utterly ecstatic, while Xiao Qi and Lung Ling blushed furiously, casting their gazes downward, overwhelmed by shyness. After some time, as his excitement finally subsided, Xiao Tian noticed the flustered expressions of the two and quickly apologized, shifting the topic. Xiao Qi, how is the inventory coming along? Xiao Qi shot him an exasperated glance before responding. It's all tallied up. There are a total of 48 fine-grade iron swords and iron armors, 5 rare-grade Xian iron swords, 4 Xian iron armors, 3 fish scale armors, 3 helmets, 2 pairs of battle boots, and finally, an excellent grade white jade bone axe and white jade shield. This encompasses all the equipment. Furthermore, we have 22 repair stones, 15 space gems, 1 excellent grade space ring, 1 skill upgrade stone, 8 common grade summoning tokens, 5 fine grade, 2 rare grade, 1 rare grade fertilizer reactor, and 1 shelter expansion scroll. This is everything. Xiao Tian pondered for a moment, noting that in his storage space, he still had 1 excellent grade summoning token, 1 recovery aura skill stone, 2 skill upgrade stones, a space ring blueprint, 10 space gems, a building upgrade scroll, a team scroll, and a silver chest. In the corner of the living room lay another silver chest, while the storage cabinet was brimming with supplies. The resources were plentiful. However, there was a glaring lack of food. No matter, he decided to use the mythical summoning token first, his anticipation building. Xiao Tian felt a surge of eagerness, his mind buzzing with visions of what the mythical summoning token might yield. Addressing the group, he declared, "Let us go. We must venture forth to summon. I can hardly contain my excitement to witness a mythical character." The others shared in his enthusiasm, collectively following Xiao Tian outside the shelter. Would you like to use the summoning token, mythical? Chapter 42. The Labor Emperor, toiling day and night, his life devoid of dawn or dusk. The summoning was successful, yielding a mythical character, Labor Emperor. Yes, the title carried an imperial connotation, suggesting something extraordinary. Xiao Tian's heart swelled with joy. The sky abruptly darkened, and moments later, it seemed as if the heavens above the shelter had torn asunder, a cascade of colorful sunlight piercing through the gloom, illuminating the area. A beam of golden light slowly descended before Xiao Tian, dazzling to the point of being blinding. 2 kilometers away, the dragon rhinoceros, having barely escaped to a safe location, gazed at the radiant spectacle, letting out a frantic roar, its demeanor betraying its ongoing panic as it continued its flight to safety. Meanwhile, the chat channel erupted with activity. Within a 100-mile radius, numerous individuals had witnessed the radiant phenomenon, flooding the chat with speculations about the emergence of an unparalleled treasure. Having met the Lord, please assign me a task immediately. Huh, so eager. Blinded by the golden light, Xiao Tian had yet to see the Labor Emperor's visage when he heard the voice. Filling him with delight, this newcomer was indeed proactive, seeking work right upon arrival. Finally regaining his sight, he beheld the Labor Emperor's appearance and felt a twinge of disappointment. The figure bore a scruffy beard, hair resembling a bird's nest, a serious expression, and was clad in tattered animal hide. Wielding an axe in one hand and a pickaxe in the other, lacking any semblance of mastery, he opened the panel to inspect further. Labor Emperor, mythical passive hero. Affiliation, Xiao Tian. Level, 0, Loyalty, 80. Combat power, 2,360, 1,1360. Skills, neglect, 60 reduced presence during the day, 90 at night. Retaliation, upon interruption of work. He will retaliate fiercely. Protector, automatically switches to active attack when the shelter is under siege. Workaholic, rests only 4 hours per day, with a 90 reduction in stamina consumption. Traits, passive, proficient in farming, animal husbandry, logging, mining, and gathering. Active, combat instinct is exceptional. Equipment, Celestial Gold Divine Axe, Legendary, Combat Power, 480, Logging Efficiency, 100, Double Harvest. Indestructible, Celestial Gold Divine Pickaxe, Legendary, Combat Power, 480, Excavation Efficiency, 100, Double Harvest, Indestructible. Ancient Beast Garb, Legendary, Combat Power, 400, maintains a constant temperature around the wearer. Infinite storage space in pockets, indestructible. Note, equipment cannot be changed, skills cannot be upgraded. Each hour of inactivity reduces loyalty by 1. High-quality food and a comfortable resting space can enhance loyalty. Evaluation. The Labor Emperor toils unceasingly, his life devoid of day or night. The details of the Labor Emperor's panel dazzled Xiao Tian, the exaggerated combat power, the comical skills and notes, along with the legendary equipment he had never encountered before left him momentarily speechless. Please, my lord, assign me a task. The Labor Emperor's impatient voice startled Xiao Tian, snapping him back to reality. He needed to find something for him to do immediately to prevent any drop in loyalty. Farmer E, are there still tasks in the fields? Xiao Tian inquired urgently. Farmer E, understanding the situation, replied, there is still plenty of ginger and buplurum to harvest and replant. Very well. You'll accompany the Labor Emperor to the fields. He will need timely assistance. After issuing his orders, Xiao Tian addressed the Labor Emperor. You will follow Farmer E to work in the fields. I will prepare food and water for you shortly, and we'll arrange other tasks once you finish. Have I become the epitome of capitalism? Xiao Tian felt a pang of guilt. Watching the Labor Emperor depart, he reflected on the introduction. Despite his seemingly unassuming appearance, he was remarkably formidable. Satisfying his needs would equate to having a super labor force, capable of protecting the shelter in critical moments. Uncle Guan, I see that the 2 dragon rhinoceroses have fled. Please lead the others to inspect the area and bring back any fallen trees. Return in half an hour. I have further arrangements. Yes. Guan Yidao led Lung Ling and a few others outside. After coordinating the others, Xiao Tian turned to Xiao Qi once more. Once the ginger and buplurum have been collected, immediately brew them into a medicinal soup for sale, priced the same as those sold by the Unparalleled Alliance. Once the raincoats sell out, start production anew. There are also exquisite grade weapons and iron armor. Select 5 items with low durability to trade away. You may handle it as you see fit, striving to exchange for items of exquisite grade or higher, as well as special items beneficial to the shelter. In the future, provisions for the diligent should be prepared in advance, with 4 to 5 meals daily, using only the finest ingredients. When the farmer returns, prepare 2 bear paws for him to enjoy first. Xiao Tian meticulously organized everything that Xiao Qi had assigned, adopting a completely relaxed demeanor. Seemingly oblivious to Xiao Qi's resentful gaze. Shelter expansion scroll doubles the area and the number of shelter components. Xiao Tian took out the shelter expansion scroll to examine it. This item should yield greater utility as the shelter's level increases. However, with the rising population and Xiao Tian's intention to recruit more followers, particularly for the diligent who require a comfortable resting space, it was imperative to use it. Should the shelter expansion scroll be utilized? Yes. A flash of white light enveloped the area, transforming the shelter dramatically. The entire stone house expanded from 60 square meters to 120 square meters, and the fenced yard doubled in size. Entering the stone house, Xiao Tian discovered that the first floor now boasted 4 rooms, with an additional stove and toilet. To his surprise, the crafting station had also increased to 2, although the newly appeared station was only at level 1. The original crafting station had been upgraded to level 3 after extensive use, capable of crafting exquisite items. The living room expanded to a full 50 square meters. Ascending to the second floor revealed similar enhancements. It now measured 80 square meters and featured 2 large rooms, alongside a spacious living area of nearly 40 square meters. The conditions for upgrading the intermediate stone house had also changed to 2,000 wood, 2,000 stone, and 400 iron ore. Remembering he still needed to teleport to his mother, he had no time to inspect everything in detail and hurried back to the first floor to manage his tasks. First, he used today's third enhancement opportunity on a silver treasure chest. Luck seemed to be average this time, as it only upgraded to a golden treasure chest. Upon opening it, he obtained 1 farmland, exquisite, 5 space gems, 1 summoning order, rare, and 1 dragon fruit seed, epic. Dragon fruit seed, epic, can be planted in farmland, epic. Maturing in 3 days, if planted in farmland, exquisite. The maturity time doubles. Farmland below exquisite level cannot sustain growth. Yields 3 fruits at once. Usable for breakthrough and qualifications. Ineffective above epic level. This was a splendid find, albeit lacking in epic grade farmland. Fortunately, he had recently opened a plot of exquisite farmland, which could suffice with some fertilizer to expedite the growth. Xiao Tian then examined the space ring. Space ring, exquisite. Internal space of 100 cubic meters. Who should receive this? Ultimately, Xiao Tian decided that Guan Yi Dao, who was unexpectedly leading the team, would greatly benefit from an item capable of storing goods. He proceeded to check the crafting blueprint for the space ring. Chapter 43. How much material has this old rascal really skimmed off? After using it, he opened the crafting table to inspect. Space ring, normal grade, consumes 1 space gem, internal space of 1 cubic meter. Exquisite grade, consumes 10 space gems, internal space of 10 cubic meters. Rare grade, consumes 50 space gems, internal space of 50 cubic meters. The highest can craft epic grade, consuming 500 gems for 500 cubic meters of space. Xiao Tian recalled that he still needed 100 space gems for the family ring, having collected only 38 after a long time. Calculating in his mind, he determined that at least 2 exquisite grade rings and 5 normal grade ones were required for his mother. While he would provide Guan Shu with an exquisite one, and Cold Ling and Xiao Qi would each receive a normal one. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Tian crafted 8 normal rings and 2 exquisite ones, consuming 28 space gems. He handed 3 of the normal space rings to Xiao Qi, reserving 1 for her to allocate as she saw fit. Next, he crafted 20 beds, 20 sets of clothing, and 20 bedding sets, as he intended to summon several more followers and also prepare 10 sets for his mother. The main event followed, to ensure a comfortable resting environment for the diligent. Xiao Tian did not hesitate to use his rare-grade wolf and bear pelts to craft a 3-piece bedding set. The rare-grade bedding set conferred special effects of rapid sleep induction, deep slumber, and a 60 recovery rate for stamina and spirit. Feeling the texture of the rare-grade bedding was distinctly different, smoother than even the hands of a goddess. After completing these tasks, Xiao Tian began tallying his summoning orders. 8 normal, 8 exquisite, 3 rare, and 1 exquisite. He stored 4 normal, 4 exquisite, 2 rare, and 1 exquisite summoning order intended for his mother in the storage space, along with an exquisite arrow tower, a rare-grade golden armored crocodile egg, 8 sets of exquisite iron swords and armor, 2 sets of rare-grade 4-piece outfits, 10 sets of clothing, 10 wooden beds and bedding, various seeds selected by the farmer, and a raincoat. Xiao Tian prepared every conceivable item, understanding that his parents had always selflessly given him their most treasured possessions. Arriving in the land of slaughter, he finally comprehended the depth of his mother's unconditional love, wishing he could bring her everything he could offer. In the trading channel, 437 raincoats had sold out, netting him 4,370 straw and 874 wood. Currently, his basic resources amounted to 5,170 units of straw, 2,458 units of wood, 800 units of stone, 114 units of iron blocks, and 20 units of fine iron. Xiao Tian extracted 2,800 units of straw to continue crafting raincoats, instructing Xiao Qi to sell them. After accounting for the fine iron, he carried all the materials on him, intending to fully upgrade his mother's shelter to a stone house, with a fortified shelter, powerful defense towers, and loyal followers. His mother would undoubtedly be safe in her region, alleviating Xiao Tian's constant worries. What preoccupied him most was his father, uncertain of how he was faring alone. With high blood pressure and blood sugar, his father's health was precarious, especially in such damp and chilly weather. From the conversations in the chat channel, it was evident that those doing well were primarily the young and vigorous, while the majority of the sick were the elderly and infirm. Had it not been for the stroke of luck in acquiring the enhancement talent and Guan Yi Dao, Xiao Tian couldn't be sure he would still be alive. Master, we have returned. Hearing Guan Yi Dao's voice, Xiao Tian stepped outside to find everyone curiously gazing at the now doubled shelter. Behind them lay dozens of large trees, while Guan Yi Dao and Shielder carried 2 wild boars on their shoulders. Faced with a food shortage, Xiao Tian's eyes lit up at the sight of the 2 wild boars, each weighing at least 500 pounds. Initially planning to disassemble them, he suddenly recalled the slaughterhouse he had yet to utilize. He walked to an open area, selected a suitable spot, and summoned the slaughterhouse, along with the mill and the rare-grade fertilizer reactor. Slaughterhouse, exquisite equipped with automatic slaughtering devices. Can acquisition, raw meat, rare, 8, raw meat, common, 48, bones, rare, 6, bones, common, 56, organs, rare, 2, organs, common, 12, blood, rare, 2, blood, common, 16. Leather, rare, 2. This left Xiao Tian momentarily speechless. He had never anticipated such a bountiful harvest from the slaughterhouse. It dawned on him that he had been oblivious to how much the heavenly Tao had been siphoning off from his resources through decomposition. He realized that not every part of a rare-level creature was of rare quality. Most of it was of common grade, yielding only rare materials upon disassembly. The thought of this made Xiao Tian's heart ache. Had he released the slaughterhouse sooner, countless people would not have suffered from hunger. How much common raw meat had been appropriated by the heavenly Tao, which could have been exchanged for vital resources? The mill was unremarkable at first glance. Capable of grinding various types of flour, but it lacked any materials at present. The rare-grade fertilizer reactor, however, was an unassuming structure that turned out to be of great significance. It was a building half buried underground, featuring a large input port on one side and a series of large faucets on the other. Although the ground area was less than 20 square meters, it could process up to 10 tons of materials. Various common meats, bones, organs, kitchen scraps, and fresh plants could be deposited within. Every 100 pounds would yield 1 unit of fine-grade fertilizer after 10 minutes, while 1,000 pounds would produce 1 unit of rare-grade fertilizer in 30 minutes. It was capable of generating rare-grade fertilizer at its maximum capacity. After touring several new buildings, the group returned to the shelter. Xiao Tian first stored the recent haul from the slaughterhouse in the storage cabinet before retrieving the summoning order and activating it. With 4 common, 4 fine, and 1 rare material, he summoned a total of 2 common farmers, 1 male and 1 female, 2 common male warriors, 3 fine-grade warriors, 2 males and 1 female, 1 fine-grade female chef, and 1 rare-grade male warrior, whose profession was a lead archer. Once they became familiar with one another, Xiao Tian, along with Guan Yidao and Xiao Qi, discussed the arrangements. The 2 common farmers would be led by Farmer Yi, while the female farmer would assist Xiao Qi. The 2 common warriors would be led by Bu Yi, tasked with patrolling the shelter and collecting corpses of animals felled by thorns and arrow towers. The fine-grade chef, whom Xiao Tian named Xiao Fong, was a strikingly attractive woman around 30 years of age, responsible for preparing the group's 3 meals a day, effectively resolving their dining issues and bidding farewell to the days of mere roasting or boiling. Just as he intended to arrange tasks for the others, a voice called out from the entrance, "My lord, the work is done. Please assign me a task." Chapter 44, Damaged Epic Equipment. Xiao Tian felt a deep sense of the burdens of happiness. Delays in task assignments could also be seen as a transgression. Xiao Qi, please ensure that food and water are provided to Gandhi, guaranteeing that his diet is of the highest quality. Utilize the exceptional grade farmland and bring the dragon essence fruit seeds along. Once you finish with the farmland, arrange for him to engage in nearby logging and mining. The room upstairs will be tidied for his rest, and no one is permitted to disturb him during work hours. Fearing that a slow assignment might lead to Gandhi's dissatisfaction, Xiao Tian hastily called to Xiao Qi. "Next, I will assign you 4 individuals. The 3 of you will be named Bu Er, Bu San, and Lung Yi." He proceeded to name the 3 fine-grade warriors, explaining, "The male will accompany Uncle Guan, and the female will follow Lung Ling, while you will be called Gong Yi and will also accompany Uncle Guan." After naming Gong Yi, he retrieved 5 sets of fine-grade equipment from the storage cabinet to distribute among the 5 individuals. Gong Yi already possessed a set of fine-grade equipment, so Xiao Tian refrained from assigning him another, conserving the rare-grade equipment for later arrangements. "My lord, what about me?" Shieldershan asked, empty-handed and gazing longingly at Xiao Tian. Ever since his shield had shattered, he had been relegated to playing the role of a swordsman, leaving him feeling unsettled. I almost forgot about you. I still need to check the equipment dropped by the Skeleton King," Xiao Tian replied, moving to search the storage cabinet. I almost overlooked you too." He discovered an axe and a shield, and then casually retrieved the Space Expansion Scroll and the Skill Recovery Aura. Space Expansion Scroll, common, increases storage space by 10 slots upon use. Upon utilizing it, Xiao Tian expanded his storage capacity to 40 slots. Skill Recovery Aura can be used on characters. A passive skill that restores 1 stamina every 2 minutes to allies within a 100-meter radius, gradually healing injuries. At that moment, Xiao Tian received a skill for the first time, a remarkably practical one that equated to a restoration of 30 stamina per hour. Had this skill been available during the death game, the group's endurance would have significantly increased, thereby alleviating the pressure on defense. Within approximately 3 hours, they could fully restore their stamina, which was considered quite rapid, as resting typically required over 6 hours, not to mention the added benefit of healing injuries. Holding the skill book, Xiao Tian initially intended to use it himself, but reconsidered. He already possessed a more formidable light tower, while his mother might benefit more from it. After pondering for a moment, he decided to set it aside and stored the skill book within his space. White Jade Bone Axe, exceptional damage state. Combat power 180. Skill, strong reinforcement, summons 10 skeleton warriors, fine, for 5 minutes, cooldown 60 minutes. Automatically restores 1 stamina per minute, stamina 100. Note, originally epic grade. Reduced to exceptional due to celestial lightning damage. Seek restoration items for recovery. White Jade Shield, exceptional damage state. Combat power 199. Skill, Bone Blade Rotation. Launches a circle of sharp bone blades that rapidly spin toward the target, automatically returning upon impact. Distance 20 meters, cooldown time 60 minutes. Automatically restores 1 stamina per minute. Stamina 100. Note, originally epic grade, reduced to exceptional due to celestial lightning damage. Seek restoration items for recovery. Xiao Tian was surprised to discover that these 2 pieces of equipment were originally epic grade. He felt fortunate that he had opened the Thunder Prison, otherwise, he might not even be aware of how high the grass would be over his grave by now. Even though they had been downgraded to exceptional grade, they remained top-tier equipment, each bearing powerful skills. Truly, you are fortunate. Only you are suitable to wield these. Even against a dragon rhinoceros, you would not find yourself at a disadvantage. Xiao Tian handed over the equipment, and Shieldershan promptly donned them, examining them with great excitement. Shieldershan Rare. Class, Warrior. Affiliation, Xiao Tian. Level, 5 Experience 1, 255. 000. Loyalty, Devoted. Combat Power, 1139, 268, 340, 531. Stamina, 100. Skill, Guardian, increases defense by 50 for 1 minute. Cooldown time 60 minutes. Equipment, White Jade Bone Axe, exceptional combat power 180, White Jade Shield, exceptional combat power 199, Fish Scale Armor, rare combat power 90, durability 100. Mysterious Iron Helmet, rare combat power 62, durability 100. Evaluation, Elite Shield and Armor Warrior, excelling in both offense and defense. It was evident that appearances mattered. Even the evaluation had changed. With a combat power of 1139, even exceptional grade foes would struggle to shake him. With 3 of his generals boasting combat powers above 1000. Xiao Tian felt reassured about his departure. He planned to stay for a full 24 hours before returning, confident that with Xiao Qi inside and Guan Yidao, Shieldershan, and Lung Ling outside, the shelter would function smoothly in his absence. He was 1 step closer to a life of leisure. Additionally, Gan Di was present, ensuring the shelter's safety. Uncle Guan, I leave the team in your capable hands. Take them out, but do not venture too far. If you encounter a lord like myself, record the location, but avoid any engagement for the time being. Xiao Tian instructed Guan Yidao earnestly, and then turned to the recently returned Xiao Qi. You are already familiar with the trading channel. Prioritize trading for space gemstones above all else. If there are any special items, do your utmost to trade for them. In addition, it is imperative to satisfy all of the Liver Emperor's demands to prevent any dissatisfaction. Once all matters were arranged, and everyone became engrossed in their tasks, Xiao Tian was poised to activate the skills of the family seeking ring. Ding! It turned out to be a message from Li Weiwei. 00666 Li Weiwei, Big Brother Xiao. I sincerely apologize for heading out early this morning and opening several treasure chests. Hehe Space Gem, Stonehouse Blueprint, Non-Freezing Spring, Rare. Do you need any of these? I don't seem to have much use for the Space Gem, and I already possess the Stonehouse Blueprint and the Spring Water. Each message from Li Weiwei left Xiao Tian speechless. It was astonishing how she could gather abundant resources from merely wandering around. Aside from the Space Gem he required, the rest were unnecessary for him, but his mother needed them, making it convenient to bring them along. 009527 Xiao Tian. The Space Gem holds great significance, and I indeed need it. However, I can craft it into a space ring for you if you desire. As for the other items, let me know what you wish to exchange for them. I have several sets of both fine and rare grade equipment, with the rare grade consisting of a 4-piece set, weapon, armor, helmet, and boots. Xiao Tian had no intention of taking advantage of Li Weiwei. He meticulously explained the utility and crafting requirements of the Space Gem, cherishing the few friends he had. 006666 Li Weiwei. Then please craft me 5 ordinary ones and 2 fine ones. You may keep the rest as compensation. For the other items, I would like to trade for 2 sets of fine and 1 set of rare, and I will give you 2 mysterious fruits, rare. Jealousy twisted Xiao Tian's expression, nearly overwhelming him. Soon, Li Weiwei initiated the trade. He had anticipated receiving only 2 or 3 space gems at most, but to his astonishment, she sent over 40. After deducting the cost, he was left with 15, prompting Xiao Tian to happily store them away without any hesitation. After dispatching the items, he secured the mysterious fruits and, for the first time, remembered to send a message to his friend to alleviate her concerns. He activated the teleportation skill of the family-seeking ring and commenced the transfer. Perhaps due to the long-distance travel, a flash of white light enveloped him, and a wave of dizziness washed over him, the duration of which was indeterminate. Suddenly, he felt someone clutching his leg, wailing, "Brother." Chapter 45. A long-awaited reunion. The family's talents are extraordinary. Upon hearing that familiar voice, a smile involuntarily blossomed on Xiao Tian's face, his eyes welling with tears as he regained his sight to find his mother standing before him, already in tears. The little girl, Lin, was clinging to his leg, wailing loudly, "Mother." This was Xiao Tian's first proactive embrace of his mother since reaching adulthood. The two held each other tightly, overwhelmed with emotion, tears cascading down freely and soaking their garments. After an indeterminate time, Lin's voice piped up, "Hey, you two are squishing me." Xiao Tian chuckled at Lin's words, which lightened the somber atmosphere. He scooped her up and gently wiped her tears away, teasingly saying, "Have you grown heavier? Have you been eating too much?" "Humph, bad brother. Lin hasn't gotten heavier. She's grown taller." Lin pouted, her voice tinged with indignation. Hearing this, Xiao Tian finally realized and set his sister down to scrutinize her closely. She had indeed grown significantly. She was now nearly 1.2 meters tall, a considerable height for a typical 4-year-old child. Puzzled, he turned to his mother, who understood his thoughts and explained, "Ever since her fever broke, I used the ginger soup you provided to trade for 2 pieces of fine meat and a bit of fine-grade water." After Lin consumed them, she experienced a remarkable growth spurt upon waking these past 2 days. Xiao Tian was astonished to learn that the food from the land of slaughter had such an effect. Whether it was good or bad remained uncertain. He carefully assessed his mother's shelter, a cozy little wooden house consisting of 1 room and a living area, adorned with a bouquet of wildflowers on the windowsill and a few small toys crafted from straw scattered about, the floor impeccably tidy. Carrying Lin into the living room, Xiao Tian emptied the supplies he had brought, then led his mother to the door to unload all the straw, wood, stones, and iron blocks. He then handed her the stone house blueprint, addressing her as "Mother, let us upgrade the shelter." The basic materials Xiao Tian brought were more than sufficient for the upgrade to a stone house. He wondered if anyone had been the first to upgrade their stone house in this area. "Xiao Tian, how can this be? You silly child. Have you really brought all the things from home? Hurry and tidy up. I have materials and can upgrade soon," Li Yue said, her expression fraught with worry and urgency. "Haha, mother, you underestimate me. I've already upgraded to a stone house. These are merely the leftover materials. I am no longer in need of resources," Xiao Tian replied with a smile, wrapping his arms around his mother. He then shared a screenshot of the attributes of the Liver Emperor with her, detailing the state of his shelter and the number of subordinates he commanded. Li Yue was immensely shocked, unable to believe her son had grown so formidable. She felt a wave of relief. She understood that being transported here meant survival was not just about living, but about continuously growing stronger and surpassing others to have a chance to survive. Given her son's current situation, he had a significant chance of surviving until the end, and all she hoped for was that he could take Lin away, relieving her of any worries regarding her daughter. As for her husband, she dared not think of him anymore. "By the way, mother, has anyone in your area been the first to upgrade their stone house?" Upon hearing her son's inquiry, Li Yue immediately opened the chat channel to check. Since waking up that morning, she hadn't heard any announcements about someone upgrading their stone house, though she was uncertain if anyone had done so while she had been resting the previous night. After searching for a while, she discovered that someone had indeed upgraded their stone house around 11 o'clock the previous night while she was asleep. "Xiao Tian, someone upgraded it last night," Li Yue said regretfully. "No worries, it's just a silver treasure chest. Mother, hurry and upgrade. Let us see if we can earn a reward." Xiao Tian was not surprised by the outcome. With a population of 100,000 in the area, it was only natural that some would be fortunate enough to be ahead. With the resources he provided, he was confident in his mother's ability to rank well. Without hesitation, Li Yue upgraded the intermediate wooden house to a stone house in one go. 2 beams of white light flashed in succession, transforming the shelter into a stone house, complete with an additional surrounding fence, just as it had for Xiao Tian. "Xiao Tian, I can't believe we secured 3rd place. We received a bronze treasure chest and 20 prestige points." Li Yue joyfully relayed the news to her son, handing him the bronze treasure chest afterward. "No, there's still a silver treasure chest at home that I can't be bothered to open. You should do it," Xiao Tian, feeling rather smug, playfully declared. Feeling at ease around his mother and speaking without reserve, Li Yue shot him a disapproving look. "Look at how proud you are. I want to open it. I want to open it." Lin squirmed in Xiao Tian's embrace, reaching out for the treasure chest. Xiao Tian set her down, and Li Yue did not intervene as Lin excitedly scampered over to open it. "Wow, so many things." Curious, Xiao Tian approached to take a look. "What on earth?" he exclaimed in surprise. "Summoning order, rare, 1, stone wall blueprint, fine. 1, farmland, rare, 1, breeding farm, fine. 1, 3 space gems, 100 stones." Lin looked up at her brother with a proud expression, grinning as she said, "Hee, big brother, aren't I amazing?" Staring at the contents of the treasure chest, Xiao Tian's mouth fell agape in disbelief. When had a bronze treasure chest ever yielded so many items? He had opened golden treasure chests before that had never exceeded 4 items, and yet here were 2 rare grade items. Li Yue approached and patted Xiao Tian's shoulder, saying, "If you had witnessed Lin Lin's innate talent, you would not find it surprising. The 2 carnivorous flower seeds I sent you last time, can you fathom their origin? They fell right before her while she was playing at the entrance of the shelter, swept by a sudden gust of wind. Reflecting on it now, both of us were running fevers at the time, and just as a whirlwind stirred the thatch and wood, allowing me to repair the thatched hut. Perhaps it was also due to your sister." Li Yue's words left Xiao Tian in astonishment, heightening his curiosity about his sister's talent. However, he pondered, wasn't he their only one talent stone? How could his sister possess a talent too? Xiao Tian recalled the announcement from the celestial Tao stating that each person received 1 talent stone, and he queried his mother with confusion. Li Yue chuckled and replied, "Perhaps it is a form of compensation for those of us with children. I received 2 stones, 1 for me and 1 for Lin Lin." She then showcased her talent. Nature Affinity, B-grade passive talent, increases crop growth speed within the shelter by 20 chance of double harvest, and reduces animal hostility within a 1-kilometer radius, preventing non-epic creatures from attacking. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, it offered protection from animal attacks, ensuring a better chance of survival. Quite a commendable talent. Lin Lin, show your talent to your brother. Chapter 46, Lin Lin's fortuitous talent. I've become the brother of a lucky sovereign. Blessing of luck, S-grade passive talent, continuous good fortune. The literal meaning holds true, an S-grade skill, described succinctly in just 4 words, continuous good fortune. Xiao Tian suddenly recalled Li Weiwei. Her talent might very well be similar, for how else could she open an endless barrage of treasure chests daily? He felt a pang of envy toward his own talent, as he meticulously calculated enhancement chances each day, while the lucky ones effortlessly acquired their bounties. He picked up a rare summoning order for his 4th enhancement of the day. However, he did not benefit from his sister's good fortune and managed only a level 1 enhancement. Initially intending to enhance the stone wall blueprints, he reconsidered and abandoned the idea, fearing that the enhancement might result in useless materials. Instead, he retrieved the golden armored crocodile egg, rare, gently pinched Lin Lin's chubby cheeks, and, just before she could grow irate, promptly released her, utilizing the last enhancement opportunity of the day. The enhancement succeeded, and he obtained a golden armored crocodile egg, epic. Xiao Tian beamed, his smile nearly revealing his molars. Indeed, while he may not become a lucky sovereign himself, he could certainly be the brother of one. Mom, look how ugly brother is when he smiles. Lost in his elation, Xiao Tian nearly choked, feigning anger as he retorted at his sister. You little Lin Lin. I initially intended to raise this magnificent pet for you, but if that is the case, forget it. No way. Good brother, the super invincible best brother. Give it to me. All right. The whimsical Lin Lin immediately switched her demeanor, climbing onto her brother to plead. Xiao Tian could hardly withstand such an adorable display and quickly surrendered, setting her down and placing the golden armored crocodile egg, epic, before her. With a tone brimming with affection, he addressed his sister. This is of epic caliber. It will protect you and Mom in the future, but it requires a blood bond to recognize its master, so you'll need to prick your finger. Are you afraid? Humph. I'm not afraid. I never cry when getting shots. Lin Lin looked at her brother defiantly, exuding an air of bravado. At that moment, Li Yue interjected, Xiao Tian. This epic beast is far too significant. You should keep it for yourself. Lin Lin, be a good girl and return it to your brother. Fine. Brother, you can have it. It can protect you too. Reluctantly, but obediently, Lin Lin returned the golden armored crocodile egg, epic, to her brother. Xiao Tian first affectionately ruffled Lin Lin's hair before addressing his mother. Let Lin Lin keep it. With this pet guarding you both, I can rest easy. You know my talent. Acquiring whatever I desire is not a problem. Upon hearing that her treasure was restored, Lin Lin immediately perked up, urging her brother to prick her fingers swiftly. Good girl, Lin Lin. With a slight furrow of her brow, a drop of blood fell onto the golden armored crocodile egg, epic, which was instantly absorbed. Mom, brother, Lin Lin queried, puzzled. A voice declared that the bonding was successful. After some explanation, Lin Lin comprehended the situation, bursting with joy and nearly knocking over the golden armored crocodile egg, epic, in her excitement. Li Yue hastily found a secure spot to place it. Xiao Tian then picked up 4 ordinary, for fine, 2 rare, and 1 extraordinary summoning orders from the ground, along with the extraordinary one he held, and handed them to his mother. Mom, let us go outside to summon. Li Yue gazed at her son with pride. He had grown up, once needing her protection, and she had feared he would become a burden. Now, he was capable of standing on his own. Xiao Tian held Lin Lin with one hand and his mother with the other as they arrived at the shelter's entrance. Li Yue began utilizing the summoning orders, having 2 fine ones of her own, which she used all at once. A brilliant flash of white light enveloped them, and 14 subordinates appeared, kneeling in unison before them and proclaiming loudly, We pay our respects, Lord. Li Yue, taken aback by such a display, momentarily lost her words. But Xiao Tian urged her on, prompting her to respond, Rise. With the sudden influx of so many people, Lin Lin felt a twinge of fear and hid behind Xiao Tian. While Li Yue, having some experience, feigned calmness, concealing her apprehension. Regaining her composure, she recalled scenes from television of superiors addressing their subordinates, and spoke slowly. Everyone, focus on your duties. I will not treat you poorly. This is my son and daughter. Greetings, young master. Young miss. The crowd respectfully bowed to Xiao Tian and Lin Lin. Xiao Tian followed Li Yue as they began assessing the new arrivals. It struck him that perhaps due to his mother's gender or mere coincidence, 10 out of the 14 were women, seemingly from the same place, as evidenced by their remarkably uniform attire and hairstyles. Among them, 2 extraordinary level warriors stood out, both female, exuding grace and valor. One was named Qin Liang, wielding a bow and short knife, classified as a sharpshooter with a combat power of 485, possessing skills of rapid fire and spread shot. The other was named Qin Yu, holding a gun in her right hand and a small shield in her left. The gun less than 2 meters long and the shield compact, allowing for agility without cumbersome weight, unlike a full-time shield bearer. She was classified as a gunshield fighter, boasting a combat power of 508, with skills of thrust and commanding troops, akin to Guan Yidao's leadership capability. Among the 2 rare-level warriors, one was male and the other female, both classified as fighters. While the 6 fine-level warriors included 4 fighters, 1 male and 3 female, and 2 farmers, 1 male and 1 female. The 4 ordinary-level warriors comprised 2 fighters, 1 male and 1 female, and 2 female farmers. This was a clear contrast to Xiao Tian's territory, with a notable prevalence of women. Just as he was about to offer advice to Li Yue, Xiao Tian remembered he had yet to survey the surrounding environment of the shelter. Thus, he reminded Li Yue to assign tasks to the farmers while the warriors familiarized themselves with the area as he stepped outside to explore. The terrain was mostly flat, spanning over 20,000 square meters, with 2 fields nearby that Li Yue had begun cultivating. The usable area was considerably smaller than his own shelter, yet it boasted an advantageous location atop a mountain, flanked by sheer cliffs with drops exceeding 100 meters, and the only descent was a rugged, treacherous path, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. At the back, a small pond formed by a hot spring offered ample water for irrigation and sustenance for 100 people. The topography elicited envy from Xiao Tian. Upon returning to the shelter, Li Yue had devised a plan and began assigning duties. 2 ordinary girls were designated to cook and care for Lin Lin within the residence, while the 2 fine-level warriors accompanied their mother, armed with the seeds Xiao Tian had brought, ready to cultivate the fields. Xiao Tian advised his mother to manifest the rare-level unfrozen spring for placement in the courtyard, while the fine-level breeding facility would be situated on the opposite side of the shelter. Summoning Qin Liang and Qin Yu, each was bestowed a finely crafted spatial ring. A gathering of all warriors was called to facilitate an upgrade of their equipment, resulting in a significant increase in loyalty among Li Yue's followers due to the plethora of exquisite and rare gear. You too shall venture down the mountain to hunt for supplies. Remember to capture any small animals suitable for domestication, instructed Xiao Tian. Glancing at the time, he noted. Date: 1st year of the Killing Continent, January 4th, 10:45 a.m., 7 hours and 15 minutes until dusk. Temperature: 8:15 degrees. Weather: overcast turning to light rain. Bring along your raincoats, as it may rain shortly. Return in an hour for a meal. After hearing Xiao Tian's directives, Qin Liang and Qin Yu hurriedly led their group down the mountain. Xiao Tian, equipped with an exceptional arrow tower, prepared to seek out Li Yue. Upon exiting the shelter, he beheld the manifestation of the unfrozen spring. Before he could examine it further, he was inexplicably transported closer, driven by curiosity to investigate. Chapter 47. The Miraculous Unfrozen Spring, a beauty elixir and a wealth-building tool. Unfrozen Spring, rare, produces 10 liters of water daily, fine, which alleviates fatigue and restores stamina. It yields 1 liter of unfrozen spring water, rare, daily, which, when consumed regularly, rejuvenates vitality, enhances beauty, and preserves youth. Every 7 days, it produces a drop of spiritual spring water, useful for quality breakthroughs. Although it appeared similar to Xiao Tian's well, the value of 1 liter of unfrozen spring far surpassed that of the well's output. Selling it would likely incite a frenzy among women. He imagined the gradual development of crow's feet and age spots on his mother's face, and could only envision her reaction upon learning of it. Outside the small courtyard, he observed his mother diligently tending to the fields alongside 2 farmers. Approaching to offer assistance, he was promptly shooed away, as he almost uprooted a young seedling, mistaking it for a weed. Embarrassed, he stood outside and watched. After half an hour of watching his mother and her 2 aides labor in the fields, she was drenched in sweat despite the temperature being only around 10 degrees. Seeing this, Xiao Tian felt a pang of concern and quickly wiped the sweat from her brow with his sleeve, urging her to rest. Mother, you should leave these tasks to them. They are quite proficient. Li Yue responded with dissatisfaction. I am not some wealthy lady who avoids labor. I feel unwell if I do not work. Besides, my talent would be wasted if I did nothing. Unable to convince his mother, Xiao Tian shifted the conversation, leading her approximately 100 meters from the shelter. He pointed at the descending path and said, "This is the only passage up the mountain. We must construct a stone wall for protection. The exceptional arrow tower should be positioned behind it." Taking her son's advice, Li Yue constructed a stone wall at the entrance. Leaving a 2-meter gap in the center to accommodate a defensive gate she would seek through the trade channel. The wall, nearly 50 centimeters thick and 18 meters high, required 10 units of stone per meter. After accounting for the upgrades to the shelter, Xiao Tian had only about 300 units of stone left, supplemented by Li Yue's stock of over 100 units, allowing for less than 50 meters of construction. The consumption was substantial, and it needed to be completed before the protection period lapsed. Although 3 sides were cliffs, there remained some footholds for climbing, making the wall a significant safety enhancement. Subsequently, he positioned the arrow tower behind the stone wall. The tower, crafted entirely from stone, occupied 9 square meters and stood 15 meters tall, with a walkway at 12 meters high accommodating 2 to 3 defenders. From this vantage point, Xiao Tian had an excellent view, and he spotted a group below engaged in hunting, Qin Liang and his team. Not far from the foot of the mountain, a large river flowed, bordered by extensive grasslands. "Mother, arrange for someone to keep watch here daily, 24/7, with at least 2 people at a time," he instructed, wary that Li Yue might not grasp the importance of this. As if I need your reminders. When your father courted me, he was always clutching romance of the 3 kingdoms and the art of war. I must have read through them countless times with him, Li Yue retorted. Xiao Tian chuckled. I had no idea about that. Realizing she had inadvertently revealed a secret, Li Yue hurried back to the shelter, leaving Xiao Tian amused by the unexpected glimpse into his parents' past. He suddenly recalled that his father's favorites were indeed romance of the 3 kingdoms and the art of war, hoping he could make good use of them. Time passed swiftly, and when Qin Liang and Qin Yu returned with their party, Xiao Tian descended from the arrow tower to greet them. "Young master," the group called out, curious about the newly erected stone wall and arrow tower. "Qin Liang, Qin Yu, you will take turns leading expeditions while leaving a few to guard the territory. Afterward, inspect the new constructions and discuss defense strategies." "What did you gather?" Xiao Tian inquired. Nodding in understanding, Qin Liang began to report their findings. "In our haste, we merely circled the vicinity, hunting 2 ordinary deer, 2 excellent grade wild boars, and 1 rare grade wolf. We also captured 2 live ordinary rabbits and 1 excellent grade wild chicken, alongside over 20 wild fruits and more than a pound of berries. Excellent. A commendable haul in just an hour. We shall venture out again this afternoon. By the way, I noticed you while on the arrow tower. How is the resource situation in the area?" Xiao Tian asked, pleased with their bounty, which indicated a wealth of resources nearby, alleviating concerns over sustenance. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Liang replied earnestly, "The expansive grassland by the river is teeming with resources. Numerous animal tracks suggest at least 20 species, including 5 large animals. I also scouted the river, which is rich in large fish." "Good. I will have my mother keep an eye out for fishing tools. Try to capture some live fish to place in the pond behind the shelter, ensuring we have ample reserves. In 3 days, we face extreme cold. You must assist my mother in ensuring her and my sister's safety through this period." Xiao Tian meticulously relayed his concerns regarding the well-being of his mother and sister. Upon returning to the shelter, the 3 live animals were placed in the breeding pen, with instructions for the farmers to feed them daily. Xiao Tian refrained from having his mother immediately butcher the animals, instead directing her to the trading channel to search for slaughterhouses and fishing gear, hoping to find suitable options. Fortuitously, there were indeed individuals selling such items. The slaughterhouse, albeit ordinary, required 50 units of wood for exchange. The fishing tools included an excellent grade fishing net and 3 ordinary traps, costing 100 units of wood and 100 units of thatch. The slaughterhouse manifested, albeit half the size of an excellent grade establishment, with significantly lower efficiency and no special effects. Nevertheless, it offered considerably more food than immediate disassembly. After this endeavor, the food collected by Qin Liang and his team over an hour and a half was sufficient for 2 days of consumption. Had they opted for direct disassembly, it might not have provided even 2 meals. Soon, the group began to relish their first meal since the summoning. Lin Lin had become familiar with everyone, and her adorable demeanor, coupled with her quirky personality, gradually dissipated any lingering awkwardness, filling the air with laughter. Li Yue's gentle nature and decisive actions further elevated the loyalty of her subordinates. After lunch, Xiao Tian allowed everyone a brief respite before resuming work, with the girl responsible for looking after Lin Lin taking her upstairs for a nap. Xiao Tian then led his mother to the courtyard, speaking in a tone laced with mystery. "Mother, I have a surprise for you." Chapter 48. The astute Li Yue. Xiao Tian discovers a century-old blood ginseng. Li Yue, a bit puzzled, gazed at the well before her. It appeared to be merely a higher quality of water. What could possibly be so enigmatic? After collecting some, she examined it, discovering it to be fine-grade water, which she had sampled before without any remarkable effects. She speculated that the rare quality might merely enhance its efficacy. Confused by Xiao Tian's mysterious demeanor, she exclaimed, "Wow, Upon reading the introduction, Li Yue gasped in astonishment, her features betraying a joy that she struggled to conceal. This was a testament to the tumultuous emotions stirring within her at this moment. No woman could ever resist the allure of beauty, the promise of eternal youth. Before her transmutation, various beauty products and salons, despite their mediocre results and endless controversies, continued to extract wealth from women, even the elderly, who would spend their life savings in pursuit of that elusive hope. This miraculous spring water, validated by the heavens and with a detailed introduction, would send any woman into a frenzy. Li Yue even overlooked the precious drop of the spring. Observing his mother lost in thought, Xiao Tian spoke up. Mom, you know this. No need to elaborate. I understand. The allure of this item for women is clearer to me than it is to you. A 100 milliliter portion can reward subordinates or be exchanged for various precious items. At this moment, Li Yue's eyes sparkled with wisdom. She recognized this as an opportunity and immediately began contemplating how she could assist her son. Xiao Tian realized he had underestimated his mother. Had it not been for their unfortunate fever prior to their crossing, she and his sister would undoubtedly be thriving now. He had also underestimated the unfrozen spring. After Li Yue generously rewarded Qin Liang and Qin Yu with 2 portions each, their loyalty, which had previously been below 90, soared to maximum levels, transforming them into staunch allies. Other women looked on with envy, and Li Yue promptly reassured them, you need not envy. As long as you work diligently and contribute to the territory, each of you, even if you are merely an ordinary farmer, has the opportunity to obtain this. This holds far more allure than gold or jewels. Instantly, the spirits of all the women in the shelter surged, their determination renewed. Xiao Tian couldn't help but smirk, thinking, Mom's quite impressive. No wonder she has run a company, painting grand visions. Li Yue consumed 1 portion of the unfrozen spring, and the effects were remarkable. Her skin became considerably smoother. Standing beside her, Xiao Tian noted that they could easily pass for siblings. He also took 2 portions, intending to reward Lung Ling and Xiao Qi, while Li Yue planned to sell the remaining 5. After resting, Qin Liang, Qin Yu, and the others donned rain gear, armed themselves with fishing tools, and ventured out to gather resources. Meanwhile, Li Yue busied herself searching for items in the trading channel and advertising the unfrozen spring in the chat channel. Leaving Xiao Tian as the only idle person in the shelter, cross-region communication was impossible. The only contact he had was with Xiao Qi, who wore a deputy ring. It was evident she was busy, and he couldn't, for the sake of boredom, seek her out for conversation. As he observed Qin Liang and the others preparing to descend the mountain, an idea struck him. Seizing the moment while Li Yue was distracted, he followed them. Qin Liang, Qin Yu, wait a moment. The 2 paused, puzzled, thinking Xiao Tian had some instructions. Let us go. I'll accompany you this afternoon. Xiao Tian, having caught up, gestured for them to set off. Qin Liang and Qin Yu were taken aback, exclaiming anxiously, Young master, that's not advisable. It's too dangerous outside. You should remain in the shelter while we hunt for resources. Without further explanation, Xiao Tian retrieved the Xianjin divine crossbow and displayed its attributes. Level 5 experience 9, 855, 000, combat power 582, 112, 150, 320. Stamina 100. Talent, quality, excellent. Equipment, Xianjin divine crossbow, outstanding. Combat power 120. Xian iron armor, rare. Combat power 68, durability 100. Xian iron helmet, rare. Combat power 62, durability 100. Xian iron boots, rare. Combat power 70, durability 100. Evaluation breaks through the limits of ordinary individuals, bringing one closer to becoming a powerhouse. Qin Liang and Qin Yu were left incredulous. They had thought the young master was just an ordinary lad like themselves, yet his combat power was nearly on par with theirs. They saw no reason to stop him now, and after a brief discussion, Qin Yu took 2 soldiers, forming a protective circle around Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was quite pleased. He merely wished to scout the area surrounding his mother's shelter, not to lead the charge. It was prudent to have protection. Throughout the journey, Xiao Tian closely followed Qin Yu, instructing the 2 elite soldiers to flank him, crossbows raised, scanning the surroundings intermittently. Wait. Suddenly, Xiao Tian called for the group to halt, prompting puzzled looks from the others. He pointed to a peculiar plant ahead. That plant seems unusual. Let us take a closer look. They approached the plant, and Xiao Tian examined its leaves, feeling a sense of familiarity. He activated his ring for information. Centennial blood ginseng, rare, useful for breakthroughs in excellent grade. Provides 30 combat power for rare grade, non-consumable for ordinary grade, can be used in medicine. Ah, so it's a type of ginseng. What a find. I'm glad we didn't miss it. He collected Centennial blood ginseng, rare, X1, blood ginseng seeds, rare, X3. From now on, pay attention to unusual plants in the forest, especially those with similar leaves. They are treasures. Xiao Tian excitedly shared various plant characteristics, and the group gazed at him in admiration, impressed by his extensive knowledge. Little did they know, Xiao Tian had the ring, which provided information upon identification. They continued to collect edible mushrooms, wood ear fungus, and a substantial patch of sanchi, including 2 excellent specimens, as well as a significant amount of dendrobium. Predominantly aged 10 to 20 years, and even a rare specimen whose medicinal properties had evolved to enhance combat power and breakthrough quality. They were fortunate enough to discover 2 black iron treasure chests and 1 bronze chest. Xiao Tian was grateful he had joined them, otherwise, he would have missed out on many opportunities. Whoosh! Xiao Tian and Qin Liang simultaneously released arrows, pinning a rare level black panther attempting to ambush them firmly against a tree. Young master is impressive. The group erupted into applause and cheers. Xiao Tian felt a twinge of guilt. He had intended to aim for the head, but had hit the tail instead. After securing the black panther's carcass, they made their way toward the riverbank. From his vantage point atop the mountain, Xiao Tian had thought they were close to the river, but upon descending, he discovered the path was rugged and winding, making their progress slow, often necessitating detours around boulders blocking the way. This was perhaps better. It ensured his mother and sister would be safer living here. In their quest to familiarize themselves with the surrounding environment, Qin Liang and Qin Yu opted for a different route than the one they had searched in the morning. This new path yielded few animals. Aside from the black panther, they spotted only a few wild rabbits and a pangolin, but they found plenty of edible and medicinal plants. Stop! Qin Liang raised his left hand, signaling the group to halt, then pointed ahead at a cluster of rocks. Young master, there is a strong presence of wild beasts ahead. I will investigate. Chapter 49. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth, the outstanding spirit fruit tree. Qin Liang observed for quite some time before cautiously returning, his expression grave. About 50 meters ahead, there is a gathering of wild beasts. At least 2 of which are outstanding grade, 7 are rare grade, and nearly 30 are excellent. In the center, on a small rocky slope, there grows a peculiar plant, devoid of leaves, with a main stalk over 2 meters tall, bearing 2 golden fruits. Xiao Tian felt a surge of curiosity and whispered, "Let us go take a look." Seeing him intent on approaching, Qin Liang and Qin Yu closely followed. As they reached the edge of the boulder, Xiao Tian carefully peered over. He immediately spotted the plant on the rocky slope. Spirit fruit tree. Outstanding. The fruit enhances physical constitution, suitable for rare grade breakthroughs, provides 50 combat power for outstanding grade. Non-consumable for grades below rare, can be used in medicine. 20 minutes until maturity. Xiao Tian's heart soared with joy, yet another extraordinary treasure that he must acquire. It was time for his shield mountain to make a breakthrough, and he harbored unique sentiments toward this subordinate who had accompanied him since the beginning of his journey. He hoped to nurture them for the long haul. An extraordinary level wolf king, 2 rare level mountain wolves, and over 30 fine and ordinary beasts. Additionally, there are 2 rare level black-backed bears, 1 rare level tusked boar, 8 fine level tusked boars, and over 20 ordinary tusked boars. A fearsome extraordinary level black-striped tiger, measuring nearly 5 meters long with a tail exceeding 2 meters, resembling a steel whip. Furthermore, there are 2 rare level gibbons accompanied by a troop of their offspring. Xiao Tian silently calculated the formidable lineup before him. A direct confrontation would undoubtedly lead to demise. He conveyed the detailed situation to his companions, and they engaged in a thorough discussion. It was Qin Yu, possessing leadership skills, who first conceived a strategy. With towering boulders surrounding the area and a narrow path of less than 1 meter in width ahead, the colossal beasts would be unable to traverse it. All archers could be positioned atop the boulders, while I would guard the passage with the remaining warriors, rendering them powerless against us. Moreover, before the fruits ripen, a fierce battle among them is inevitable. Once the extraordinary and rare beasts clash, the young master and Qin Yu can deploy their skills to eliminate some foes. Qin Yu elaborated on the plan, and Xiao Tian and Qin Liang filled in the gaps, resulting in a comprehensive strategy being devised swiftly. The group obediently followed Qin Yu's orders and acted with alacrity. Xiao Tian's greatest strength lay in his self-awareness. He never meddled in matters beyond his expertise. With Qin Liang's assistance, Xiao Tian, along with 1 rare level and 2 fine level archers, successfully ascended to the top of the boulders, lying in wait for the opportune moment. Qin Yu alone guarded the narrow path, ready to support with a few warriors at his back. Time passed quietly, and after 10 minutes of silent vigilance, the various beast leaders could no longer contain themselves. The first to attack was the black-striped tiger, the king of the forest. After emitting a series of furious roars, it noticed that the other animals remained undeterred. Feeling its authority challenged, it lashed its tail violently, killing 2 gibbons in its wake. With limbs coiled, it lunged towards the herd of tusked boars, its sharp claws ruthlessly cleaving a fine-level tusked boar's head to pieces. Subsequently, it opened its maw and sank its teeth into the neck of a rare-level tusked boar, sending it crashing to the ground. Expecting to intimidate the others into retreat, the tiger instead incited the beasts to unite against it, surrounding the black-striped tiger in a furious frenzy. All the beast leaders roared in unison, launching an assault on the tiger, thus commencing a chaotic melee. The title of Forest King was not unfounded. Within a mere minute, The black-striped tiger had slain 1 rare-level gibbon and 5 fine-level beasts, with countless ordinary ones falling victim as well. However, the black-striped tiger was not unscathed. Its abdomen was pierced by the last rare-level tusked boar before its demise, blood gushing forth and intestines faintly visible, while its hind leg was severely bitten by a black-backed bear retaliating in its death throes. The cunning wolf king remained unscathed, lurking at the periphery, awaiting an opportunity to exploit the black-striped tiger's vulnerabilities. Finally, as the black-backed bear held onto the tiger's hind leg, the wolf king surged forward, its glistening claws poised to strike. Now, fire! Qin Yu's voice resonated, prompting Xiao Tian and Qin Liang to swiftly unleash their skills, a rain of arrows. The scatter shot. Rapid fire. Qin Liang's scatter shot was akin to Xiao Tian's rain of arrows, but with a significantly larger area, covering nearly 20 square meters. Though slightly less potent than Xiao Tian's extraordinary-level divine crossbow, the rapid fire was reminiscent of a barrage of arrows, though limited to 5 shots. Others quickly joined in the shooting, and soon, countless arrows rained down, felling numerous beasts. The primary targets, the black-striped tiger and the wolf king, were both riddled with arrows. And before the tiger could regain its wits, it had already breathed its last. The wolf king, gravely injured, struggled to rise, letting out an enraged howl. With a roar, it charged forward alongside its remaining subordinates, launching a fierce assault. In a critical moment, Qin Yu skillfully activated his ability, striking down the wolf king just 2 meters away as it lunged. The wolf king's body, propelled by momentum, hurtled towards Qin Yu, who had no time to evade. Raising his arm shield and bracing himself against the impact. Thud! A dull sound echoed as Qin Yu staggered back 3 steps, but fortunately, his comrades caught him, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Qin Yu, are you all right? Xiao Tian, attacking from above, inquired upon seeing the wolf king downed. Taking a breath, Qin Yu responded loudly, Young master, I am fine. Proceed according to plan. With the 2 extraordinary-level beasts slain, victory is assured. With that, he gripped his weapon tightly and led several warriors forward, continuously dispatching the mountain wolves that followed the wolf king. Only 4 rare-level beasts remained. And with Xiao Tian and Qin Liang's output, they faced no pressure. Within 5 minutes, all rare-level beasts were eliminated, leaving a scattering of ordinary and fine-level beasts. The anticipated battle concluded with merely a light injury to Qin Yu. Following the morning's skirmish, Qin Liang and Qin Yu's group successfully leveled up to level 2, further augmenting their strength, while Xiao Tian gained over 300 experience points. Abundant spoils filled the fine-level space rings of Qin Liang and Qin Yu, and with Xiao Tian's assistance, they collected the remaining carcasses. This bounty alone would sustain the 10 residents of their mother's shelter for a week, perhaps even allowing for additional recruits, provided they resolved the housing issue. Moreover, they had obtained over 20 luminous orbs containing dropped items, which Xiao Tian chose not to open, planning to return and let his sister handle them. The next phase was the main event. Qin Yu and the others secured the perimeter of a small rocky slope, while Xiao Tian and Qin Liang approached the spirit fruit tree. A mysterious fragrance began to emanate from the fruits. Spirit fruit tree, extraordinary, will mature in 1 minute. Chapter 50. Astonishing harvest, too much to contain. Fortunately, during this minute, no unexpected events occurred, allowing Xiao Tian to successfully gather the fruits. Acquired, spirit fruits, extraordinary, X2, spirit fruit seedling X1. An unexpected gain, Xiao Tian exclaimed joyfully, initially believing that 2 fruits constituted the maximum yield, only to discover he could also harvest a seedling, signifying a continuous supply of fruits in the future. Although the harvest was already bountiful, the group had no intention of returning just yet. They were now close to the riverside grasslands, and Xiao Tian aimed to catch some live fish to bring back, ensuring fresh food for his mother and sister daily. As they wandered and foraged, they collected numerous fungi and wild vegetables, and unexpectedly discovered a solitary ginger plant. Initially, Xiao Tian had anticipated finding a larger patch, but after a long search, only 1 lone sprout remained. Its utility was minimal, but Xiao Tian had already brought back a fine specimen, so it was better than nothing. Soon, they arrived at the riverbank, and upon reaching it, Xiao Tian realized the river's vastness, rivaling the Yellow and Yangtze rivers, with swift currents and a plethora of fish species. As numerous hefty fish leaped from the water, unfortunately, the swift flow made fishing impossible, compelling Xiao Tian to seek a suitable spot. After half an hour of travel, following the overgrown shore for nearly a kilometer, they finally found an eddy formed by the river's curves, where the water flowed more slowly, making it an ideal habitat and feeding ground for fish, perfect for catching. Strangely, although Qin Liang had mentioned many animals, and Xiao Tian noticed numerous footprints along the riverbank, they had encountered no living creatures during their journey. Could it be that the dragon spirit fruit tree had attracted all nearby animals? Quickly, everyone retrieved their fishing gear, placing some animal entrails in 3 traps at the tail end of the eddy. Then, they took out the fishing nets and over 100 meters of rope, connecting the rope to the nets, forming 2 teams to pull the rope to the ends of the eddy. They began lowering the nets into the water. Xiao Tian did not send anyone into the water, but many fish leaping out weighed dozens of pounds. Who could say what fierce predators lurked beneath the surface? It would be perilous if any were to attack. The rare-grade fishing net stretches several hundred meters in length. Xiao Tian instructed Qin Liang and others to test its strength, discovering that even 7 or 8 individuals were unable to break the net. This revelation brought him great relief, with 2 exceptional grade warriors and several rare-grade fighters. The pulling force exceeded 100 tons, yet the net remained intact. Soon, the net enclosed the entire Whirlpool Bay, and after measuring its depth at approximately 10 meters, it was confirmed that the net reached the bottom, making the vast expanse of nearly 3,000 square meters teem with unimaginable quantities of fish. With everything in place, the group began to pull the net back. Xiao Tian and Qin Liang stood on either side, weapons in hand, vigilantly watching the water's surface. As the net was drawn in, the water became turbulent, large fish leaping out, some even escaping over the net, causing Xiao Tian distress. Upon spotting a fish leaping out, he swiftly drew his bow to shoot, attempting to prevent their escape. Although his archery skills were lacking, the abundance of fish, mostly weighing between 20 and 50 pounds, meant that few arrows missed their mark, along with Qin Liang's arrows. Soon over 100 sizable fish floated on the surface. The net was pulled to within 10 meters of the shore, yet it became immovable. As the water was densely packed with fish, many of which were forced to leap onto the shore. Young master, this is a bit too much. How do we contain it? Qin Liang and Qin Yu were dumbfounded, witnessing at least 10,000 fish visible above the surface, with few weighing less than 5 pounds, and many at 20 and 30 pounds. Not knowing how to manage the situation, Xiao Tian decided to retrieve the 20 prepared wooden barrels, which held only 80 liters each, enough for only a few dozen pounds. If they managed to fill even one barrel with the largest fish, they would be at capacity. After much contemplation without a solution, Xiao Tian gritted his teeth and instructed Qin Liang and Qin Yu to retrieve 40 of the largest ordinary-grade animal carcasses from their spatial rings to be discarded later. Though it was regrettable to not bring them back to the slaughterhouse for a higher meat yield, there was no alternative. The paltry amount of ordinary meat could not compare to the bounty before them. As long as they could return with the catch, it would sustain hundreds of people, even if Xiao Tian only took half for himself. Quickly, they started collecting the smaller fish that had jumped ashore into the wooden barrels, while Qin Liang and Qin Yu stored those under 20 pounds in their spatial rings, leaving Xiao Tian to gather the larger ones. Live fish could not be stored in the spatial rings without dying. Thus, the 20 barrels were set aside to be carried back to the shelter later. After over an hour of toil, the net was drawn to within 2 meters of the shore. Young master, we're at capacity. We can't fit any more. Qin Liang and her companion looked helplessly at Xiao Tian, having done their utmost to fill the rings with small fish. At that moment, there were still over 1,000 large fish in the net, while Xiao Tian's storage space had dwindled to just 5 slots remaining. You keep hauling them in. I'll think of something, he instructed, tossing smaller fish out of his space while focusing on the larger ones over 30 pounds. As the number of remaining fish dwindled to under 100, the shore began to resemble a mountain of fish, primarily those weighing around 20 pounds that Xiao Tian had selectively gathered. Gazing at the 2 available slots in his storage, Xiao Tian exhaled in relief. Ignoring the pile of fish, he began carefully extracting the larger ones. For the first time, he truly appreciated the power of his storage space. Whether it was a fish weighing 1 pound or 100, they still occupied a single unit. Enthralled by the process, he gradually lost himself in the task, no longer content to merely follow behind and collect fish, and instead moved to the water's edge to catch them himself. 80, 80, 80. With each fish he caught, he silently counted, elated at the prospect of such a bounty, envisioning how it would provide for his mother and allow for the sustenance of many more. After considerable effort, the group successfully pulled a fish weighing several hundred pounds ashore, a marvel to behold. Fortunately, 2 ordinary-grade warriors stood guard at a distance, while the retrieval was managed by superior-grade fighters. Otherwise it might not have been possible. Yet, despite their success, the group was exhausted. They secured the net to the shore with their weapons and sat down to rest, sipping the exquisite spring water and munching on fruits collected along the way to replenish their strength. Xiao Tian took the opportunity to extract lightweight items such as fruits, berries, mushrooms, and wild vegetables, wrapping them in animal hides for the return journey, clearing out 8 slots in his storage in preparation for processing the mountain of fish. It was not that he did not wish to bring them back to the slaughterhouse. The distance was simply too far, and he was traversing regions where the trading channel was unavailable. Decomposition successful. Raw meat, ordinary, 755, raw meat, excellent, 88. With the loss of over 1,000 pounds of fish, Xiao Tian's heart was no longer bleeding. It had shattered into pieces. He did not retrieve the rare fish, for even a single pound was worth more than 100 pounds of ordinary fish. His storage space was fully occupied with 40 slots, leaving only one for the larger fish, which could accommodate up to 30, allowing for 69 more fish. Observing the net, he realized it could barely contain what remained. Oh, one has come out voluntarily. Don't blame me for being rude. as Xiao Tian noticed a fish tail protruding from the shore. After nearly 2 hours of effort yielding only fish, he did not think twice, assuming it was another large catch, and reached for it without hesitation. Tragedy struck. With a sudden motion, he bent down to pull the fish ashore, only to feel an emptiness in his grasp as a shadow darted past him, followed by a tremendous force slamming against his chest. With a cry of anguish, he was propelled through the air, landing heavily over 20 meters away, feeling as though his insides had shifted upon impact, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Young master. The incident unfolded too swiftly. From Xiao Tian's scream to his landing took less than a second. Qin Liang and Qin Yu paled in fear, rushing forward to check on him. The sight of blood at the corner of his mouth filled them with dread, as they were uncertain how to explain any harm to their master. Young master. Are you all right? Please, say something. Qin Liang's voice was urgent, her expression filled with concern. Just as they were about to help him up, Xiao Tian quickly halted them. Don't move. Please, do not touch me. I'm fine, just don't move. He stopped their attempts to assist him. Though his chest was protected by armor, which bore a significant dent, the injury was not severe, merely a painful ache that he gently pressed, relieved to find no broken bones. The true agony stemmed from landing on a fist-sized rock, leaving him wincing in pain, struggling to shift himself. He glanced back and felt a wave of terror wash over him. He had narrowly avoided a far worse fate. The group, witnessing the scene, could not suppress their laughter, particularly Qin Yu, who turned away, stifling her giggles, her shoulders shaking with barely contained mirth. Xiao Tian, still squinting his eyes in pain, suddenly heard the commotion and opened his eyes to realize the situation, his forehead creasing with annoyance. You all still laugh. Go catch that beast. I wish to see what dares to ambush me. Fueled by indignation, Xiao Tian shouted. Yes. The others quickly complied, grabbing their weapons and rushing to the shore. Laughter aside, their master was injured, and they felt a sense of failure. Qin Liang and Qin Yu, feeling the weight of their embarrassment, joined the others at the edge, venting their frustrations on the large fish, stabbing them one by one and tossing them onto the shore. After a considerable time, Xiao Tian finally struggled to stand, gingerly rubbing his sore backside. The pain was sharp and persistent, and he knew he would be bruised. Walking was a challenge, as he limped awkwardly, reliving the sensation of having just crossed into this world with a broken leg. It took him several minutes to traverse the 20+ meters back to where Qin Yu was busy working. Did you catch it? He called out, hearing Xiao Tian's voice. Qin Yu paused and replied, Young master, not yet. For the time being, the largest catch we have managed to secure is merely of the rare grade, lacking significant power. However, we are close to finishing. It should be done soon. Xiao Tian glanced into the fishing net, where the catch had dwindled to a mere handful, almost complete. He spoke up, reel in the net a bit more, and have a couple more people assist in pulling it. Be cautious. We must not let it escape. We must capture it. Before long, the net was gradually drawn in from both sides toward the center. To their surprise, a dozen sizable fish were lurking at the bottom, which the group swiftly retrieved. As the net was nearly closed, the elusive culprit that had knocked Xiao Tian down remained hidden, leading everyone to believe it had escaped. Feeling a dull pain in his backside, Xiao Tian shouted in frustration, Pull, 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 bring the net up. I refuse to believe this. The 4 individuals responsible for pulling the net combined their strength, preparing to hoist it entirely onto the shore when suddenly, an overwhelming force surged forth, causing them to stagger and nearly lose grip on the rope. Observing this, Qin Liang and Qin Yu rushed to assist, gripping the net tightly. Upon touching it, their expressions dramatically shifted, and they quickly called out, We need 2 more people. With 8 people working in unison, they finally stabilized the net, engaging in a strenuous tug-of-war with the creature beneath the water for approximately 10 minutes. Gradually, the resistance in the net diminished, and it was slowly dragged from the water's surface. The water was murky, with splashes erupting continually, and a colossal fishtail occasionally broke the surface, slapping the water, though its strength had significantly waned. As the net was entirely pulled from the water, a chilling sound akin to a baby's wail echoed, revealing a creature within the net, broad-headed, flat and wide, with short limbs and a long, flattened tail, struggling relentlessly. Its body measured a staggering 3 meters, with a tail extending 5 meters, weighing at least 500 pounds, adorned with peculiar golden-red patterns. At that moment, the net had been torn open by the creature, its fierce head thrashing, but fortunately, its limbs were ensnared, preventing it from escaping. Now out of the water, the creature seemed considerably weakened, manageable by just 4 capable warriors. Faced with the grotesque creature and its unsettling cries, Xiao Tian hastily opened his interface to inspect the details. Chapter 52, The Frustrated Fire Spirit Salamander. Fire Spirit Salamander, exemplary, evolving, on the verge of breaking through to the epic level. Level 3, Combat Power, 658. Skill, Fireball Technique, congeals fiery energy to launch a fireball at enemies, possessing a certain explosive range. Cooldown time, 20 minutes. Scorching Lava, evolving. Notice, the Fire Spirit Salamander is in the midst of a breakthrough. The fire elements within it are surging uncontrollably, leading it to plunge into the water for its evolution. But the breakthrough has been interrupted, leaving it feeble. Having read the panel, a cold sweat broke out upon him. It was his first encounter with magical damage. He had always thought that the continent of slaughter was dominated by physical attacks, akin to the legendary masters in martial arts novels. Just then, the fire spirit salamander ceased its struggle, its mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth from which a red glow began to emanate. Xiao Tian's expression shifted, and he swiftly raised his Xianjin divine crossbow to fire, shouting, "Quickly kill it. Do not let it unleash its skill." The group did not hesitate. Seeing Xiao Tian ready to shoot, they quickly launched their assault. Qin Yu executed a series of thrusts that interrupted the fire spirit salamander's actions, forcing it to retract its immense power, from which billowed a cloud of black smoke. With their relentless attacks, the fire spirit salamander, unable to retaliate due to its bound limbs, succumbed to its frustrations and ceased to breathe. For luminous orbs burst forth. That was close. It was nearly on the verge of evolving to the epic level. Thankfully, we encountered it just in time. Otherwise, not only would we have perished today, but my mother's sanctuary would also be in grave danger, Xiao Tian explained, still shaken. The group finally understood the urgency that had gripped him. After collecting the corpse of the fire spirit salamander and the loot it dropped, their outing concluded perfectly. Xiao Tian picked up the large fish by the shore while the others tidied the net. As for the 3 traps, they were not feasible to carry. So they decided to leave them for the next outing when Qin Liang and the others would return to retrieve them. Strangely enough, aside from the fire spirit salamander yielding loot and experience, the numerous large fish they had slain provided neither experience nor drops. Weather report. Continent of Slaughter, Year 1. January 4th, 17:15. 45 minutes until dark. Temperature, 81. 5F. Weather, light rain transitioning to moderate rain. Unbeknownst to them, it was already past 5 o'clock, and darkness approached swiftly. They needed to return to the sanctuary immediately, as the rain intensified, reducing visibility. Qin Liang, Qin Yu, time is of the essence. We must hurry back. After ensuring everything was packed and accounted for, Qin Yu led the way, and the group, laden with their burdens, hastened towards the sanctuary. Except for the 2 ordinary ranked warriors, the others carried large wooden barrels, with the rare ranked warriors moving swiftly with their barrels in hand. Little did Xiao Tian know, calamity loomed just ahead. At that moment, Li Wei was on the verge of panic. After a busy afternoon exchanging precious items at the non-freezing spring, she was about to inform Xiao Tian when she discovered he was missing. Inquiring with the subordinates working outside, she learned he had followed Qin Liang and the others out. Li Wei had spent half a day on watch at the Arrow Tower, yet there was no sign of his return. Images of belts, wrought tan, and wooden sticks flashed through her mind as she contemplated which tool would best convey a mother's love to Xiao Tian. "You little brat, with just a modicum of strength. You've become arrogant. To run off without a word. Just wait until you return. I shall not spare you." Li Wei's expression darkened, her anger boiling. As the seconds ticked away, her anxiety mounted. Why haven't they returned yet? Only 10 minutes until dark. Could something have happened? She fretted. What should I do? Why haven't they returned? With only 3 minutes until darkness fell, and still no sign of the group, Li Wei was in a state of complete panic. Haha. They've finally returned. Suddenly, Xiao Tian's voice rang out. It turned out that on the way back, the group had discovered an alternative path up the mountain that was closer, allowing them to take a shortcut. This route was narrower, flanked by rocks, and they only rejoined the main road halfway up the mountain, which is why Li Wei had not seen them. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Li Wei quickly descended the Arrow Tower and dashed out from behind the walls. As Xiao Tian and the others reached the main road, they looked up to see Li Wei standing above. Xiao Tian intended to wave and greet her, but upon noticing her increasingly dark expression, he lowered his head in trepidation. This is it. This was the singular thought that raced through Xiao Tian's mind. One must face the inevitable. Every long journey has an end. Upon reaching the mountaintop and standing before Li Wei, Xiao Tian raised a smile, preparing to smooth things over as he addressed her. Mother, you have no idea what we experienced today. Oh, ouch. Mother, please let go. My ear is about to come off. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Wei, with an expressionless face, swiftly seized his ear, executing a stunning 360-degree spin. The pain made Xiao Tian scream, a heart-wrenching wail that echoed across the sky, drawing tears from listeners and leaving his expressions utterly exaggerated. Li Wei was well aware that he was feigning pain. She knew exactly how much force she exerted. Having raised her son from infancy, she understood his character all too well. He had always employed such tactics to escape responsibility. Although he had never deceived Li Wei, he had successfully misled Qin Liang and Qin Yu. Seeing the young master being reprimanded so severely by the matron, the group hurriedly set down their belongings, kneeling on one knee to plead with Li Wei. Matron, it is all our fault. Please, punish us instead. What are you all doing? Get up. I was merely acting. Xiao Tian hurriedly urged everyone to rise. Now this is no act. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's proud tone, Li Wei tightened her grip, giving his ear another fierce twist. Then, she helped Qin Liang and the others to their feet, saying, This has nothing to do with you. Xiao Tian has always been mischievous. Thank you all for your hard work. Please, go in and rest. Upon hearing the news, Qin Liang and his companions lifted the wooden barrel and made their way toward the pond. Li Yue gazed curiously at the live fish within the barrel, accompanying the group. As all the fish were released into the pond, they began to swim energetically. Mother, we shall no longer worry about food. You cannot fathom the bounty we have gathered today. Tens of thousands of pounds of provisions are a mere trifle. As they prepared to return and tally their catch, Xiao Tian, noticing his mother's ire had subsided, leaned forward with an air of triumph. Li Yue shot him a disapproving glance before responding. No more recklessness in the future. Your armor is dented, and the blood at the corner of your mouth has yet to be wiped clean. Did you think I did not notice? Where are you injured? Tenderly, Li Yue caressed the dented armor, gently using the hem of her garment to wipe away the remnants of blood from her son's mouth. Xiao Tian, thumping his chest with vigor, struck a pose of strength and declared, I am perfectly fine. I am in peak condition and can eat heartily. Qin Liang and the others could not help but chuckle at the conspicuous dents on Xiao Tian's armored rear. Sensing Li Yue's puzzled expression, Xiao Tian hastily changed the subject, leading her and the others to the slaughterhouse, where he summoned the people from the shelter. I haven't seen my brother all afternoon, Linlin exclaimed joyfully. After calming his sister, Xiao Tian turned to Li Yue and asked, Mother, are you ready? Watch my performance. Chapter 53, The Pseudo-Epic Fire Spirit Pearl. As Xiao Tian's words echoed, the contents of the space were unleashed, prompting Linlin to exclaim in astonishment, Sister, look, it's raining fish. She pointed at the multitude of large fish being released, addressing the ordinary girl named Mei Yi, who was tasked with caring for her. At just under 18, Linlin had formed a strong bond with Mei Yi throughout the day. No one responded to Linlin, for all, including Li Yue, stood agape, rendered speechless by the spectacle. Once all the fish had been released, a towering pile amassed before the slaughterhouse. Xiao Tian smiled and said, but that is not all. He then moved to the side, continuing to release the corpses of beasts, while instructing Qin Liang and Qin Yu to do the same with their spatial rings. Each chose a spot, and soon 3 additional heaps of fish appeared. Though Xiao Tian's consisted solely of beast carcasses, while Qin Liang and Qin Yu's were a mix of various fish, large and small. When the last fire spirit salamander was released, its fearsome and scarred appearance startled Li Yue, causing Linlin to nearly burst into tears and dash back to the shelter. Xiao Tian was momentarily taken aback, having forgotten that despite having traversed several days in this new world, his mother and sister had only encountered a few small animals. Never such a monstrosity. Linlin, still young, was comforted by Mei Yi as she returned, but Li Yue was different. She understood that this was no longer the world she once knew. To avoid showing weakness before her subordinates, and to swiftly adapt to this new reality in order to protect her daughter and assist her son, she feigned calmness and approached the creature, addressing Xiao Tian. Little Tian, did this monster injure you? Yes, it is called a fire spirit salamander. An exceptional grade creature on the verge of becoming epic. Thankfully, we discovered it in time. Otherwise, your shelter would have been in grave danger. Xiao Tian explained the threat posed by the fire spirit salamander while gesturing toward the 4 towering mounds of meat. These are today's spoils. Quickly arrange for people to take turns working in the slaughterhouse. Do not leave behind any ordinary grade meat. Trade it for resources. And procure large quantities of beast skins and warm materials such as cotton and linen. Have we secured the garment blueprints? Yes. We have acquired both the garment and armor blueprints. After having been drenched in rain all afternoon, you and Qin Yu should first go bathe and change clothes while I handle the rest. Li Yue exhibited an emerging aura of a strong woman, efficiently organizing the tasks. As the slaughterhouse commenced operations, an abundance of fresh meat was consistently made available for trade. Currently, apart from warm clothing and cold resistance medicine, food was the most scarce resource. Almost as soon as it was stocked, it would be swiftly depleted. In a region of 100,000 people, even with a population reduced to fewer than 90,000, at least 30,000 were teetering on the brink of hunger. Even if each person purchased 2 units, tens of thousands of pounds of food would vanish rapidly. Outside the shelter, dimly lit by a few torches, several farmers clad in raincoats worked tirelessly. Just as Li Yue intended to instruct her subordinates to send the fire spirit salamander into the slaughterhouse, she realized that ordinary grade workers could only process rare grade corpses. With no alternative, they could only dismantle it. Acquisition, raw meat, pseudo-epic. 8. Fire spirit salamander skin, pseudo-epic. 3. Fire spirit salamander tendons, pseudo-epic. 3. Fire spirit salamander spine, pseudo-epic. 1. Fire spirit pearl, pseudo-epic. 1. Li Yue was astonished by the abundance of materials obtained from the dismantling, particularly the fire spirit pearl. Fire spirit pearl, pseudo-epic, the source of power for the fire spirit salamander. It can be added as a component of the shelter or used as forging material or medicinal ingredient. Unsure how to utilize it, Li Yue set aside her tasks and returned to the shelter to consult Xiao Tian. At that moment, Xiao Tian had just finished bathing and was seated at the table. eating while chatting with Lin Lin. Upon seeing Li Yue rush in, he assumed something was amiss. Just as he was about to inquire, Li Yue presented the fire spirit pearl, saying, "Little Tian, look what I just obtained from dismantling the fire spirit salamander." Xiao Tian, intrigued, opened his panel to examine it. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Mother, the shelter is fundamental to our survival. Since the prompt indicates it can be used as a component, it would be best to incorporate it into the shelter. Then take it, you need it." Without a second thought, Li Yue handed the fire spirit pearl to Xiao Tian, who, knowing he had ample resources and several capable generals, was reluctant to accept it. "Mother, you know me well. With my talents, you can trust me to utilize it properly. By the way, Lin Lin, go ahead and open the luminescent orb and treasure chest." Before Li Yue could respond, Xiao Tian produced the luminescent orb and treasure chest that had dropped that day and handed them to Lin Lin. Hearing that she could open treasures, Lin Lin, who had been bored all afternoon, was ecstatic, especially since there were no toys around. She tugged at her mother, urging her to hurry. As Xiao Tian ate, he occasionally heard Lin Lin's exclamations of delight, and watching his mother and sister not far away filled him with warmth and happiness. If only father were here. Suddenly reminded of his father, Xiao Tian lost focus, causing his chopsticks to clatter to the ground. Realizing the need to inform his mother, he quickly lost his appetite, hastily finishing a few bites before approaching her. "Mother, there is something I have not dared to tell you. My insistence on having you collect spatial gems is related to father. Please take a look at this." Xiao Tian opened the panel for the familial ring for Li Yue to see, continuing, "We must upgrade quickly to find father. In 2 days, extreme cold weather will arrive. And without the protective shield, we may face the threat of animal attacks." Li Yue, who had refrained from asking about this matter, now leaned on her son's shoulder, overcome with emotion. "Mother, what troubles you?" Lin Lin, who had been focused on opening the luminescent orb, suddenly heard her mother crying and rushed to embrace her anxiously. Li Yue wiped her tears, forcing a smile to reassure her daughter. "Mother is simply happy. Do not worry, Lin Lin. Go ahead and open the luminescent orb." Once Lin Lin returned to her task, Li Yue turned to Xiao Tian and said, "Including what I opened and traded for, I now possess 34 gems. I will trade again tonight to expedite gathering them. We will surely find your father. I believe he is safe." "Indeed," Xiao Tian affirmed. Before long, Lin Lin had completed opening all the luminescent orbs and treasure chests, proving to be exceptionally lucky, as the quantity and quality of her finds far surpassed those of the average person. The basic supplies included 100 units of wood, 200 units of stone, 30 units of iron, and 15 units of fine iron. Additionally, there were several items: 1 exquisite grade storage space expansion scroll, 2 shelter components, a restroom, 1 exquisite grade watchtower, 1 rare grade city gate, 6 ordinary farmland plots, 2 exquisite plots, 1 rare and 1 exceptional plot, and 2 exquisite vegetable greenhouses. In addition, there is a rare grade compost workshop and a permanent rare grade blueprint for the city defending crossbow. The summoning orders comprise 6 ordinary grade, 2 fine grade, 2 rare grade, 3 spatial gems, and a rare grade storage cabinet. Upon counting the last item, Xiao Tian's eyes sparkled with delight and surprise. Chapter 54, Talent Upgrade. Talent Upgrade Stone, rare capable of upgrading talents below grade B. How marvelous. It turns out this is the treasure for upgrading talents. And both Xiao Tian and his mother were overjoyed. "Xiao Tian, you must use it quickly. Now, I understand how your talent can be upgraded, and I will pay special attention from now on." Without hesitation, Xiao Tian clicked to use it. Talent upgrade successful. Talent, grade B, enhance all, upgradable. Enhancement possible up to 20, 200 times, or relevant treasures to upgrade to grade A. It can enhance by at least 1 level, with a probability of enhancing to level 2 at 0.01, and level 3 at a probability of 0.001, with a maximum enhancement to mythic level. It cannot be reused on the same item, and the daily usage limit is 58. Not only has the probability improved, but the daily usage has also increased, leaving him with 3 opportunities today. Naturally, Xiao Tian would not squander this chance, first using the Fire Spirit Pearl to activate his talent skill for enhancement. Enhancement successful, Fire Spirit Pearl, epic. Aside from the change in grade, all other descriptions remained the same. After studying it for quite some time without discerning any particularities, Xiao Tian had his mother use it directly. I've waited for quite a while, yet there seems to be no change. In the dim light of the living room, where several candles flickered, Xiao Tian searched around but could not find where the Fire Spirit Pearl had gone. "Mom, what effect does it have?" Seeing no visible changes, Xiao Tian inquired of Li Yue, who appeared to be lost in thought and had yet to regain her composure. Noticing this, Xiao Tian approached and gently shook her, asking, "What's wrong? How strange, it's a bit warm. I'm sweating," Li Yue replied, regaining her senses and looking at Xiao Tian. "This is simply miraculous. Look." Sanctuary. Fire Spirit Pearl, epic, component. Characteristic 1, constant temperature, permanently maintains 26 degrees within a 200-meter radius. Characteristic 2, illumination. The Fire Spirit Pearl is affixed to the top of the sanctuary, providing continuous light for 200 meters, with an option to turn off. Characteristic 3, Fire Spirit Shield. A 200-meter range, impervious to anything below epic level, lasting for 1 hour, with a cooldown of 72 hours. My goodness, this is far superior to my light tower. Extreme cold weather can essentially be disregarded, and if extreme heat arises, it won't be a problem either. The Fire Spirit Shield is a life-saving feature, so I need not worry about you anymore. With that, Xiao Tian carried Lin Lin out of the sanctuary. To his astonishment, a miniature spire had appeared atop the sanctuary. Approximately 2 meters high, with a glowing orb at its pinnacle radiating a soft light. While the illumination was not as brilliant as the daylight provided by the light tower, it was comparable to the streetlights that once graced the roads. Consequently, farmers could now work at night, thereby enhancing efficiency. The 200-meter radius of light had enveloped the entire flatland, extending about 80 meters beyond the walls, enabling sentinels to promptly detect any sudden occurrences during the night. A group of farmers, clad in thick beast skin garments and donning rain capes, found the temperature quite comfortable until now, but they were already sweating profusely, with the quicker ones having stripped down to short sleeves. Observing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Li Yue hurriedly explained the Fire Spirit Pearl's effects, then resumed her trading activities. Xiao Tian returned to the sanctuary to continue selecting items for enhancement. For his second opportunity, he used it on the storage space expansion scroll, Fine. The fine-grade scroll could expand by 30 slots, and barring any surprises, a level 1 enhancement would at least yield a 60-slot expansion, ample for his own use. Enhancement successful, acquiring storage space expansion scroll, outstanding, X1. Holding the scroll in his hand, Xiao Tian leaped with joy, having ascended 2 levels, enabling a total expansion of 100 storage slots. Adding to the original 40 slots, he would now rarely encounter issues of insufficient storage space. Initially considering using his final opportunity on the city defending crossbow blueprint, he opened it for review but quickly dismissed the idea. City defending crossbow blueprint, rare, permanent. Requirements: 10 wood, 5 fine iron, 1 beast tendon, rare grade. City defending crossbow, combat power 200, attack speed 3s, range 1000 meters. With the need for both fine iron and rare grade materials, and considering that the beast tendon could only be obtained since the establishment of the slaughterhouse, he pondered the materials required for further enhancements and chose to set the blueprint aside to gather dust. It would be better to craft it now for immediate use, as this type of weapon only needed to be mounted on a high platform, allowing ordinary farmers to operate it. Producing several would significantly bolster the sanctuary's defensive capabilities. After much contemplation on where to allocate his final opportunity, Xiao Tian suddenly realized a grave mistake. He saved the talent upgrade stone for tomorrow. After all, it was merely 3 enhancement opportunities, a trivial amount to squander, yet the next occasion to obtain a talent upgrade stone was uncertain. Frustrated with himself, Xiao Tian resigned to the situation when he noticed the spatial ring on Lin Lin's hand. This was a special gift from Xiao Tian, designed for her to store snacks and cherished belongings. The spatial gems I require. I can enhance the spatial ring, even if it reaches fine grade. It would save 40 spatial gems. With this thought in mind, he promptly sought out Qin Liang. Qin Liang, may I borrow your spatial ring? Qin Liang, having just finished his meal and resting at the door while observing the bustling scene outside, was slightly puzzled by Xiao Tian's request but, without hesitation, removed the ring and handed it over. Enhancement successful, acquiring spatial ring, rare, X1. Here, try it on. Xiao Tian returned the successfully enhanced spatial ring to Qin Liang, who, upon inspecting it, gasped in astonishment. Wow, it's so much larger. I absolutely love it. Xiao Tian felt 3 black lines appear on his forehead. What a brazen remark. Chapter 55, Farewell approaches. Hearing Qin Liang's exclamation, Qin Yu approached, and as their conversation deepened, they grew bolder. When several other female warriors joined in, Xiao Tian felt increasingly uneasy, hastily distancing himself. For indeed, when women engaged in mischief, men had little place. Upon stepping outside, several farmers had been laboring for nearly 2 hours, having already dispatched 2 meat mountains. The clock had now struck 9, indicating a long night ahead, likely extending until midnight before they could rest. The slaughtering continent possesses a remarkable feature. Regardless of the animal or fish, once dissected and slaughtered, they uniformly transform into raw meat. Barrel after barrel of raw meat was carried before Li Yue, who stood in the open area, tirelessly organizing the displays as barrels of raw meat continuously vanished. Xiao Tian approached her and inquired, Mom, how are sales going? Li Yue, engrossed in her tasks, replied, There's simply not enough to sell. As soon as it's displayed, it's gone. I've completely discarded the thatch, keeping only a few for reserves. We amassed 5,000 units of wood, 8,000 units of stone, 200 units of iron, 200 units of fine iron, and we collected 5 spatial gems. Additionally, we have numerous blueprints, items, and sanctuary components, essentially gathering all the crafting blueprints needed for daily necessities. Fortunately, we opened the exquisite storage cabinet. or we would have run out of space. At that moment, Li Yue paused and looked at Xiao Tian, saying, "Do you know how much meat we've sold? A staggering 12,000 pounds, which is 12,000 units. Aside from a few hundred pounds of fine-grade meat, the rest is all ordinary raw meat." Xiao Tian was taken aback, astonished by such high sales. However, it made sense, given that a region with so many people living below the poverty line could easily consume 1 pound each. "Mom, in that case, let us halt for now and upgrade the sanctuary. We can easily elevate it by 2 levels and then use the remaining summoning orders." Seeing that they had sufficient basic materials, Xiao Tian encouraged Li Yue to upgrade the sanctuary, as he too was curious about what the advanced stone structure would look like. Alright, the 2 individuals returned to the sanctuary, commencing upgrades to the refuge. To prevent chaos from an excessive number of people, they summoned everyone outside. In succession, 2 beams of white light flashed, and the previously distant walls of the yard, standing 20 meters away, now loomed a mere 5 meters in front of them. The first sight that greeted them was the entire exterior. Both the yard walls and the stone house had transformed into a structure of meticulously stacked stones. The gates, doors, and even the windows were crafted from wood encased in iron sheeting. The surrounding walls of the courtyard rose to an impressive height of 24 meters and were 50 centimeters thick, while the gate itself measured a substantial 10 centimeters in thickness, exuding an unparalleled sense of security that required either 2 ordinary-level individuals or 1 proficient-level individual to move. The gathering began by circling the small courtyard, with even the laboring farmers summoned by Li Yue, emphasizing that a balance of work and rest leads to greater productivity. The sanctuary spanned an area of 600 square meters, taking on a square shape, with the upscale stone house occupying 200 square meters at its center. Surrounding the house, there was a 5-meter wide space that could be utilized for planting or personal preferences. Each corner of the courtyard featured a raised platform made of stone, the purpose of which remained unclear for the time being. Pushing open the heavy doors of the stone house, the first floor was automatically sectioned into various distinct spaces. To the left upon entry was a 50-square-meter living room, followed by a 30-square-meter dining area, kitchen, bathroom, storage room, and crafting area. To the right, there were 6 rooms, each approximately 15 square meters in size, sufficient to accommodate 2 individuals. Ascending the sturdy staircase to the second floor, the upscale stone house maintained a uniform 200 square meters, with a small living room of 30 square meters connecting to a balcony. Various functional components could be configured here, just as on the first floor. The left side housed 2 30-square-meter master bedrooms, while the right side contained 4 20-square-meter rooms. Naturally, one master room was designated for Li Yue and her daughters, while another was allocated to Xiao Tian. The 4 rooms on the right were intended exclusively for female occupants, with Qin Liang and Qin Yu sharing one, and the remaining rooms accommodating 3 to 4 individuals each. Male occupants and any surplus females would naturally have to sleep on the first floor. Although Xiao Tian could only visit once a week at most, Li Yue intended to always reserve a room for him. After the tour, everyone resumed their tasks. Li Yue retrieved a summoning order from the living room, utilizing it to summon an additional 10 subordinates, 2 rare-level warriors, 1 male and 1 female, 2 proficient-level individuals, 1 male warrior and 1 female farmer, and 6 ordinary-level subordinates, including 1 female warrior alongside 3 farmers and 2 warriors. With this addition, Li Yue's sanctuary now boasted a total of 24 subordinates, while it could sustain 240 individuals. The lack of accommodation and the low quality of the new recruits rendered them less useful. Xiao Tian had instructed her not to summon any more individuals below rare level. The farmers were dispatched to assist with various tasks, while the warriors were organized into shifts by Qin Yu. Li Yue first produced all necessary living supplies and had them distributed to each room, subsequently employing various components acquired from trades. To her surprise, the improvised toilet had transformed into a finely constructed bathroom made of stacked stones, and there were 2 bathrooms on each floor, with 1 in the master bedroom as well. Unfortunately, they had not discovered any modern water supply components akin to those before the crossing, meaning the second floor could only utilize a toilet that required regular maintenance. Bathing and washing had to be conducted on the first floor due to the absence of drainage. As time slipped by unnoticed, it was now 11 p.m. With the newly added farmers, all food had been processed, and aside from the station warriors, everyone had retired for the night. Only Li Yue continued to labor, while Xiao Tian had long fallen asleep alongside his sister. Despite her fatigue, Li Yue was reluctant to rest, for with the dawn, her son would depart. In the realm of slaughter, no one could guarantee survival beyond a week. She needed to prepare something for her son. Aside from the rotating warriors, no one knew when she would take a break. The next day, as dawn broke, Xiao Tian was roused by his playful sister. This was the most comfortable and restful night's sleep he had experienced in days. Carrying his sister downstairs, they washed up, and Mei Yi took Lin Lin to breakfast. In the living room, only Qin Yu and a few warriors were present. The others were either on night duty or already stationed outside. "Qin Yu, where's Mom?" asked Xiao Tian as he set the breakfast on the table. According to Qin Liang, The Lord was busy until after 2 a.m. and hasn't risen yet, replied Qinyu. Hearing this, Xiao Tian felt a pang of concern. His mother was pushing herself too hard. Xiao Tian, why are you looking for Mom? Came his mother's voice from behind. Turning around, he saw Li Wei descending from upstairs. Mom, you stayed up so late. Why don't you sleep a bit longer? He urged. Li Wei chuckled softly. You're leaving soon. How could I possibly sleep? Look at this. I've made something for you, she said, retrieving a piece of leather armor from her space and handing it to Xiao Tian. As he examined the familiar patterns on the armor, he opened the details. Fire Spirit Armor, Pseudo-Epic, Combat Power, 188. Skill, Fire Shield, Passive Skill, capable of blocking lethal strikes below Epic level. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Trait, Constant Temperature, maintaining a temperature of 26 degrees within a meter when worn. Automatic Durability Recovery, 1 every minute. Maximum Durability, 100. Mom, this. Xiao Tian exclaimed. Li Wei smiled. This was crafted from materials sourced from the Fire Spirit Salamander. No arguments. I won't be at ease unless you wear it. By the way, you should enhance it first. Xiao Tian obediently donned the Fire Spirit Armor. Noting its outer layer was quite rigid, while the inner layer felt soft and warm, extremely comfortable. He opted not to enhance it just yet, saying to Li Wei, I'll enhance it later. I can do that anytime when I return. I want to use today's enhancement attempts before heading back. Once Li Wei finished her breakfast, the two proceeded to the living room, unpacking all their items for sorting, selecting the most suitable 8 for enhancement. Qinyu, come here. I'll enhance your ring first. Xiao Tian remembered that Qinyu's spatial ring had not yet been enhanced and called her over. Enhancement successful. Spatial ring, exquisite, acquired. Wow, what a great start. I hit level 2 on the first try. Xiao Tian exclaimed joyfully. The exquisite level spatial ring boasted a capacity of 200 cubic meters, sufficient for long-term use. Had he possessed this ring yesterday, he could have transported all the fish back, potentially adding several thousand pounds of meat and saving 190 spatial gems. Receiving the ring, Qinyu's eyes sparkled with delight, and fearing she might utter something inappropriate, Xiao Tian hastily shooed her away. He gathered the most precious items from his storage space, 2 exquisite Lingyuan fruits, 1 exquisite Lingyuan seedling, 3 rare blood ginseng seeds, 1 rare century-old blood ginseng, 1 rare dendrobium, 2 rare mysterious fruits, and a skill, recovery, aura 1. These were the most valuable possessions in Xiao Tian's storage. Remembering he needed to have his mother learn a skill, he hesitated. Giving it to her seemed futile since she rarely ventured out. It would be more effective to bestow it upon either Qin Liang or Qinyu. Ultimately, he decided to let his mother choose. He set aside 1 Lingyuan fruit to take back for Shushan's breakthrough, while giving the other and the seedling to his mother. He retained 2 blood ginseng seeds, leaving some medicinal herbs that were unavailable in the sanctuary while keeping the rest. Taking up the exquisite Lingyuan seedling, he initially intended to enhance it, but ultimately discarded the idea, reasoning that enhancing it would prolong its maturity and render it unusable by those of lower quality. It was better to plant it directly, allowing both his mother and sister the chance to utilize it. Mysterious fruit, rare combat power, 20. Do not be fooled by the mere 20 points of battle power that this fruit bestows. Its true value lies in the absence of any restrictions. It can augment the capabilities of any individual, regardless of their inherent qualities, without any discounts applied. This exquisite gift was bestowed upon me by the fortunate Li Wei. My own previous acquisitions were of a much lower tier. This particular fruit is most worthy of enhancement, as it has the potential to bolster my mother's strength. Enhancement successful. Acquired the mysterious fruit, exquisite, 2. Alas, I was unable to elevate it to level 2. And level 3 remains a distant dream for Xiao Tian. Mysterious fruit, exquisite battle power 50. I refrained from further enhancements, leaving the remaining fruits for my mother to manage. Mother, I have yet to witness your battle power. How much do you possess? Xiao Tian inquired, eager to discern how much strength Li Wei could harness for a breakthrough. Li Wei glanced at him and replied, currently, my battle power stands at 38, and with my equipment, it totals 258. You should consume this mysterious fruit, while saving the other for when you decide who else deserves a breakthrough. Your own strength must also be fortified. Li Wei, without hesitation, consumed the fruit. And not only did her battle power increase, but she also felt an invigorating surge within her body. Subsequently, Li Wei revealed her spoils from a night of trading, along with her stock from the storage cabinet. First, she presented 5 cotton seeds. Though of ordinary quality, they were indeed precious, as they were just 2 days away from the peak cotton sale season. When planted in fields of rare quality or above, they could yield multiple harvests in a single day. Only a fool would trade them unless they were on the brink of starvation. Xiao Tian accepted 2 of the seeds. Among the other acquisitions were a rare defense tower 1, 2 carnivorous flower seeds, fine, 6 rare farmlands, 2 exquisite farmlands, a rare fish pond, a rare compost workshop, a rare city gate 1, a fine watchtower 1, a rare building upgrade scroll 1, 48 repair stones, and 52 space gems. These represented the fruits of Li Wei's labor throughout the night, alongside her most treasured items, not to mention a plethora of basic resources. Xiao Tian took possession of the fish pond, as his mother had a natural water basin that rendered it unnecessary. Naturally, he accepted the space gems, of which he now had 77. With just 23 more, he could upgrade his family seeking ring. The fine watchtower was unique, solely enhancing vision by 20. Xiao Tian resolved to enhance it, and without any surprises, it elevated only to level 1, transforming it into an enhancement of vision by 30. This would allow the stationed warriors to see further, enabling them to detect dangers in advance. The rare defense tower was upgraded to exquisite level. Defense tower, exquisite automatically generates a protective shield upon encountering enemies, within a range of 100 meters. With a shield energy value of 10,000. Attacks below rare level are ineffective, while a single strike from rare level inflicts 1 damage, exquisite level inflicts 10, and epic level inflicts 100. It recovers 1 energy point per minute. While it may lack the dazzling brilliance of the fire spirit shield, it serves as a supplementary safeguard, enhancing the security of my mother's sanctuary. Xiao Tian instructed his mother to place it within the courtyard later. He also possessed a rare building upgrade scroll, which he had not yet utilized, still stored within the sanctuary. After some contemplation, he decided to enhance it, maximizing the potential of the unfreezing spring by promoting it to exquisite level. Unsurprisingly, his 6th enhancement of the day yielded only a level 1 upgrade, which he handed over to his mother, pondering where to utilize the final 2 opportunities. The carnivorous flower seeds now seemed somewhat superfluous, and given that the entrance to his mother's residence was strewn with stones, it was not conducive to the growth of such plants. Thus, he decided to store them away and bring them back to accompany the bloodthirsty thorn. After much deliberation, Xiao Tian resolved to allocate the last 2 enhancement opportunities to the rare compost workshop and an exquisite farmland, with an abundance of medicinal herbs and precious dragon fruit. Blood ginseng. The use of high-quality fertilizers and planting them in superior farmlands would ensure a swift harvest. Fortune, however, did not favor him today, as the last 2 enhancement attempts yielded only a single level increase. Farmland, epic cultivation area of 50 square meters, capable of planting epic level and above plants. Accelerates maturation time by 20, accelerates maturation time by 40 for exquisite level, and 60 for rare level. This marked Xiao Tian's first encounter with an epic farmland. Significantly larger in size. While the acceleration time for lower-tier plants was modest, it was substantial for those of rare quality and above, expediting their growth considerably. Just as he was about to present it to his mother, a voice emanated from outside. "Oh, Xiao Tian, I almost forgot to bring this out. Mother, what delightful treasure do you have?" Xiao Tian asked. Curiosity piqued as he watched Li Yue rush in. She produced a dozen or so meatball-like items, which Xiao Tian recognized immediately as blood essence. He had once obtained 2 pieces from the golden armored crocodile, but never anticipated such a bounty. "These are from the butchering yesterday. I gathered them after processing tens of thousands of pounds of fish. They should be quite valuable," Li Yue remarked. Xiao Tian reconsidered his previous thoughts, realizing that the quantity was hardly excessive, even bordering on pitiful. Among the collection were several blood essences, 8 of fine quality, 6 of rare quality, and 2 of exquisite quality. Indeed, these were rare finds, perhaps slightly inferior to the mysterious fruit, but they could enhance battle power and facilitate breakthroughs in one's qualities. This was precisely what had enabled his own advancement. "By the way, mother, has anyone in your area achieved a breakthrough?" he inquired, recalling the abundant rewards he had received upon his own advancement. Listening to her son, Li Yue pondered for a moment before responding. "Indeed, there have been discussions in the chat channel. At least 3 individuals have already made breakthroughs. I wonder if I can secure a spot in the top 10. Mother, quickly consume 3 of the fine ones. That should suffice for your breakthrough. Hurry and give it a try." Xiao Tian thought that even the smallest morsel could yield a valuable bronze treasure, urging his mother to expedite her advancement. Li Yue, not willing to delay, swallowed the blood essence whole. One was the size of a ping-pong ball, nearly causing her to choke. Alarmed, Xiao Tian rushed over, offering water and patting her back, exclaiming, "Mother, have some mercy. At least chew a bit. That's a hefty lump of meat to just swallow whole." Whether it was due to choking or annoyance at Xiao Tian's teasing, Li Yue rolled her eyes and, after a prolonged moment, managed to finish 3 pieces of blood essence. Each fine piece augmented her battle power by 5 points, and upon consuming them, she felt as though her body were undergoing a transformative process, pushing the limits of humanity. Impurities began to emerge from her skin's pores. Prepared for this moment, Xiao Tian had already instructed someone to prepare clothes and bathing water. "Xiao Tian, it worked. I secured the 10th place, along with 2 bronze treasure chests and 10 points of reputation." Li Yue exclaimed joyfully, her eyes sparkling, oblivious to her daughter, who was retreating to the stairwell. Pinching her nose, Xiao Tian refrained from teasing his mother, having experienced similar moments himself, and urged her to take a bath. Realizing the urgency, Li Yue dashed into the bathroom with remarkable speed, far surpassing that of the world's sprinting champions. After a considerable time had passed, Li Yue finally emerged, and everyone present was taken aback by her appearance. Qin Liang, who had just come downstairs, approached her, exclaiming, "Wow, my lord, your skin looks marvelous. It rivals Linlin's. And those crow's feet and freckles have vanished." "Really?" Li Yue could hardly believe it. She hurried to find a mirror and, upon inspecting her reflection, broke into a radiant smile that lit up her face. She eagerly engaged in enthusiastic discussions with Qin Liang and several female warriors, completely forgetting about her son and daughter. Indeed, women of all ages possess an innate desire for beauty. Ahem, mother, shall we not first address the matter at hand? Xiao Tian coughed lightly, offering a gentle reminder. "Do not rush, it will be ready shortly," came Li Yue's voice from amidst the crowd of women. With no alternative, Xiao Tian took his sister outside to play. Upon stepping out, he first noticed a tall defense tower standing in the left corner. And he finally understood the purpose of the stone platforms in each corner. It was for placing the towers. The defense tower appeared unremarkable, standing approximately 8 meters tall, with a small platform featuring protective walls capable of accommodating 2 individuals. It could be manned for guard duty. He then beheld the upgraded Unfrozen Spring. Unfrozen Spring, exquisite, produces 20 liters of water daily. Fine. Consuming it alleviates fatigue and restores stamina. Every day, it produces 5 liters of rare water, which, when consumed over a prolonged period, fortifies one's physique and enhances combat prowess. Additionally, it yields 1 liter of unfrozen spring water daily, an extraordinary elixir that, with continuous consumption, bestows beauty and eternal youth. Furthermore, every 3 days, it produces a drop of spiritual spring water, useful for quality breakthroughs. The supply of this rare water, akin to that of Xiao Tian's well, has increased significantly, bolstering combat strength. The unfrozen spring has also attained an extraordinary grade, and while details are sparse, it can be surmised that its efficacy has notably improved. The spiritual spring's production rate has shifted from 7 days to 3, implying that an individual can ascend in capability every 3 days. After strolling around the shelter, it is evident that diligent farmers are laboring in the fields, while patrolling warriors are on watch. On the mountain peak, wild beasts are scarcely seen. Unlike Xiao Tian's shelter, which faces the forest and is frequently besieged by nocturnal predators. Weather time. Killing Continent Year 1, Day 5, 10:11. 7 hours and 49 minutes until nightfall. Temperature, 6:12. Weather, overcast. The temperature has dipped again, with 2 days until the arrival of extreme cold. Fortunately, with the Fire Spirit Pearl, even Lin only dons a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. With less than 30 minutes left until the final teleportation, Xiao Tian carries his weary sister back to the shelter. At this moment, his mother and her companions have finally concluded their discussions and are waiting for him in the living room. Xiao Tian, take this ring back with you. There are too many basic materials for your storage space to accommodate. This is all from your mother's overnight trades, containing 8,000 units of wood, 8,000 units of stone, 1,000 iron blocks, 200 refined iron, 1,000 units of quality grade raw meat, 200 units of rare grade raw meat, 20 units of extraordinary grade raw meat, and 4 units of pseudo-epic raw meat. Additionally, there are 5 sets of castle crossbows and the remaining essence of flesh and blood. Li Yue hands over Qin Liang's rare grade spatial ring. The ring itself is inconsequential. It can be mailed back empty, but anything inside cannot be sent. Xiao Tian has previously tested this, and the laws of heaven leave no loopholes. Mother, this is far too much. You must keep some for yourself. Xiao Tian anxiously interjects. But Li Yue had anticipated his concern. She leads him to the storage cabinet, revealing that not only has she upgraded the shelter by 2 levels, but she has also allocated a significant amount for herself, with ample surplus, including more basic materials and raw meat than he possesses. As for the essence of flesh and blood, Xiao Tian disagrees, handing over half to Li Yue. With little time remaining, the family joyfully converses, while Qin Liang, Qin Yu, and others stand by silently, observing. As moments pass, the inevitable farewell approaches. The group steps outside the shelter to an open area. Not only Li Yue and Lin, but also the warriors who have fought alongside Xiao Tian express their reluctance to part ways. Xiao Tian smiles at everyone and reassures them, "Do not be sad. I will return in 7 days. Mother, take care of yourself and Lin. Qin Liang, Qin Yu, protect my mother and sister." Just as he finishes speaking, a burst of white light envelopes him, accompanied by a wave of intense dizziness. Chapter 58. Please bring me a dozen. Master. The master has returned. Still reeling from the disorientation, Xiao Tian hears the voices of Xiao Qi and Xiao Fang. After some time, he regains his composure and opens his eyes to find them waiting expectantly. Xiao Fang, having only met Xiao Tian once, appears somewhat shy, while Xiao Qi eagerly rushes forward. "Master, you have finally returned." Xiao Tian awkwardly raises his hands, unsure whether to lower or keep them raised. Having underestimated this girl's exuberance, he gently pats her shoulder and says, "All right, quickly report the situation to me." Having calmed down from her earlier excitement, Xiao Qi suddenly becomes bashful, springing back with a flushed face. Uncle Guan and Sister Lung left early in the morning. Yesterday, they brought back numerous carcasses after butchering. We obtained over 1,000 pounds of ordinary grade meat, along with dozens of pounds of refined and rare grade meat. There are only 10 pounds of extraordinary grade meat, along with 2 wooden treasure chests, 2 black iron chests, and 1 bronze chest. After a pause, Xiao Qi continues with enthusiasm, Master, you cannot imagine how formidable the Liver Emperor is. After you left yesterday, he hasn't returned at all. I brought him food once, and he has been tirelessly working, clearing a vast area of forest in front of our shelter. I'm not sure if he got tired of chopping trees, but he vanished afterward. It wasn't until 2 a.m. that the patrolling warriors discovered he had returned. Thankfully, we kept hot water and food prepared for him, and after eating and washing up, he rose at 6 a.m. to head out again. Master, you cannot fathom the quantity of resources he brought back. He piled several heaps in front of the shelter. I spent quite a while counting everything. Here's the list. 2,258 units of wood, 656 units of stone, 358 iron blocks, and 125 copper blocks, along with 1 bronze treasure chest and 1 silver treasure chest. Xiao Qi adds, moreover, there are over 5 pounds of berries, a plethora of wild fruits, vegetables, fungi, and medicinal herbs, along with a quality-grade ginseng and 2 extraordinary-grade azure spirit lion carcasses. According to him, he ventured into a cave to mine, but 2 lions kept bothering him, so he dealt with them. Xiao Tian cannot help but marvel at the Liver Emperor's audacity, brazenly mining in the beast's lair and dismissing their presence by eliminating them. He silently mourns for the 2 azure spirit lions he has never encountered. The copper blocks are a novel discovery, with their purpose yet to be determined. The Liver Emperor's daily haul rivals that of Guan Yi Dao and his band. Without the need for management, as long as he is provided with quality rest and food, he can labor tirelessly day and night. Such a subordinate is rare. I could use a dozen more. As the shelter houses night watch warriors resting, Xiao Tian instructs the 2 to wake them and leads everyone out of the shelter, intending to upgrade it for the next phase of plans. Upon exiting the small courtyard, the diligent farmers, such as Nong Yi and Bu Yi, express their joy at Xiao Tian's return, setting aside their tasks to greet him. After a brief chat, Xiao Tian begins the upgrade process for the shelter. With a flash of white light, amidst the gasps of the crowd, Xiao Tian smiles. Shelter, advanced stone house, expansion, occupying an area of 1,200 square meters. Next level upgrade. Manor, upgrade requirements. Manor blueprint, 10,000 wood, 10,000 stone, 2,000 iron blocks, 500 copper blocks. Evaluation, strong defense, high comfort, far surpassing other shelters. Xiao Tian is astonished by the miraculous expansion scroll of the shelter. It does not merely increase the current area, but rather doubles it with each upgrade. Naturally, the resource consumption also doubles, consuming 6,000 wood, 6,000 stone, and 1,200 iron blocks, nearly depleting his iron and stone reserves. Fortunately, Xiao Qi traded for a substantial amount yesterday and has yet to inspect the storage cabinet supplies. Li Yue's shelter measures 600 square meters, while his is a 1,200 square meter rectangle. The stone house encompasses an impressive 400 square meters, featuring a grand 100 square meter living room and a 60 square meter dining area, with all functional areas doubled in quantity, including 4 restrooms. Furthermore, there are 12 rooms, for large and 8 small, comfortably accommodating 50 residents. Upon reviewing the upgrade requirements for the shelter, it is clear that the manor blueprint is currently unavailable, while wood, stone, and iron blocks pose no issue. However, copper blocks are not available for trade, and he can only rely on the Liver Emperor to bring them back. Xiao Tian is confident that being the first to upgrade to a manor is not beyond his reach. In terms of resources, he doubts anyone in this region can rival him. After touring the new residence, the group returns to their respective tasks, and Xiao Tian instructs Xiao Qi to arrange sleeping quarters for the personnel. On the second floor, apart from the Liver Emperor, Guan Yi Dao, Lung Ling, Nong Yi, and Dun Shan, he plans to temporarily house others on the first floor, reserving the second floor for those of extraordinary grade and above, unless special circumstances arise. In the future, it is intended to generally utilize summoning orders of rare quality or higher, unless the number of farmers is insufficient, aiming to cultivate an elite team. The existing subordinates will be gradually elevated in rank. Once he finishes these tasks, Xiao Tian finally finds the time to examine the treasures that Xiao Qi has diligently gathered throughout the day. Upon opening the storage cabinet, he is taken aback. In Chapter 59, too much good stuff is also a trouble. He observes that the 100-slot storage cabinet is already filled to a considerable extent. It is noteworthy that each slot can accommodate up to 999 units. Though not every item is maximized, the basic materials alone include 885 units of wood, 580 units of stone, 988 units of iron blocks, 178 units of fine iron, 158 units of repair stones, and 19 space gems. Coupled with the 77 space gems in Xiao Tian's possession, he has amassed a total of 96, just 4 short of upgrading the family-finding ring. Additionally, there is an abundance of various qualities of meats, herbs, and fungi. The 6 types of rare-level vegetables and the wheat and rice previously planted have also yielded a harvest, with several units of each. The collection includes 6 units of blood essence, fine, 3 units of blood essence, rare, and 1 unit of blood essence, exquisite. To his surprise, his shelter has also produced blood essence. Furthermore, there are 19 units of common mysterious fruits and 2 units of fine mysterious fruits, which are indeed valuable. Xiao Tian plans to use these to elevate himself to rare level and secure the first place reward. The collection of various skins reaches several thousand pieces. And there are also plenty of beast bones and tendons, though they are mostly of ordinary quality. Numerous items are present, some of which Xiao Tian sees for the first time. There are 1 fine gate, 3 fine arrow towers, 1 rare arrow tower, 2 fine defense towers, 2 fine watchtowers, 1 fine catapult tower, 1 fine stone wall blueprint, 3 fine building upgrade scrolls, and 2 rare building upgrade scrolls. Additionally, there are 16 common summoning orders, 7 fine summoning orders, 3 rare summoning orders, 3 common fish ponds, 1 fine fish pond, 2 fireplaces, shelter components, 1 water supply system, shelter component, 1 lighting system, shelter component, and 5 toilets, shelter components. The remaining items are from his original stock. Overwhelmed by the sheer quantity of items, Xiao Tian takes a moment to collect his thoughts before inquiring with Xiao Qi, who is working nearby. After a day like this, did you rob someone? This remark elicits a laugh from Xiao Qi, who responds, most of this was traded for ginger soup infused with chai hu. And some valuable items were exchanged for fine ginger soup and tiger's bone. You wouldn't believe it, but tiger's bone is even more sought after than fine ginger soup. A single fine tiger's bone can be traded for a rare item. Once planted, it produces a new sprout every day, quenching thirst and satisfying hunger. With higher quality offering some restorative and healing effects, many seek to purchase it. Acquiring one can mean the difference between life and death. Afterward, Xiao Qi retrieves several valuable items from her space ring and presents them to Xiao Tian, saying, my lord, these are a few precious items I kept close. Take a look. Seeing Xiao Qi utilize her space ring reminds Xiao Tian that he has yet to return Qin Liang's ring. He promptly transfers the contents into the storage cabinet before mailing the ring back to his mother, also sending her a message of reassurance. He then examines the items Xiao Qi has given him. Strengthening pill, fine usable by those below rare quality, grants a combat power of 20 with a chance to break through. Skill, catapult, summon a giant stone to strike the target, with a stunning effect, cooldown of 30 minutes. Targeted summoning order, rare blacksmith. Small shop, upon use. Creates a small shop in the trading channel with an independent ID. The top 10 listings can be pinned permanently, allowing up to 100 items for sale, each stacking up to 999 units. Xiao Tian is momentarily stunned. Indeed, Xiao Qi has a discerning eye. These 4 items are exceptionally unique. He wishes to enhance each one, but must first store them away until tomorrow's enhancement opportunities arise. Xiao Qi, from now on, let us only trade for summoning orders of fine quality or above. If we encounter rare quality ones, we can accept a higher cost. Perhaps we can attempt to exchange several lower grade items for a higher grade one. Even a 5-4-1 trade would not be a loss for me. The same applies to these special items. We are not lacking in resources at the moment. From now on, we shall only consume food of rare quality or above. We must ensure that the Liver Emperor provides at least exquisite quality, while ordinary meats can be allocated for the bloodthirsty thorn to consume and fine quality for trading. Having addressed all matters, Xiao Tian steps out of the shelter with a few immediately usable items. He uses 3 rare summoning orders directly. There is no alternative, as he has too many items to enhance and sufficient rare personnel already. In a flash of white light, 3 warriors materialize, 2 male warriors, 1 a rare shield warrior, akin to Shield Mountain, whom Xiao Tian names Shield 1 and Shield 2. This significantly enhances safety for outings, necessitating that Shield Mountain surround him with these warriors. The 3rd warrior is a female crossbowman, whom he names Cold 2, with plans to later allocate teams led by Cold Ling and Guani Dao. After providing a brief introduction to the shelter's situation, he instructs the 3 to accompany Step 1 for patrols, planning to arrange for Guani Dao later. Xiao Tian notices that the blacksmith shop has been manifested by Xiao Qi, situated near the slaughterhouse. Upon inspection, he finds numerous tools for forging, but no blacksmith present. Reviewing the interface reveals the need for a blacksmith to reside there. With a blacksmith, he can repair weapon durability and craft various weapons and equipment based on the blacksmith's skill level. Now Xiao Tian understands why Xiao Qi categorized the blacksmith summoning order as an essential item. Its utility is immense. The daily consumption of repair stones is significant, and this alone can save a considerable amount. Moreover, Xiao Tian possesses high-grade materials suitable for forging, which have been gathering dust in the storage cabinet. As he walks, he arrives at the farming area, realizing he has acquired over a dozen plots of farmland, all of various grades, filled with an abundance of food and herbs. Xiao Tian takes out 3 cotton seeds, urging Farmer 1 to quickly cultivate more seeds, so that tomorrow they can expand the farmland for large-scale planting. With the weather turning colder, the next step is to manifest a vegetable greenhouse. with limited enhancement opportunities and an overwhelming number of desired enhancements. Xiao Tian finds himself in a quandary. Sometimes, having too many excellent items can indeed be a burden. After completing a circuit around the shelter, he discovers that Xiao Qi has constructed the entire fence. The bloodthirsty thorn has already extended halfway around the enclosure. Without hesitation, Xiao Tian takes out the stone wall blueprint and uses it, then returns to the shelter to retrieve all 342 units of ordinary raw meat and over 7,000 units of stone. He first approaches the fence gate and pours out all the raw meat for the bloodthirsty thorn to consume. The bloodthirsty thorn, upon seeing its master, becomes exceedingly excited. Upon witnessing a mountain of meat, it shudders with joy, its leaves trembling in delight, as numerous branches dive into the meat pile. As the mound of meat diminishes, the side branches of the bloodthirsty thorn extend forward, eventually enveloping the entire shelter's fence. But it does not end there. The main branch and several large side branches grow increasingly robust as the meat mound gradually disappears, and the entire bloodthirsty thorn begins to emit a crimson glow. Xiao Tian, intrigued, opens the interface to check. Bloodthirsty thorn, exquisite, currently undergoing a breakthrough. In Chapter 60, Epic Level Bloodthirsty Thorn, he waits for half an hour, growing increasingly anxious. Reminiscent of a nervous new father pacing outside a delivery room. What could be taking so long? Surely, nothing has gone awry. Xiao Tian frets. As the bloodthirsty thorn serves as a critical line of defense, losing it would entail significant losses. Suddenly, the glow emanating from the bloodthirsty thorn flickers ominously, as if it might vanish at any moment. The tail end of the main branch sways towards Xiao Tian, as if pleading for help. Xiao Tian hastily opens the interface to inspect. Bloodthirsty thorn, exquisite, currently breaking through. Energy insufficient, imminent death. Goodness. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Tian hastily emptied the 1,000 units of exquisite grade raw meat that his mother had prepared in the spatial realm. The bloodthirsty thorn grasped this lifeline just in time, extending dozens of tendrils to penetrate the meat. As it continued to feed, the crimson glow gradually stabilized. Alas, that cannot be consumed. In his haste, Xiao Tian had inadvertently tossed in 2 carnivorous flower seeds, which were absorbed by the bloodthirsty thorn. Well, it wasn't anything particularly precious, so it matters not. Xiao Tian incessantly monitored the status of the bloodthirsty thorn. After consuming the 1,000 pounds of exquisite grade raw meat, the ominous phrase imminent death vanished. However, it still indicated insufficient energy. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Tian discarded another 100 pounds of rare grade meat, muttering, "You fool, why are you attempting to advance with insufficient energy? If you fail again, I shall incinerate you." Whether it understood his words or not, the bloodthirsty thorn suddenly quivered, hastening its feeding pace. Once the meat on the ground was entirely consumed, the energy insufficiency was finally resolved, and the crimson glow emanating from the bloodthirsty thorn grew ever brighter. Numerous tendrils extended, and buds began to sprout. As time passed, half an hour slipped by, the glow gradually fading, and the buds had grown to approximately 1 meter in size. At last, the bloodthirsty thorn successfully broke through, ascending to the epic rank, with the buds blooming simultaneously. The colossal blossoms unfurled, reaching several meters in diameter, their petals thick and vibrantly colored, revealing a massive mouth at the center lined with sharp teeth. It appeared exceedingly terrifying. Xiao Tian estimated that around 20 blooms had formed around the enclosure. He opened the panel for the bloodthirsty thorn to inspect. Bloodthirsty thorn, epic, combat power, 658. Automatically recognizes enemies and actively attacks foes. Its thorns possess a paralyzing blood-sucking effect, ensuring certain death for enemies below the exquisite rank. Symbiosis, carnivorous flower, rare, combat power 356. Attack range of 10 meters. As long as the bloodthirsty thorn exists, the carnivorous flower will thrive. Note, the bloodthirsty thorn inadvertently consumed carnivorous flower seeds during its breakthrough, acquiring the carnivorous flower gene, and can now generate carnivorous flowers. Haha. Xiao Tian laughed uncontrollably. A mere few thousand pounds of meat, even accounting for the 1,000 pounds of exquisite and 100 pounds of rare, was an enormous profit, netting him over 20 rare-grade guardians. Although the bloodthirsty thorn's combat power was not high among epic beings, its multitude of branches allowed for simultaneous attacks from dozens of tendrils. Who wouldn't fear such an onslaught? After tending to the bloodthirsty thorn, Xiao Tian began to calculate the materials consumed for the stone wall, planning to construct an additional layer of stone wall within the enclosure. Surrounding the perimeter of approximately 800 meters, he had 7,550 units of stone remaining. Constructing a circle would leave about a 50-meter gap at the archway, which he intended to fill once the city gate was erected tomorrow. This was not the final effect. His plan required at least 2 layers, each 2 units high, yielding a stone wall with a thickness of 1 meter and a height of 32 meters, sufficient to serve as a defensive wall. Weather information. Killing continent year 1, day 5. 11:45 a.m. 6 hours and 15 minutes until dusk. Temperature, 612. Weather, overcast, transitioning to light rain. This dreadful weather is threatening rain again. With nothing else to do, Xiao Tian returned to the shelter. Passing by the breeding grounds, he noticed several new animals, including wild chickens and ducks, all of exquisite grade. Once they began laying eggs, the food supply would become even more abundant. The large-eared rabbits were about to give birth. Their round bellies suggested a sizable litter. Before he even entered the door, he was greeted by an enticing aroma. Xiao Fong was busy cooking with two farmers, and unlike before, they were not solely consuming meat. They had rare-grade vegetables like potatoes, tomatoes, and cabbage, along with various wild greens, fungi, and fragrant white rice. The rare-grade rice was enormous, yielding around 20 grains per plant. Just 10 grains would fill a bowl. Uncle Guan and the others were hunting farther afield, only returning once a day with provisions. By the time the farmers finished their tasks, lunch was perfectly ready. Everyone enjoyed their first meal composed entirely of rare-grade food. A few ordinary-grade individuals experienced the most significant benefits, their physiques noticeably improving and boosting their combat power by about 10 points. They would be ready to break through to exquisite grade in no time. After finishing his meal, Xiao Tian himself gained 8 points of combat power and intentionally saved some space in his stomach to consume blood essence. He needed to eat 8 portions of exquisite grade essence to reach a foundational combat power of 200 points, with a chance for direct breakthrough. After indulging in 4 portions of blood essence, he realized he had overestimated his capacity. His stomach felt ready to burst. Reluctantly, he could only recline on the sofa to rest. As he finished his meal, he decided to browse the internet. Not quite. Rather, he intended to peruse the chat channel to aid digestion. Chat channel. Regional population, 8956-610-0000. It seems everyone has adapted, in just over a day. The death toll has only reached a few hundred, likely consisting mostly of the weak and infirm. This thought pained Xiao Tian. The weak and infirm. His elderly father fit both categories. He had no idea what his situation was, and resolved to upgrade the family ring tomorrow to locate his father as soon as possible. His attention was drawn to the notorious number 1, who was active in the chat channel, promoting the Wuxianovel alliance without a care for work. 000001. Our leader, Xiao Tian, is an S-rank beast tamer, boasting 2 rare grade and 1 exquisite grade creatures. Who dares to compete with us? We still have 5 membership slots. Those interested should offer high-grade items to ensure your safety. 052095. Everyone, do not believe them. They previously inflated the price of ginger soup. Fortunately, it was suppressed by the great 9527, who had me dance to join the alliance, only to demand I strip afterward for acceptance. Isn't that the seductive pole dancing sister? Reflecting on it now, she was both alluring and enticing. 005151. Exactly. That disgusting pervert number 1 even tried to trick me into being his girlfriend. Who has diabetes? Let me take him down a peg. 013456. In my opinion, the great 9527 is the most genuine, always transparent with pricing, never tricking anyone. The tide of conversation turned towards Xiao Tian, with many praising him, filling him with delight. It seems that even in his absence from the chat channel, tales of his exploits continued to circulate. Other alliances also began to emerge, seizing the opportunity to recruit members. Number 1, in a fit of rage, revealed a shocking secret. Chapter 61, Xiao Tian's scheme. 000001. What is so great about 9527? Our Wuxianovel alliance has already partnered with Lin Ming's Green Forest Gang. Lin Ming boasts an SS rank teleportation ability. 001573. Shut up. 000003. Silence. 005487. Wow. 096110. I can't believe it. Number 1's declaration exploded in the chat channel, instilling panic among all. Numerous alliances emerged to denounce the Wuxianovel alliance and the Green Forest Gang. Bang. A table was kicked across the room by Lin Ming, crashing against the wall and shattering into pieces. That fool, he actually revealed my abilities. Lin Ming was furious. He had disclosed his trump card only to collaborate with Xiao Tian, never anticipating that the dim-witted Zhu Wu, number 1, would let it slip. Lin Ming, Xiao Tian, you must explain why he knows. Lin Ming confronted Xiao Tian, demanding an explanation. Xiao Tian, I sincerely apologize. I only intended to boost morale within the alliance and shared it with a few administrators. I never expected that he would blurt it out. You know how much I lost over the ginger soup incident. Lin Ming, I don't care. You must compensate for my losses, or I will terminate our collaboration. Prepare for my revenge. Lin Ming menacingly sent out the message, then turned to a nearby woman, disheveled and bruised, though her figure was undeniably striking. She was a blue star human who had unfortunately been coerced into revealing her coordinates, then captured using the teleportation ability. Lin Ming's talent was no trivial matter. His SS rank teleportation had 2 functions, one of which generated a teleportation portal based on coordinates, lasting for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 6 hours. One type is group teleportation, allowing unlimited transport within a designated coordinate area, capped at 100 individuals, with a cooldown period of 24 hours. Roll over and crouch. With Lin Ming's booming command, the woman trembled and instinctively crawled over. She was not the first victim. Through temptation and deceit, Lin Ming had discovered numerous naive coordinates, having already played to death too, while 2 others remained imprisoned. Furthermore, he had summoned individuals using summoning orders, as long as the women were unattractive. They were forced to toil ceaselessly, whereas those with decent appearances never escaped his clutches, lacking even the chance to betray him, as they were directly incarcerated. Male subordinates unwilling to partake in his villainy were swiftly executed, leaving the remaining ones utterly corrupted. As a notorious criminal, Lin Ming knew precisely how to dominate his subordinates. Xiao Tian, you fool, you've cost me again. Were it not for your exceptional skills, I would have eliminated you on the spot. After berating Zhu Wuning, Xiao Tian felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of the compensation he owed Lin Ming, cursing again. Zhu Wuning possessed an A-grade duplication ability, capable of replicating 10 ordinary items, 3 fine items, and 1 rare item daily, with each item eligible for duplication only once, and copies themselves could not be replicated. The 2 rare summoning orders had just been replicated by Zhu Wuning, resulting in a significant financial loss for Xiao Tian. However, he had no choice. Maintaining his alliance with Lin Ming was imperative, lest the merciless Lin Ming truly go mad. After mailing the items, following a cordial exchange, the 2 reconciled. Xiao Tian, just you wait. Once I locate your coordinates, I shall reclaim every bit plus interest. Xiao Tian declared menacingly. He could not afford to offend Lin Ming, as he was the first to establish an alliance, earning a unique alliance skill. Alliance support. After forming an alliance with another, the leaders of both factions can utilize a summoning opportunity every 7 days to teleport their members together to confront Xiao Tian. Lin Ming's unique skill was essential to teleport to Xiao Tian's sanctuary first, followed by the use of the alliance skill. The immediate need was to discover the coordinates of Xiao Tian's sanctuary. Everyone in the region was aware of Xiao Tian's wealth, being the first to upgrade to a wooden house, then a stone house, and ultimately to break into the fine level, amassing most of the items sold in the trading channel. Even if the 2 alliances of 200 individuals split the spoils, each would still receive a substantial amount of resources. Humph, a pair of jackals. So you 2 are plotting against me? If you manage to get through the door, I shall consider it a loss. Xiao Tian scoffed, recalling his newly acquired bloodthirsty thorn. Even if all his subordinates refrained from attacking, who could breach his defenses? At present, he feared nothing more than a mass assault. His wristband buzzed incessantly. Xiao Tian recognized it was messages from friends, but he had no time to check. After a few steps, feeling his internal reserves had sufficiently digested, he resumed devouring 4 portions of fine-grade blood essence with great gusto. After swallowing the final bite with difficulty, he downed 500 milliliters of rare-grade water. Quietly, he awaited the transformation of his physique. Perhaps the fine-grade body had already surpassed the limits of ordinary humanity, for this time the impurities emerging within him were minimal. More than anything, he sensed his bones being compressed and his muscles solidifying, brimming with strength, creating an illusion that he could conquer 10 foes single-handedly. Breakthrough achieved. He ascended to rare grade. Chapter 62. This discussion cannot continue. Congratulations on being the first in this region to break into rare grade. Reward, 1 mysterious gift pack. 100 reputation points, with an announcement to the entire region. Congratulations 009527 for being the first. A series of 3 announcements. Their golden text pinned atop the bustling chat channel instantly silenced the previously lively exchange rife with insults. After a moment of silence, a flood of lurkers erupted. The chat messages scrolling at over 1,000 per second, with everyone discussing and generating countless topics surrounding the mysterious number 9527. The factions that had been recruiting members found themselves pushed into the corners, their silent outcry palpable. Countless faction leaders cursed inwardly, no matter how they inflated their own might. They appeared as mere jesters beneath Xiao Tian's breakthrough announcement. Go ahead and take as much as you want. In the end, it will all belong to me. Lin Ming, who had just concluded his business, sneered, seemingly confident of his hold over Xiao Tian. Following his breakthrough, Xiao Tian felt an unprecedented vitality coursing through him. Akin to receiving the teachings of a master, his body replete with power. Unable to resist, he checked his attributes. Level, 5 experience, 14, 585, 000. Combat power, 891, 201, 250, 440. Stamina, 100100. Talent, quality, rare. Equipment, Xianjin Divine Crossbow, exquisite. Combat power, 120. Fire Spirit Armor, pseudo-epic. Combat power, 188. Sitting at home. Experience came from the heavens, with the hunting party of Guan Yidao and others providing Xiao Tian with over 500 points of experience, having broken through to rare grade. Each level gained now increased combat power by 50 points. With 891 combat power, he could be considered a minor expert. Xiao Tian refrained from further consuming blood essence. Part of it was intended for nurturing his subordinates, and he needed to acclimate to his newly enhanced physique. While he possessed a robust body, he lacked combat experience. and even a seasoned fine-grade warrior could potentially defeat him. Ignoring the chat channel, his wristband buzzed once more, indicating more messages from friends. After a cleansing of his thoughts, Xiao Tian, in high spirits, strode lightly to the arrow tower, leaning against its structure as he began to review the messages from friends. To his surprise, the latest message was from Xiao Tian, and not just one, but many sent since yesterday. They mostly lamented how Xiao Tian had tricked him, selling him ginger soup and introducing new products, leaving him with nothing but losses, employing various threats and temptations in a futile attempt to claim a share for himself. Xiao Tian couldn't even be bothered to reply. Although he didn't have to type manually, controlling the typing with his mind still cost him a few brain cells. The reason Xiao Tian had not blocked him was that he wondered if there were any items he could use to trace his coordinates. He was equally plotting against Xiao Tian. Unexpectedly, Lin Ming had also sent several messages, inquiring about Xiao Tian's coordinates in a roundabout way. But after the morning leak from number 1, he was no longer foolish enough to continue messaging. He had no reason to block Lin Ming, who was even more intent on opposing him. Next came Ning Yuangu's messages, which included a few greetings, but primarily focused on trading resources with Xiao Tian. Frankly, Xiao Tian had no shortage of basic materials. In just a few hours, Xiao Qi had gathered several thousand units of foundational resources. Nevertheless, in the spirit of supporting his younger brother, Xiao Tian exchanged 5 ordinary summoning orders, 1 arrow tower, fine, 2 raw meats, rare, for 500 units of wood, 600 units of stone, and 20 units of iron ore. Ning Yuangu heeded advice, no longer exhausting himself with woodcutting and mining, but instead dedicating half his time to hunting and exploration each day. The exchange of 5 ordinary summoning orders was intended to allow farmers to cultivate at home, enabling him to hunt with peace of mind. He then checked Li Weiwei's messages. This lucky young lady continued her ostentatious display of wealth, sending several high-grade items, including 2 rare summoning orders, 1 rare lookout tower, 1 rare building upgrade scroll, and 2 rare fire crystals, all presented under the guise of having better items. With no intention of trading unless it involved rare-grade food, Xiao Tian readily exchanged 100 units of rare-grade raw meat, as it was mutually beneficial. After the transaction, unable to contain himself, he sent a message. May I ask you something? Is your talent blessing of luck, S-grade? If it's inconvenient to say, just ignore it. After a while, thinking she might find it inconvenient to respond, Li Weiwei replied. No. Xiao Tian was somewhat puzzled. It seemed illogical. With such fortuitous luck, it was understandable if she hesitated to acknowledge it. Ding. Li Weiwei, a bit more formidable than lucky favor, S rank. Xiao Tian was left in a state of confusion. Xiao Tian, SS rank. Li Weiwei, a notch higher. What on earth? Xiao Tian leaped in astonishment, and fortunately, the vigilant soldier on duty caught him. Otherwise, he would have fallen and likely suffered a rather embarrassing mishap. Xiao Tian, could it be SSS rank? After waiting for what felt like an eternity without a response, Xiao Tian's anticipation grew. She certainly knew how to keep him on edge. Ding. Li Weiwei, I'm not being evasive. I just fear it might discourage you. Indeed, I possess SSS rank talent, an embodiment of Lady Luck, encapsulated in 2 words, fortune. If I must elaborate on the effects, it would be akin to stumbling upon treasure while strolling, bears avoiding my presence, and fish leaping ashore upon my approach. I must tell you, even before my transmigration, I was exceptionally lucky. Throughout my life, I frequently found money. Initially, I would hand it over to the police, but as the occurrences became too frequent, they suspected I was deceiving them with family funds and refused to accept it. Thus, I resorted to using it to feed stray cats and dogs. My highest record was purchasing drinks at a convenience store, only to receive an additional bottle, treating the entire class to refreshments. Xiao Tian felt somewhat disheartened, not due to her talent, but because throughout his life, the largest denomination he had ever found was merely 1 yuan, and even that was torn and unusable. He had never won anything while buying drinks. When the promotion for buy 1, get 1 free was launched, he witnessed everyone around him winning, yet he found himself empty-handed. The looks people cast his way during that time still lingered in his memory. After chatting for a while, he learned of others' impressive capabilities: 1 epic-level warrior, 3 extraordinary-level warriors, and 6 rare-level warriors. The shelter was merely a low-grade stone house. Yet Li Weiwei had strategically placed 4 extraordinary-level arrow towers around it and installed an epic-level defense tower within. With only 4 rare-level farmers, the quantity of farmland was limited, but they were all of the rare level. As the day wore on, Xiao Tian felt increasingly despondent. If not for the support of the dedicated players, he might have succumbed to gloom. To regain his balance, he promptly ceased the conversation and checked the information from others. The earnest Lu Si sent Xiao Tian a plethora of information regarding Zhao Tailin and others. Xiao Tian placed an order for 5,000 bamboo cups and traded 5 ordinary summoning tokens along with 5 rare-level meats, considering it a half-sale, half-gift arrangement. Meanwhile, Wu Ming, an acquaintance he was not particularly close to, occasionally sent him messages that seemed to be inquiries, yet they always felt somewhat off, prompting Xiao Tian to respond out of mere politeness. Finally, it was Wang Chu's turn. besides intending to engage in some trading with Xiao Tian. The primary focus was his final message. Chapter 63, The Formation of the Contract Team. Wang Chu's brother was quite amusing. If he truly intended to form a contract team, how could he possibly exclude Xiao Tian? Xiao Tian chuckled as he read the last message from Wang Chu. Wang Chu, Xiao Tian. Have you used your contract team scroll yet? Can you add me? Xiao Tian retrieved the scroll and glanced at it. Had Wang Chu not reminded him, he might have forgotten entirely amidst the rush to see his mother that day. After a moment's contemplation, he deemed it essential to form a trustworthy team, though at present, he only had a few friends in mind. Xiao Tian first utilized the contract team scroll, which added a team window to his wristband. After carefully reviewing its functions and understanding all its capabilities, he attempted to add Wang Chu's ID, inviting him to join the team. Xiao Tian, I've sent you an invitation. Please accept it. After waiting for a while without a response from Wang Chu, Xiao Tian took a screenshot of the team information and sent it to Li Weiwei, Ning Yuango, and Lu Si, inquiring if they wished to join. These were the 4 individuals Xiao Tian intended to invite, with Wu Ming not being in his considerations. Li Weiwei responded almost instantaneously, causing Xiao Tian to reflect on the ease of a life blessed by fortune, free from worries about sustenance and overflowing with resources. Perpetually gazing at her wristband, how else could she respond so swiftly? Li Weiwei, I want in. I want in. This left Xiao Tian at a loss for words. He could hardly respond to such eagerness and simply sent the invitation. Lucy naturally agreed, eager to cling to a powerful ally, while Ning Yuango seemed hesitant, sending a lengthy message. Ning Yuango, Brother Xiao, my talent is mediocre, and my strength is likewise unremarkable. The shelter is still a mid-level wooden house, and I only have 3 competent and 3 ordinary warriors under my command, with no special items to assist you. Would joining the team hinder you? Xiao Tian, stop with the nonsense. You're invited, so hurry up and accept. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Xiao Tian felt a particular fondness for Ning Yuango, always instinctively wanting to support the young lad. A few minutes later, Wang Chu accepted the invitation. Xiao Tian had some ideas regarding the team warehouse. He first returned to the shelter to gather supplies before heading back to the Arrow Tower to initiate the team chat. The group was engaged in a somewhat awkward conversation, with the lively Li Weiwei, the shy Ning Yuango, the honest Lu Si, and the cool Wang Chu, each possessing distinct personalities. Without Li Weiwei's presence, they would likely have dispersed. Xiao Tian, you 4 are the friends I trust since arriving in the Killing Continent. Let's introduce ourselves. After a round of self-introductions, they gained some understanding of one another. However, they all tacitly refrained from inquiring about each other's talents or skills, which Xiao Tian understood, given their lack of familiarity. Xiao Tian, regarding the various introductions to the contract team, I trust you have all reviewed them. I will first explain the usage of the team warehouse. What to store and what not to is entirely voluntary. When there's an urgent need, you may utilize the items. Ideally, if you take something, you should return something in kind. Of course, if you have nothing to offer, that is acceptable, but it cannot be a long-term arrangement. One crucial point to remember, items are for personal use only and must not be sold. Anyone found violating this rule will be expelled from the team. To set an example, I will contribute 10 cups of excellent grade chrysanthemum ginger soup, 10 cups of excellent grade water, 10 units of rare grade raw meat, 10 sets of excellent grade weapons and armor, and 2 rare grade black iron swords. As for the equipment, my intention is for anyone in need to utilize them. Once their durability is restored, please return them. After finishing his statement, he asked, does anyone have anything to add? Li Weiwei, me. Li Weiwei, I will contribute 50 repair stones, 20 pounds of excellent grade raw meat, 1 excellent grade arrow tower, and 1 fence blueprint. Lucy, I have nothing else but bamboo cups. The crafting station can produce excellent grade bows, but resources are limited. I will contribute 5 excellent grade bows and 500 bamboo cups. Feel free to take what you need. Xiao Tian, that's great, Lucy. Excellent grade bows are quite a coveted weapon. If you're short on any resources, just let me know. I will provide the materials for you to craft, and we'll split the outcome. Lucy, you jest, right? What do you mean split? Just tell me how many you need, and I'll make them for you. Xiao Tian, from now on, please don't call me Big Shot. Just refer to me as Captain or Xiao Tian. We are in this struggle together, fortunate to have each other for warmth, but even close brothers must keep accounts clear. No one should take advantage of anyone else. In the future, any assistance needed for crafting will follow this rule. The final product will be split evenly. Lucy, alright. I'll heed the captain's words. Wang Chu, I agree as well. I can produce excellent grade leather armor at the crafting station, though in limited quantities. I will contribute 5 pieces to the warehouse. Li Weiwei, I have no objections. Ning Yuango, Brother Xiao, and everyone, I have nothing useful, only some materials. Can I contribute 300 stones and 100 iron ore? Ning Yuango, looking at the wealth of items in the team warehouse while possessing nothing himself, felt anxious and embarrassed, summoning the courage to send that message after much contemplation. Xiao Tian, what are you talking about? No one is requiring you to contribute anything. Just hold on to your items for now, and if you have any surplus later, then you can contribute. Indeed. I have a blueprint for crafting ordinary grade leather armor and a standard Tang Dao lying idle here, which I shall give you shortly. This way, we can engage in equipment trading. Li Weiwei remarked. Xiao Ning, please don't be like that. Sister will gift you a rare level summoning order. Things will improve in the future. Xiao Tian responded. Li Weiwei, Haven tea we just traded? Where did this come from? Li Weiwei giggled. Hee hee. I just defeated a rare level deer that dropped it. Xiao Tian exclaimed. This wretched luck. I've slain countless rare level creatures and have only managed to procure a few fine grade items. Now, a rare level beast drops a rare order summoning. The drop rate must be maxed out. After a leisurely chat, the group exchanged some experiences, and Xiao Tian advised that friends of good character and trustworthiness could be recommended. As long as he endorsed them, they could join the team. Once the conversation concluded, Xiao Tian sent 2 blueprints to Ning Yuan. With the matter of the team finally resolved, he hoped it would turn out to be a good thing. Xiao Tian murmured to himself, stretching and glancing at the time. He realized several hours had slipped by unnoticed. Weather time. Killing continent. Year 1, January 5th, 1645, 1 hour and 15 minutes until dusk. Temperature, 612, weather, overcast. Casting a glance towards the forest, he noticed that the once straight boundary of trees had receded by several thousand square meters. It was undoubtedly the work of the industrious player. One day, this forest might be entirely felled. It seems Uncle Guan and the others will be returning soon. With nothing pressing at hand, he decided to head back and check on the rewards. Upon returning to the shelter, Xiao Qi was still busy crafting and trading, while Xiao Fong had already begun preparing dinner. Xiao Tian reclined leisurely on the sofa and retrieved the mysterious reward package. Chapter 64, A Transformation in the Shelter. The last mysterious package from breaking through to fine grade had gone unnoticed during combat, but this time Xiao Tian scrutinized it carefully. It was a rectangular box, about the size of a hand, adorned with mysterious patterns and shimmering with hints of golden light. Just as he was about to open it, he suddenly paused, contemplating whether to save it for the following day to see if it could be enhanced. Ultimately, he decided to store it away. It would be a significant loss if it could indeed be enhanced. And I still Haven T utilized the shelter components. Remembering there were items left unutilized, he rose and walked to the storage cabinet, retrieving various shelter components to use one by one. 2 fireplaces were just right for each floor. So he installed one on the left side, and there was still room for another on the right. Adding 2 units of wood would allow it to burn for an hour. Given that the stone house retained heat better than the wooden one, the indoor temperature had increased by about 10 degrees, reaching around 18 degrees at night. It was still somewhat chilly for sleeping. He needed to find ways to further enhance the indoor temperature. In 2 days, extreme cold weather would set in, dropping temperatures below 0. While rare-grade physiques could withstand the harsh cold, fine-grade ones could not. Xiao Tian couldn't help but reminisce about the fire spirit pearl from his mother's shelter. Providing a constant temperature, he could hardly imagine how delightful it would be to wear short sleeves in frigid weather. 5 bathrooms had been installed. 1 in each of the 4 large rooms upstairs, 1 in the communal area, and 2 on the first floor. Still, it wasn't enough. And he planned to have Xiao Qi trade for a few more. The main attractions were the water supply and lighting systems. After installation, the living room and dining areas now boasted a basketball-sized transparent gym overhead, while the bedrooms had apple-sized ones. They were equipped with independent switches. Curiously, Xiao Tian approached the main switch location to inspect the panel. Lighting system switch, fire crystal required as energy. Current, none. He had just traded 2 rare-level fire crystals with Li Weiwei that morning, still unsure of their purpose. Little did he know they would be needed here. It seemed this was a form of energy, and he would need to stockpile it. Thankfully, he had some. Otherwise, the lighting system would merely be ornamental. After adding the fire crystal, it displayed that the rare-level fire crystal could be utilized for a month. Upon flipping the switch, all the gems instantly emitted a soft, bright glow, gentle on the eyes, with excellent illumination that reached every corner of the room. Normally, opening the windows and relying on the light tower provided ample light indoors. But as temperatures continued to drop, it would be impractical to open windows during extreme cold. The water supply system was equally impressive. Sinks in the kitchen and bathrooms were no longer mere decorations. Pipes, faucets, and shower heads had all appeared, made of copper, with switches dividing hot and cold. It was becoming increasingly modernized. When he turned a faucet, no water flowed. Following the pipe, Xiao Tian walked through the second-floor balcony, where a small staircase led to the roof. At the edge of the roof, there was a metallic water tower, which he opened to inspect. Water tower, capacity of 1000 L. Adding crystal stone allows for automatic water generation. Current, none. Manual water addition required. Fire crystal can control water temperature. Current, none. Without crystal stones, someone would have to be designated to fetch water. With several space rings available, it was merely a matter of running an errand. Fortunately, there was still 1 fire crystal. After adding it, it still displayed a usage duration of 1 month. Finally, a water supply system had been established, making washing and bathing much more convenient. Now, they could flush toilets without needing someone to handle the waste. But wait, there was no drainage system. Xiao Tian suddenly felt a wave of panic. Realizing that without a drainage system, the bathrooms would be unusable, the first floor was manageable, as they usually dug a small trench to dispose of water outside. But the second floor had no place to drain. He hurried downstairs to inquire with Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi, have you traded for any shelter components? Busy with her tasks, Xiao Qi checked and handed over the components she had acquired. 2 fireplaces were just what he needed. Now, they were complete. Xiao Tian promptly installed them, adding wood. And the temperature rose another 5 degrees. With 2 bathrooms, he chose to install them upstairs, satisfying the basic needs. He had another lighting system that he could trade with his companions. Xiao Qi, he instructed, we are currently lacking a drainage system component. Please trade for it as soon as possible. We also need fire crystals to power the lighting and water supply systems. Crystal stones can automatically generate water. There should be other types of crystals with additional properties that will become vital resources moving forward, so trade wisely. Understood, Xiao Qi replied, her head down. Focused on her work. With some free time on his hands, Xiao Tian began to sort through the treasure chests piled in a corner, many of which had been traded back by Xiao Qi. There were 28 wooden chests, 4 black iron chests, 1 bronze chest, 1 silver chest, a plethora of items awaiting enhancement. The wooden and black iron chests no longer piqued his interest, so he decided to open them all. In an instant, a plethora of items appeared before him. Seeing everyone else occupied, he began to tally them up. Many were basic materials, in minimal quantities, along with some bread, bottled water, ordinary and fine-grade weapons, leather armor, and clothing, items that were no longer of use to him. But wait, there were 2 items that caught Xiao Tian's eye and brought him joy. It truly seemed that when in need, assistance arrives. This time, everything was in order. Drainage system, shelter component, sanitary napkin crafting blueprint, permanent. Sanitary napkins, an essential item for women. Required monthly. Although the profit might not be substantial, it would contribute to the forthcoming store, adding a long-term product for sale. Xiao Tian entrusted the handling of this to Xiao Qi and proceeded to install the drainage system. He watched as several thick copper pipes appeared in the underbelly of the second-floor bathroom and kitchen drainage area, while the first floor was hidden underground. He initially thought it was merely a simple indoor drainage solution, but upon stepping outside the stone house, he discovered several drainage ditches had also been added within the courtyard. Behind the stone house, a subterranean sewage tank had been installed, capable of automatically processing wastewater. Just as he entered the house, preparing to send someone to fetch water for a trial run, a sudden voice from behind him called out. Chapter 65, The Emergence of Extraterrestrial Races. Master, you've returned. Hearing Guan Yidao's voice, Xiao Tian turned and walked outside, spotting Guan Yidao and his group, weary and bloodied, and he couldn't help but ask anxiously, Uncle Guan, are you all right? Are you injured? Xiao Tian swiftly approached Guan Yidao, encircling him as he carefully examined for injuries, touching left and right. Guan Yidao and the others observed this with deep gratitude in their hearts. Having a leader who genuinely cares for his subordinates is worth sacrificing one's life to protect. Thank you for your concern, my lord. I am unharmed, and so are they. The blood on us is that of beasts. By the way, we encountered a peculiar creature this time. Please take a look. 2 of his subordinates held a creature, bound completely, and Xiao Tian was taken aback upon seeing it. This was a species he had never encountered before. Standing at approximately 1.3 meters tall, it possessed limbs akin to a human's, with skin of a yellowish-green hue. Rough and wrinkled, its limbs were slender, with long fingers and toes tipped with sharp claws, and it had a long, pointed tail, dressed in tattered and filthy garments. Its face was broad, with a flat nose, large round eyes, and a wide mouth filled with jagged, sharp teeth, crowned by sparse hair on its bald head. It bore an expression that suggested a low intelligence, yet exhibited a highly aggressive demeanor even when captured. Xiao Tian opened the panel to investigate. Outsider species, mountain goblin, superior. A gregarious race. Combat power, 135. Note, low-level species deployed by the outer demons through gaps, known for their brutality and low intelligence. Xiao Tian was astonished to discover that this was not a native creature. He relayed the information to Guan Yidao and the others, and then inquired further. Uncle Guan, where was this found, and how many are there in total? Guan Yidao replied, about 8 kilometers north of the forest, near the base of a cliff. We encountered a total of 22. We eliminated all but this one. We searched the vicinity and found no signs of activity. They appeared to be constructing a shelter, seemingly having appeared out of nowhere. That is fortunate. They must have just arrived. We should be particularly vigilant about that location and search thoroughly in the future. I suspect there may be more. Such gregarious creatures with intelligence are far more dangerous than mere beasts. Xiao Tian took a screenshot of the information and shared it in the team chat, and with his mother, alerting them to exercise caution. He then instructed his subordinates to eliminate the goblin. After considering it, Xiao Tian decided to post the information in the chat channel. Not for any other reason, but to ensure the survival of his clientele. If they all perished, to whom would he sell his wares? This is a newly discovered species. Exceedingly dangerous. Everyone, please be vigilant around the shelter and exercise caution when venturing out. The chat channel paused momentarily due to Xiao Tian's presence before resuming its lively chatter. with most expressing gratitude for his warning. However, a small faction of skeptics, likely members of the Wuxiang Alliance and the Green Forest Gang, derided him, claiming the image was fabricated to curry favor. The loudest and most vulgar among them was Zhu Wuning, who Xiao Tian chose to ignore, knowing that a group of righteous supporters would respond on his behalf. One day, he would find a way to capture Zhu and make him kneel in submission. My lord, we collected these from the goblin's head, including the one we just captured, totaling 22. Guan Yidao handed Xiao Tian a crystal the size of a marble, along with another from his subordinate. Xiao Tian mused inwardly. It seems necessary to acquire a skill or item for identification. Otherwise, Guan Yidao and the others will be unable to assess anything during their outings, hindering timely judgments. Magic Crystal, Common, Energy 500. A unique energy source from outsider creatures, capable of powering various facilities. This was indeed a valuable find. Representing a new energy source, the common crystals provided 500 points of energy, while the superior ones offered 2,000 points. In total, there were 18 common and 4 superior crystals. Additionally, the expedition yielded dozens of beasts of varying grades, with 2 being of exceptional quality, alongside some herbs, wild fruits, 8 treasure chests, 5 wooden, 2 black iron, and 1 bronze, along with a small number of dropped orbs. Furthermore, there were 2 additional matters. Guan Yidao paused and emptied the contents of his ring, stating, "The first is that we discovered a group of horse-like creatures not far from the northern forest near the grassland. We are unsure if they can be tamed. The second is that approximately 10 kilometers north in the forest, we found another individual of similar status to you, my lord. The area seems to have a mid-level wooden shelter, owned by a man around 40 years of age, accompanied by 2 superior warriors, 3 ordinary warriors, and 2 common farmers. We observed from the shadows and did not engage." Processing Guan Yidao's information, Xiao Tian responded, "The horses are significant. We shall set out tomorrow to see if we can find them. If they can be tamed, our future expeditions will allow us to venture farther. Also, it was wise not to engage with the wooden shelter's owner. We must keep our shelter's existence concealed for now. You are aware that this area has seen the arrival of 100,000 individuals, with fewer than 90,000 still alive. Currently, there are 2 factions, nearly 200 shelter leaders among them, including the one who previously extorted me using the family ring, and they are currently tracking my coordinates, preparing to target me." After a brief pause, he continued, "I suspect there may be a shelter every 10 kilometers, so we must be cautious not to expose ourselves during outings. If we encounter others, we must take control immediately. Let us proceed with that plan. Have someone transport the animal carcasses to the slaughterhouse, and let Xiao Qi handle the other supplies. Let us clean up and prepare for dinner." Xiao Tian smiled and added, "You are all in for a treat today. You'll be the first to experience the joy of a shower." With that, Xiao Tian entered the stone house, acquired an unused ordinary-level spatial ring from Xiao Qi, and took a subordinate with him to the water reservoir. They filled 10 buckets of water, approximately 500 liters, and ascended to the rooftop, where he instructed his subordinate on how to refill the water tower, which would be their responsibility daily. After filling the tank, Xiao Tian returned to the ground floor, leading Guan Yidao and the others to the restroom. The high-grade stone house's restroom was exquisitely spacious, with a dry and wet separation. The walls were polished to a smooth finish, and the external shower area spanned 2 square meters, equipped with a wash basin and shower head. Turn this knob for hot water and this one for cold. You can adjust the temperature as you wish. Is everyone clear? Xiao Tian meticulously explained. But the impatient and odorous Lung Ling, eager for a bath, shooed him out, saying, "This one is mine. My lord, please step out. I need to wash." Pushed out the door, Xiao Tian stood bewildered before the wooden door, wanting to exclaim that there were several rooms upstairs, so what was the rush? He turned to the others and said, "There are also facilities upstairs. Everyone should go wash. Uncle Guan, Shunshan, your room will be moved to the large room numbered 3 upstairs, which has its own restroom. Off you go." Xiao Tian numbered the 4 large rooms upstairs, with number 1 being his own, number 2 assigned to the elder Gande, number 3 designated for Guan Yidao and Shunshan, and number 4 for Xiao Qi and Lung Ling, while the others were temporarily accommodated on the ground floor. After dinner, Xiao Qi approached him, presenting a spatial gem in her hands, saying, "My lord, we have acquired 6 spatial gems through trade. That is wonderful. Finally enough." Xiao Tian exclaimed joyfully, immediately retrieving the family ring and clicking to upgrade. Chapter 66. Oh no, old man, you're finished. Upon completion of the upgrade, he obtained the family ring, legendary, 1. Family ring, legendary, special item, bound. Upgradable, upgrade requirement, 1,000 spatial gems. Skills, teleportation, can transport to the side of a family member, duration 1 day, cooldown period 7 days. Can locate relatives on the killing continent, and upon finding them, establish a group chat. Each day, 1 item can be sent to relatives, with a limit of 99 items. Note, upgrade promptly. Surprises await at the next level. This is the first time I've seen such a prompt, Xiao Tian mused. not anticipating the possibility of further upgrades, with 1,000 spatial gems feeling an eternity away. Xiao Qi, reserve 100 servings of the premium ginger soup, if we fall short. Brew more immediately, it will be useful later. He reminded Xiao Qi in preparation for the search for his father. As he activated the search panel for locating his family, the screen whirled like a radar, causing Xiao Tian's hands to tremble slightly with anticipation. His gaze was a blend of hope and anxiety. While waiting, he paced slowly in the living room, the seconds ticking away like an eternity, and the prolonged uncertainty gnawed at his spirit. Why was it taking so long? 30 minutes had already passed, and the process was moving at a glacial pace. Even after reaching the legendary tier, growing increasingly restless, Xiao Tian began to quicken his steps. Circling the living room, his companions dared not disturb him, watching in silence. An hour slipped by, and he halted, lost in thought at the doorway. Ding! Suddenly, the search interface ceased its rotation, and a notification chimed, revealing a message from his father, which sent waves of exhilaration coursing through Xiao Tian. He stood momentarily frozen, overwhelmed by the news. Seeing him motionless, the female subordinates assumed the worst and began to stifle their sobs. Guan Yidao, filled with concern, stepped forward, raising his hand in a gesture of comfort. We found him. Xiao Qi, prepare the supplies quickly. Xiao Tian's sudden exclamation left Guan Yidao's hand awkwardly suspended in midair. Uncle Guan, we've located my father. This is wonderful. Unable to contain his emotions, Xiao Tian embraced Guan Yidao tightly, who let out a sigh of relief and gently patted his back. It's a relief to find him. Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations. All the subordinates rejoiced sincerely, their faces alight with smiles. Once his emotions settled, Xiao Tian examined the interface information. Location confirmed. ID 080746010086 Xiao Xiong. Contact can be established. Remarkably, he was in the 8th district. No wonder the search had taken so long. It was quite a distance. Drawing from the experience of locating his mother, Xiao Tian deciphered the information contained within the ID. He clicked on the video call, his eyes fixed on the screen, his hands trembling and breath quickening, betraying his inner turmoil. It was puzzling. It was barely past 9, and with nighttime upon them, why wasn't he his father answering the call? Minutes dragged on, and as fatigue crept into his eyes, his patience began to wane, leading to anxious thoughts. Ding! At last, the call connected, and Xiao Tian felt a surge of excitement. Ready for a touching reunion. The words "Dad" were on the verge of escaping his lips when he focused on the screen, his eyes widening in disbelief. There his father, Xiao Xiong, reclined in a chair, only the upper half of his body visible, accepting a bowl of food from a woman. Behind him stood a robust man, both clad in animal skin with fur hats, exuding a rugged, primal aura reminiscent of northern nomadic tribes. You old man, after all the worry I shared with Mom, you are here living in luxury, Xiao Tian exclaimed in exasperation. Coughing, Xiao Xiong put down his bowl, slightly embarrassed. You little rascal. How can you speak to your father like that? Shouldn't you be happy to see I'm all right? First, strike a pose like you were just now. I need to screenshot this for Mom. Xiao Tian teased, mimicking a photographer's stance. Don't you dare. You'll pay for that. Xiao Xiong retorted, sitting up in indignation. Now, let us get serious. How are things on your end? And how is your mother? What about Lin Lin? Xiao Tian recounted the events since his arrival, detailing the search for his mother and the situation at her shelter. Hearing that his son, wife, and daughter were all well, Xiao Xiong let out a relieved breath. Is there anything you need? Do you require support from your father? Xiao Tian scoffed. Please. Just 2 rare-level subordinates. And we're still eating ordinary food and living in wooden huts. Mom and I each have 2 extraordinary-level companions, and we're overflowing with supplies. If you want to help, that would be great. I'll send you 99 units of premium chai, hu ginger soup to trade for some resources. It's quite valuable. Tomorrow, I'll send you something else. I'm going to complain to Mom now. Just so you know, I screenshotted you earlier. Old man, you're done for. After teasing his father, he hung up without giving him a chance to respond. Once he dispatched the items, Xiao Tian glanced at the screenshot he had taken, preparing to send it to his mother. Suddenly, he froze, his pupils dilating as he zoomed in on the image. Through the reflection of a soldier's blade behind Xiao Xiong, he glimpsed a heart-wrenching sight. His father's legs were gone, blood pooling beneath him, severed at the thigh. No wonder he was speaking from a reclined position. Xiao Tian's thoughts raced. As long as he is alive, I can find a way. After a moment to steady himself, he sent a video call to Li Yue. Moments later, the video connected, revealing his mother still busy, while Lin Lin played in the distance. Mom, good news. We found Dad. I sent you a picture. Take a look. Xiao Tian's words seemed to freeze time, and Li Yue stood motionless, momentarily stunned. When she finally came to, she opened the image, her expression transitioning from anticipated tears to a gradual reddening of her face, which soon turned pale. Oh no. A sudden dread gripped her heart as she recalled that the family locator ring had a group chat function. Hastily, she added both parents to the chat and said to Li Yue, I've created a group chat. You can discuss anything with Dad. I need to get back to work. He quickly ended the call, wiping sweat from his brow. That was close. Xiao Tian felt a shiver of relief. Grateful he had disconnected before his mother could erupt. Curiously, he opened the group chat, and the first message that met his eyes was from his mother. Xiao Xiong. You old rascal, come out here. Xiao Tian chuckled at the unfolding drama, deciding to keep his father's injury to himself. He was certain there was a solution. Feeling considerably lighter, he stepped outside the shelter, intending to take a stroll before resting. To his surprise, he spotted Gandhi returning with something in hand. Chapter 67, Dragon Rock Lizard. What a novelty. It was barely past 10, and Gandhi was back. Xiao Tian approached, eager to glean the details. Greetings, my lord. Gandhi's voice resonated powerfully. Gandhi, why are you back? Did you run out of food? Xiao Tian inquired politely. Gandhi shook his head. Xiao Qi prepared plenty of food for me. I returned for another reason. I just discovered a rare mine of fire crystal Oregon. I was about to start digging when 2 dragon rock lizards kept bothering me. I drove them off, thinking I could mine in peace. But the little nuisances wouldn't stop screeching. I initially intended to eliminate them, but upon realizing they were of legendary caliber, I thought they might be useful to you. So I brought one back. Gandhi handed over the creature he held, then poured out his day's findings before walking away without looking back. Xiao Tian felt tears welling up. What an exemplary employee, still working late into the night. Once Gandhi was out of sight, Xiao Tian examined the small creature in his hands. Dragon rock lizard, legendary, juvenile, will mature in 30 days with fire crystal or feet. Can be tamed. Level 0. Experience, 0-100. Combat power, 35. Note, bloodline evolution. Having transcended the legendary tier at birth, its parents will come seeking it. Only the brave may attempt to tame it. The little creature, still with its eyes shut, seemed hungry, pawing at Xiao Tian's hand and making soft cries. It measured less than 20 centimeters, with a long tail. Its skin adorned with black and red scales resembling rock. 2 prominent flesh bumps adorned its head and back, while its limbs bore soft, pliable claws. Legendary tier? Why not tame it? Since it had broken through the bloodline, its parents could only be at the epic tier, no big deal. Xiao Tian dismissed the warning and fetched a cup of rare level water and some rare meat, tearing the meat into small strips to feed the little creature. You look so dark and red, I shall call you Little Black. Gently stroking the head of the dragon rock lizard, Xiao Tian observed the little creature vigorously devouring its meal. Before long, a pound of meat had disappeared into the belly of the small black beast. Having feasted to its satisfaction, it burrowed into Xiao Tian's embrace, drifting off to sleep. Xiao Tian, cradling the little black creature, returned to the sanctuary and instructed Xiao Qi to arrange for someone to count the items outside the gate before retreating to his room for a well-deserved rest. Just before succumbing to slumber, he opened the group chat. An hour had passed, and his mother was still lecturing his father. With a chuckle, he stealthily slipped into sleep. Early the next morning, Xiao Tian was roused by a series of juvenile cries. Opening his eyes, he found the little black creature was hungry. It appeared to have grown slightly overnight, its claws beginning to harden. Hold on, don't rush. He retrieved a piece of rare-grade meat, swiftly tearing it into small strips to feed it. A sizable chunk, larger than its head, was devoured in mere moments, yet it continued to cry for more. Xiao Tian had no choice but to provide another half a pound. Once satiated, the creature ceased its cries, wobbled a few steps, opened its eyes, scanned the surroundings, and ultimately fixed its gaze on Xiao Tian, crawling towards him. To his surprise, its voice had changed. Though still juvenile, it carried a hint of a dragon's roar. Xiao Tian lifted it into his arms as the little black creature affectionately licked his palm. The dragon rock lizard submits to you. Will you tame it? Tame. Xiao Tian laughed heartily, confident that this creature would obediently follow him, ensuring a daily feast of delectable delights. He descended to the ground floor, where it was only 7 a.m. Aside from those on night duty, his subordinates were already awake, gathered around the dining table for breakfast. It was rare to find the Liver Emperor still at home. He enjoyed special treatment, seated at his own small table, with a glass of rare-grade water, a large bowl of rare-grade vegetable rice, and exclusive superior-grade meat. Reluctant to indulge himself, Xiao Tian left all the food for the Liver Emperor. After 2 days of delightful meals and restful sleep, the loyalty of his subordinates had soared to 90 points. Good morning, my lord. Upon seeing Xiao Tian descend the stairs, everyone stood to greet him, including the Liver Emperor, who nodded slightly. Approaching him, Xiao Tian remarked, Liver Emperor, we currently have an ample supply of wood and stone. Please pay special attention to mining and gathering rare plants during your outings. And, of course, the more creatures like the little black one, the better. Understood, my lord. I will prioritize mining and collecting rare plants. The Liver Emperor quickly finished his meal, downed his drink, gathered the provisions prepared by Xiao Fong, and, with an axe in hand and a pick on his shoulder, swiftly disappeared from Xiao Tian's sight. Wonderful. You should all learn from our predecessor. His famous saying is that the Liver Emperor's life knows no day or night. With a satisfied gaze following the Liver Emperor's retreating figure, Xiao Tian addressed the others. The other subordinates dared not respond, burying their heads in their meals, while Xiao Qi and Lung Ling shot him a disapproving glance. Guan Yidao and Dunshan looked at him in confusion, as if questioning whether he was speaking human words. Xiao Tian chuckled awkwardly and joined everyone at the table for breakfast. Xiao Fong, please take care of the little black one from now on, and remember to feed it rare-grade food. After issuing his directive, Xiao Tian surveyed his subordinates, who were still at ordinary and fine grades, consuming high-grade food daily, their combat power significantly increasing. Nong Yi and Bu Yi were nearing 200 points, on the brink of a breakthrough. Turning to Xiao Qi, he instructed, later, provide 2 pieces of fine-grade blood essence to Nong Yi and Bu Yi from now on. Whoever reaches the breakthrough threshold should receive a piece. Thank you, my lord. Upon hearing this, everyone rose, excitedly expressing their gratitude, their loyalty climbing rapidly. Even the 3 newly summoned rare-grade subordinates had reached 90 points. Nong Yi and Bu Yi had transformed into staunch loyalists. From now on, Nong Yi would manage the crops and livestock within the sanctuary, while Bu Yi would oversee patrolling duties. After finishing breakfast, Xiao Tian entered the living room, retrieved a mysterious package, and prepared to attempt a reinforcement. Chapter 68, Strength Increase. Reinforcing, reinforcing, reinforcing. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. This is taking forever. Xiao Tian stared at the reinforcement interface, growing impatient. For the first time, he encountered such a situation, with the reinforcing message persisting for several minutes. Reinforcement failed. Suddenly, the interface changed, and as the word failed appeared, Xiao Tian was about to curse when a sudden warmth surged in his chest, near his unseen heart. As an almost imperceptible blue light erupted, radiating with an intensity many times greater before rapidly dimming. Reinforcement successful. Obtained a mysterious package, enhanced version. Xiao Tian had no time to ponder, pulling aside his clothing to check the area on his chest, having experienced this phenomenon before when reinforcing the family reunion ring. However, he had been too excited then to think it was a mere illusion. After scrutinizing for some time, without noticing any abnormalities, he reflected for a long while, recalling his first day in this world. Could it be? Unable to make sense of it, he decided to set it aside and examine the package. Noticing that the suffix enhanced version had been added, though its appearance remained unchanged. Opening the package, a wave of dark golden light emanated from within, causing him to instinctively shut his eyes. After a while, feeling his vision returning, he slowly opened them. Obtained 1 golden treasure chest, 1 epic summoning order, 1 class transfer book, commander, 1 dragon essence fruit, epic. Incredible. I did not expect such a rich haul, Xiao Tian thought, already considering what to send to his father. The epic summoning order would surely ensure his safety at this stage. Class transfer book, commander. Can select 1 warrior for class transfer. The higher the potential, the stronger they become post-transfer. Without needing to contemplate, Xiao Tian understood precisely who he would choose. First, he took a look at the dragon essence fruit. Dragon essence fruit, epic, can enhance physical constitution. Used for breakthroughs at the superior grade, epic combat power of 50, cannot be consumed below superior grade. Can be used in medicine. Having received a spirit essence fruit from his mother that he had yet to give to Dunshan. Now he possessed another epic grade fruit with identical effects, though it was now epic grade. Furthermore, he had a dragon essence fruit tree currently growing, which would take some time to bear fruit, but at least he was aware of its effects in advance. Xiao Tian checked the panels of Guan Yidao and Dunshan. Guan Yidao had a base combat power of 356, while Dunshan had a base combat power of 286. The 2 groups of rare-grade blood essence were sufficient for Dunshan's breakthrough. Xiao Tian handed them over, saying, "You go first. Let us see if you can successfully break through." "Thank you, my lord." Dunshan eagerly accepted them, devouring the essence and sitting on the ground to await his breakthrough. However, after a long wait, there was no response, and feeling the stares of everyone upon him, he blushed in embarrassment. "It seems we can't skimp on the spirit essence fruit. Don't worry, the blood essence doesn't guarantee a breakthrough either. Use the spirit essence fruit." Seeing Dunshan's mortified expression, Xiao Tian reassured him, "Perhaps it's a matter of insufficient potential or just bad luck. But I'm not concerned, there are plenty of resources." This time, the breakthrough was smooth, and Dunshan successfully ascended to the superior grade, achieving a base combat power of 315 points. Each level increase added 126 points to his power, and with his equipment, Dunshan's combat power had already reached 1476 points at level 5. In contrast, Guan Yidao's increase per level was 150 points, indicating slightly less potential. However, the 2 superlative pieces of equipment balanced their strength, making them nearly equal. Now it was Guan Yidao's turn, who was just 44 points shy of the required combat power. The 2 groups of superior grade blood essence could elevate him by 40 points. And with the last mysterious fruit, fine grade, providing 5 points, he would surpass the threshold by just 1 point. "Uncle Guan, it's your turn. Eat this mysterious fruit first, then the 2 groups of superior grade blood essence." The usually composed Guan Yidao was now visibly excited. He nodded, accepting the items and settling down to eat. After finishing, a radiant golden light erupted from his body, gradually enveloping him. "This looks promising," Xiao Tian thought, filled with delight. Indeed, Guan Yidao's potential proved greater, as he easily broke through solely with the blood essence, becoming the first epic-grade warrior under Xiao Tian's command. No, rather, the first commander. Thank you, my lord, for your support. Feeling the changes coursing through his body, Guan Yidao excitedly knelt before Xiao Tian on one knee, exclaiming, Uncle Guan, please rise. What are you doing? Only by becoming stronger can you protect me better. I also congratulate you on successfully breaking through to the epic level. Congratulations, Uncle Guan. The crowd erupted with cheers for Guan Yidao. Without first checking his panel, Xiao Tian took out the class transfer book and chose to use it. The transfer was successful, and Guan Yidao's profession transformed into a commander. Another flash of golden light enveloped him, and as he closed his eyes, a plethora of military knowledge surged into his mind, akin to a revival of memories, illuminating his understanding in an instant. Suddenly opening his eyes, a spark of brilliance flickered within them, and his aura shifted dramatically, resembling a seasoned veteran of countless battles. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Xiao Tian opened his panel to examine it. Guan Yidao, Epic. Affiliation, Xiao Tian, Devoted. Profession, Commander. Level, 5 Experience, 28, for 155,000. Combat Power, 1755, for 125, 995, 335. Stamina, 100. Skills, 1/ Charge and Release, Attack Power 100, Cooldown Time 30 minutes. Chain Slash, unleashing 3 waves of blade energy forward, Attack Power 50, Straight Line Distance 30 meters, Cooldown Time 60 minutes. Trait, Enemy Suppression, boosting the morale of subordinates. Reducing stamina consumption, Combat Power 10. Equipment, Evaluation, Veteran Revived, exceptionally powerful. Impressive. Leveling up grants an increase of 199 combat power, perhaps the highest augmentation within the epic tier. Not only has he acquired a formidable skill, but he also possesses the trait of enemy suppression. With Guan Yidao commanding, there is nothing to worry about. Lung Ling. This dragon essence fruit belongs to you. Work hard, and you shall be the next to reach the epic level. Xiao Tian smiled as he handed the dragon essence fruit to Lung Ling, though she was still a bit short. All resources to enhance her extraordinary level combat power had been exhausted, leaving her with no choice but to wait for the next opportunity. The typically aloof Lung Ling, upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, felt a stir within her heart. Her piercing gaze seemed to radiate light, inflicting a sharp pain on those who met it. Thank you, my lord. As Lung Ling spoke, her loyalty reached a full 100 points, marking her as a devoted follower, surpassing half of Xiao Tian's subordinates. Subsequently, Nong Yi and Bu Yi also successfully broke through to the rare level, likely due to the higher probability of breakthroughs among those with lower qualifications, including Xiao Tian. All 3 had succeeded solely through the essence of flesh and blood. Xiao Qi, remember to trade for more essence of flesh and blood and mysterious fruits. Even if it costs a bit more, it is worth the expense. After advising Xiao Qi, Xiao Tian instructed Guan Yidao to lead the warriors outside for consolidation while he prepared to open the golden treasure chest. Why not try to see if it can be enhanced? Xiao Tian suddenly thought, attempting to activate his enhancement skill. Enhancement failed. This item cannot be enhanced repetitively. As expected, the benefits from the heavenly Tao are not easily obtained. Perhaps that individual who assists could provide some aid. Not dwelling on it any longer, he clicked to open the treasure chest. Chapter 69, The Reason Behind Father's Broken Leg. He obtained a summoning order, Rare, X1, Vegetable Greenhouse, Exceptional, X1. Recovery Potions, Exceptional, X3, Building Upgrade Scroll, Epic, X1, and Space Gem X10. His luck was fairly decent, standard fare. He had long desired to upgrade the Vegetable Greenhouse, and now he had saved a chance for enhancement. Vegetable Greenhouse, Exceptional, occupying an area of 500 square meters. Temperature control, can increase or decrease by 20 degrees. Requires fire crystal and water crystal. The 500 square meters could cover 8 plots of farmland, sufficiently meeting the needs of the shelter. Last night, the diligent worker had harvested dozens of ordinary fire crystals and 3 of fine quality. Finding water crystals would perfectly resolve the situation. Currently, the recovery potions were produced only in limited quantities at the rare level, and the 3 exceptional potions arrived just in time, serving as a crucial reserve for Guan Yidao and his companions in dire circumstances. As he prepared to go out, Xiao Tian decided to utilize his second opportunity on the Fire Spirit armor. Without any surprises, it enhanced to the epic level, increasing combat power by 100 points. And the Fire Shield skill could now withstand a critical hit at the epic level. The temperature regulation range expanded to 10 meters. This was beneficial. When leading the team out in frigid weather, everyone would be spared from the cold. Having exhausted his higher tier items, and with a clear direction in mind, Xiao Tian no longer hesitated. He promptly mailed the epic summoning order to his father before initiating a video call. After a moment, the video connected, revealing a somewhat haggard-faced Xiao Xiong, appearing sleep-deprived. Upon seeing Xiao Tian, he erupted in anger. Well, you little rascal, how dare you deceive your old man, making me endure a scolding from your mother all night long while I explained. Hey, a little beating is affection, and a scolding is love. You should be happy. Xiao Tian chuckled, teasingly retorting. Get lost. Talk business. Your father is busy. Xiao Xiong grumbled, feigning a busy demeanor, only for Xiao Tian to puncture that facade. What work do you have with just your 2 subordinates and a rundown shack? Xiao Xiong erupted in fury, shouting, who said that? I used to have a whole bunch of subordinates. If it weren't for... Realizing mid-sentence that he had let something slip, he fell silent. Xiao Tian understood that his father was concealing something, perhaps related to his broken leg, and did not press further. Sobering up, Xiao Tian said earnestly, use the items I just mailed to you. Xiao Xiong, somewhat bewildered, retrieved the items from the mailbox. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback, exclaiming, have you lost your mind, sending all this over? I'll send it back. I have 2 rare-level subordinates. That's enough. Use it quickly. I have mythic-level resources. I'm not lacking this. Don't make me worry about you. I have a way to handle your broken leg. I can only mail 1 item a day, so I'll send you the medicine tomorrow. For now, your safety is paramount, Xiao Tian calmly replied, simultaneously sending a screenshot of the diligent workers panel. Seeing the image Xiao Tian sent, Xiao Xiong realized his son was indeed telling the truth and prepared to use the summoning order. Wait, how did you know? Xiao Xiong suddenly snapped back to reality, questioning how his son knew about his leg. Xiao Tian's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his voice slightly choked. If it weren't for the reflection of your subordinate's weapon, you would have kept it from us. Hurry and use it, don't let us worry. Especially with Lin Lin still so young. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Xiong finally ceased his objections, took out the summoning order, and used it. A burst of golden light enveloped him, revealing a stout, muscular figure wielding a fine iron longbow, with a short blade and quiver at his waist. After exchanging a few words, Xiao Xiong instructed the newcomer to head out, and sent his information to Xiao Tian for review. Shijun, Epic, Master Archer. Equipped with a precious bow, possesses close combat abilities, and skills including rapid fire, wind chaser arrow, and shadowless arrow, comparable to Lung Ling. Now reassured, Xiao Tian listened as Xiao Xiong recounted the reason behind his broken leg. In his region, various nations were mixed, including those from Sakura Country, Korean Country, and South Vietnam. With Dragon Country people being scarce. Initially, Xiao Xiong's development was promising, boasting 3 rare-level and 12 fine-level subordinates, along with numerous facilities in his shelter. However, just 2 days prior, a lord from Sakura Country discovered his shelter and allied with nearby lords to ambush him on his way out, severing both his legs. Had it not been for the desperate rescue by his subordinates, he would have perished. Only 2 rare-level followers remained alive. Fortunately, the ginger soup that Xiao Tian sent yesterday had returned a significant amount of supplies, and he had recruited 6 additional fine-level subordinates, enabling an imminent upgrade of the wooden cabin. Bang! Xiao Tian's eyes turned red with rage as he slammed his fist onto the table, gritting his teeth. Damn those Sakura Country people. Rest assured, father, with my daily support of resources, no one will dare to harm you. I'll teleport over in a few days, and I'll avenge you. The father and son conversed for a long while, exchanging reassurances before ending the call. Continuing, Xiao Tian opened all the items acquired from the trade with Xiao Qi last night, including 2 silver treasure chests. Disappointingly, nothing remarkable was found. The main items consisted of 2 rare-level farmlands, 3 rare-level summoning orders, 1 exceptional-level breeding ground, and 1 exceptional-level equipment enhancement scroll. Xiao Tian decided to utilize one of the rare-level summoning orders obtained from Xiao Qi and the 4 newly acquired ones, summoning 5 warriors, 3 spearmen, and 2 archers. As the number of shelter buildings increased, so did the tasks at hand, making it quite exhausting for just a few individuals to manage. Thus, Xiao Tian opted to use the remaining 8 fine-level summoning orders in one go, summoning 5 farmers and 3 warriors. At this point, his forces comprised 1 epic-level warrior, 2 exceptional-level warriors, 9 rare-level warriors, 6 fine-level warriors, and 2 ordinary-level warriors, along with Xiao Qi as the steward, Xiao Fong as the cook, and 8 farmers. With sufficient manpower now at his disposal, he would not face a shortage of hands in the foreseeable future. Bu Yi continued to patrol the premises with 2 ordinary warriors, while the farmers were managed by Xiao Qi. Guan Dao led a small team of 3 rare-level warriors and 5 fine-level warriors, while Lung Ling, as the captain, commanded the shielded mountain along with 6 rare-level warriors in another team. Next came the 4 rare items, the strengthening pill, skill stone, directional summoning orders, and the small shop, which Xiao Tian decided to enhance all at once. To his surprise, he was met with a series of fortunate outcomes. The strengthening pill only increased by 1 level, yet it granted him the very boon he desired. Strengthening bone pill, exceptional, enhances physical prowess and enables the rebirth of severed limbs. Note, effects diminish when consumed above exceptional level. Xiao Tian's thoughts drifted to his ailing father, the faint memory of the severed leg wound still causing him a pang of heartache. He wondered if this pill could restore him completely, but at the very least, he now knew a means of recovery existed. The skill stone bore no level, yet the skill names and descriptions were worlds apart, causing Xiao Tian to grimace. Chapter 70, Meteoric Descent. Skill, Meteoric Descent, summons countless boulders to rain down, covering a radius of 20 meters centered on the target, with a cooldown of 24 hours. That equates to approximately 1,200 square meters, akin to 3 basketball courts. The attack range was considerable, but he would need to be cautious to avoid collateral damage to his own side. The lengthy cooldown period, however, left him wondering about its actual power. Xiao Tian murmured to himself, feeling satisfied with this newfound skill. He finally possessed an ability of his own. The directional summoning orders did not yield any surprises. Merely upgrading to exceptional level, it remained unclear what unique attributes an exceptional level blacksmith would possess. Conversely, the small shop underwent a significant transformation, advancing 2 levels to become a large shop. Large shop can establish a large shop in the trading channel, possessing an independent number and naming rights. Standard product slots, 200, with each slot capable of stacking up to 999. Auction product slots, 10, with the ability to set auction times, awarded to the highest bidder. Bulletin board can publish recycling and purchasing information. Upon reading this, Xiao Tian was left bewildered. Xiao Qi was now more familiar with the trading channel than he was, so he clicked to use the feature. Congratulations on establishing the first shop in this region. Number 001, please name it. What to call it? Xiao Tian pondered for quite some time, even pulling out a few strands of hair in frustration, yet he couldn't come up with a name. Shopping paradise? Ha ha ha. Joyful abundance? Chaotic supermarket? Irreverent supermarket? One by one, shop names flashed through his mind, and in a moment of heated spontaneity, he decided to abandon the dilemma and simply called it convenience store. Successful in naming it, an announcement was made. Congratulations to 009527 for creating the first shop in the trading channel. Number 001, store name, convenience store. The first shop in the land of slaughter has appeared, triggering a new trading model and introducing a currency system, which can be utilized for transactions. Currency can be obtained through hunting, opening treasure chests, etc. The trading channel includes a recycling window for currency exchange. 1 spirit coin, 100 gold coins, 10, 000 silver coins, 1, 000 copper coins. As the inaugural shop, the rewards would be permanently pinned in the trading channel, granting a reward of 100 gold coins. Xiao Tian chuckled at the prospect. Being pinned meant everyone would see his shop when purchasing. However, he was uncertain of the true value of the gold coins, realizing that the market would likely be in chaos for some time, and he wondered if he might seize an opportunity for profit. With a smile on his face, he noted that aside from ginger soup, ordinary level and fine level meats, as well as recovery potions, had already begun to sell in small quantities. And even tiger stocks were moving well, alongside clothing and bedding, which could also be sold. There were indeed many hot-selling items. Xiao Tian opened the trading channel, pulled out a piece of rare level meat, and tossed it in. Would you like to recycle? Worth 10 silver coins. Cancel. He retrieved the meat. Given the nature of the system, a 50 discount would be considered generous, suggesting that a piece of rare level meat was worth at least 2,000 copper coins or 20 silver coins. Xiao Tian began to grasp the value of items and turned to the busy Xiao Qi, stating, Xiao Qi, please check the trading channel. I've just opened a store. Explore it on your own. Now that the system has introduced currency, I've been awarded 100 gold coins worth 1 million copper coins. You should study this well. I'll keep 50 coins for you. Use them wisely. I attempted to recycle a piece of rare level meat, and the recycle price was 10 silver coins, meaning it's worth at least 20 silver coins. See if you can utilize these 50 gold coins to bring back some good items. With the introduction of currency in the shop, Xiao Qi was effectively liberated from the constant monitoring of the trading channel, allowing her to engage in other tasks. After completing these matters, Xiao Tian took a moment to check the team chat, discovering that everyone was also discussing the shop and currency. Li Weiwei remarked, "We owe thanks to Big Brother Xiao for initiating the currency system. I just opened a bronze treasure chest and obtained 10 silver coins." Wang Shu added, "I just killed a fine level gray wolf and only received 5 copper coins." Ning Yuangu commented, "I killed 5 ordinary level animals and didn't get a single cent." Upon reading Li Weiwei's comment, Xiao Tian lost interest in the chat, feeling quite disheartened. He greeted them briefly before stepping out of the stone house, with his first order of business being to use the building upgrade scroll to enhance the well. The upgrade was successful, transforming the well into an exceptional level structure. It now produced 20 liters of water, fine, daily, which could eliminate fatigue and restore stamina. It produced 5 liters of water, rare, daily, which could enhance physical constitution and increase combat power with long-term consumption. It produced 1 liter of water, exceptional, daily, which could improve potential and enhance combat power with long-term consumption. And every 3 days, it produced a drop of spiritual dew, useful for enhancing quality. In comparison to his mother's unfrozen spring, it felt lacking. However, the exceptional level could boost potential, so it should be beneficial. The time for spiritual dew production had been shortened to 3 days, meaning that tomorrow he could reap the rewards and enhance one of his subordinates. After collecting the well water, portions of fine and rare level water were given to Guan Yidao and Lung Ling to carry, while the remainder was entrusted to Xiao Qi for management. Naturally, the exceptional level water would be reserved for Xiao Tian himself. Next, He proceeded to the farmland area to materialize the vegetable greenhouse. The exceptional level greenhouse stood a towering 8 meters high, covering an area of 500 square meters, enveloping 1 exceptional level, 4 rare level, and 3 fine level farmlands. Even without the infusion of fire crystal stones, the temperature had already risen several degrees. Now, he merely needed to increase the temperature and introduce the fire crystal stones. Inserting a single ordinary level fire crystal stone indicated it would only suffice for 1 day, consuming a considerable amount. Xiao Tian instructed the farmers to fetch crystal stones from Xiaoqi daily. He then moved to the entrance of the stone wall, using the last exceptional level construction upgrade scroll on the arrow tower, which elevated the tower by several meters, increasing the arrow output speed by 20 and enhancing combat power by 100 points. Finally, he arrived at the blacksmith shop, ready to summon a blacksmith. The summoning was successful, yielding a seasoned blacksmith named Ironstone Heart, exceptional. Chapter 71. Please call me the Great Mage. Ironstone Heart, exceptional. Affiliation, Xiao Tian. Loyalty, 80. Level, 0 experience, 0-100. Combat power, 315. Profession, blacksmith, seasoned. Traits, focused, work efficiency increased by 30, success rate increased by 30. Repairing equipment below the epic level is feasible. Note, equipment with a durability of 0 or those that have suffered degradation can also be mended. Ironheart has encountered the Lord. While examining Ironheart's panel, upon hearing a voice, Xiao Tian quickly assisted him to his feet, as he had not anticipated the blacksmith's capabilities to be so substantial. With the skill to forge and also repair damaged and degraded equipment. Shieldsman, come over. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's call from a distance, Shieldsman rushed over, inquiring what was the matter. Xiao Tian explained, "This is Ironheart, the newly recruited blacksmith of our shelter. Remove your weapons and shields for him to inspect. Oh, and inform them to bring their equipment back for Ironheart to repair in the future." Understood. Shieldsman handed over the equipment, gazing expectantly at Ironheart. Taking the gear, Ironheart smiled slightly, his lips curling upwards as he began to examine it intently. After a lengthy pause, he shook his head and remarked, "My lord, it can be repaired. But it requires an exceptional blacksmith's forge, along with the acquisition of dark iron and the bones of epic-level creatures." Disappointed, Shieldsman accepted the equipment back. And Xiao Tian reassured him, "What's there to worry about? With me here, no materials are beyond reach. Quickly prepare everything and notify Uncle Guan and the others to head out first. We will seek horses shortly." Xiao Tian took Ironheart to the blacksmith's forge, first using a rare grade building upgrade scroll to elevate the forge to rare grade, and casually upgraded the adjacent slaughterhouse to rare grade as well. Then, he utilized his 7th enhancement opportunity of the day, as the forge had not been enhanced prior to its manifestation. A flash of white light signaled success, and he obtained the blacksmith's forge, epic. Incredible, another hit. Before Xiao Tian could fully comprehend the situation, Ironheart's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly entered, exploring the surroundings with a delicacy akin to caressing a beloved. Ironheart's loyalty reached 10. "My lord, I have never fought such a prosperous battle in my life. With this blacksmith's forge, I can easily mass-produce rare-grade equipment." Hearing this, Xiao Tian beamed widely, revealing his back teeth, and promptly inspected the forge's information. Blacksmith's forge, epic. It features multiple functional zones, allowing blacksmiths to refine forging materials, craft equipment, and repair items. Characteristics: increases blacksmith work efficiency by 40 and success rate by 40. The forge had slightly expanded, occupying around 60 square meters. And even an outsider like Xiao Tian could discern that the facilities had ascended several tiers in quality. Ironheart then added, "My lord, the 2 pieces of equipment from Shieldsman only require the bones of epic creatures, and with my ability to refine fine iron into dark iron, I am 90% confident I can repair them. Furthermore, with the right exceptional materials, I can enhance rare-grade equipment to exceptional grade." Splendid. Follow me. I shall introduce you to the steward of the shelter, Xiao Qi. A smile never left Xiao Tian's face as he led Ironheart back to the shelter. Arriving before Xiao Qi, after a round of introductions, he instructed Xiao Qi to allocate half of the iron and fine iron to Ironheart in the future, granting Ironheart full access to the materials in the storage cabinet. He also encouraged the two to discuss forging a batch of rare-grade equipment for the warriors to upgrade their gear, as well as to plan for sales. Xiao Qi, once you finish, release the exceptional grade breeding grounds and city gates. When you have enough stones, increase the height and thickness of the walls. Remember to contact me promptly if anything arises. After giving his instructions, Xiao Tian approached Lung Ling, inquiring, "Are you prepared?" "Yes," Lung Ling responded, and Xiao Tian gestured for the group to set off. The treasure-seeking mouse had been taken away by Guan Yi Dao, leaving him unable to assess the situation and reliant on the mouse to gauge the value of the items they might find. Today, Xiao Tian decided not to expend his final enhancement opportunity, choosing instead to contemplate its use upon their return. As he departed, he utilized the skill stone, glancing at the skills displayed on his panel, feeling a surge of satisfaction within. "From this day forth, please refer to me as the Grand Sorcerer." Notably, Guanidao had specifically assigned 2 shield bearers to Lung Ling's team, much to Xiao Tian's satisfaction, with shieldsman at the front and the 2 shield bearers flanking. A profound sense of security enveloped them. Observing the team, with only half of Xiao Tian's head visible, Lung Ling felt exasperated, despite his considerable strength and lavish equipment. He appeared overly cautious, almost cowardly. Together with shieldsman, there were a total of 8 warriors, 3 archers, 2 spearmen, and 3 shield bearers, with the 3 archers scouting the perimeter while the 2 spearmen brought up the rear. Feeling uncomfortable under Lung Ling's scrutinizing gaze, Xiao Tian awkwardly reassigned the 2 shield bearers to the front and rear, while ensuring that shieldsman remained steadfastly by his side. This was a non-negotiable principle, even if Jesus himself appeared. Navigating along the forest's edge, their journey yielded minimal rewards. Aside from a few oblivious animals, they managed to collect only a handful of wild fruits. Progress was slow due to the necessity of clearing a path, and after an hour of arduous trekking, they arrived at the location where they had discovered a potential herd of horses the previous day. Standing atop a hill and gazing over the plains, they found nothing of note, only a few wild rabbits and dogs, with no large groups of animals in sight. My lord, approximately 5 kilometers ahead, there lies a small hill, with what appears to be a reflective surface on the ground, indicating a water source. We should head in that direction. Lung Ling descended from a tall tree, addressing Xiao Tian. As a master archer, her vision surpassed that of others, allowing her to see great distances. All right, let us proceed. Xiao Tian glanced at his watch and noted the time. Weather report. The year 1 of the killing continent, January 6th, 10:23 a.m. With 7 hours and 37 minutes remaining until dusk. Temperature, 48 C. Weather, overcast. Today's temperature was exceptionally cold, but fortunately, Xiao Tian wore the fire spirit armor, keeping the group warm in his vicinity. Descending from the elevated terrain to the grasslands, they initially expected easier passage, only to discover that the grass stood between 50 to 80 centimeters tall, making their progress laborious. The 5-kilometer trek took a full hour. Halt. Lung Ling raised her hand to signal, stealthily crouching as she advanced with remarkable speed and silence, evidently accommodating the others, as she seemed largely unaffected by the environment. After a brief interval, Lung Ling returned to Xiao Tian's side and whispered, "My lord, ahead lies a narrow river less than 10 meters wide, with deep waters. This spot is a bend, where a group of equine creatures has gathered to drink. The most powerful of the horses, the Horse King, possesses exceptional strength, while the rest include 8 rare-grade horses, 26 fine-grade ones, and a handful of foals. The land at the bend is less than 20 meters wide. We merely need to block their path, and they shall not escape." Since Lung Ling had devised a detailed plan, Xiao Tian refrained from interfering, and under her direction, they arranged themselves in a line and stealthily moved forward. Moments later, they emerged from the grasslands, positioning themselves at the bend. As the horse herd regained their composure and perceived the obstruction ahead, chaos ensued, with the foals scattering in all directions. The resonant whinnies echoed, gradually quieting as the higher-grade horses moved to the periphery, encircling their kin. Out stepped the Horse King, nearly 2 meters tall, covered in black scales, with a single horn atop its head. Chapter 72. This is it. Xiao Tian crouched behind shieldsman, cautiously inspecting the Horse King's information. Black-scaled horned Horse King, exceptional, capable of being tamed. Level 3, combat power, 885. Skills, gallop, speed 50, lasting 10 minutes, cooldown 1 hour. Charge, instantaneous burst, speed 100. Using its horn to charge at enemies, cooldown time 1 hour. Note, the King of Horses possesses the ability to command its kind. Gazing in awe, Xiao Tian found himself salivating at the prospect of taming it. But how could he accomplish such a feat? He relayed the information to Lung Ling and the others, who pondered before she suggested, "The Horse King must be tamed by you, my lord. Only then will its herd follow." Xiao Tian looked at her incredulously, his expression conveying a singular thought. "Are you serious?" Casting a glance at the nearly half-meter-long horn atop the Horse King's head, glinting ominously at its sharp point, a shiver coursed through my heart. Should it pierce me, I would undoubtedly be left with bruises that marred my skin. Struggling to speak, I uttered, "Lung Ling, you must have some confidence in this matter, or perhaps you would prefer to take the lead." "My lord," Cold Ling responded earnestly, "it is not that I am unwilling, but rather that a king must bow only to another king. Have you not noticed how the Horse King awaits our leader's challenge?" Her expression displayed a mix of concern and disappointment, as if wishing I were more resolute. At that moment, the Horse King let out a piercing whinny, casting a disdainful glance in our direction, causing Xiao Tian to feel a flush of shame wash over him. Gritting his teeth inwardly, he thought, "How dare you look down on me? I shall show you." Bolstering his own courage, he resolved to face the challenge head-on, reassured by the relative parity in their combat abilities. "Fear not, my lord. I shall keep a vigilant watch and strike at the first sign of danger. Shunzhan will seize the opportunity to assist you." Cold Ling whispered from behind. Xiao Tian's heart soared at her words. He felt emboldened, believing he held the advantage. Knowing that ranged weapons were out of the question in this duel, he drew a rare-grade dark iron sword and strode into the arena, pointing at the Horse King and shouting, "Come forth." His demeanor radiated arrogance, while Cold Ling could only stare in disbelief, casting her eyes skyward in exasperation, slapping her forehead. Enraged, the Horse King let out a furious whinny, pawing the ground before charging forth with incredible force. A smirk played on Xiao Tian's lips, for he felt the situation was well within his grasp. Just as the Horse King was about to collide with him, he executed a deft roll to the side. "Shunzhan," he called out. "Guard." The Horse King, momentarily startled by the sudden disappearance of its target, failed to react in time as Shunzhan unleashed a defensive skill, conjuring a shield that the Horse King crashed into with a brutal impact. The sound echoed like thunder, and despite being equipped with formidable gear, Shunzhan remained steadfast. While the Horse King recoiled, bloodied and dazed, struggling to rise. It was Xiao Tian's cunning plan all along to provoke the beast into crashing into Shunzhan, ensuring that no rules were broken. After all, he had not summoned outside aid. The Horse King had brought this upon itself. A wicked grin spread across Xiao Tian's face as he dusted himself off and approached the fallen creature, brandishing his divine bow. "Surrender or perish. Your fate hangs in the balance." The Horse King, filled with indignation yet unable to roar in protest, panted heavily, clearly understanding the gravity of the situation. After a few tense moments, Xiao Tian, growing impatient, raised his divine bow and declared to the herd, "I will count to 3. If you do not submit, I will take action." Roar. The Malacca-horned Horse King, exquisite, bowed to you. "Do you accept its submission?" A smile blossomed on Xiao Tian's face. Regardless of the insidiousness of the act, the Horse King's disgraceful behavior could not overshadow its obedience. To live and to gain was the true victory. Accepted. He successfully tamed the Malacca-horned Horse King, exquisite, with a loyalty rating of 60. Although the loyalty was rather low, Xiao Tian was unfazed. Once in his possession, even a single point of loyalty could be cultivated to 100. He first offered the rare-grade water to the Horse King, followed by a bottle of exquisite-grade restorative potion from Cold Ling. After a short while, the Horse King regained its strength, its wounds healing yet still bearing the marks of battle. It affectionately licked his palm, for the Malacca horse was an omnivorous creature. Xiao Tian then fed it a piece of rare-grade raw meat, watching its loyalty soar to 72 points. At this level, as long as he treated it kindly, it was essentially secured. "The name Little Black no longer suits you. From now on, you shall be called Little M.O., he proclaimed, stroking its neck. He had expected the scales to feel rigid and unyielding, yet was pleasantly surprised to discover its softness, accompanied by a layer of black fur. With newfound excitement, Xiao Tian leapt onto its back, which felt as if it had been designed to accommodate a rider. He urged it gently with his legs, and Little M.O., understanding the cue, began to gallop, gradually increasing in speed. The thick mane billowed like reins, and even Xiao Tian, a novice rider, found it effortlessly manageable. "Be cautious, my lord," came Cold Ling's voice from behind. Xiao Tian waved dismissively, lost in the exhilaration of the ride. Perhaps it was due to his rare-grade physique. But he adapted quickly, exulting in the moment as they raced through the terrain. Suddenly, a chilling howl echoed through the air. "What is happening?" Xiao Tian exclaimed, scanning the surroundings to find a pack of over 100 prairie wolves preparing to encircle them. "Little M.O., we must flee." Understanding his urgency, Little M.O. immediately halted, raising its front legs and executing a swift 180-degree turn to retrace their steps. The movement was executed flawlessly, and Xiao Tian clung tightly to its neck just as the wolves, led by their alpha, began to pursue. With a fearsome roar, the wolf pack surged forward, their leader commanding them to close the distance. Realizing the danger, Xiao Tian, with one arm around Little Mo's neck, raised his divine bow, taking aim and firing behind them. By sheer luck, he managed to strike down a few wolves, but this only incited the pack's fury. With a commanding growl, the exquisite Wolf King led its rare-grade companions to accelerate their pursuit. "Faster, Little M.O., Xiao Tian urged, panic rising as the wolves closed in. In a desperate burst of speed, Little M.O. activated its sprinting skill, propelling them forward and managing to widen the gap by several meters. Now less than 2 miles from Cold Ling and the others. The distance seemed to shorten as Xiao Tian felt Little Mo's stamina waning, its breath coming in labored gasps. "Hang in there, Little M.O., we are almost there," he encouraged, sensing the wolves gaining ground. Just as they reached within 100 meters of Cold Ling, the Wolf King was now less than 50 meters behind. Cold Ling and her comrades had noticed the approaching danger and were preparing their defenses. "Quickly, protect the Lord," Xiao Tian shouted, desperation lacing his voice. As Cold Ling, drenched in sweat, coordinated their formation, she chastised herself for the predicament her lord had placed them in. With a swift transformation, she became a fierce warrior, her eyes sharp as arrows. Drawing her bow, she aimed and released a volley of arrows in rapid succession. With a single command, 10 arrows flew forth, striking down 9 rare-grade prairie wolves, while the Wolf King narrowly avoided the onslaught. The pack momentarily faltered, allowing Xiao Tian to rejoin his allies as Shunzhan opened a path for him. Exhausted, little Mo collapsed to the ground, and Xiao Tian swiftly dismounted, pouring rare-grade water into its mouth. After a brief respite, little Mo regained some strength, but lay still, panting heavily. "You have done well, my friend. Tonight, I shall reward you with a feast," he whispered gently, stroking its neck. Raising his divine bow, he surveyed the scene. The wolf pack had closed in, but Cold Ling and her 2 archers continued their relentless assault, having already felled over 20 prairie wolves in mere moments. Without any unnecessary words, Xiao Tian raised the divine crossbow and shot, pursuing for over 10 miles. His heart was ablaze with anger as he deliberately targeted the lower-tier prairie wolves. It was not that he wished to avoid the rare ones. Rather, the prairie wolves were too agile for him to hit. Lung Ling, who did Uncle Guan allocate the 2 skill upgrade stones to last time? Xiao Tian inquired, noticing that Lung Ling's attack skills had significantly improved. Uncle Guan gave them to me. The skills remain unchanged, but the rapid-fire arrows have had their attack power increased by 50, and the deadly arrow has become 300. Lung Ling replied while continuing to shoot. No wonder the attack power is so high. It seems we should gather more skill upgrade stones. Xiao Tian mused to himself upon hearing Lung Ling's response. With the wolf pack suffering heavy casualties, the Wolf King let out a furious roar, rallying the rest of the pack for a charge. Shield Mountain led 2 shield bearers and 2 gunmen to defend a breach of over 10 meters, appearing somewhat flustered. Xiao Tian had already drawn his mysterious iron blade, stepping forward to hold the line. Seeing the gap in the defense too large, Xiao Mo commanded 8 rare-level ink-scaled antelopes to rush forward for assistance. Although the antelopes had a singular attack method, using their horns to charge and kicking with their front limbs, they were still rare-level creatures, possessing tough hides and substantial resilience. With the reinforcements, the pressure on everyone was greatly alleviated, allowing them to focus on slaying the enemies. Rapid-fire arrows. Lung Ling's skill, which activated every 5 minutes, proved invaluable, allowing one person to match the strength of 10. After 20 minutes, the wolf pack had lost more than half its numbers, and the group, though somewhat exhausted, remained unharmed. "Hold steady, just a few more minutes, and it will be over." As the wolf pack dwindled, Xiao Tian continued to shoot while encouraging his teammates. Of course, when the antelopes moved up to assist, he had already pulled back, taking cover behind Shield Mountain to unleash his attacks. One must be courageous when the moment calls for bravery, yet prudent when caution is necessary. Suddenly, the Wolf King let out a thunderous roar, and howls from either side responded, accompanied by the sound of a stampede. "Damn it, if you can't win, then call for reinforcements. Have the guts to face me one-on-one." Xiao Tian's face turned pale with rage at the sight of their reinforcements, and he cursed vehemently. "Lord, when the wolf pack gathers, unleash a rain of arrows." Lung Ling said gravely. As an attacker with keen hearing, she discerned at least 200 wolves approaching. Her words served as a reminder for Xiao Tian. He now bore the moniker of the Great Mage. What was there to fear? Today was the perfect opportunity to witness the might of a meteor strike descending from the heavens. "Fear not. Just wait and see my performance." With his confidence brimming, Xiao Tian reassured Lung Ling. Upon hearing this, Lung Ling regarded him with skepticism. One had to admit, the divine archer was indeed formidable, firing arrows one after another without even glancing at the enemy, causing prairie wolves to fall continuously. "What kind of look is that? How dare you doubt your lord? Soon, you will witness what it means to be a great mage." Xiao Tian exclaimed with exasperation at Lung Ling's disbelief. It was utterly outrageous. How could one question the words of their lord? They had never seen a great serpent relieve itself. The 8 ink-scaled antelopes were nearing their limits, and seizing the opportunity, the Wolf King launched a surprise attack, injuring 3 of the antelopes severely. Lung Ling had no choice but to redirect her focus onto it, forcing it back. Shield Mountain utilized strong reinforcements and the bone blade whirl. Noticing the increased pressure from the loss of 3 antelopes, Lung Ling promptly commanded Shield Mountain to deploy his skills. With a flash of white light, 10 skeletal warriors emerged as Shield Mountain directed the defense, momentarily stabilizing the line. He then flung his bone shield, and the bone blade shot forth, spinning like frisbees toward the wolf pack, instantly lethal to common and fine-tier wolves, and severely wounding rare-tier ones. In a single strike, he slew over 10 prairie wolves, leaving an empty space before them, with only the Wolf King and 8 rare-level and 6 fine-level prairie wolves remaining. A howl pierced the air as reinforcements for the wolf pack arrived, numbering a full 300, far exceeding Lung Ling's estimates. The Wolf King slowly retreated to the center of the pack, preparing to launch the next wave of attack. The newly arrived wolves included 2 exceptional level and over 20 rare-level individuals, doubling their strength and casting a shadow of dread over the group. Lung Ling even contemplated having Xiao Tian mount the Antelope King to escape with his life. At this moment, Xiao Tian pushed past Shield Mountain, stepping forward with his weapons sheathed and arms outstretched. "My lord," Shield Mountain exclaimed in astonishment, calling out to him. "Today, let you witness the power." With a dramatic flourish, Xiao Tian raised his hands high and proclaimed, "Meteor strike." Instantly, the sky above the wolf pack darkened, an oppressive force descended, causing many lower-tier prairie wolves to cower on the ground, trembling in fear, their bowels released. The Wolf King and other exceptional and rare-tier wolves emitted low, anxious growls, frequently glancing at the sky. Then, as if the heavens had torn open, enormous boulders the size of millstones, trailing long sparks, broke through the clouds and plummeted towards the wolf pack. Boom! The resounding explosion mingled with the anguished cries of the prairie wolves, kicking up clouds of dust that obscured vision, continuing for a full minute as the howls of the wolves gradually faded, with no fewer than several hundred boulders falling. Everyone, including the horses, watched in terror, and even Lung Ling was taken aback, glancing at Xiao Tian, no longer underestimating her lord. A full 10 minutes passed before the dust settled. The ground was riddled with charred pits, tendrils of black smoke wafting through the air alongside the scent of cooked meat. Xiao Tian had anticipated a landscape strewn with boulders, but to his surprise, the stones vanished after the skill's conclusion. As everyone approached, the scene was utterly horrific. Many prairie wolves had been crushed into meat patties, with scarcely 1 in 10 leaving a corpse behind. Fortunately, 3 exceptional level wolves had endured, remaining intact. Lung Ling collected all the intact bodies, adhering to the principle of waste not, want not, while Xiao Tian proceeded to dismantle the remaining corpses. Out of over 200 prairie wolves, he managed to extract less than 100 pounds of meat and a small amount of wolf pelts. Fortunately, the fallen light orbs posed no issue. He gathered over 20, and for the first time, currency dropped, yielding a substantial haul of 68 silver coins and over 3,000 copper coins, amounting to nearly 1 gold coin. Upon the release of such a spectacular skill, the loyalty of his subordinates surged dramatically, transforming the entire group into steadfast followers, their gazes filled with admiration and reverence. Even the proud Lung Ling began to exhibit a more reserved demeanor. The horses were equally alarmed, with Xiao Mo's loyalty skyrocketing to 90 points. All right, since the matter is settled, let us return. With the day's objective accomplished, Xiao Tian commanded the group to head home. With Xiao Mo's assistance, everyone mounted their steeds effortlessly, guided along without the need for control. Though the group was slowed by a few injured ink-scaled antelopes, they still moved faster than on foot. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the slope below the shelter. The guards, including Bu Yi and the others, spotted the approaching herd from afar and promptly notified Xiao Qi, all on high alert with their castle crossbows at the ready. Only upon seeing Xiao Tian leading the charge did they breathe a sigh of relief. The slope was nearly 70 degrees and over 10 meters high, but the ink-scaled antelopes ascended effortlessly, reaching the gate, which Xiao Qi had already opened. The massive gate stood nearly 3 meters high and 10 meters wide, seamlessly connected to the stone wall. The stone wall had been raised an additional layer, now standing at 36 meters with an added width of 1 meter. Just prior, Xiao Qi and Bu Yi had been defending from atop the stone wall. First, the blood-sucking thorns extended their tendrils to greet Xiao Tian affectionately, then withdrew their leafy branches to create an opening. Xiao Qi and the others rushed out, joyfully greeting Xiao Tian and his entourage, visibly astonished by the sight of so many horses behind him. Let us proceed. We must enter. Once inside the gate, Xiao Tian intended to release the horses into the open space, but Xiao Qi interjected. My lord, the exceptional level breeding ground spans 500 square meters and can be configured to different breeding modes, including a pasture mode, making it ideal for housing the horses comfortably. Oh, it can be done like that? Let us go and take a look. The livestock farm is strategically situated near the agricultural zone, becoming the most prominent structure alongside the vegetable greenhouses. As Xiao Tian accessed the panel, he discovered that it was possible to incorporate crystal stones. Both water and fire crystals could regulate temperatures, facilitate the production of potable water, and automate feeding, requiring only manual input of food. Furthermore, wind crystals could be added to ensure proper ventilation. A variety of modes were available, accommodating small animals such as chickens, ducks, and geese in individual cages, while larger animals like pigs could be housed in separate pens. There was also a ranch mode, which, when activated, transformed the farm into 2 distinct sections, allowing for the adjustment of the ratio between outdoor and indoor spaces. For the nearly 50 black-scaled horned horses, having an outdoor area would not suffice for their need to stretch. It would be more prudent to convert the space entirely to indoor accommodations for their comfort, with provisions for daily exercise. Within the enclosure lay nearly 20,000 square meters of grassland, ample for them to roam. Little Mo, take them inside to rest. Someone will come to bring you food later, Xiao Tian instructed, as he led Little Mo and the herd into the farm. The warm and cozy environment pleased the black-scaled horned horses, who quickly settled in and sought out their preferred resting spots. Xiao Qi, arrange some knotweed and fresh meat for them, and observe what plants they prefer to eat. Also, lay down a thick layer of thatch for their comfort, Xiao Tian ordered. After making the necessary arrangements, he returned to the shelter with his team. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. After engaging in battle and having not eaten, everyone was famished. They hurriedly consumed some food before dispersing to bathe and rest. Exhausted, Xiao Tian lay on his bed and activated his wristband to check for messages. He first opened the group chat of the family locator ring, exchanging casual banter with his parents to gather some updates. Thanks to Xiao Tian's reminder, his mother had managed to accumulate a considerable stockpile of scarce items suitable for extreme cold weather. Additionally, 3 rare-level warriors had been added. And with the resources at their disposal, Qin Yu had already surpassed the epic level, consistently bringing back substantial resources with his team. Lin Lin's pet had also hatched, requiring only daily care before it could become another formidable ally. With Shi Jun assisting his father, the shelter's crisis had been alleviated, and with the resources from trading, steady development had begun. They would upgrade to stone houses by tomorrow at the latest. Thus, with Xiao Tian's support during the frigid weather, their growth would remain unimpeded. After concluding the chat, Xiao Tian opened the trading channel, where he noticed his small shop's name prominently displayed at the top, gleaming with golden light. Although he lacked business acumen, he understood its significance. Upon opening it, he found that Xiao Qi had listed all the hot-selling products, even including the long-abandoned scroll paper. The inventory of each product was depleting at a rapid pace, demonstrating the strong purchasing power. Xiao Qi had set up 2 selling methods, currency and basic materials, as the current currency in everyone's possession was quite limited. With Xiao Qi as the steward within, and the diligent players like Gan Yi and Guan Yidao outside, along with the expectation that Lung Ling would soon break through to the epic level, Xiao Tian was not far from a time of ease. In the team chat, the members were casually discussing the inventory, noting that some items were missing while others had increased. The establishment of this warehouse had significantly facilitated their operations, particularly benefiting Wang Chu, Lu Si, and Ning Yuango. Li Weiwei only contributed items she was too lazy to sell. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Li Weiwei had sent a message. Xiao Tian, this is something you should find quite essential. Chapter 75, The Big Shot Wants to See. And I am willing. Xiao Tian was intrigued by how confidently Li Weiwei asserted that he would need it. Upon opening the message, he shot up from his bed. Positioning compass, rare, capable of inputting an ID to locate the coordinates of another shelter, with a search radius of 100 kilometers, available for 55 uses. Was this not the very item he had been desperately seeking? Truly, the luck of the fortunate was unparalleled. Although the range was limited to 100 kilometers, one must not forget that Xiao Tian possessed a talent skill, potentially enhancing it by at least 1 level. How did you know I would need this? He inquired, puzzled by Li Weiwei's certainty, wondering if her talent allowed her to sense others' thoughts from afar. Are you insulting my intelligence? She retorted. In this entire area, who doesn't know that Zhao Tailin and Lin Meng have a vendetta against you? If they intend to target you, I refuse to believe you wouldn't want to strike first. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by his foolish question, Xiao Tian responded, Is there anything you require from me? I can check if I have it. After a brief pause, Li Weiwei replied, seemingly contemplating her needs. It appears I don't have anything particularly essential. To upgrade my shelter, I'm lacking some wood and stone. I seldom have time to sell items, and there aren't many farmers in my shelter, so the accumulation is slow. I know you have plenty. If you could spare some, I would appreciate it. By the way, I've sent over 40 space gems and the compass. Could you make me 2 exquisite level space rings? Xiao Tian, upon descending to check the supply cabinet, found it nearing capacity, with nearly 20,000 units of wood and stone each. And his currency had increased from 50 gold coins to 68 gold coins, along with hundreds of silver coins. Seeing the abundance of materials, Xiao Tian decided to send 2,000 units of each to Li Weiwei, recognizing that this commodity's value was subjective. Some might deem it worthless, while others might covet it desperately. He first crafted 4 exquisite level space rings. The production station had advanced from a small wooden cabin to its current state, yielding countless items and reaching level 4, which had doubled the production speed. The 4 rings were completed in just 5 seconds. Subsequently, he sent 2 rings along with the materials to Li Weiwei, while the remaining 2 were entrusted to Xiao Qi for future enhancement when resources allowed. Suddenly recalling that there were 3 blueprints for stone houses in the storage cabinet, likely retrieved by Xiao Qi, he noted that 3 team members had yet to upgrade to stone houses. Instead of selling the blueprints, he decided to allocate them to his teammates. He opened the group chat to share the stone house blueprints, along with 1,000 units of wood and stone. Tomorrow is the last day. Wang Chu, Lu Si, and Xiao Ning, you 3 haven't upgraded to stone houses yet. I've placed 3 blueprints in the warehouse. Hurry and upgrade. I've also left some materials. If you need more, feel free to take. Ning Yuango responded, Thank you, Xiao Tian. I won't be polite. I have some surplus materials. I'll put in 500 units of wood and stone for you. Wang Chu thanks. Lu Si, thank you, Captain. I'll add 5 exquisite level bows. Xiao Tian then inquired, By the way, have you all recommended any candidates yet? The group began to chime in. Xiao Ning stated that Xiao Tian was his only friend and had no one to recommend. Li Weiwei expressed that she had no trustworthy candidates, while Lu Si recommended Wu Ming, also known as the Naked Man Brother, as they had maintained contact since the beginning of their journey and he had proved to be of good character. Wang Chu was the last to speak, suggesting an unexpected candidate. I recommend 006767, the technician. Her name is Wang Lulu. Since I gifted her a piece of clothing early on, we've remained in contact. And she is quite reliable. Perhaps her previous profession may not have been commendable, but her personal conduct is beyond reproach. She is kind, resilient, and rational. This is my assessment of her. Before the crossing, she faced dire circumstances. Her father was gravely ill, and she lost her mother at a young age, which forced her into this line of work. While I cannot verify these claims, after crossing, she traded her beauty for survival resources and has assisted several older and younger girls in need. We have consistently engaged in this endeavor. But do not misconstrue it as an act of virtue. We only assist those in dire straits when we have surplus food. The chat fell into a profound silence, and it took a while before anyone spoke again. Ning Yuan Go. I don't know her well, so I won't comment. Li Wei Wei. I sold her an exquisite level item previously, but we haven't interacted much. Lu Si. I have some familiarity with her. She seems decent. Upon hearing Wang Chu mention the ID number, Xiao Tian suddenly recalled a short video he had saved, and the memory was still vivid in his mind. He had secretly saved it, and even declined her friend request, unsure of how to approach the situation. Inviting her into the team would be quite awkward, but unexpectedly, Lucy spoke up first. Lucy is quite the troublemaker. He must have seen her video. I wonder if Wang Chu has watched it too. Silently deleting the video, Xiao Tian thought to himself, since Wang Chu strongly recommended her and no one opposed, I shall add her as a friend and establish some contact. As for Wu Ming, Wang Lulu should have some insight into him. I'll inquire further. That's settled then. Everyone, let us get back to work. After concluding the call, Xiao Tian added Wang Lulu as a friend, and to his surprise, she accepted almost instantly. Wang Lulu promptly sent a message. Big shot. We are finally friends. Are we going to exchange little videos? Just so you know, I'm no longer filming. But if you're interested, I'm still willing to share, and this time, no need to save it secretly. Xiao Tian was taken aback, feeling a mix of embarrassment and disbelief. Haha, that's not the case. I'm here to discuss something serious. Wang Chu recommended you to join my team. He should have mentioned it to you. Are you willing? Also, any matters prior to joining the team should not be mentioned in the group. Wang Lulu was overjoyed upon reading Xiao Tian's message. She had not anticipated being invited into the esteemed Big Shots team. She didn't seek to become a powerhouse, but at least hoped for a life free of worries. Sister Chu had hinted at this, and she felt a strong desire to join, never dreaming that the Big Shot would extend an invitation to her. Yet, what did Wang Chu mean by this? Was Sister Chu really a rough character? I'm willing, very willing. I promise to keep everything confidential and won't disclose anything about the videos saved by the Big Shot. She lamented her own folly. Realizing that her curiosity had led her to save the video, she had never watched it even once after saving it. Xiao Tian pondered, feeling vexed. Let me clarify. Wang Chu recommended you highly, and I trust his judgment in bringing you into the team. If your performance is unsatisfactory, you may be removed. We must discard past behaviors that could tarnish the team's reputation, especially with a younger brother in the team. Furthermore, no information about the team should be leaked to outsiders. One last thing I'd like to ask. What is your impression of that naked guy, Wu Ming? The one you were with before your journey? What is he like? Wang Lulu replied, You mean Mingo? I don't know him well. We met for the first time that day. However, I've heard from my sisters that he is a contractor. His boss withheld payment for the project, and he sold his car to pay his workers. Previously, one of his subordinates had an accident, and aside from the compensation, he sent 1,000 yuan monthly to support the family. I suppose he is a good person. After a few more exchanges, they ended the call, and Xiao Tian invited Wang Lulu into the team, helping her get acquainted with everyone. Instead of seeking out Wu Ming first, Xiao Tian took out the compass, preparing for one last enhancement of his abilities for the day. Chapter 76, Positioning Compass, Epic. The enhancement was successful, yielding the Positioning Compass, Epic. Today seems fortunate. Out of 8 enhancements, 3 were level 2. Could it be that I possess a hidden lucky attribute? Xiao Tian marveled at the compass in his hand. Feeling elated at his good fortune, the compass was crafted from an unknown metal, radiating a gentle metallic sheen, palm-sized, intricately engraved with mysterious patterns and adorned with numerous enigmatic runes. Positioning Compass, Epic can input ID to locate the coordinates of the opponent's shelter. With a search range of 2,000 kilometers, usable 20 times, recovering once every 24 hours. Not only had the search range expanded to 2,000 kilometers, but the most astonishing aspect was that it wouldn't be rendered useless after a single use. It would recover once a day. And since it would not be used frequently, it was more than sufficient. Eagerly, Xiao Tian entered Lin Ming's ID, and after a 5-minute wait, the compass displayed a result, 826 kilometers to the southeast. Quickly, he took out his wristband to capture the coordinates. Over 800 kilometers might pose a challenge, especially with extreme cold weather approaching the day after tomorrow. Even if he set out now, with a mount, it would take at least a day and a night to return. Not only would he have to spend the night outside, but he was also uncertain of the conditions along the way. Next, he inquired about Zhao Tailin and Zhu Wuning's coordinates. He couldn't locate Zhao Tailin. Likely beyond the 2,000 kilometers, but he found Zhu Wuning's coordinates, also in the southeast, and less than 300 kilometers away. If all went smoothly on horseback, he could reach him in 2 hours. A faint smile crept across Xiao Tian's face, accompanied by a cold chuckle. Well, this is quite decent. I'll collect some interest first, and if all goes well, I might also deal with Lin Ming. However, preparations were necessary. Once the extreme cold weather hit and the newbie protection period ended, he would take immediate action. Approaching Xiao Qi, he inquired, "How did your day go? Did you acquire any special items?" Upon hearing Xiao Tian's question, Xiao Qi set aside her work and replied, "Today, I didn't find much. I bought a bronze treasure chest for a high price, a silver treasure chest, and 3 rare summoning orders. The rest were basic materials and currency. However, the carcass of the prairie wolf we brought back yielded 86 pounds of exceptional grade raw meat and 165 pounds of rare grade meat. We also acquired 8 quality blood essence and 4 rare ones, along with 3 exceptional grade ones. The slaughterhouse has shown a significantly higher yield of rare grade blood essence. Excellent. Arrange for all warriors on the brink of a breakthrough to consume the blood essence, especially for Lung Ling. Once Uncle Guan returns later, the remaining warriors should also be included. We'll be heading out tomorrow. Also, release all the arrow towers, defensive towers, catapults, and watchtowers from now on. Deploy as many as possible, as long as they are above the quality level, and upgrade them with rare building scrolls. Now, I need to rest for a while. Once Uncle Guan is back, have someone summon me." After giving his instructions, Xiao Tian returned to his room and promptly fell asleep, taking advantage of the little time remaining. When he awoke, it was already past 5 p.m., nearing dusk. His subordinates knocked on the door to inform him that Guan Yidao had returned with the team. Upon descending the stairs, he discovered that Lung Ling had successfully broken through to the epic level, with a base combat power of 418, gaining 168 points per level. Including her equipment, her combat power reached 1414 points, slightly less than Guan Yidao's, primarily due to inferior gear. 2 ordinary warriors and 2 farmers had also achieved breakthroughs, meaning that all of Xiao Tian's subordinates were now above the exceptional level. "Lord," Guan Yidao greeted respectfully upon seeing Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian smiled and asked Uncle Guan, "What did you harvest today?" "Dozens of pounds of various wild fruits and vegetables, 3 exceptional grade beasts, 16 rare grade ones, 14 exceptional grade beasts, and over 100 ordinary ones, totaling around 3,000 pounds of meat. Additionally, I collected some precious herbs for wooden treasure chests, 2 black iron treasure chests, and 1 silver treasure chest, along with over 10 dropped items," Guan Yidao promptly replied. Xiao Tian was very pleased. Considering their haul today, the exceptional grade food alone should weigh 100 or 200 pounds, enough to feed a group for quite some time. As for the lower grade items, they could only be traded now, while the ordinary ones were reserved for feeding the bloodthirsty thorns. "Xiao Qi, have the light orbs brought back today been opened, along with those from Uncle Guan? Were there any special items?" Xiao Tian turned to Xiao Qi and inquired. Holding a list, Xiao Qi approached Xiao Tian and said, "My lord, I opened some basic materials, along with 3 units of exceptional grade Xianjin, 2 rare grade summoning orders, 1 rare grade defensive tower, and a crafting blueprint for mount equipment. The rest were ordinary items, and I've already utilized what was useful." "Good. Lung Ling, take the Xianjin and the mount equipment blueprint to find Tai Shixin. See if he can enhance your current gear. Let him gather whatever materials are needed. Also, for the mount equipment, have Tai Shixin expedite the crafting process. The higher the quality, the better. At least 20 sets are required." Curious, Guan Yidao asked, "My lord, is there something significant happening tomorrow?" Taking out the compass, Xiao Tian responded, "Not tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, the newbie period will end, and the protective shield will disappear. I need to collect some interest. Please, my lord, do take me along. I will charge into battle for you," Guan Yidao declared loudly. Xiao Tian chuckled. "Of course, you shall accompany me, as well as Shuqian and Lung Ling. With the bloodthirsty thorns in place, the shelter will be quite secure." Meanwhile, Lin Ming was engaged in conversation with Xiao Tailin. "Lin Ming, have you located Xiao Tian's coordinates?" Xiao Tailin, "Rest assured, I have invested a significant sum to procure information from his friends. We shall soon know." Lin Ming who? Chapter 77, The New Profession of Healer. Lin Ming appeared exceedingly exhilarated, gripping his hands tightly, which inadvertently elicited a cry of pain from beneath him. "Xiao Tailin, that's your concern? How many men do you currently command? Once the protection period expires, we can commence our operations." "Humph, that old fox." Seeing Xiao Tailin's reluctance to divulge information, Lin Ming felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. "Lin Ming, I have a total of 81 subordinates, including 8 exceptional grade warriors, 68 rare grade, and over 200 elite grade. What about you?" Upon receiving Lin Ming's message, Xiao Tailin's pupils involuntarily constricted. He had not anticipated the Green Forest Gang to be so formidable. "Xiao Tailin, I have 95 subordinates, with 7 exceptional grade warriors, 46 rare grade, and over 300 elite grade. Old fox, don't think I am unaware of your few advanced beasts. Everyone has their trump cards." Both parties were allies, yet simultaneously engaged in mutual calculations. The demise of Xiao Tian would signal the collapse of their relationship. On Xiao Tian's side, prior to dining, he opened both a wooden treasure chest and a black iron chest, finding nothing of particular value, which he entrusted to Xiao Qi. He then utilized 5 rare-grade summoning orders. To his astonishment, he summoned 2 new professions. One was an elite cavalryman, possessing a combat attack power of 20. Proficient in archery and polearm, capable of both ranged and melee combat. Fortunately, he had tamed a herd of ink-scaled horned horses. Otherwise, he would have had to settle for being a ground cavalryman. The other 2 rare-grade warriors were sword and shield soldiers, lacking any weaknesses yet rather unremarkable. Xiao Tian instructed Guan Yidao to assign 3 warriors to them. Additionally, there was a non-professional civilian, marking Xiao Tian's second encounter with a civilian. It seemed that civilians held considerable potential, possessing learning skills akin to Xiao Qi, making them well-suited as Xiao Qi's assistant. This arrangement would allow Xiao Qi to catch her breath, as she had been working tirelessly. Even Xiao Tian, the ruthless capitalist, felt a pang of conscience. Xiao Tian named him Xiao Lu, a young lad just turned 18, possessing a somewhat bashful demeanor. Xiao Qi, he shall be your assistant from now on. Please take good care of him. Indeed, my lord. Xiao Qi exclaimed joyfully, startling Xiao Tian, who scolded her playfully. If you perish, do you think I am deaf? Xiao Qi stuck out her tongue and led Xiao Lu to the crafting station, teaching him its use. The last individual was a newly emerged profession, critical to the shelter. Unnamed, rare. Profession, healer. Affiliation, Xiao Tian. Level, 0 experience, 100. Loyalty, 80. Combat power, 205. Stamina, 100. Skills. Healing, consumes 2 stamina points to heal minor injuries. Cooldown time of 5 minutes. Traits. Alchemy, skilled in crafting healing potions, recovery potions, and detoxification potions. Equipment. Alchemy furnace, elite, combat power, 1 alchemy efficiency, 10 alchemy success rate, 10. Note. Possessing an alchemy pavilion can enhance the healer's efficiency. A high-quality alchemy pavilion can assist the healer in breakthroughs and allows for learning recipes. From now on, you shall be called Yaoi. Please share the materials you are adept at crafting potions. That is Xiao Qi, the steward of the shelter. Let her know if you lack anything, and she will assist you in gathering materials for the highest quality potions you can craft. After reviewing the information, Xiao Tian addressed the new healer. In response to my lord, my current maximum capability allows me to craft only rare-grade potions, with a success rate of 30. If I had access to a rare-grade alchemy pavilion, the success rate could be boosted to 60, providing a 1 in 10 chance to craft exceptional grade potions. Yao Yi replied respectfully. Excellent. You may go and dine, familiarize yourself with the others, and later communicate with Xiao Qi. As for the alchemy pavilion, I will endeavor to procure one as soon as possible. As the number of subordinates grew, the shelter became increasingly lively. After indulging in several high-quality meals, the elite-grade warriors in Guan Yidao's squad were nearing a breakthrough. Xiao Tian instructed Xiao Qi to distribute blood essence to facilitate their attempts at breaking through. Fortunately, breakthroughs for elite-grade warriors were relatively straightforward. 2 succeeded on their first attempt, while the remaining 3, with lower potential, could not advance and had to remain at the shelter. Xiao Tian had resolved not to send any warriors below rare grade into the field. All of them were summoned by him, possessing flesh, blood, and emotions. Deep down, he wished to spare any from sacrifice. He would wait until he obtained the necessary potions or extraordinary fruits for breakthroughs before sending them out. Gong Yi, summoned earlier as a rare grade warrior, was merely 10 combat power points away from breaking through to exceptional grade. Xiao Tian instructed him to consume exceptional grade blood essence, hoping to add another exceptional grade warrior to his ranks. Gong Yi was immensely excited, never expecting his lord to grant him the opportunity for a breakthrough so suddenly. After consuming the exceptional grade blood essence, Gong Yi took a moment to react, a soft white light emanating from his body, flickering on and off for nearly 10 minutes. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Tian shook his head and sighed. It still falls short. We shall have to wait until tomorrow for the spirit fruit to mature. No sooner had he spoken than a brilliant white light burst forth from Gong Yi, signaling a successful breakthrough at the last moment. Gong Yi was elated, rising to kneel before Xiao Tian, bowing deeply, and exclaimed, "Thank you, my lord, for your support. I pledge to protect you with my life. Oh dear, do not speak of dying so casually. Listen up, I have invested so much, and I expect you to help me reach the end. None of you are permitted to die. Now rise." Xiao Tian waved his hands repeatedly, addressing the group. Upon hearing this, the others responded excitedly, "Yes, my lord." Their loyalty surged once more, gaining several staunch supporters. Once Xiao Tian had concluded his affairs and inspected the storage cabinet, he noted that the small shop had 200 slots available for selling goods. Although the storage cabinet was not completely full, it was nearing capacity. He reminded Xiao Qi to find another one. Upon exiting the shelter, the territory was as bright as day, where Nong Yi was diligently laboring alongside his subordinates. With an abundance of common-grade products such as life grass, cotton, knotweed, and buplurum planted in rare-grade fields, coupled with fertilization, the maturation period was exceedingly brief. Nongyi had already organized 3 shifts, with 8 farmers appearing somewhat overwhelmed. Observing this, Xiao Tian returned to the shelter and approached Xiao Qi, saying, "The territory is developing too swiftly. We still lack farmers. How many elite-grade summoning orders do we have left?" Upon hearing Xiao Tian's inquiry, Xiao Qi immediately opened the list to check, removing 2 elite-grade summoning orders currently up for auction and handing him the 4 she held. "My lord, they are all here. Would you like to acquire them?" After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Tian replied, "Let us procure another batch. I shall increase our number of farmers by 10 to 15, lest Nongyi and his team become overwhelmed. 3 shifts are not sustainable. Over time, it will take a toll on them. They cannot work like this indefinitely." Having spoken, Xiao Tian utilized the summoning orders, unexpectedly summoning 2 farmers, 2 archers, and even a delightful surprise in the form of an elite-grade blacksmith apprentice. After a brief introduction to the shelter, Xiao Tian escorted the 5 newcomers out, first assigning the blacksmith apprentice to Tai Shi Xian for assistance in repairing the warrior's equipment durability. Next, he called upon Bu Yi to lead the 2 archers and accompany the 2 farmers to the fields. "Nongyi, make the necessary arrangements. We have recruited 2 more. We shall summon another batch tomorrow." Nongyi, who was busy harvesting, quickly replied upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, "That's wonderful. I was just about to suggest it. With the additional fields, things have become rather hectic. Rest early," Xiao Tian concluded, then strolled around the territory. After a brief rest, the territory had gained numerous new structures. Xiao Qi had successfully installed all the tower facilities around, albeit they were merely elite grade, yet their quantity was considerable, providing a steady output without fatigue, quite commendable. Glancing at the squad chat, several members were engaged in lively conversation, especially with Wang Lulu's presence, which had significantly uplifted the atmosphere. Lu Si, the honest fellow, was conversing more than usual. Just then, Lu Si inquired about Wu Ming. Xiao Tian suddenly remembered he had yet to reach out, so he sent Wu Ming a message. "Xiao Tian, naked brother, are you busy? I have something to discuss with you." Chapter 78. How can one hesitate? As Wu Ming delayed in responding, Xiao Tian decided to open the team chat and reply to Lu Si. "Xiao Tian, Wu Ming has yet to respond. You all seem to be having a great time. Lu Si, I never knew you were so loquacious. You've certainly made Wang Lulu laugh heartily." "Li Weiwei, exactly. He rarely speaks with us. I thought he was merely reserved and shy. It turns out he just hadn't met the right company. Ultimately, we must not be exceptional enough." "Lu Si, I was just worried that Wang Lulu might feel constrained." After some lighthearted banter, Xiao Tian exchanged messages with the group, sharing the information about the summoned healer, urging them to keep an eye on the alchemy pavilion for future potion crafting. He also received new intelligence. The shelters were spaced 10 kilometers apart, and many had already verified this. Moreover, Li Weiwei and Wang Chu had encountered off-world creatures. Li Weiwei's encounter was with burrowers, whose terrifying appearance was characterized by eyeless faces and exceptional hearing. Fortunately, her subordinates were exceptionally strong, easily resolving the situation, and they discovered some magic crystals in the process. Wang Chu, on the other hand, faced the poisonous spirit tribe, which was repugnant in appearance, covered in pus-filled sores and exuding deadly toxins. Upon being slain, they would self-destruct, causing a proficient warrior to be splattered with their blood, which rapidly eroded him to mere bones. Thankfully, their numbers were not overwhelming, with only rare-level creatures discovered thus far. After advising everyone to exercise caution while venturing out, he exited the chat, as Wu Ming had finally replied. "Wu Ming, big bro, what do you need? I'm willing to help with anything. Just one request. Please don't call me naked man brother. I've been clothed for many years now." Truly, a person seasoned by the trials of society speaks with precision. Xiao Tian chuckled upon reading the latter part of the message. "Xiao Tian, I don't need your assistance for anything at the moment. Lu Si recommended you for my team. You know Wang Lulu, right? She has a favorable impression of you, which is why I'm inquiring if you would be interested." Xiao Tian proceeded to inform Wu Ming about the team members, their roles and responsibilities. Before long, Wu Ming responded. "Wu Ming, with such benefits, I am naturally willing to join. Since you have faith in me, I shall strive to prove myself." The communication left a positive impression of Wu Ming. The conversation was quite enjoyable. "Xiao Tian, all right. I'm adding you to the team now. Just to clarify, if you or Wang Lulu do not perform well, you will be removed from the team." Wu Ming, understood. "I comprehend." Subsequently, Xiao Tian invited Wu Ming into the team. Just as he was about to engage in further conversation with the others, his mother suddenly sent a video call, prompting Xiao Tian to offer a brief farewell to the group before exiting. Upon opening the family ring and connecting to the video call, he exclaimed, "Mom, what's wrong?" Noticing his mother's unusual emotional state, he quickly inquired. Li Wei, with reddened eyes, replied, "I had someone take your sister away because I wanted to ask you, has your father lost his leg? Don't try to deceive me. I saw the screenshots you sent today." Since his mother had discovered the truth, Xiao Tian no longer held back, gently stating, "Mom, since you found out, I want to hide it from you. I noticed it through the reflection of the weapon in the image. I've already found a potion for limb regeneration. and I'll send it to Dad tomorrow. Everything will be fine. Hearing Xiao Tian's words, Li Yue felt a wave of relief wash over her, patting her chest as she said, "That's good. That's good. I'm relieved you found it in time. Otherwise, I can't bear to think what might have happened. Unfortunately, I can't video chat with him. I can only see text. Linlin wants to see her dad, but can't. Don't worry, Mom. My family ring can still be upgraded. Perhaps after the upgrade, we'll be able to meet." Xiao Tian reassured her. Linlin opened a treasure chest today and got something good. I'll send it to you shortly. Don't worry about me, Mom. Qin Liang is also set to make a breakthrough tomorrow, and today, 2 more rare-level subordinates joined. After hanging up, he said, "Good night." Once the video was closed, Li Yue sent over the item, leaving Xiao Tian astonished. It was precisely what he needed. Return to City Scroll. Rare requires prior binding to a shelter. Upon use, it teleports the user and all entities within a 3-meter radius back to the shelter. It takes 5 seconds to activate, cannot be interrupted, with a teleportation distance of 1,000 kilometers, and can be used 55 times. Xiao Tian calculated that the area covered was approximately 28 square meters under normal positioning. Squeezing a bit could accommodate about 50 people. However, if they brought along the centaurs, 12 could fit without issue. This was indeed sufficient. His mother's item was a timely boon, enabling him to gather Lin Meng as well. Tomorrow, he could also enhance it. The extraordinary level should be even more potent with a wider range. Suddenly, his wristband rang incessantly. Upon checking, he found that the team members were all present. "Xiao Tian, what is going on?" "Li Weiwei. Brother Xiao, everyone is discussing when we can gather at your shelter since you have the summoning skill." The group was buzzing with excitement, as most had traversed alone until now and were eager to meet. Xiao Tian initially considered rejecting the idea, but realized that turning away team members just after forming the group would fracture their trust and leave lingering doubts about his leadership. However, the timing felt inappropriate, so he stated, "Xiao Tian, how about tomorrow at 9 a.m.? The day after will bring extreme cold weather. And who knows if we'll even be able to venture outside then." After discussing with the group, he exited the chat. Since the team members were coming tomorrow, there were certain matters Xiao Tian did not wish to disclose. While structures could not be relocated, personnel could be reassigned. He planned to have Guan Yidao lead a team of warriors to search the southeast direction early the next morning, while some of the life-class subordinates remained in the rooms to avoid the team members. Standing before the shelter with an epic-grade building upgrade blueprint in hand, Xiao Tian had been pondering for half an hour about which structure to enhance. The options included the well, the light tower, the breeding grounds, the vegetable greenhouse, and the only extraordinary grade farmland. All 5 structures were extraordinary and served vital functions. Ultimately, Xiao Tian decided on the light tower for one reason: healing. Approaching the light tower, he clicked to use the upgrade. A dazzling white light enveloped the entire structure, causing it to ascend to a height of 50 meters, adorned with mysterious patterns as white light danced along them. Upon completion, under the radiance, his previously fatigued body felt invigorated, the weariness dissipating instantaneously. Is it truly this powerful? Xiao Tian was taken aback, opening his panel to inspect. Light tower, epic grade. Auxiliary type. Trait 1, illumination, dispels darkness within a 150-meter radius centered on the light tower. Trait 2, restoration. Rapidly restores stamina and injuries within a 150-meter radius centered on the light tower. Trait 3, life-s anthem. Instantly restores all injuries of a designated being. Cooldown time, 36 hours. Trait 4, light shield, generates a protective barrier, must be manually activated, with a radius of 100 meters, barrier energy value of 10,000. Ineffective against rare level attacks, 1 hit from rare level, 10 from extraordinary level, and 100 from epic level. Energy regenerates at a rate of 1 point per minute, and light crystals can be used to replenish energy. Note, perpetual motion machine. With it, night becomes day, and as long as there is breath, one cannot perish. Delightful. Aside from trait 1 remaining unchanged, trait 2's restoration speed had transformed to rapid, explaining the sudden surge of vitality he experienced moments ago. This meant he could have his subordinates undertake more tasks, right? Suddenly shaking his head and patting the back of his head, he muttered, "How can I hesitate? Feeling so invigorated and unable to sleep would be terribly dull. I must work harder." The cooldown time for Life-s Anthem was halved, and an additional defense tower-like feature was added, effectively bolstering the shelter's security. Given the current defensive capabilities of the shelter, Xiao Tian could hardly fathom what enemy could pose a threat to him. As he admired the light tower, a voice called from behind him, "Lord, you must come see Little Black." Chapter 79, Bloodline Evolution. Awakened from his reverie by the urgent tone, Xiao Tian turned around and asked, "What is it?" Xiao Qi, her expression tense, replied, "It's Little Black. Just now, when it was hungry, Xiao Fong fed it a piece of extraordinary meat, and afterward, it seemed to be in great pain, rolling on the ground. What? Quickly take me to see." Suddenly coming to his senses, Xiao Tian felt a surge of anxiety. After all, this was the highest combat power of the sanctuary, considering that the Liver Emperor would not attack proactively. Rushing into the sanctuary, he noticed several subordinates gathered together. while Xiao Fong stood nervously in place, at a loss. Xiao Tian pushed through the crowd and saw Xiao He rolling on the ground, blood oozing from the protruding areas on its head and back. In the span of a day, its size had seemingly doubled. He opened the panel to check. Dragon Rock Lizard, legendary level. Bloodline evolution in progress. Encountering such a situation for the first time, Xiao Tian was utterly perplexed and turned to Xiao Fong for answers. What has Xiao He eaten? Xiao Fong, on the verge of tears, replied anxiously, fearing she had made a mistake. Just now, Xiao He kept whining and tugging at my pant leg. I thought it was hungry, so I took a piece of meat from the storage cabinet to feed it. After it finished eating, I realized I had given it the meat of a fire spirit salamander, and now it has turned into this. Don't worry. There's no need for guilt. It is evolving and will be fine shortly. Xiao Tian reassured her. They waited for a full 2 hours, and the clock struck midnight. Typically, everyone except for those on duty would be resting. Yet today, everyone seemed invigorated and unable to sleep. Those who could work busied themselves, while the idle warriors, led by Guan Yidao, found an empty space to practice. Suddenly jolted from his reverie by Xiao He's abrupt cry, Xiao Tian stood up to investigate. At that moment, Xiao He appeared to be in great distress. The swollen flesh on its head had burst, and 2 small horns emerged, while 2 bulges on its back began to take shape. This continued for half an hour, during which the horns grew to 5 centimeters, and the bulges on its back gradually unfolded, revealing wings. With the evolution complete, Xiao He lay weakly on the ground, gasping for breath and calling out feebly. Observing this, Xiao Tian instructed his subordinates to fetch hot water while he pulled out a piece of exceptional grade meat to feed it. At this point, Xiao He had grown to 60 centimeters in length, with a tail exceeding 50 centimeters, a size greater than it had been in the morning. In just 2 bites, Xiao He devoured the meat and still begged for more. Xiao Tian fed it 3 pieces in total and followed up with a basin of water until it was satiated. You eat so much. I fear I cannot afford to keep you. Xiao Tian chuckled as he took a towel from Xiao Fong to gently wipe Xiao He. Once cleaned, and aided by the restorative effects of the light tower, Xiao He became extraordinarily lively, darting around Xiao Tian's feet. Watching Xiao He, now adorned with a pair of wings, scamper about, Xiao Tian found it amusing, resembling a featherless chicken. He let it outside the sanctuary, eager to see it fly a few laps. It was only then that he realized it was past midnight, marking the last day of the novice period. Today's enhancement count has reset, and I haven't yet enhanced a living creature. Should I give it a try? Xiao Tian mused, casting a mischievous glance at Xiao He, who trembled in fear. Let's give it a shot. After all, there's nothing to lose if it fails. With that, Xiao Tian targeted Xiao He for enhancement. Enhancement target, Dragon Rock Lizard. Are you certain? A prompt appeared. Enhancing living beings has unpredictable and variable outcomes. It may result in a standard upgrade in quality or a genetic mutation, potentially transforming it into a new species and nullifying its allegiance. Confirm? Cancel. Initially nonchalant, Xiao Tian was startled and hastily canceled the enhancement. What if, after the enhancement, it evolved into a different species and lost its allegiance? That would mean a mythical level monster materializing within his territory. Unthinkable. Relieved, he patted his chest. Grateful he hadn't enhanced Xiao He, but rather thankful he hadn't enhanced himself. He had never had enough attempts, so he hadn't risked it. What if a mutation resulted in an extra leg or arm? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Xiao He, fly for me to see. Upon reaching the open area, Xiao Tian commanded. True to its legendary status, Xiao He, having only been born a few days prior, understood and stood tall, spreading its nearly 1 meter wide wings with formidable grace. If one were to liken it to anything, it had a hint of a dragon-like essence, leaving one curious about how it would develop as it matured. With its limbs coiled for power, Xiao He flapped its wings vigorously, stirring up a gust of wind that sent dust and debris swirling. Xiao Tian watched in excitement. Here it comes, take off. Xiao He dashed forward, running with all its might, leaving Xiao Tian bewildered, his hair adorned with stray bits of grass. After a lap, Xiao He returned, its large eyes expectantly seeking praise from its master. Goodness, I asked you to fly, not perform an elaborate prelude. All you did was run in a circle. Xiao Tian berated, glancing at the stairs leading to the edge of the light tower, and dragged Xiao He up to the tower's apex. At the top, Xiao Tian glared menacingly at Xiao He. Either you fly down, or I'll kick you off. Xiao He trembled at the sight of the ground far below. The sheer drop of dozens of meters caused its limbs to quiver as it clung desperately to the railing, ultimately, under the threat of its ruthless master. At the cost of 5 loyalty points, Xiao He squeezed its eyes shut, a single drop of crimson tear escaping as it steeled itself and leaped. Xiao Tian was not worried. One must not forget the unique properties of the light tower. So long as there was a breath left in one, death was not an option. He leaned over the edge, watching as Xiao He plummeted downwards. Initially frantic, Xiao He flapped its wings desperately upon jumping, and though it did not achieve flight, it descended gently to the ground, unscathed. Opening its eyes, Xiao He was astonished, inspecting itself thoroughly and realizing it was unharmed. Energized, it clambered back up to the tower's peak and jumped again, this time with better results, knowing to flap its wings in advance, soaring outwards for several meters before landing. Gradually gaining confidence, Xiao He repeated its attempts, flying farther each time, drawing a crowd of onlookers below who cheered it on. Xiao Tian called out loudly, "Xiao He, fly around the territory, but do not venture outside." "Ow!" Xiao He responded, leaping off once more. This time, it ascended smoothly, maintaining steadiness as it successfully circled the territory. "Excellent." The crowd erupted in applause, and Xiao He responded from above, "Ow." With each lap, Xiao He mastered the technique, landing securely atop the tower, eagerly anticipating praise from its master. This time, Xiao Tian smiled brightly, unhesitatingly pulling out exceptional grade raw meat to feed it while exclaiming, "Well done. Eat up. Grow strong. I'm looking forward to riding you in the skies." Thus concluded the tale of Xiao He's flight, and as everyone returned to their tasks, Xiao Tian glanced at the clock, noting it was already 2:30 in the morning. Despite the late hour, the team remained fervently engaged in their work, with no sign of fatigue, though they were a group of tireless beasts yearning for respite. However, staying awake for 24 hours was unsustainable, should nerves become frayed. It would lead to complications. He needed to devise a plan to address the restorative properties of the light tower, otherwise, everyone might forego sleep altogether. As Xiao Tian pondered this issue, he slowly made his way back to the sanctuary, while Xiao He had claimed the top of the light tower as its nest, refusing to come down. Upon entering the sanctuary, Xiao Qi spoke up, "Master, I've discovered an intriguing component for the sanctuary. Take a look." Curiously, Xiao Tian received it and opened the details, his expression shifting as he contemplated the implications. Could it be that my hidden talent was to manifest my desires? Shielding dome, sanctuary component, capable of shielding the area within the stone house from any positive or negative states, manually operable. Nice. Xiao Tian activated the component, and a switch appeared on the inside of the door. Curiously, he flipped it, and instantly, the boundless energy within him began to dissipate. Sighing deeply, Xiao Tian relished this newfound correct way of living. He had no desire to emulate the Liver Emperor, only wishing to recline peacefully, ideally until the finals, where he could be carried in by his subordinates. Xiao Qi, arrange for a team to take the night shift. Let everyone else return to rest. From now on, aside from the 1-hour switch during meal times, keep the shielding dome activated at all other times. Anything else can wait until tomorrow. Everyone deserves a good rest. The restorative power of the beacon tower extends far beyond the mere surface. After enveloping himself in the protective barrier, Xiao Tian felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Upon returning to his chamber, he reclined and swiftly succumbed to slumber, enjoying an uninterrupted rest until dawn. Remarkably, despite only 4 hours of sleep, he awoke feeling utterly revitalized. Descending the stairs, he encountered the Liver Emperor, who had just begun his meal. Xiao Tian approached and took a seat beside him. "My lord, please sit. Enjoy your meal." The Liver Emperor greeted, rising momentarily to acknowledge him. Xiao Tian gently urged him back into his seat and poured him a glass of superior grade water. "Did you bring back any animal babies last night?" Xiao Tian inquired with curiosity, to which the Liver Emperor responded with a grave expression, "No." The mining site was undisturbed by any fauna. I discovered a damp cave by the riverside where I unearthed numerous crystal stones. That turtle was quite perceptive, retracting its head and leaving me in peace. "Impressive," Xiao Tian remarked, silently giving his approval with a thumbs up. Choosing not to disturb the Liver Emperor further, he collected his meal and joined the warriors at the grand dining table, while the farmers and others had already finished their meals and returned to work. After breakfast, Xiao Tian checked the time. Weather and time. Killing Continent Year 1, January 7th, 7:33 a.m., 27 minutes until dawn. Temperature, 26 C. Weather, clear. To his surprise, the temperature had dropped so low. This marked the first clear day in the 7 days since his arrival in this world. Fortunately, he had prepared ample warm clothing, and in his shelter, the lowest quality was at the superior level, ensuring that his robust physique was unaffected by the chill. "Xiao Qi, share the gains from yesterday, as well as what the Liver Emperor brought back," he prompted after Xiao Qi finished her meal. She walked to the crafting table to retrieve a list and returned to the dining table, stating, "The total value of currency earned yesterday is approximately 38 gold coins, with basic materials totaling around 50,000 units, alongside various superior grade items. The rare items are few, comprising only 1 vegetable greenhouse and 1 arrow tower, in addition to 2 black iron chests and 1 bronze chest." The Liver Emperor also returned with thousands of basic materials, over 30 fire crystal stones, more than 70 crystal stones, 6 gold crystal stones, some medicinal herbs, and the most precious find, a rare beast spirit fruit that enhances animal quality. There are 2 black iron chests and 1 silver chest, but no animal corpses. Xiao Tian was astonished by the rapid acquisition of crystal stones. With these, many facilities could be constructed. He learned from Tai Shirshin that the blacksmith's forge also required them, as nearly all superior grade buildings relied on crystal stones. Once he absorbed this information, he promptly sent the medicinal pills to his father and initiated a video call, which connected swiftly after just a few seconds. After resting for 2 days, Xiao Xiong appeared much improved, his mood buoyant, and a smile ever present. As soon as the connection was established, he spoke. Xiao Tian, so early. Today is the final day. How are your preparations coming along? Quite thorough indeed. However, your side contacted me rather late, limiting the amount of support I could provide. Are you managing all right? Xiao Tian expressed concern. Waving dismissively, Xiao Xiong replied confidently, I may not claim to run a vast enterprise, but I have navigated the business world for many years. With the superior grade ginger soup you sent, a unique offering in the entire region, I've sold fewer than 40 portions, already earning a substantial number of items. Not to mention the shelter's construction and components, all superior grade, combined with the harvest from Xiao Tian and others. We now possess several dozen pounds of superior grade food. Today, I have also recruited 3 rare grade and 2 superior grade subordinates. We are progressing steadily and safely. Xiao Tian nodded, reassured. Then I can rest easy. Ensure you are well prepared with sufficient warmth and defensive measures. First, consume the medicinal pills. I want to observe the effects. Understood. Without delay, Xiao Xiong took the strengthening bone pill and swallowed it. Upon ingestion, a horrific scream erupted from Xiao Xiong as 2 waves of heat surged from his abdomen to his lower limbs. The wounds that had previously healed burst open, flesh, muscle, and bone visibly regenerating at an astonishing rate. My lord, Xiao Tian and his companions, alerted by their leader's cries, abandoned their tasks and rushed in. Do not move him. Father is regenerating his severed leg. Stand guard on either side to prevent him from falling, Xiao Tian instructed promptly. Xiao Tian and the others, upon seeing the video, bowed to Xiao Tian and complied, positioning themselves beside Xiao Xiong. The agonizing screams persisted for approximately 10 minutes, the pain akin to having one's bones scraped. A torment that would have elicited screams even from the legendary Guan Yu. As the cries grew increasingly hoarse, they eventually faded to a whisper. Yet the process was nearing completion, having reached the ankles. Once both feet had fully formed, a radiant light enveloped Xiao Xiong, and black impurities began to exude from his pores. There was still potential for further breakthroughs, likely due to Xiao Xiong having consumed several days' worth of high-quality food, allowing him to meet the necessary physical standards. With the aid of the medicinal pill's potency, he surged forward and achieved a breakthrough. Xiao Tian, arrange for hot water. Observing his lord's continued daze, Xiao Tian commanded. The group hastily complied, their hearts swelling with joy. Although their lord treated them well, the shelter's strength was still lacking, and everyone hoped to serve under a robust leader, one with greater prospects. Once the breakthrough was complete, Xiao Xiong took a moment to recover. Having just ascended to the superior level, both his stamina and spirit rejuvenated, he tenderly caressed his newly grown legs, unable to contain his affection. Noticing Xiao Tian's exasperated eye roll, he remarked, Father, enough already. Do you not see how grimy your hands have become? Only then did Xiao Xiong realize the state of his hands, and with an embarrassed chuckle, he attempted to rise. However, as he stood, he wobbled precariously, nearly toppling over, only to be caught in time by Xiao Tian, who helped him back into a seated position. This is likely due to your new limbs not yet acclimating. You should practice for a couple of days. They can assist you, Xiao Tian advised. I will go and share the good news with Mother. Signing off. After ending the video call, he proceeded to contact Li Yue, conveying his father's situation and sending her a carefully captured image. Upon seeing the image of Xiao Xiong's restored leg, Li Yue couldn't help but cover her mouth and weep. After offering her some words of comfort and discussing a few details with his sister, he ended the call. It was already 8:30 a.m., and he needed to organize the expedition team in anticipation of the arrival of the squad members. Xiao Tian first opened the chests below the silver tier, yielding modest rewards, the best being a rare grade summoning order. He then reinforced 2 silver chests, which transformed into 2 golden chests. Upon opening them, he discovered 50 pieces of fine iron, 1 building upgrade blueprint, superior, 1 farmland, epic, 2 summoning orders, rare, 1 summoning order, superior, 1 equipment upgrade scroll, epic, and 8 spatial gems. Counting the summoning orders in his possession, he found 11 superior grade, 6 of which were traded back by Xiao Qi, and he proceeded to utilize the newly acquired rare and superior grades. He summoned 6 superior grade farmers, 5 superior grade warriors, 2 rare grade warriors, and 1 newly appeared profession, the rancher, adept at caring for animals and training mounts. This individual would oversee the breeding grounds, enhancing the growth rate of animals by 20. While this may seem modest, the existing farmers lack the expertise to do more than feed the animals, making this specialized role quite necessary. The final summoned individual was a superior grade warrior, distinguished by a name, Lin Feng, superior. Profession, 100-man commander. Affiliation, Xiao Tian. Level, 0 experience, 0-100. Loyalty, 80. Combat power, 666, 368,298. Stamina, 100-100. Skill, spiral thrust. Attack power 100. Releases a spear-like energy, rapidly piercing the target, moving with the spear. Attack range, 30 meters. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Charge. within a 20-meter radius of allied units, speed 10, attack power 10, lasting for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Traits: charge formation, leading the charge, greatly boosting the morale of allied units. Equipment: rare grade iron spear, rare grade Mingguang armor, rare grade iron helmet, rare grade deerskin boots. Evaluation: proficient in skirmishes, particularly suited for frontline assaults. The battle prowess is impressive. Another formidable general has joined the ranks. Xiao Tian observed that, aside from Guan Yidao's unique nature, the summoned extraordinary talents all possess their own names and exhibit even greater potential. After introducing the new subordinate to the conditions of the shelter, the elite-grade warriors remained stationed. Led by Bui, he then addressed Guan Yidao, stating, Uncle Guan, Lin Feng, and the newly summoned rare-grade warrior are assigned to you. Today's mission is to continue searching towards the southeast. You, Lin Feng, and Gong Yi will mount a rare-grade horned steed together. The remaining warriors will be paired with elite-grade ones for exploration, ensuring the route is thoroughly scouted. Understood, Guan Yidao replied. Xiao Tian further enhanced a good quality spatial ring into a rare grade 1 and handed it to Lin Feng. He intended to enhance several good quality spatial rings. Provided he had enough enhancement opportunities each day, he planned to give at least 2 spatial rings to his father, allowing his subordinates to bring back more resources during their hunts. My lord, we are ready. Let us depart. At this moment, Guan Yidao returned from the blacksmith with his newly recruited warriors, addressing Xiao Tian. Guan Yidao's squad consisted of himself, an epic grade warrior, Lin Feng and Gong Yi as extraordinary grade warriors, along with 6 rare grade warriors who had donned their new rare grade equipment. Although the number of personnel was similar to yesterday, their strength was vastly different. Go, and be sure to return before nightfall. With Xiao Tian's response, Guan Yidao mounted and set off with his subordinates, racing towards the southeast. My lord, the first floor can no longer accommodate everyone. How should we arrange it? As Xiao Tian gazed at Guan Yidao's departing squad, he heard Xiao Qi's voice behind him. After a brief calculation, excluding Guan Yidao's 9 members, there were still 8 from Lung Ling's team, 13 elite-grade warriors from Bu Yi's guard team, 14 farmers including Nong Yi, 1 cook, 2 blacksmiths, 1 animal husbandry specialist, 1 physician, Xiao Qi and her 2 assistants. And he nearly forgot about the elderly liver emperor. After traversing for 7 days, he had unknowingly summoned over 50 individuals. Xiao Qi, for the 8 rooms upstairs. You and Lung Ling can share 1, Guan Yidao and Shu Dao Lin Feng another, Nong Yi, Bu Yi, and Gong Yi in 1. And Tai Shixin and the 2 of you in 1. Xiao Lu and Yao Yi will share. By the way, what name will you give the animal husbandry specialist? Xiao Tian finally remembered, having handed over the naming rights to Xiao Qi due to his struggles with it. Lin Mu, Xiao Qi replied. All right, you can live with Xiao Lu and Yao Yi. As for the remaining 3 rooms, let's have the 12 rare grade warriors squeeze in, with 8 men and 4 women. It will be just right with 4 per room. In the future, if new recruits arrive, the extraordinary grade will be arranged on the 2nd floor. If space is insufficient, you and Guan Yidao can move to the larger rooms. Once the arrangements were made, Xiao Tian stepped outside the shelter to gather the squad members. Are you all ready? I am about to assemble you, he inquired in the squad chat. Upon receiving responses from everyone, he clicked to gather them. Moments later, beams of white light flickered as 6 team members gradually arrived. Wow, this is Xiao Ji's shelter. So many buildings. Look at that tower. It's so tall. You should see my shelter. It is nothing compared to this. Upon their arrival, the group exclaimed, marveling at the various unfamiliar structures. While no one noticed that one person remained silent, seemingly absorbed in sending a message. Chapter 82, The Squad Gathers, Coordinates Leaked. With a light slap, Xiao Tian playfully tapped the silent individual on the shoulder, smiling as he remarked, What are you thinking about, being so quiet? You must be Wu Ming. The man, approximately 35 years of age, bore a sincere expression, reminiscent of a righteous character from Water Margin. Seemingly startled, he stammered, Hello, Captain. I am Wu Ming. A friend sought my help just now, so I was distracted while replying. Xiao Tian waved his hand dismissively, saying, Why be so formal? I don't look like a fierce demon, do I? I just want to get to know everyone. Among them was the youngest boy, towering at a height of nearly 18 meters with a well-proportioned physique. His youthful face exuded an innocent charm, prompting Xiao Tian to approach him. So shy at such a young age, you must be Ning Yuango. Hello, Xiao Ning. At this moment, Ning Yuango appeared less timid, seemingly feeling a special kinship with Xiao Tian, and responded with a smile. Hello, brother Xiao. It's great to finally meet you. Next, Xiao Tian approached 2 young women walking arm in arm, both around 20 years old yet exuding distinct auras. One radiated youthful energy, brimming with a strong campus vibe, Li Weiwei. The other, however, possessed an alluring demeanor, causing Xiao Tian to momentarily lose his train of thought. Li Weiwei, Wang Lulu, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Hello. Brother Xiao, your shelter is magnificent and expansive, Li Weiwei exclaimed dramatically, while Wang Lulu smiled and added, Hello, Captain. She then quietly mentioned, Nice to meet you. Xiao Tian understood her subtlety and awkwardly moved to the side of another man, who appeared to be around 30. With a robust physique and a weathered face indicative of a life of hard labor in the former world, he embraced the man's shoulder warmly, saying, "Brother Wang Chu, it's great to finally meet you. I didn't expect Lu Si to be such a beauty." After greeting Wang Chu, he turned to Lu Si. Everyone froze, incredulously gazing at him. Wang Chu shook off Xiao Tian's arm and took a step back, exclaiming, "Captain, I am Lu Si. She is Wang Chu." "What?" Xiao Tian exclaimed in astonishment, feeling as if a good brother had returned from abroad, transformed into a beauty. Laughter erupted among the group at Xiao Tian's antics, causing Wang Lulu's notable assets to sway, eliciting wide-eyed reactions from Wu Ming and Lu Si. It was no wonder Xiao Tian had made such an assumption. He had always believed Wang Chu to be male, and since she rarely participated in group discussions, the others were well aware of her true identity. Wang Chu gracefully approached Xiao Tian, casting him a teasing glance and smiling slightly. "Hello, Brother Xiao." Xiao Tian awkwardly replied, "Hello, Sister Wang Chu." "Oh, no longer calling me Brother Wang Chu?" she teased. To alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Xiao Tian quickly redirected the conversation, announcing, "Everyone, follow me. I'll take you on a tour of my shelter." He first led the group to the top of the stone wall, circling the territory. And as they observed the geographical positioning of Xiao Tian's shelter, they couldn't help but marvel at their good fortune. Li Weiwei remarked, "My shelter is situated at the foot of a mountain, surrounded on 3 sides, making it easy to defend, but it's too small, less than 10,000 square meters. Yours is a staggering 40,000 square meters. I had to be very selective. I only accepted buildings of rare grade or above. Even the city gate is of extraordinary grade." A moment of silence ensued, as it felt less like praise and more like flaunting wealth. Wang Lulu lamented, "My shelter is also at the foot of a mountain, but the flat area is less than 1,000 square meters, surrounded by towering trees, teeming with wild beasts. I've barely dared to venture outside. Previously, I hired an elite-grade farmer to chop wood, and he was bitten to death after just one outing." One by one, they shared tales of their shelter's terrain, expressing profound envy towards Xiao Tian's establishment. Ning Yuango resided on the hillside of a rocky mountain, with minimal flat land but boasting safety and defensibility, spending most of his time either mining stones or hunting. Wang Chu, on the other hand, lived on the edge of a marsh, rich in food and basic materials, yet plagued by numerous wild beasts, relying on hunting for survival. Lu Si and Wu Ming adhered to conventional practices, nestled deep within the forest, an area teeming with resources, yet the flatland was rather limited, necessitating the felling of trees to expand their territory. A notable advantage for Lu Si was the proximity to a river and an expansive bamboo grove. Numerous unfamiliar structures caught their attention, which Xiao Tian meticulously explained to facilitate their future development. However, he refrained from mentioning certain peculiarities, such as the blood-sucking thorns that were imperceptible in their dormant state, or the radiant tower, whose illuminating function was undetectable in the daylight. They merely felt invigorated and profoundly curious. "Have you constructed the vegetable greenhouses? This is of paramount importance. Once noon passes, the temperature may plummet, making cultivation impossible without them." The group had erected 1 or 2 greenhouses each, except for Wang Lulu, who had no space to build. However, her farmers were diligently chopping wood, and they could have one erected before nightfall. Upon entering the shelter, they learned from Xiao Tian that it had been expanded using a shelter expansion scroll, a concept none of them, including Li Weiwei, had previously encountered. The multitude of components within Xiao Tian's shelter astonished them. The living facilities were more advanced and comfortable than those on Blue Star. While Li Weiwei possessed several components, the others had at most 2 or 3. It was also their first introduction to the function of crystal stones. Xiao Tian produced a handful of fire crystals as a greeting gift, prompting Li Weiwei to disdainfully reply, "I don't want them. I already have 5 exceptional grade ones in my space." Meanwhile, Xiao Tian contacted Lin Meng. "The coordinates have been located. We shall set off early tomorrow morning." Lin Meng, upon receiving the news, excitedly pushed aside a scarred woman, grinning maniacally. "Wonderful. Tomorrow we can make a significant score. Let us depart punctually at 8 a.m. I can't wait any longer. Send me the exact coordinates," he insisted. "There's no rush," Xiao Tian replied. "Zhu Wuning's shelter isn't far. It's best to visit him first before proceeding. You wouldn't want to risk a direct teleport to Xiao Tian's lair, only to be annihilated in an instant." Lin Ming suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. No one knew the true scale of Xiao Tian's shelter. If they were to teleport directly into his stronghold, it would be akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, certainly a one-way trip. What do we know about Xiao Tian's shelter? Any insights? The other party provided coordinates, but hasn't responded since. Which is why I suggest we first visit Zhu Wuning's shelter for safety, Xiao Tian explained. The two exchanged words, deliberating various details. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian was busy inviting everyone to dine, blissfully unaware of the impending crisis. Come, sample the rare delicacies freshly harvested from my shelter, including this exceptional grade meat." He cheerfully beckoned. As for Lung Ling's squad, Xiao Tian had dispatched them nearby to practice horseback riding. "Oh, this dish is exquisite. Sister Xiaofang cooks splendidly. I must summon a chef of my own," exclaimed the vivacious Li Weiwei, who quickly befriended the women within the shelter, with only Xiao Qi keeping her company. The others were preoccupied. Xiao Tian introduced Xiao Qi to everyone, stating, "This is my chief steward, whose profession is steward. She can assist me with operating various facilities and managing the trade channel. If you haven't encountered a profession transfer scroll, pay close attention." As she acquired her role through one, the group took Xiao Tian's words seriously. They were insights from a trailblazer whose experience could potentially guide them towards greater success. After indulging in a hearty meal, they reclined on the sofas, lazily conversing. "I haven't enjoyed a meal this delightful in ages," Ning Yuan commented, rubbing his belly. For someone of his age, food was paramount. Prior to joining the team, he had exchanged most resources for sustenance. Fortunately, Xiao Tian had later gifted him 2 equipment blueprints, allowing him to accumulate wealth and gradually improve his resources. No one mocked him, for they too were feeling quite full. "Captain, why are there only farmers in your shelter? With just 1 squad of elite warriors? Isn't that a bit lacking in defense? I have 2 rare-grade warriors." Wu Ming inquired curiously. "They were sent out to practice horsemanship when you all arrived this morning. I just tamed a herd of horses yesterday, yielding quite a number." "Horses?" Wang Chu's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. Having grown up in a horse farm, she was intimately familiar with them. She stood up and asked, "Captain, may I see the horses?" Xiao Tian chuckled, "Of course. If you wish, I can even gift you one." He had received a report from the shepherd that 4 mares were already pregnant, and with the benefits of the exceptional grade breeding ground, they would likely give birth within a week. If Xiaomo Nu worked diligently, the herd size could multiply significantly. Soon, Xiao Tian led them to the breeding ground, where they beheld a dozen adult horses and several foals. The group was filled with curiosity, prompting Li Weiwei to ask first, "Captain, you said these are horses. You must be joking." Xiao Tian opened the panel to explain, "Indeed, they are horses. Though a variety native to this realm, mullen-horned horses cannot be compared to those from Blue Star." Just then, at noon, Lung Ling returned with her team. "My lord." They dismounted and saluted Xiao Tian. "Did I see correctly? 1 epic grade, 1 exceptional grade, and the rest are all rare grade," Wang Lulu whispered to Li Weiwei from behind. The group was momentarily struck speechless, save for Li Weiwei, who shared their prowess. Xiao Tian then introduced Lung Ling and Dunshan to them, feeling a sense of pride at their reactions. If they only knew he had another team, including a mythic grade subordinate, they would surely be astounded. "This is my chief general, the sharpshooter Lung Ling, and this is my personal bodyguard, Dunshan. Once you finish your meal, I will take you out to explore. You may select a horse to practice on." After instructing Lung Ling and the others to secure the horses in the breeding ground before dining, Xiao Tian found amusement in the excited chatter around him. Wang Chu, however, surprised him by mounting a horse and performing a series of impressive maneuvers. Fortunately, everyone had reached elite grade, with excellent physical capabilities. Even the seemingly delicate Wang Lulu quickly grasped the techniques, managing to ride with some competence. After a while, Lung Ling led the team back. Xiao Tian called out to them, "Prepare to set off. Let us take a stroll." Upon reaching the city gate, Wang Lulu inquired, "Captain, those thorns on your fence are quite unique, adorned with large flower buds." Chuckling, Xiao Tian replied, "Initially, I believed the thorns might offer some defensive utility, hence their planting. Now let us depart." This time, Xiao Tian chose the southern direction, towards the vast grasslands behind the shelter. Under Lung Ling's guidance, the group galloped across the plains with vigor. The horses raced swiftly, covering dozens of kilometers in just an hour. They even encountered several shelters along the way, but chose not to disturb them, opting instead to navigate around while discreetly noting their coordinates. The fortunate inhabitants of the grasslands were not faring well. Resources were scarce, and wild beasts were abundant, with most relying solely on trade for timber. The few they encountered had not even upgraded to intermediate wooden houses, leaving their survival after nightfall in question. Suddenly, Lung Ling noticed something and signaled for the team to halt. Approaching Xiao Tian, she reported, "My lord, about 10 kilometers ahead, there is thick smoke. Should we investigate?" Xiao Tian stepped forward to gaze into the distance, where it appeared to be the boundary of another forest, with several tall mountains nearby. The smoke billowed from the foot of the mountains. Driven by curiosity, Xiao Tian decided to explore further. Before long, they arrived at the vicinity of what appeared to be the ruins of a shelter, substantial in size, once a high-level wooden house. It seemed the shelter's owner had been thriving, but regrettably, it had collapsed. The smoke they observed from afar was indeed the remnants of the wooden structure ablaze. Xiao Tian and his companions dismounted their steeds to investigate, whereupon they stumbled upon a mangled corpse outside the shelter. Judging from the attire, it was evident that the unfortunate soul was a survivor from Blue Star. Xiao Tian assessed the scene, noting the grim reality. The protective barrier had been breached, leading to its disappearance, and the shelter lay in ruins, with bloodstains strewn throughout the territory, yet no other bodies were in sight. Approaching the remnants of the shelter, a notification suddenly appeared on his wristband. "Abandoned shelter detected. Would you like to deconstruct? This was a first for Xiao Tian. He had never imagined that a shelter could be deconstructed. Upon confirming the action, beams of white light flashed, and the shelter along with its facilities vanished entirely. Were it not for the bloodstains on the ground, one might have thought it all a mere illusion. He received 115 units of wood, 2 ordinary farmland plots, 1 ordinary well, and 1 refined arrow tower. Displeased with the mundane items, Xiao Tian inquired, "Who among you desires these?" In the end, Wang Lulu accepted the resources, as her supply was the most meager. At that moment, Lung Ling, who had ventured forth to scout, returned to Xiao Tian and reported, "My lord, blood trails have been discovered ahead, leading all the way to the foot of the mountain. There are many footprints of unknown creatures." Chapter 84, Unidentified Beings. Let us investigate. Under Lung Ling's guidance, the group mounted their horses and followed the tracks. The footprints were peculiar, forming a triangular shape comprised of 2 forward-facing toes and a rounded back. Reminiscent of the sheep Xiao Tian's grandfather had once raised, but significantly larger and deeply imprinted, indicating a bipedal creature. They soon arrived at the mountain's base, where a path, evidently trodden by humans, snaked through the undergrowth, leading to the rear of the mountain. After a brief exploration, Lung Ling returned to Xiao Tian and said, "My lord, the thicket ahead is dense. We must dismount and proceed on foot." Xiao Tian contemplated for a moment before addressing Li Weiwei and the others behind him. "At present, we have yet to ascertain the identity of these creatures, but I suspect they are undoubtedly extraterrestrial beings, and in significant numbers. You may decide for yourselves whether to accompany me." Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Li Weiwei and Wang Chu were eager to join, while Ning Yuangu, calm and composed, seemed ready to follow suit. Wu Ming, brimming with bravado, proclaimed, "I'm not afraid. I'll go with the captain." Unexpectedly, Lu Si, despite his imposing stature, shrank back to join Wang Lulu, both displaying a hint of trepidation. Lu Si stammered, "See, could we possibly refrain from going? I seldom engage in battle. It would be easier if my subordinates were here. I would feel more secure." Wang Lulu's fear was understandable as a girl, but Lu Si's demeanor disappointed Xiao Tian. Suddenly, Xiao Tian recalled that the contract squad had yet to undergo any enhancements. He wondered if it could be fortified. He instructed the group to wait while he stepped aside to activate his innate enhancement. The enhancement was successful, and the contract squad's functionalities underwent a transformation. The name remains unchanged, but the content has altered, Xiao Tian mused as he accessed the panel for further inspection. Contract squad, 1 captain, 12 members. Squad aura. When 2 or more members are together, an aura is triggered, enhancing combat power by 10. Squad group chat. Members can freely communicate and trade. Squad hall, 100 square meters, accessible to all members. Entry prohibited during combat. Squad warehouse. Members can contribute resources for communal use. Squad rescue. Any member can issue a distress signal, allowing others to transport up to 2 subordinates to their side. 24-hour cooldown, no limits on return. Captain privileges, 1. With member consent, may transport up to 5 subordinates to the shelter. 24-hour cooldown, no limits on return. 2. With member consent, may summon all members to their side. Each member may summon up to 2 subordinates. 24-hour cooldown, no limits on return. 3. Recruit or expel members, appoint a new captain. Note, squad members cannot attack one another. Xiao Tian was astounded. The changes were monumental. Not only had several features been added, but he could now also bring along subordinates. And the member cap had increased by 3. As captain, he could transport 5 subordinates, and the squad aura was particularly impressive, augmenting his combat power by over 20 points. He thought to himself, could the shelter also be enhanced? He planned to test this upon his return. Joyfully returning to his squad, he announced, "I have just upgraded the contract squad. Take a look." The group, intrigued, opened the panel to peruse the updates, exclaiming in astonishment. Li Weiwei, in particular, was most expressive, frequently glancing at Xiao Tian with eyes brimming with curiosity. "All right, we can delve deeper into the details later. Let us summon our subordinates first. It will be advantageous to have more hands on deck." Xiao Tian noted the time and urged everyone to proceed, prompting each member to summon their strongest 2 subordinates. Ning Yuangu, Wu Ming, and Lu Si performed admirably, each accompanied by 2 rare-level warriors. Wang Lulu was slightly weaker, bringing forth 1 rare and 1 refined warrior. However, Li Weiwei was most impressive, summoning an epic-level shield-bearer and an extraordinary-level archer, both strikingly beautiful and adorned in high-grade armor. Their combat power rivaling that of Lung Ling. Lastly, they turned to Wang Chu, whose 2 summoned subordinates were formidable, 1 extraordinary level and 1 rare-level male, towering nearly 2 meters tall. With bulging biceps akin to giants, wielding a massive axe and round shield, their prowess not to be underestimated. What kind of looks are those? The summoned ones are not under my control. Wang Chu, feeling uneasy under their scrutiny, snapped in annoyance. "Hey, it's nothing. Just surprised by the sheer size of your subordinates." Xiao Tian quickly intervened to defuse the situation. The group finally acknowledged Wang Chu's summoned companions, showering them with praise. while Wang Lulu's eyes sparkled with admiration as she remarked, "If only I could summon two as well. What a sense of security that would provide." Wang Lulu. "I can do that too," Lucy boasted, flexing his biceps. The others merely shook their heads, ignoring him. Xiao Tian designated one rare-level subordinate to remain behind, along with one from each of the others, to guard the horses. Without further delay, Lung Ling led the way along the narrow path. After winding their way for half an hour, they arrived at a cavern, immense, approximately 5 meters high and nearly 8 meters wide, the depths obscured in darkness. After walking a few meters, they lost their light source. Fortunately, Xiao Tian had stored the kerosene lamp away upon its cessation of function. As he prepared to ignite the lamp, he was interrupted by Li Weiwei, who had just produced a fist-sized luminous pearl, emanating a brilliant yet gentle light that illuminated a radius of 50 meters, revealing everything clearly. "This is an extraordinary level night pearl. I seldom find an occasion to utilize it, only bringing it out occasionally at night for amusement. Who would have thought it would come in handy now?" Li Weiwei said with an air of pride. The group had gradually grown accustomed to her demeanor, and no one responded. Wang Chu's towering subordinate held the night pearl aloft, while several shield-bearing warriors marched ahead. Led by Li Weiwei's epic-level subordinate, Lin Na, with 3 rare-level warriors trailing behind, wielding kerosene lamps. Unbeknownst to them, they had traversed the cavern for half an hour, and Xiao Tian had not anticipated its depth, having covered at least a kilometer. Fortunately, there were no forks in the path, otherwise, they might have truly lost their way. "My lord, look, there is something on the cave wall." Cold Ling's keen eyes detected an anomaly on the left wall, prompting her to call out. As the group halted, they approached to investigate, discerning the faint outlines of a mural depicting several figures seemingly battling monstrous creatures. However, it was uncertain whether they were indeed human, as some bore 4 arms while others sported wings. As they pressed deeper into the cave, the images of figures and combat scenes proliferated, their age rendering many details indistinct. This, Xiao Tian suddenly caught sight of a particular silhouette, his brows shooting up, mouth agape, and pupils dilating in shock. The resemblance to the elder Liver Emperor was uncanny. What secrets lay hidden here? Xiao Tian pondered within. "Brother Xiao, what troubles you?" Wang Chu, standing nearby, inquired curiously. Noticing Xiao Tian's peculiar expression, as he regained his composure, Xiao Tian replied, "It's nothing. I was merely taken aback by these paintings. Let us proceed." Wang Chu gazed at Xiao Tian's retreating figure with a hint of perplexity, yet chose not to inquire further. After traversing a considerable distance, Cold Ling interjected, "Put away the luminous pearl." Upon its concealment, darkness enveloped them, only for the group to discern a flickering light source not far ahead. "Wait here," Cold Ling instructed. And with her agile prowess, she moved forward to investigate. Chapter 85, Confronting the Ant-Men. After a lengthy interval, Cold Ling returned, her expression grave. "My lord, just beyond the corner lies a vast cavern, exceeding 5,000 square meters, home to no fewer than 500 unknown creatures, emanating an epic aura, with a minimum classification of exquisite." Xiao Tian, taken aback by the formidable strength and sheer number of the adversaries, contemplated retreat but felt reluctant. After a moment of reflection, he declared, "Lin Na and Shield Mountain will lead the way, holding the oil lamps as we cautiously advance to see if an opportunity presents itself." In less than 500 meters, the group spent a full 20 minutes reaching the corner, their visibility severely limited, and refraining from making any noise as they inched forward. Once the oil lamps and torches were extinguished, Xiao Tian stealthily peered around the corner. A wave of nausea surged from his stomach, but he managed to stifle it just in time, internally cursing Cold Ling for her lack of disclosure regarding the cannibalistic nature of the creatures. He finally understood why no corpses had been found. The creatures were disassembling and voraciously devouring roasted bodies. Extraterrestrial species, demon-scaled ant-men, exquisite, leader. Level 3, combat power, 785. Skills, Titan strength, capable of instantly doubling its power. Traits, commanding. As a leader, possesses the ability to direct subordinates in battle. Note, the extraterrestrial demons employ this mid-tier race through gaps. They are ferocious, immensely powerful, and adept at weaponry. Xiao Tian did not spot the leader, but saw a commander among the ant-men, nearly 2 meters tall, with elongated limbs, sporting only 3 fingers. 2 antennae atop its grotesque visage, and a pair of compound eyes, complemented by curved tusks protruding from its mouth. Its entire body was adorned with black scaled armor, trailing a tail over a meter long. His gaze fell upon over 10 exquisite-level ant-men and 50 rare-level ones, causing Xiao Tian to falter and contemplate withdrawal. Suddenly, he noticed that the path ahead narrowed to less than 5 meters with a height of only about 3 meters, igniting a spark of inspiration within him. "Shall we engage?" Xiao Tian mused, ultimately deciding to consult his companions. After briefing them on the situation, Wang Lulu and Lu Si visibly recoiled, yet the others appeared eager to proceed, and they could only muster their resolve to agree. "Fear not. With Lin Na and Shield Mountain at the forefront, and Cold Ling reaping the rewards, the danger is minimal. Remember, fortune favors the bold." Seizing the moment can grant us an advantage, Xiao Tian reassured the two. His regard for Wu Ming grew significantly. This brother was dependable and unflinching in the face of adversity. With Wang Chu's subordinates, 6 shield bearers formed the front line, followed by 4 gunmen, with 9 ranged attackers, including Xiao Tian himself, positioned behind. Wang Lulu and Lu Si remained on guard in the rear. Cold Ling, you shall lead. Once engaged, illuminate the luminous pearl and the oil lamps. Xiao Tian commanded. Cold Ling complied without hesitation, unleashing a barrage of arrows as her skill, piercing rain, came into play, instantly felling 6 ant-men and severely wounding 4. The ant-men emitted a hissing sound reminiscent of a serpent's hiss, low and grating to the ears. Caught off guard, the ant horde fell into disarray, some scurrying towards the cave entrance while others flailed in panic. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Tian and his companions launched a relentless assault. Before long, Wang Lulu and Lu Si leveled up. Having not fought previously, their experience was minimal, but it sufficed for a level gain, bolstering their combat power and calming their nerves. However, the moment of respite was short-lived, as several exquisite level commanders began directing the ant horde, which surged forward, brandishing makeshift weapons, rudimentary yet glimmering with metallic sheen, evidently crafted from hastily forged metal, well suited for the ant's immense strength. After dispatching a dozen more ant-men, the horde finally clashed with the front line. The sound of iron clubs striking shields erupted, sparks flying in the air. Fortunately, Lin Na, Shield Mountain, and Wang Chu's exquisite level subordinates held firm, while the remaining 3 rare level shield bearers offered support, alleviating pressure. Target those 2 exquisite level ant-men. Xiao Tian instructed Ning Yuangu and Wu Ming. Wang Chu, possessing extensive shooting experience and wielding a rare longbow, showcased commendable combat prowess, while Li Weiwei, armed with an exquisite crossbow, swiftly decimated foes at an even greater pace. Li Weiwei, does your crossbow possess any skills? Use them alongside me, Xiao Tian urged, noticing the overwhelming number of ant-men pressing forward. Indeed, rapid fire, Li Weiwei responded, activating her skill as 10 bolts shot forth, each enlarging upon release and piercing through more than 5 ant-men. In response, Xiao Tian activated the skill of his Xianjin Divine Bow, unleashing a torrent of arrows that felled over 30 ant-men. A radiant flash enveloped him, signaling his level up. With the addition of several dozen points to his combat power, and bolstered by the squad's aura, Xiao Tian's combat prowess surpassed 1,000 points. As the Xianjin Divine Bow finally unleashed its full potential, ensuring that a single shot could take down a rare-level ant-man. In an instant, the path ahead cleared, leaving only a few exquisite level and a dozen rare-level ant-men. Brother Xiao, there must be more than 500 here. It could be over 1,000, Li Weiwei remarked, her apprehension rising as she cleared a wave, only to discover an unending tide of ant-men surging forth. Stay calm, hold your ground. If we can level up a bit more here, you will all grow stronger, Xiao Tian reassured them. Before long, the group had all reached level 2. With Li Weiwei and Wang Chu attaining level 3, their confidence visibly increasing. Lin Na and the barbarian warrior, having leveled up, significantly enhanced their combat power, easing the defensive burden. The front line had yet to expend their skills, reserving them for the exquisite level foes and the yet-to-appear epic level leader. As the team continued their battle, the only support came from Cold Ling's piercing rain, available once every 5 minutes. Captain, I'm running low on arrows, Wang Chu exclaimed, enviously eyeing Cold Ling's seemingly endless supply of ammunition. Here, take some. I'm not short on arrows, just worried you won't be able to shoot them all. Xiao Tian proudly tossed several bundles of arrows, numbering in the hundreds, into the fray, ever eager to fill his storage space. Not enough? We have plenty. He and Li Weiwei remained unconcerned, as their crossbow bolts generated automatically, ensuring a steady supply of ammunition. Wu Ming, you have quite the skill. Your exquisite level physique and bow have nearly reached rare level attack power, Xiao Tian praised as he witnessed Wu Ming nearly dispatching a rare level ant-man. With a smile, Wu Ming replied, my talent is S-level weapon master. All weapons gain an additional 50 attack power. Impressive. You have my admiration, Xiao Tian acknowledged with a thumbs up. Brother Xiao, should I utilize my talent? Ning Yuangu inquired, eager to follow Wu Ming's example. Hold on, you only get 5 uses a day. It's wasteful to use it on minor creatures. Save it. Xiao Tian waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, Lu Si asked, Captain, what is your talent? Nothing much. Mine is merely a life skill, of no use in combat. Xiao Tian responded, not entirely untruthfully, as his skills indeed did not aid in battle. Unbeknownst to them, an hour had slipped by as they engaged in combat, having slain nearly 600 ant-men, including 3 exquisite level 1s. The group's lowest level had reached 3, with many advancing to 4, while Xiao Tian required a staggering 10,000 experience points to reach level 7, having gained just under 2,000. Gritting his teeth, he produced several bottles of exquisite-grade potions for the front line to replenish their stamina. Drink up, Xiao Tian shouted. Not much longer, everyone. Just hold on a little longer. Hiss. As soon as the words fell, A piercing hiss echoed from the depths of the cave.